Chapter 1 The Demon Prince. In the Nine Heavens Demon Realm. The Chen family. As Chinnian opened Edices, he gazed vacant lie thune familiar surroundings before him. Everything appeared exceeding foreign. Encased with an confined space, which resembled an exceedingly narrow circle, any attempt to move felt laborious. Furthermore, hesence an extraordinary softness enveloping him, akin to being submerged in a expanse of sponge. Turning his head, Chinnian examined somebody. A slim swirling theer listage soft development, diminutive in size, with fingers measuring scarcely in length. Upon witnessing this scene, Chinnian was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression on a futter disbelief. Ami. Ababi? These implied Thethu was still in his mother's womb. Chinnian was instantly taken aback. Indeed, he was not native of this world rather, he hailed from an ethereum, known as Blue Star, duetto of 4226 accident involving Jadros a truck driver halas contra loft his steering wheel, Chinnian found himself find Irish Straits while traversing the main road. Up and opening guises, he arrived in this bizarre place. What a turn of events, and ever anticipate encountering some things fantastical as these. Chinnian murmured himself. A this moment, he resembled an inquisitive echoed, observing everything around him with wide curiosity. Of course, he was, in fact, a marine infant. Beneath him lay an exceeding dark elongated cord, exuding gonoradhatans lessons of dread. However, when confronted with Thizora, Chinnian felt a trepidation rather, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is this Thumbilicalcard? Chinnian eastward in an astonishment Tasha stared at the cord before him, utterly perplexed. Thumbilical cord appeared excessively dark, resembling a foreboding forest shrouded in shadows. Although he had never given birth, he was well aware that umbilical cords were not supposed to possess. Just as confusion enveloped him, a non-familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The multiverse lottery system is being activated. 3, 2, 1. Ding! System activation successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Will the Olakita claim it? A system? An novice gift pack? Chinnian was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. A system was indeed an essential tool for any transmigrator. He promptly declared in his mind. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 lottericances. 20 lottericances? System. What do these lottericances entail? Soon, the system's voice resonate Dance Marie. Ding! The system is the multiverse lottery system. Each time the host consumes lottericans, they may perform a lottery draw across Uriah Dream. 10 lottericances can be exchanged for once per lottery, significantly enhancing the quality of the prizes obtained. Note the host automatically receives any lottericanse day. Upon hearing the system's concise introduction, Chinnian comprehended the mechanics. The lottery system allowed for the acquisition of lottericances. Tension ses could be exchanged for a per lottery. The quality items obtained ranged from low to high, categorized as white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. This concept was rather intriguing. Chinnian felt a surge of excitement regarding this newfound ability. Glancing at his 20 lottericances, he declared, System, initiate wo super lotteries. Without hesitation, Chinnian transformed his 20 chances into 12 super lotteries. A 10-and-own lottery would naturally yield superior attempts compared to standard draw. In the next moment, ding! The lottery is commencing. As the system's announcement concluded, 3 seconds later, Chinnian again heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special physique Supreme Demon God Physique Gold. Supreme Demon God Physique. Ida said to bounty ke physique were resulting from the fusion of the strongest divine and demon race Cynthia Realm, possessing the sanctity of gods while embodying the destruction of demons, ranking among the top 3 EVE 3000 physiques. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special talent Demon Path Blessing Gold. Demon Path Blessing. Ida say divine blessing bestowed upon among cultivators with demon ancestor, allowing Thebbles to experience fold increasing cultivation speed while practicing demon path techniques. Upon beholding that warward spree scented be the system, a radiant smile assumed in Chunnine's infantile visage. Goodness gracious! This systemis remarkable, truly extraordinary. Both lottery draw Sil dejolden prizes. Although Chini and Hadieta grasp the full concept of cultivation, the detailed descriptions medite clear that the suprema demon god Fiziki Andyman Poth blessing worry anything ordinary. Ding! Would Iowa like to claim my R-words? Claim. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinian acquiesced. In the next instant, Heffel to warm current surgeth rough his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. A sensation of warmth enveloped him, surpassing of intimist delightful experience saw his previous life. However, as an infant, Chunnian was soonable to articulate his joy, merely babbling incoherently in thwom, though Heffelton overwhelming Gurgito express his elation. This tingling sensation was subtly intoxicating. Meanwhile, outside Dethawum. Ah! Shin Ling usensid something amiss within your abdomen, clutching rebellious wave off pain surged through her. My lady, watchable sia? Seeing Theogonyet chet upon Shin Lingiu's face, Theme drew her hurried lie rusha diverto supporter, her expression rife with concern. It was known that a lady bore within her the chilled-off Chintiandao, Thecarenthiadoff Chinfamilianp, the legitimate Hirof teen tire clan, a figure of immense importance. Shoal dana thingoeri, the consequences would but array. Shin Ling Yu is drenched in sweat, the demonist energy within your flaring uncontrollably, rendering the cless in her suffering. I think Kimabudo. Give birth. What? The lady ice about a Javi birth? Ruhr was simultaneous lie astonished and delated, urgently instructing gay funarby maids. Quickly, fetch a midwife, Theladius in labor. Yes. Yes. The maids nodded vigorously, hastily making Thyre way toward the door, not daring to delay in Theslightest. Just as the maids reached entrance, a middle-league Edmund Cladina Blackrobe Estrodine, Hishin Summi Fetcherus Meredby an expression of urgency. Upon seeing him, the maids promptly halted. Greetings. Greetings, Lord Domain Master. Indeed. Thanukomer was Noniatherthinch in Lingiwash husband, Thecarenthiadoff Chin family, and the Domain Master of Teen Tire 9 Heavens Demon Realm, Chuntiandao. Chintiandao castak cold glance at the maids, his voiceacy. Watery owl dawdling for? Go finda midwifiatants. If anything happens to milady, I will hold the owl accountable. The fact that Yin Ling Uis in labor was of paramount importance. Atsika critical moment, and I deli way soon acceptable. Did thee wish to court death? The maid trembled at these words, fully aware of the Domain Master's worthless reputation. Thus, Theta did not directory, hurriedly responding. Yes. Yes, we will go right away. With that, the maid sexerted devriency of strength to rush off in search of timid wife. Chapter 2 Where did this egg come from? Shinti and Deo Urid Lai approached Yinling Yue. Hishi art fled with Wariasha BL diswet drin ched wife. Perhaps within the entirety of te 3000 realm, Shinti and Deo os renowned dast he foremost figure of the demon poth, fire Siandinilding. Yet, when confronted with his family, head up the Dane entire different demeanor, resembling an ordinary, caring husband. Indeed, he had always been dotting toward she's wife you without bounds. Yuer, I am here. You have support through a towel. Chintayanda clasped Xianling Yueshan tenderly, his voice simwed with warmth. Xianling Yuebit down hardened her lip, enduring the agonizing pain. In a time, the midwife Arushadin, her hair a silvery who, appearing to bane her Saventius Orades, yet in reality, she was over 1200 years old. Lord Domain Master, it must begin the delivery. Please, step outside. The midwife stood before Chentiandao, speaking cautiously. Understood, Chintayando replied, casting an elastoried glance at Xinling before he whisper engine hearer. Rest assured, it will be right side, guarding you. Xianlingji went vigorously. Chintiandea did not wish to waste any time, promptly rising to leave. Before departing, Hedernetto the midwife, contemplating for a moment before speaking. If there were any complications, Thecheld may be sacrificed, but me wife's life must preserved. Of course, if both Thelady and Thecheld emerge safely, ish our word you handsomely. Do I understand? It was known that the hieronymus cultivation, the lower the probability of conception for a couple. Chintiandao, bang gathapanakli off holy kingrium, face dan exceeding Lysland off fatherhood. However, when eat Kamado choosing between his future Ekeldrine and Jinlingyue, Chintandun hesitatingly prioritized his wife. A thismoment, within Shinlingyuum, Chinayan was subtly bewildered. What on earth? Is this really Mythither? Am I to bestrangled din microdly even before I am born? Y'understand. Themid wifik knowledged, and Chintayandio didn't linger, swiftly exiting the room. Thegrand Hall's door slowly closed, Buth appeared through Theep, his gaze filled with concern. A thismoment, Thien Tarchin family was under strict martial law, with Heaville Yarmid guards stationed Datavirian Trant and Exitofti state. Masteroff House. Before long, dozens saw figures appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching and halting outside the Grandal, where they respectfully bowed down. These individuals surrealed soft Chin family. The Chin family was the Sovirig Noft 9 Heavens Demon Domain, boasting a total of 36 elders, each possessing a minimum cultivation level at the Panacli of Temperstage. Moreover, many Hadal Redios and Deadtoth Sacred Realm. Itis noteworthy that across the entire 3,000 domains, the cultivation levels ascend from Thelois to the highest as follows: Chirifining, Transcendence, Spirit Consolidation, Void Breaking, Formlessness, Transcendence, Monarch, Supreme, Emperor, Sacred Entry, and Sacred King. Such a formidable force among the entire 3,000 domains, instilling dread in the hearts of countless individuals. Shintiandeo Castaculm glanced fielders, nodding slightly. Veal returned. The Grand Elder, Chentianon, stepped forward and stated, Indeed, Masteroff House. Knowing that young Master is about born, I eliminated a rival from the Central Domain and procured an Star Supreme Treasure, the Divine Bow of Destruction, Specificlitis Celebre Tethi Bert Hoft Young Master. Chintianan Stone knew is remarkably nonchalant, as if the Central Domain could be obliterate de Tamiraflico Fist Fingers. Itis essential to understand that the entire lower realm consists of 3,000 domains, within an upper domain, 360th central domain, and over 1,000th lower domain. Each central domain is steaming with powerful experts, and Shintian Insabilitato single-handed Lionel Adion speaks voluminous of his extraordinary prowess. After Chuntayan had spoke, the second elder continued, Masteroff House, I too have prepared Datrius Surdo Honor the Bert Hoft Young Master. With that, he retrieved a vivid color regime from Mr. Rajering. This is an ancient marvel, the 5-colored stone. When worn, it enhances mental acuity. Originally, this stone belonged to a remarkable talent, and he had to exert considerable effort. Up in hearing this, the remaining 34 older, eagerly presented their treasures. Each of them was acquired through reduce efforts, often involving list Hannibal means. Fourth's practitioner softed demonic pithy, pillaging waste on placey affair. Chintayanda nodded, fully aware of the intention soft hielders, though his shirt was preoccupied with the chill diato born within Thegrandal. Just as Chuntiande's attention remained focused inside, a sudden surge of overwhelming demonous energy swept through Heskes. A black crane flew rapidly towards them, upon which stood Omiclin and upper plerobe. The black crane circled above a Thegrandal for a moment, before a Thepper Plerobedman leaped down directly. Hestrodi toward Chintiandao, respectfully clasping a Shinstogther. Brother, I have returned. Am I late? The newcomer was Chintayandeo's younger brother, Chuntianin. Chintayanyan and Chintiandeo were full-blooded siblings, sharing Thesameperance. Although his talent did not rival Thatoff Chintiandao, he was known as a top-tier individual within 3,000 domains. At a young age, Hehadauri attained Sacred Realm, surpassing Manyof Tielders. From a young age, had held unwavering admiration for his older brother, following Chitande's directives without question. Upon seeing his younger brother return, Ahin Tofaz my lebroke through Chitande's word expression. He approached Angent Lipited Chintinian shoulder, chuckling. Yornat laddie ours sister-in-law is currently in labor. Chintinian grinned upon hearing these. That's great. Hey then retrieve a damasivig from Mr. Rajering, beaming with delight. Hee, brother, the size of colorful phoenix sega pilfered from Phoenix clan. A gif for a few. What do I think? Is it impressive? A colorful phoenix egg? What the? Theodor Zeiss widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. It is crucialtenoth Phoenix Glana Zod ascendant Tophancient deities and currently occupy Sonoft 10 domains, the Phoenix domain, with an exceptionally profound heritage. Ordinary individuals would not dare to provoke them, let alone steal an egg. Moreover, this was a 7-colored phoenix egg. The Phoenix clan's bloodline is categorized from lowest to highest as 1 color, 3 color, 5 color, 7 color, and legendary 9 color. A 7-colored Phoenix Edge could potentially bear the future Rof Taponics domain, making it exceedingly rare. Having stolen Theg, how cold Phoenix domain possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? Chintian Deos lips involuntarily twitched. Higia unjur brother ways a verbal than Dreckless, with Thaderings Pirat Thatser Pasadevin. Ahem, Tianin, where did you acquire thighs? Chintinian chucked led sheepishly, scratching his shed. It thought about how or if you was about born. Coincidentally, it passed by Phoenix domain and heard that thriller Hajavin birth to a Phoenix Sege Centriago. He thought it would be quite fittin' for a Urnifuse mount, so he employed little trickery to snatch it.
Chapter 3, The Emergence and Terrifying Omens. Upon hearing Chin Tianin's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What? This egg belongs to the sovereign of the Phoenix domain. How dare you steal it? Truly reckless. As the group engaged in their conversation, suddenly the doors of the grand hall swung open and a maid rushed out in haste, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Sovereign, it is dire news. The lady is in labor. What? Instantly, the atmosphere became tense, and everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, particularly Chen Tiandao, whose face was etched with deep concern. After all, this was his wife. They had been married for 312 years. A bond steeped in affection. Just as the maid's words echoed in the hall, a thunderclap resounded from the heavens, and the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, as if heralding the end of days. Boom! The thunder startled everyone, and all eyes turned skyward. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded above. In the next moment, a lotus appeared in the pitch-black sky, pulsating with swirling demonic energy. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in realization. Recognizing the Dark Lotus Master that appears to be the sacred artifact of the demonic path, the 9-petal Black Lotus. The 9-petal Black Lotus, this artifact is legendary, existing only in ancient texts, said to be the companion treasure of the demon ancestor. Luohou.as the Grand Elder's words fell. Chen Tianin exclaimed in shock, pointing at the sky. Brother, look, there seems to be a person seated atop the Black Lotus. What? At Chen Tianin's exclamation, everyone's gaze shifted towards the extraordinary sight. They were utterly astonished to see a figure clad in a black robe, indistinct in form, seated upon the dark 9-petal lotus. Is this a manifestation of the sacred grade, a blessing from the demon ancestor? Chen Tiandao stammered, his throat dry, struggling to comprehend. It is well known that when prodigies are born, the heavens often manifest extraordinary signs, and when Chen Tiandao himself was born, a similar phenomenon occurred. Such manifestations vary in quality. Categorized from inferior to superior, supreme, and ultimately the legendary sacred grade, each type signifies the innate talent of the prodigy. When Chen Tiandao was born, there was a swirling manifestation of a demonic dragon, an extraordinary omen. Hence, upon his birth, he was able to conquer the 3,000 domains, elevating the 9 heavens demon domain from a mid-tier realm to a higher one. Now, it appeared that his soon-to-be-born child had invoked a blessing from the demon ancestor. A legendary sacred great omen. Good heavens, the emergence of the young master has summoned a sacred great omen. This is a blessing for our 9 heavens demon domain. My word, the young master shall undoubtedly lead our Chen family to conquer the 3,000 domains. Fit for an emperor. The young master is invincible. As the crowd marveled at the extraordinary omen heralded by the yet-to-be-born Chen Nian, Chen Tianin's eyes widened once more. I can't believe it. Brother, something is amiss, the sky has transformed. Chen Tianin's voice trembled with fear. As a formidable figure of the saint level, such a display of emotion was rare for him, yet, the spectacle unfolding in the sky was simply too overwhelming. The once darkened sky suddenly split in two. One half remained black, a blessing from the demon ancestor, while the other half shone white, a divine sign from the gods. Everyone stood in stunned silence at this incredible sight. It is known that both the blessings of the demon ancestor and the divine signs from the gods are manifestations of the sacred grade, yet they are mutually exclusive. Each phenomenon appears only once in several 100,000 years. To see both simultaneously today was nothing short of miraculous. If word of this spread, it would surely astonish the entire 3,000 domains. In that very moment, a baby's cry pierced the air. Echoing throughout the grand hall, the midwife rushed out, her face beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Sovereign, the lady has given birth, it's a healthy boy, mother and child are safe. Born, mother and child are safe." Instantly excitement surged through the crowd. Particularly for Chen Tiandao, who exclaimed repeatedly, "Excellent, splendid, Grand Elder, issue a decree for generous rewards throughout the Chen family, especially for the midwife, grant her a substantial reward. As long as his wife and child were safe." Chen Tiandao was more than willing to bestow generous gifts, and especially for the midwife, he would spare no expense. "Understood," the Grand Elder replied respectfully. Hearing Chen Tiandao's words, a smile broke across the midwife's aged face as she gratefully thanked him. Chen Tiandao, unable to contain his joy, hurried into the grand hall and rushed to Xian Lingyue's bedside. He cast a loving glance at his son, peacefully resting beside her, then turned to gaze adoringly at Xian Lingyue. "My dear, you have endured so much." Xian Lingyue smiled gently, her weary face radiating tenderness. It was not arduous at all. The couple then turned their attention to their son. Xian Lingyue beamed, "Darling, let us name our son." A name. This was a first for Chen Tiandao. He stood up excitedly, cradling Chen Nian, pacing the grand hall in contemplation. This was his own son, the future heir of the Nine Heavens demon domain. And the name could not be trivial. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What do you think of the name Chen Nian?" To be honest, as Chen Tiandao pondered, the name Chen Nian had flashed unexpectedly in his mind. Xian Lingyue softly whispered the name, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded with a smile. "I think it's lovely. It carries deep meaning. Let us name him Chen Nian." With that, the couple smiled warmly at Chen Nian. Gently repeating, "Our dear son, from this day forth, you shall be known as Chen Nian, little Chen Nian. I am your mother." Their eyes brimmed with warmth, betraying none of the ferocity of the foremost demon lord in the 3,000 domains. At that moment, Chen Nian lay quietly in Chen Tiandao's embrace, curiously taking in his surroundings. Upon hearing his name for this life, a hint of delight sparkled in his eyes. It seemed that in this life, he not only possessed a system but also an extraordinary background. After the naming ceremony, the elders, along with Chen Tianin, could no longer contain their excitement and rushed in, marveling at Chen Nian's cherubic visage. Filled with overwhelming joy, he little Chen Nian, I am your second uncle. Come, let me hold you. I have wonderful treasures for you, including a phoenix egg for you to ride in the future. Chen Tianin gazed at Chen Nian with unrestrained delight. Eager to scoop him up, Chen Tiandao watched his foolish brother with a mix of exasperation and indulgence, not bothering to stop him. Over 30 elders encircled Chen Nian, each producing coveted treasures, dazzling the grand hall with a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Leaving Chen Nian utterly astonished, "Goodness, this demonic lineage seems rather impressive." Chapter 4. To live or not to live, do you have that right? The elders took turns cradling Chen Nian, their eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, the Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, furrowed his brow as if struck by a thought, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Nian without wavering. Chen Tiandao noticed Chen Tianan's unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, "Grand Elder, is there something amiss?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianan nodded. "Master, I once encountered a peculiar constitution in the ancient texts of the Chen family known as the Supreme Divine Demon Body. The Supreme Divine Demon Body." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, even Chen Tiandao was left puzzled. He had never heard of such a constitution. Chen Tianan continued to elucidate. Legend has it that the Supreme Divine Demon Body is a blend born from an ancient deity and a great demon. Those possessing this body are half divine and half demonic, unrivaled in the world, ranking among the top 3 constitutions in the 3,000 domains. The ancient texts had not been consulted for ages, and Chen Tianan could only recall vague details. The reason for his certainty stemmed from the extraordinary omens present at Chen Nian's birth, the simultaneous appearance of the 2 sacred grade manifestations, the blessing from the demon ancestor and the divine sign from the gods. As Chen Tianan's words sank in, astonishment gripped the assembly, rendering them speechless. To possess one of the top 3 constitutions in the 3,000 domains, if he were to grow, how powerful might he become? Perhaps even surpassing Chen Tiandao and attaining the status of an emperor. It was known that Chen Tiandao had achieved prominence in the 3,000 domains due to his demonic dragon sacred body. establishing himself as a paramount figure in the demon path. Yet, Chen Yan's potential seemed to surpass even that of Chen Tiandao. The future loomed with the promise of awe for the entire 3,000 domains. Everyone could envision a demonic leader more formidable than Chen Tiandao rising on the horizon. In that moment, hearts raced, and eyes were wide with trepidation. Chen Tiandao recognized the gravity of the situation. Addressing the assembly regarding Yan'er's constitution, "No one is to breathe a word of this. Those who disobey will face dire consequences." Chen Tiandao's aura was menacing, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered elders. There was no other reason. This constitution was simply too powerful. Should word escape, it would incite panic among the upper realms, and Chen Yan would be subject to endless assassination attempts. Thus, to safeguard Chen Yan's safety, Chen Tiandao decreed absolute silence. Understood. The elders recognized the gravity of the matter and promptly bowed in agreement. Naturally, they would not speak recklessly. As elders of the Chen family, their fates were inextricably linked to its prosperity. Only through the family's success could they reap greater rewards. This principle was clear to them. Just as the conversation concluded, a sudden sound pierced the air. Caw! A piercing cry echoed through the air, followed immediately by a resounding cacophony of curses reverberating above the Chen family estate. "Chen Tianyin, you shameless wretch, return my egg." Within the grand hall, the crowd furrowed their brows as Chen Tiandao cradled Chen Yan and slowly stepped outside. Flanked by Chen Tianyin and 36 elders of the Chen clan, eye in the sky, the sovereign of the Phoenix realm Feng Jiuhuang soared majestically, her colossal form spiraling amidst the heavens, trailed by over 100 fiery phoenixes. The flames engulfing these phoenixes illuminated the entire sky, transforming the once dull atmosphere into a spectacular crimson brilliance. Upon witnessing Chen Tianyin's emergence, Feng Jiuhuang could no longer contain her fury, her gaze seething with murderous intent. "Chen Tianyin, return my egg at once, or I shall unleash the full might of the Phoenix realm and obliterate you." It must be noted that beings of Feng Jiuhuang's caliber, at the Sacred King level, face great difficulty in procreation. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan possesses an immensely powerful bloodline, rendering the chances of hatching a phoenix egg even slimmer. This particular egg was the culmination of Feng Jiuhuang's arduous gestation over millennia. And to her dismay, it had been stolen by Chen Tianyin immediately after its birth. This calamity compelled Feng Jiuhuang to rally the elders of the Phoenix realm for retribution. She was well aware of Chen Tianyin's notoriety as the brother of Chen Tiandao, the foremost figure in the demonic realms of the 3,000 domains. Yet, what of it? Those who dare to steal from her must prepare for death. Faced with Feng Jiuhuang's aggressive demeanor, Chen Tianyin coughed awkwardly, his embarrassment palpable. "Brother, what should we do? I can't let my nephew's gift go unaccounted for, can I?" Despite Chen Tianyin's exceptional innate talent, he was merely at the mid-stage of the sacred realm, while Feng Jiuhuang had been in the Sacred King realm for countless years, placing them on entirely different tiers. In the Chen family, only Chen Tiandao held the qualification to negotiate with her directly. Chen Tiandao remained composed. Though he found his foolish brother's antics exasperating, he had always prioritized familial ties over reason. Moreover, the confrontation initiated by Feng Jiuhuang was an undeniable provocation against him. It was worth noting that in a mere 600 years, Chen Tiandao had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable sacred king. A testament to his terrifying innate talent. Across the 3,000 domains, none dared to underestimate Chen Tiandao's potential, instilling in him a deep-seated pride. He cast a cold glance skyward, his eyes narrowing, above the Chen family estate. "Flight is strictly prohibited, a rule I established centuries ago. Feng Jiuhuang, are you truly daring to challenge me?" His seemingly simple words carried an overwhelming weight. A mere glance from him sent shockwaves of trepidation through the ranks of the phoenixes behind Feng Jiuhuang. The first among the demonic path was indeed a fearsome presence. Feng Jiuhuang could not help but feel a sense of dread. Truthfully, she had no desire to become adversaries with Chen Tiandao. While others may have been oblivious, her years of experience in the Sacred King realm allowed her to sense his formidable strength. This human was no ordinary being, however, with her offspring still in the Chen family's possession, an offspring she had painstakingly nurtured for millennia, and one that had yet to be born as a seven-colored phoenix, potentially capable of breaking the shackles and returning to its ancestral roots. The thought of a future breakthrough to the emperor level loomed large. With this in mind, Feng Jiuhuang declared coldly, "Chen Tiandao, I acknowledge your prowess, but if you do not return my offspring, the Phoenix realm will exhaust its resources to engage in a relentless feud with your Nine Heavens demon domain." Her eyes glimmered with unyielding resolve, for the future of the Phoenix Realm hinged upon her progeny. As one of the 10 upper realms, the depth of the Phoenix Realm's resources was unfathomable. Yet Chen Tiandao merely scoffed, his gaze brimming with disdain. Endless conflict. Do you hold such a privilege? His chilling voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from him. And with a thunderous roar, he ascended into the sky. Chapter 5. The supreme demon body Chen Tiandao soared into the air, confronting Feng Zhuohuang directly. Before him stood the elite of the Phoenix Realm. Each a warrior of at least the sovereign level. In any lesser domain, they would be regarded as rulers in their own right. However, in Chen Tiandao's eyes, they were mere trifles, easily extinguished. To Feng Zhuohuang, I have made it clear, I abhor those who dare to hover above my head. And I detest threats even more. Chen Tiandao's gaze darkened, his aura swirling with a tempestuous blend of demonic energy and a crimson hue. The maelstrom of demonic energy swirled around the Chen family estate, invoking awe and terror among the Chen disciples who witnessed the spectacle. The very essence of the Nine Heavens Demon Lord emanated a formidable presence that sent shivers down the spines of the Phoenix Realm's elite, even causing Feng Zhuohuang to furrow her brow in trepidation. Sensing an ominous premonition, Chen Tiandao was terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly dozens of massive fireballs hurtled towards the Phoenix Realm with astonishing speed. The black fireballs burned with an unnameable flame, exuding an aura of destruction. Should they make contact, they would likely claim lives in an instant. The fireballs traversed the air as if leaping through dimensions. Moments later, a cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted nearby. Boom! The scene resembled an apocalyptic cataclysm. The countless black fireballs descended upon the phoenixes of the Phoenix Realm. Although Feng Zhuohuang attempted to intercept the assault, she had underestimated Chen Tiandao's might. The fireballs encapsulated an essence of annihilation, coupled with a corrosive element that would consume any who came into contact with them in mere moments. While the phoenixes were naturally adept at fire control, Feng Zhuohuang could not deny the chilling power of Chen Tiandao's flames, which left her feeling somewhat beleaguered. In contrast, those behind her were far less fortunate. Several weaker initial-stage sovereign fire phoenixes were instantly reduced to ashes, having had no opportunity to defend themselves. The pitch-black flames raged above the Chen family estate, creating a scene reminiscent of utter chaos. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the phoenixes from the Phoenix Realm gaped in shock, their hearts racing with terror. This power was truly formidable. Both the phoenixes and the Chen family gazed at Chen Tiandao with awe. Was this truly the might of the foremost figure in the demonic path? It was nothing short of terrifying. Even the typically proud Feng Zhuohuang found herself contemplating retreat, although their encounter had been brief. She sensed a devastating aura emanating from those fireballs. Furthermore, the speed of the fireballs was astonishing. While others may have misted Feng Zhuohuang as a sacred king, clearly recognized that Chen Tiandao's strike involved spatial power. This was precisely why the phoenixes had been unable to evade the attack. The enigma and menace of spatial energy were beyond comprehension, and she never anticipated that Chen Tiandao had even begun to grasp such mysterious forces. It was utterly fearsome. Feng Zhuohuang could not help but concede that Chen Tiandao's strength likely surpassed her own. As this realization dawned upon her, she felt a profound shock, despite having lived for over 30,000 years. Her strength paled in comparison to that of a mere human who had cultivated for a few hundred years. With a heavy heart, Feng Zhuohuang gazed towards Chen Tiandao and finally spoke. Chen Tiandao, I acknowledge your strength, but the phoenix egg is of paramount importance to my realm. If you return it, I am willing to exchange it for something of equal value. What say you? Feng Zhuohuang's tone had lost its earlier arrogance, now tinged with a hint of vulnerability, as if she were pleading or negotiating. In truth, she understood that she was in the Nine Heavens demon domain, where Chen Tiandao's strength was unfathomable, and she dared not act recklessly. Chen Tiandao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Feng Zhuohuang and then at Chen Yan. He leisurely replied, Feng Zhuohuang, I understand your offspring is of great significance to you. However, should the phoenix egg remain in my son's care, it would present an extraordinary opportunity for your phoenix clan. The notion that the egg's presence beside Chen Tiandao's son could be a tremendous fortune for the Phoenix Realm left Feng Zhuohuang momentarily bewildered. Her gaze shifted towards Chen Yan, who lay peacefully in Xian Lingyue's embrace. Upon meeting Feng Zhuohuang's eyes, Chen Yan displayed no fear, for he was aware that despite Feng Zhuohuang's strength, his adoptive father was evidently far more powerful. Suddenly, as Feng Zhuohuang laid her eyes upon Chen Yan, She froze in astonishment, her expression shifting to one of utter disbelief as she gazed at Chen Tiandao. This, the supreme demon body. Before Feng Jiuhuang could finish her thought, Chen Tiandao interrupted her. Since you have realized this, you should know how to choose. Indeed, Feng Jiuhuang recognized at once that Chen Yan possessed the supreme demon body. As the sovereign of the Phoenix realm, she had lived for thousands of years and had encountered many wonders. Though she had never witnessed the supreme demon body firsthand, it was renowned as one of the top 3 extraordinary physiques among the 3,000 bodies. Its power must be immense. Moreover, the divine attributes inherent in the supreme demon body served as an unparalleled tonic for the Phoenix clan. Drawing them irresistibly closer, even the phoenix egg on the ground seemed to gravitate towards Chen Yan's presence. The radiance of the divine is undoubtedly an unparalleled allure for the Phoenix clan. In an instant, Feng Jiuhuang found herself lost in contemplation, her mind racing with thoughts. Even if she were to reclaim her offspring today, the prospect of evolving from a 7-colored phoenix to a 9-colored phoenix would be nothing short of Herculean. However, the situation changes significantly in the presence of Chen Yan, the embodiment of the supreme demon. Setting aside the immense fortune he carries, the mere potential for the Phoenix clan to evolve due to his unparalleled physique leaves Feng Jiuhuang with no justification to refuse. With deep affection, she cast a lingering glance at the phoenix egg on the ground, then resolutely declared, "Very well, I accept. From this day forth, my offspring shall accompany your son." Upon hearing these words, everyone was struck dumb, each person wearing an expression of disbelief, especially the members of the Phoenix domain, who found it utterly incomprehensible. This cannot be. A domain lord, the young master is the future of our Phoenix domain. How can this be allowed? Indeed, domain lord, we must spare no effort to ensure our young master does not become a servant. Without a doubt, domain lord, we fear not death. Chapter 6, The Pact of Alliance in the Sky. Hundreds of elders from the Phoenix clan spoke in unison. Their clan is one of the oldest within the 3,000 domains, with a profound heritage. Although Chen Tiandao possesses formidable strength, they are not to be trifled with. If it comes to it, they would rather perish than allow their young master to be reduced to a mere servant or steed. This is a matter of dignity. Yet, Feng Jiuhuang merely glanced at the crowd with indifference, remaining silent, for they were blissfully ignorant of the might of the supreme demon body. Should this physique fully awaken, surpassing even Chen Tiandao, it would merely be a matter of time before he could dominate the entirety of the 3,000 domains. In the next moment, Feng Jiuhuang's form flickered, transforming into her human guise. The transformation from beast to human is no small feat. One must reach the realm of a king to attain such a form. As a holy king, Feng Jiuhuang found this transformation effortless. Moreover, she was exceedingly familiar with this human form. In her human guise, Feng Jiuhuang appeared as a middle-aged woman, her features breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of regal elegance. Clad in a golden phoenix robe, her gaze commanding and proud, leaving all who beheld her entranced, Feng Jiuhuang looked toward Chen Tiandao and spoke softly, "From this day forth, our Phoenix domain shall forge a defensive alliance with the 9 heavens demon domain. United as allies, with heaven and earth as witnesses." As her melodious voice faded, 3 thunderous booms resonated through the sky. The world of the 3,000 domains is unlike any ordinary realm. The laws of heaven exist here. An oath sworn must be fulfilled, especially for beings of such formidable caliber. Failure to uphold their vows would summon inner demons, resulting in divine retribution and a most unfortunate demise. Upon hearing Feng Jiuhuang's declaration, the entire Phoenix domain was engulfed in shock. What had come over their domain lord? How could she willingly forge an alliance with the 9 heavens demon domain? Chen Tiandao himself felt a flicker of curiosity. He had not anticipated Feng Jiuhuang to be so decisive. Not only had she willingly offered her offspring, but she had also established the alliance before so many witnesses, a truly resolute action. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the potential of the supreme demon body was limitless. Aligning themselves with the 9 heavens demon domain was undoubtedly more advantageous than detrimental. Feng Jiuhuang, after living for tens of thousands of years, possessed a keen intellect. Chen Tiandao nodded slightly. Since Feng Jiuhuang had spoken, he, as the master of the 9 heavens demon domain, could not be ambiguous. He addressed the heavens. "I, Chen Tiandao, vow to establish a defensive alliance with the Phoenix domain, with heaven and earth as witnesses." These simple words instantly summoned a cacophony of thunder in the sky. This was the heavens responding to Chen Tiandao's proclamation. The pact of alliance was forged. From this moment on, they would stand united as allies. Such an event, should it spread, would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the 3,000 domains. After all, two great upper domains were joining forces, each more formidable than the last. The Phoenix domain had existed for millions of years, boasting a rich heritage, whereas the Nine Heavens demon domain, previously merely a middle domain, had risen to prominence under Qin Tiandao's leadership. This union of two upper domains would surely send shockwaves throughout the 3,000 domains. Feng Jiuhuang cast a reluctant glance at her phoenix egg, then turned her gaze to Chen Nian, subsequently tossing him a ring. This spatial ring contains treasures I have accumulated over the years. Consider it a gift for your son. Chen Tiandao caught the ring, and upon scanning its contents with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be astonished. This ring possessed a volume of 300,000 cubic meters. A vast space akin to a small world. Furthermore, it was brimming with an array of treasures, gleaming with golden light. Pills, spiritual artifacts, weapons, martial arts, anything one could imagine was contained within. One could not help but marvel at the profound depth of the Phoenix domain's legacy. As Feng Jiuhuang, without a moment's hesitation, gifted such a bounty, Chen Tiandao nodded, calmly assuring her, "Rest assured, your offspring shall not be wronged." With Chen Tiandao's promise, Feng Jiuhuang felt no further apprehension for a figure of Chen Tiandao's caliber. A man of unparalleled talent, his words carried immense weight. Moreover, throughout the years, while he had been domineering within the 3,000 domains, he had never faltered in his integrity. This, Feng Jiuhuang firmly believed. Very well. Feng Jiuhuang replied, satisfied, then addressed the members of the Phoenix domain. Return to the Phoenix domain. Though the members of the Phoenix domain were perplexed, they dared not defy her command, channeling their inner energy. They spread their wings. In an instant, hundreds of phoenixes soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of their domain, their wings igniting sparks, painting a picture of grandeur. The Qin family, witnessing Chen Tiandao single-handedly repel the entirety of the Phoenix domain, felt their spirits soar, their eyes filled with excitement. The domain lord is invincible. The domain lord is invincible. They cheered. Though the Qin family were leaders of the demonic path, it was not a place of treachery. The entire family stood united, their hearts beating in unison, for they had a pillar of strength in Chen Tiandao. He alone had elevated the Qin family to prominence within the 3,000 domains. Shining brightly, Chen Tiandao gradually descended, standing beside Chen Nian, gazing deeply at his son, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "From this day forth, Chen Nian shall be the young master of the Chen family. I shall lead him into the ancestral grounds for seclusion for several years. All matters concerning the Chen family shall be temporarily handled by Chen Tianyin and the Grand Elder. Furthermore, this day's events must not be disclosed. Those who disobey shall be executed." Chen Tiandao swiftly made arrangements. He intended to bring Chen Nian into the ancestral grounds for cultivation. The ancestral grounds of the Chen family, rich in demonic energy, served as an ideal training ground. The primary reason for bringing Chen Nian there, aside from accelerating his training, was to obscure his existence. The supreme demon body that Chen Nian possessed was of utmost importance and posed a significant threat. If discovered by those so-called righteous individuals, especially the moralists from the Buddhist domain, they would undoubtedly view Chen Nian as a thorn in their side. One must remember, while a visible threat can be avoided, a hidden one is far more perilous. Therefore, Chen Tiandao's actions were a means of protection for Chen Nian, to diminish his visibility until he possessed the ability to safeguard himself and emerge into the public eye. The elders exchanged glances, naturally offering no objections. They all clasped their hands respectfully, stating, "We obey your commands." Chapter 7. Step by step, Chen Nian emerges from seclusion. Time flew swiftly. 6 years, for cultivators, pass in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 6 years, rumors regarding Chen Nian in the 3,000 domains had nearly vanished, and even within the Chen family few spoke of his name. The family simply knew they had a young master named Chen Nian. Yet none had ever seen him or knew what he looked like. As for the events surrounding his birth, the elders kept their lips sealed, for none dared defy Chen Tiandao's edict, although Chen Tiandao spent most of these 6 years in the ancestral grounds accompanying Chen Nian, seldom appearing in the public eye. This did nothing to diminish the reverence the Chen family held for him. This was the individual who, through sheer will, had elevated the Chen family to a top-tier force within the 3,000 domains. On this day, in the Chen family's ancestral grounds, Chen Tianyin, along with 36 elders, gathered, their expressions solemn as they gazed toward the ancestral grounds with unwavering vigilance. Suddenly, from the depths of the ancestral grounds, A billowing black mist emerged, and a figure gradually stepped forth. The youth's expression was stern, his features strikingly handsome, with long dark hair cascading down his back. He walked with his hands behind him, making his way toward the elders. And curiously, with each step he took, black lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet. Throughout his journey, he remained composed and unperturbed, yet the aura radiating from him instilled fear in everyone present. The black lotuses at his feet were no ordinary flowers. Even the elders were momentarily unable to discern their grade, step by step, blooming lotuses. The young master has emerged from seclusion. My heavens, this aura, could it be that the young master has already entered the void-breaking realm? The Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, exclaimed in shock from a distance. No, this is the realm of the formless. The young master's talent is extraordinary. Upon hearing the term Wuxianging, the elders were momentarily taken aback. Their faces etched with astonishment. Wuxianging represents the fifth major realm on the path of cultivation. Although within the Chen family it may not hold substantial significance, the fact remains that Chen Nian is merely 6 years old. A 6-year-old at Wuxianging is nothing short of fantastical. It is worth noting that they themselves had only entered this realm in their late teens, bolstered by the resources of the Chen family. Truly, as the young master, his talent is unparalleled. Over the past 6 years, Chen Nian has spent nearly all his time in the ancestral land, utilizing his extraordinary innate gifts and the lottery system. He has swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of Wuxianging, now just a step away from the extraordinary realm. As Chen Nian approached the gathering, the Grand Elder was the first to clasp his hands in greeting. Respectfully stating, "I, Chen Tianan, pay my respects to the young master." Following suit, the other elders, hesitant to act out of turn, echoed with utmost reverence, "We pay our respects to the young master." The resounding display of respect did not startle Chen Nian. After 6 years, he had long since grown accustomed to his identity. He now stood as the son of Chen Tiandao, the foremost demon lord of the Nine Heavens demon domain, and the future leader of the Chen family. A position of immense prestige. With a calm smile, he replied, "Esteemed elders, you are too kind, please rise." "Thank you, young master." The elders chorused in unison. Chen Tianan, with a mischievous grin, sauntered over to Chen Nian's side. "My dear nephew, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Your second uncle has missed you dearly." His face beamed with joy. Over the past 6 years, he had made monthly visits to the ancestral land to see his beloved nephew. Lacking children and a wife, he regarded Chen Nian as his own. During these visits, he would regale Chen Nian with tales of his exploits in various domains, stealing treasures, eliminating foes, and glimpsing saints as they bathed. All of which fueled Chen Nian's yearning for life beyond the ancestral confines. Consequently, each time Chen Tianan visited, Chen Tiandao would express his disdain, believing that his brother was corrupting Chen Nian, yet Chen Tianan remained unfazed, feigning ignorance, until ultimately Chen Tiandao ceased to intervene. Seeing his second uncle filled Chen Nian with excitement. "Dear uncle, do remember me when good fortune comes your way." Chen Tianan instantly understood, raising an eyebrow with a grin, and expertly clapped Chen Nian on the shoulder. "Of course, from this day forth, we shall traverse the vast 3,000 domains together, conquering all saints and divine maidens." Conquer them all," Chen Nian replied, both of them brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the surrounding elders stood in bewilderment, utterly dumbfounded. "Goodness, this uncle and nephew truly are cut from the same cloth." The Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, cleared his throat and inquired, "Young master, did the domain lord not accompany you upon your emergence?" Chen Nian shook his head. "Father has recently gained some insights during his cultivation. His bottleneck has loosened, and he intends to enter seclusion for a time." The reason for Chen Tiandao's seclusion was that during Chen Nian's lottery draw, he had obtained a 9-star demon path technique. Without hesitation, he presented it to Chen Tiandao, who was immediately captivated by its potential. As 9-star techniques are among the most superior in the 3,000 domains, with the Chen family possessing only 2, one of which is incomplete. Thus, upon acquiring the technique, Chen Tiandao eagerly delved into its study. Hoping to gain inspiration, upon hearing Chen Nian's words, smiles spread across the faces of the elders. Chen Tiandao is poised to break through again. Splendid, given that his cultivation is already at the pinnacle. Another breakthrough would undoubtedly elevate the family's strength. Of course, the matter of father's seclusion should remain confidential among the elders. Chen Nian's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of menace. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts racing. "We understand." After a brief discussion at the entrance of the ancestral land, the elders escorted Chen Nian to his residence. The Chen family is vast. Within its sprawling estate reside thousands of disciples. Chen Yan's abode is nestled in the heart of the inner sanctum. Along the way, Chen Tianyin and 36 elders surrounded Chen Yan, capturing the attention of countless Chen family disciples witnessing this spectacle. Many were astounded. To think that 36 esteemed elders and the second master of the Chen family would carefully escort a mere youth. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in disbelief. In no time, the tale of the mysterious young master circulated throughout the Chen family, engulfing the vast clan in a wave of astonishment. Chapter 8, 9 Huangxing. That night, knock, 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 seated in meditation, Chen Yan heard the knocking at his door and calmly said, "Enter." Creak, the wooden door swung open, and Chen Tianyin strode in. Noticing his uncle, Chen Yan rose from his bed. My dear nephew, what brings you to summon your second uncle? Chen Tianyin asked cheerfully. Chen Yan had requested him to come later in the evening. Piquing Chen Tianyin's curiosity about his nephew's intentions, with a slight smile, Chen Yan turned to Chen Tianyin and remarked, "Uncle, you've been stuck at the mid-stage of the holy entry for quite some time." "Haven to you, indeed," Chen Tianyin conceded. Despite his high aptitude, he had not progressed for over 30 years since reaching the mid-stage of the holy entry. The transition to the late stage, while seeming merely a hurdle, loomed like a chasm, impeding his advancement. He lacked the extraordinary talent of Chen Tiandao, and this seemingly simple barrier stood as a wall obstructing his path. Though curious as to why Chen Yan posed such questions, Chen Tianyin nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have made no significant progress since breaking through to mid-stage 35 years ago." With a slight smile, Chen Yan's lips curled upward as he cheerfully said, "Uncle, I possess a remarkable item that can assist you in breaking through your cultivation." "What?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's declaration, Chen Tianyin was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at his nephew. If he were not certain that Chen Yan never spoke falsely, he might have thought his nephew was jesting. After all, at his level, breaking through even a minor realm is akin to scaling a mountain. With the support of the Chen family's resources, he had made no progress in 35 years. My dear nephew, please do not jest with your second uncle. Chen Yan smiled gently. "Uncle, you are my dear uncle. Why would I play tricks on you?" With that, Chen Yan produced a golden huangxing from his spatial ring. The huangxing glimmered with radiant gold, brimming with spiritual energy, and as it was revealed, the aura within the room seemed to swell by a third. Staring at the huangxing in Chen Yan's hand, Chen Tianyin was suddenly struck with recognition. This item looked vaguely familiar, yet he could not place where he had seen it. However, he sensed that this object was anything but ordinary. "My dear nephew, what is this?" Chen Tianyin inquired, astonished. Chen Yan smiled softly. "Uncle, you must have heard of the 9-turn huangxing, right? Legend has it that upon the birth of the 3,000 domains, a huangxing tree rose majestically in the east, bearing fruit once every 500,000 years, with only 9 fruits produced each time." Chen Yan's light-hearted words left Chen Tianyin momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he recalled the source of his familiarity. No wonder he found the huangxing so recognizable. He had seen it in an ancient tome within the Chen family. This item, bearing fruit only once every 500,000 years, with each yield limited to 9, is indeed extraordinarily precious. Eventually, the huangxing tree vanished without a trace, and the existence of the huangxing faded into obscurity, only to be remembered in ancient texts, with no living soul having encountered it. Realizing that the huangxing in Chen Yan's possession was the legendary 9-turn huangxing, Chen Tianyin stammered, "Oh my goodness, dear nephew, you are not pulling my leg, are you? This truly is the fabled 9-turn huangxing." It was not that Chen Tianyin lacked worldly experience. On the contrary, he was well aware of the rarity of such an item. If news of its existence spread, countless mid-stage holy entry cultivators would surely go mad for it, and even mighty beings of the Saint King realm would covet it. The effects of this item are simply too potent. Chen Yan chuckled. "Uncle, how could I deceive you? I promised to help you break through your cultivation. This item should suffice, don't you think?" "Of course, it is more than sufficient," Chen Tianyin replied hastily. The efficacy of the 9-turn huangxing would undoubtedly allow him to advance from mid-stage to late-stage holy entry without issue. Furthermore, any residual energy would assist him in further refining his cultivation. However, just as Chen Tianyin was about to reach for the 9-turn huangxing in Chen Yan's hand, he hesitated, studying his nephew's expression, and cleared his throat. "No, dear nephew, I cannot accept this item." Chen Yan was taken aback, curious. "Why not?" "This 9-turn huangxing is a remarkable boon for your breakthrough. It is known that few cultivators can maintain their composure when faced with the prospect of a breakthrough, let alone refuse such an opportunity. It would be a miracle if no conflict arose. Thus, upon hearing Chen Tianin's refusal, Chen Yan was indeed perplexed. Chen Tianin suddenly altered his usual jovial demeanor, gazing earnestly into Chen Yan's eyes. "My dear nephew, the 9-transformed yellow apricot is indeed a precious treasure, and your second uncle is in dire need of it. However, such a divine object should rightfully be bestowed upon you. My breakthrough in cultivation will have little impact on the entire Chen family. But you, with the support of this miraculous item, are bound to achieve far greater heights in the future. Remember this, the Chen family can endure without me, but cannot thrive without you, Chen Yan. Are the future of our clan, the very essence of the Chen family." After speaking, Chen Tianin took several deep breaths, his voice trembling with emotion. Indeed, he yearned for the 9-transformed yellow apricot for himself. Feeling an intense desire within, after all, the pursuit of cultivation breakthroughs can unsettle even the most composed individuals, yet, in his eyes, this divine object should be utilized by Chen Yan, for he is the true future of the Chen family. Hearing Chen Tianin's heartfelt words, Chen Yan felt a warm surge swell within him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though the world may perceive them as practitioners of the demonic path, ruthless and cold-hearted, they possess an instinctual willingness to sacrifice for their family faced with immense benefit. Chen Tianin's first thought was of Chen Yan. This was far more honorable than the so-called righteous individuals. Chen Yan inhaled deeply and smiled, saying, "Second uncle, please take this yellow apricot. I have plenty more." This 9-transformed yellow apricot was a reward from a lottery of which he had drawn 9 in total, that he had previously gifted 1 each to Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingwei. Leaving him with Six.at his current level of cultivation, he could not consume it, as the profound spiritual energy contained within would only lead to his demise if he attempted to force it. Chen Tianin was taken aback by Chen Yan's words. This divine item, a treasure coveted by many, yet Chen Yan possessed several. Nonetheless, he did not question further. "Then I shall graciously accept it." Chapter 9, Words Manifest Reality. After conversing for a while, Chen Tianin left in a state of excitement, clutching the yellow apricot tightly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. No one can remain composed in the face of a breakthrough in cultivation, and neither could Chen Tianin. Watching his uncle depart, a subtle smile graced Chen Yan's lips, a flicker of emotion evident in his gaze. He gently closed the door and turned to the phoenix egg beside his bed. Taking a seat before it, this phoenix egg was brought back by Chen Tianin from the phoenix realm on the day of Chen Yan's birth, the offspring of Feng Zhouhuang, the ruler of that realm. Yet, despite having been with Chen Yan for 6 years, it had yet to hatch, though its size had doubled it. Moreover, it bore ancient intricate patterns that Chen Yan could not decipher. Nonetheless, this little creature seemed to harbor a deep affinity for him. Especially when he practiced, the egg emanated a joyous energy. A bond had already formed between the boy and the egg. Chen Yan smiled softly, caressing the phoenix egg, then sat cross-legged on the bed and gently summoned the system. "System, display my personal attribute panel." Ding, retrieving data. Host, Chen Yan cultivation level, peak Wuxiang realm technique, 9 transformed divine demon art, 9 stars, martial arts, Nianhua finger, 9 stars, extinction sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory steps, 9 stars, physique, supreme divine demon body talent, blessing of the demonic path divine ability, a step across the world lottery chances, 50. After years of cultivation, Chen Yan had reached the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm. The 5th major stage of cultivation. This rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid, nearly achieving a new realm each year. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly leave countless prodigies astounded. Furthermore, the techniques and martial arts he possessed were equally staggering. Across the 3,000 realms, techniques and martial arts are classified from 1 to 9 stars, and Chen Yan not only practiced 9-star techniques but also several 9-star martial arts. The mere dissemination of a single 9-star martial art could incite chaos, even enticing the mightiest beings among the 10 great upper realms. These were top-tier martial arts, with terrifying power, especially in enhancing the combat prowess of formidable practitioners. Of course, Chen Yan's extensive collection of 9-star techniques and martial arts primarily stemmed from his lottery system. Over the years, he had gained considerable insight. When conducting ordinary lotteries, the results varied, and occasionally he would strike gold with a 9-star martial art. However, more often than not, he would end up with worthless items like broken blades or tattered swords. Conversely, exchanging 10 regular draws for a super draw yielded far more reliable results, with items of at least 6 stars, categorizing them as high-quality goods. Observing the number of lottery chances on his attribute panel, Chen Nian decisively declared system initiate a tenfold draw. Rather than converting 10 draws into a super draw, he opted for a direct tenfold draw. Instantly the system chimed ding commencing tenfold draw. In the next moment, a colossal will appeared before Chen Nian. Densely packed with options that were indistinguishable to him. However, this will, though immense, was visible only to him. The pointer began to spin rapidly. A ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 1-star thermal pair of pants, warm and fuzzy for added comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 2-star item, a pair of sleeves, made of ice silk. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 1-star item, a broken chopping knife. As the system's announcements echoed in his ears, Chen Nian was left utterly bewildered. What the hell is this lottery? Thermal pants? I'm no thermal pants prince. What demonic path noble wears thermal pants? How embarrassing, as the system continued to announce the results. And with nothing worthwhile in sight, Chen Nian felt on the verge of giving up. Suddenly, the final draw's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a divine ability. Words manifest reality. In an instant, Chen Nian's eyes widened in disbelief, his youthful face lighting up with joy. What? A divine ability. Words manifest reality. He had never anticipated that a mere tenfold draw would yield such a remarkable divine ability. Words manifest reality. Once a word is spoken, all laws follow. This divine ability was not to be taken lightly. It was a secret art, purportedly derived from the higher realms, shrouded in mystery and immense power. With very few such abilities existing across the 3,000 realms. A typical divine ability surpassed the value of 3 9-star martial arts. No one would trade a divine ability for martial arts. Chen Nian had previously drawn a divine ability, a step across the world, in a super draw. This ability allowed for instantaneous movement across spatial boundaries, with the distance dependent on the user's strength. The stronger the practitioner, the greater the range. At his current level, he could teleport within a 5-kilometer radius. With a mere thought, he could vanish from his location. Do not underestimate this 5 kilometers, wielded wisely. It could be a life-saving technique. Furthermore, in battle, it could catch opponents completely off guard. Chen Nian's focus shifted to the newly acquired divine ability. Words manifest reality. Once a word is spoken, all laws follow. The power of this ability was immense. With a single utterance, the user could connect with the heaven's fate, sealing the surrounding space. Within this realm, the user resembled the very essence of the Tao. Reading the system's description, Chen Nian felt a tremor of awe. He was no longer the novice he had been 6 years ago. He understood the true strength of this ability. Once a word is spoken, all laws follow. In this confined space, he was the heavens, the sovereign. Naturally, this was contingent upon the opponent's strength not exceeding his own. Otherwise, the divine ability would be significantly weakened. This was something Chen Nian expected, after all. If it were effective against those far stronger than him, it would be an invincible ability. Nonetheless, the power of this divine ability was still formidable. Glancing at his personal attribute panel, Chen Nian smiled contentedly. Then looked at the phoenix egg and began his cultivation. Tomorrow marked the day of the Chen family's talent assessment. Every 6-year-old descendant of the Chen family was expected to participate in the evaluation. Chen Nian's purpose for leaving the ancestral grounds was to attend this test. Having been absent for 6 years, very few within the Chen family were aware of the young master's return. This time, he intended to make a grand entrance. Chapter 10, Talent Assessment. The following morning, Chen Family Martial Arts Arena. The vast martial arts arena was filled with several hundred young disciples of the Chen family. These were the new generation, children approximately 6 to 7 years of age, comprising both collateral and direct descendants. The Chen family was a sprawling clan, with tens of thousands of members, categorized into collateral and direct lines. Aside from the family head's lineage, the distinctions between collateral and direct descendants were not set in stone. Should an extraordinary talent emerge from the collateral line, that branch could ascend to become a direct line. Thus, the Chen family provided an opportunity for collateral disciples to rise, fostering a culture where anyone with talent and strength could ascend the ranks. This led to an environment of intense competition, with collateral members striving diligently, while direct descendants felt a sense of urgency, resulting in an overall flourishing of the clan's cultivation efforts. In such a world of cultivation, relentless effort benefits both oneself and one's family. For without strength, one could easily become a mere specter under someone else's command. Why has the test not yet commenced? We have been waiting for an entire hour. Indeed, look, even the steward responsible for the test has arrived. Why the delay? Below the stage, the disciples of the Chen family craned their necks, whispering among themselves. The talent assessment was originally scheduled to start an hour ago, yet there has been no sign of activity. The children, nearly 6 or 7 years old, lacking maturity, naturally began to voice their grievances. Amidst the crowd, a youth clad in splendid attire mysteriously proclaimed, "I have heard that a remarkable figure will be attending our test today." Upon hearing this, several Chen family disciples around him became instantly curious. Chen Dao inquired, "Is that true? Is there really a notable person?" The boys' tone was laden with skepticism. They were all too aware of the prominent figures within the Chen family and had not heard of anyone requiring a talent assessment. Chen Dao, with a broad grin, replied, "Of course, my grandfather mentioned it, though he did not disclose the specific identity of this esteemed individual, and I dared not inquire further." Chen Dao's grandfather is the 6th elder of the Chen family, who welcomed Chen Nian alongside several elders at the ancestral gate that day. However, even the 6th elder would not dare to casually reveal Chen Nian's identity. It would be absurd to keep so many Chen family disciples waiting for someone extraordinary. Precisely, this is quite unfair. The crowd continued to express their discontent, their words rife with dissatisfaction. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, isn't that the second master and the esteemed elders?" Everyone looked up in unison. In the sky, dozens of figures soared gracefully, heading towards the martial arts arena. These familiar figures included Chen Tianyin, the second master of the Chen family, along with 36 elders. Wait, something seems amiss. Who is that person standing before the elders? The crowd scrutinized closely indeed. In front of the second master and the elders, a youth similar in age floated effortlessly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding calm confidence. The sight left everyone in stunned silence. Who is this young man? Clearly, he is not an ordinary individual. It is well known that Chen Tianyin and the 36 elders are renowned figures across the 3,000 domains, each capable of effortlessly obliterating a lower domain. To see such esteemed individuals showing deference to a mere youth is astonishing. Chen Nian, along with Chen Tianyin and the elders, gracefully descended onto the martial arts arena. "Young master, this is the Chen family's martial arts arena, the place for talent assessment. Please take your seat." The grand elder addressed Chen Nian with profound respect, his tone humble and demeanor akin to that of a mere attendant. Under ordinary circumstances, the grand elder would not exhibit such deference. But before him stands the future leader of the Chen family, the beloved son of Chen Tiandao. He could not possibly afford to present himself with arrogance. Chen Nian smiled at Chen Tianyin, saying, "Second uncle, as an elder, you should take your seat." After all, Chen Tianyin is indeed his second uncle, and it would be inappropriate for Chen Nian to usurp his position. However, although Chen Tianyin often appeared frivolous, he was astute enough to recognize that today marks Chen Nian's moment to establish his authority and the beginning of his leadership over the Chen family, thus he would not overshadow his nephew. Moreover, he must cherish his beloved nephew. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "My dear nephew, as the young master of the Chen family and its future leader, you should take the seat of honor." "I shall sit behind." Chen Nian hesitated for a moment, but the elders all bowed in unison, urging, "Please, young master, take your seat." Their resonant voices echoed, instantly silencing the entire martial arts arena. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian glanced at Chen Tianyin and the elders, and no longer hesitated. He ascended to the highest position and sat down with an air of tranquility. However, below, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The young master, this young man, seemingly of their age, is actually the young master of the Chen family. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Over the years, they had never heard of any young master within the Chen family. Suddenly someone jolted awake, exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. 6 years ago, the domain master was said to have given birth to an heir, rumored to be the Chen family's young master. However, on the day of his birth, he vanished without a trace." This was something he had heard from the older generation of the Chen family. 6 years ago, Chen Tiandao's beloved son was born, and it was said that a celestial phenomenon occurred that day. Yet, after that day, the title of young master was never mentioned again within the Chen family. Being so young, they might have heard the elders speak of it in their childhood, but they did not pay it much mind today. Upon encountering this legendary young master, they suddenly recalled the stories. The crowd, upon realizing this, turned their gazes towards Chen Nian with disbelief. Could this truly be the domain master's own son? It seems there was indeed such a rumor. Yes, I have heard it too. Only the son of the domain master could command such respect from the second master and the esteemed elders. The crowd exchanged murmurs, piecing together Chen Yan's identity. However, after 6 years, there had been no news regarding him. And the crowd was unaware of his strength or talent, leading to a lack of reverence. Although Chen Yan is the son of the domain master, the concept of supremacy through strength permeated every disciple of the Chen family. Even among the collateral branches, this sentiment was deeply ingrained. If Chen Yan's strength did not earn their submission, then in the future, they would only feign allegiance, harboring disdain in their hearts. Chapter 11. This old fellow is truly cunning. The voices of the crowd discussing Chen Yan grew louder. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, rose and cleared his throat. Silence. The two simple words, infused with his essence, resonated in the ears of every Chen family disciple. The sheer force of Chen Tianan's aura, as a peak entry-level sage and one of the most formidable experts in the Chen family, left the crowd too intimidated to speak. The entire martial arts arena fell into a hushed silence. He continued, "Today marks the annual talent assessment of the Chen family. Next, I will call forth the Chen family disciples whose names I read to assess their talents." With that, Chen Tianan wasted no time and began calling names. First up, Chen Hao. As soon as Chen Tianan's voice faded, a plain-looking youth hurriedly stepped forward. His name was Chen Hao, a collateral disciple of the Chen family. Today was his day to assess his talent. A day to change his fate. If he were to demonstrate exceptional talent, he could earn a greater share of resources. Clenching his fists, he nervously approached the platform. His right palm, slick with sweat, gently rested on the testing stone pillar. This stone pillar was a treasure used to assess talent across the 3,000 domains. Talent is graded from 1 to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. 9-star talents are exceedingly rare and formidable across the vast population of the 3,000 domains. The number of 9-star talents does not exceed 1,000, making them an extraordinary breed. Chen Hao stood before the testing stone pillar. His mind clear of distractions, suddenly the pillar began to radiate light. Initially a faint white glow flickered, followed by a deepening red hue, which continued to rise. After 5 breaths, it settled at a particular point. The Grand Elder, Chen Tianan, calmly announced, "Chen Hao, 6-star talent above average." Upon hearing Chen Tianan's words, Chen Hao's anxiety dissipated significantly, swiftly replaced by joy. A 6-star talent, considered genius in the outside world, would be nurtured as a prized asset by certain forces in the lower domains. However, within the Chen family, it was merely categorized as above average. Nevertheless, achieving above average results was commendable. Compared to those disciples with only 3 or 4-star talents, Chen Hao would receive a considerable amount of resources. With a respectful bow towards Chen Tianan, he hurriedly made his exit. The expressions of the observing Chen family disciples varied. Some gazed at Chen Hao with envy, others with disdain, and some with confidence. The talent assessment served as a pivotal threshold. While it could not definitively determine the future, it could significantly forecast it. A warrior with a 1-star talent would find it exceedingly difficult to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the transcendence stage, even with relentless effort. Next, Chen Su. Chen Tianan's voice echoed continuously as the Chen family disciples ascended the platform one after another to assess their talents. Chen Su, 5-star talent average. Chen Mei, 4-star talent below average. The expressions of the Chen family youth varied as they completed their assessments. Next up, Chen Shui. Upon hearing this name, the previously bustling crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the stage. Chen Shui, the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Chen family and a direct descendant, boasted exceptional talent from birth, with remarkable aptitude. It was said that at the age of 6, she had already broken through to the transcendence stage and entered the spirit condensation stage, making her one of the most renowned prodigies of her generation within the Chen family. Thus, the crowd's attention was drawn irresistibly towards her. Meanwhile, the 3rd elder seated on the platform felt a pang of anxiety. After all, she was his beloved granddaughter. Chen Shui slowly approached the testing platform. Her exquisite features tinged with a hint of nervousness, her handsome face betraying a flicker of excitement. She gently placed her hand on the testing stone. In no time, boom, as Chen Shui placed her hand upon the stone, a resounding crash echoed through the air, followed by a frenzied ascent of radiant beams. 1 star, 2 stars, the pillars of light soared rapidly, their overwhelming presence causing all onlookers to hold their breath in sheer astonishment. Gazing blankly at the stage, the immense force of the light ruffled Chen Shui's hair. After 6 breaths, the light erupted into a brilliant blaze. In the next moment, Chen Shui's talent was solidified. Chen Tianan's lips curled into a slight smile. his eyes reflecting a hint of approval. Chen Shui, possessing an 8-star talent, superior, hiss. Upon hearing the words 8-star talent, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. My goodness! 8-star talent, how incredibly powerful! Indeed, as expected of Chen Shui, this talent directly catapults her into the foremost ranks of the Chen family. It is crucial to note that those with 8-star talents are exceedingly rare within the Chen clan. If she does not falter in her path, with such a talent, securing a position as an elder will be well within her reach. Consequently, expressions of surprise adorned the faces of the onlookers. The third elder, seated upon the stage, could not suppress his laughter at this spectacle. Several elders nearby chimed in with admiration. Third elder, your granddaughter possesses commendable talent. Indeed, she is destined to become a pillar of our Chen family. Absolutely, ha! Upon hearing their praises, the third elder's heart was already elated, though he maintained a facade of calm. He turned to Chen Nian. Extolling, though my granddaughter has some talent, she pales in comparison to the young master. Seeing as Shui is of a similar age to the young master, if he does not mind, perhaps she could serve him as a maid. Warming his bed, washing his clothes, the third elder's expression was one of utmost respect. However, the moment the crowd processed his words, they were left in utter disbelief. No way, to have such a talented granddaughter serve another as a maid? If this were to spread, who would believe it? Nevertheless, the seasoned elders quickly grasped the third elder's intentions. The term maid was merely a euphemism. With Chen Shui's exceptional talent and youthful beauty, it was evident that she was a remarkable prospect. If she spent time with Chen Nian, it was not out of the realm of possibility that he might develop feelings for her, which would be a tremendous boon. The warmth she offered extended beyond merely a bed. It encompassed the warmth of the young master's heart. This cunning old man was truly brilliant. The assembled elders, recognizing the third elder's intent, could not help but mentally curse him. This old fellow is quite the schemer. Chapter 12, The Talent of the Chen Family. Once the third elder concluded, before Chen Nian could utter a word, the other elders became restless, each clamoring to speak. Young master, I just remembered I have a granddaughter. Only 8 years old, extremely nimble. Perhaps she could serve you by cooking and dressing you. It would be her honor. Young master, I too have a daughter, aged 12. Although she is a bit older, she has developed splendidly. Once the third elder set the precedent, the elders eagerly followed suit, each vying to offer their daughters or granddaughters to Chen Nian. One elder went so far as to suggest his daughter-in-law. Despite having neither a granddaughter nor a daughter, demonstrating the extent of their eagerness, this left Chen Nian, seated upon the stage, utterly bewildered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After all, he was not Chao Mingde, renowned for his ability to attract good wives. Moreover, he was keenly aware of the elder's intentions. Servants and maids were not to be accepted lightly. Once he accepted one, the other 35 elders would undoubtedly protest, striving to have their kin accepted as well. In such a scenario, Chen Nian would be surrounded by these elders' granddaughters, daughters, and even daughters-in-law. What a spectacle that would be! He cleared his throat awkwardly and stated, I appreciate the kind intentions of all the elders, but the matter of a maid is best left aside. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a tinge of disappointment, still contemplating how to place their kin beside Chen Nian. After all, at merely 6 years of age, he had already entered the realm of the Wuxian. Such talent was unprecedented throughout the 3,000 domains. Should he break through the void and achieve the status of an emperor, it would yield immeasurable benefits. Meanwhile, the talent testing had progressed significantly. Suddenly, the testing stone erupted with a fierce radiance. Chen Nian and the elders turned their gazes towards it. The intense brilliance surpassed that of Chen Shui's. The blinding purple light rendering many unable to open their eyes. Chen Tianan's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. My heavens, purple light! He swallowed hard, exclaiming, Chen Pingyan, 9-star talent, superior. When the words 9-star talent escaped his lips, the air in the Chen family's martial arena momentarily stilled, as if time had frozen. 9-star talent. This was one of the most exceptional talents in the entirety of the 3,000 domains. It must be noted that those possessing 9-star talents are exceedingly rare, each one a coveted target for numerous powerful factions. As one of the leading powers, the Chen family had very few with 9-star talents. My heavens, 9-star talent, it truly is 9 stars. My goodness, Chen Pingyan has soared to great heights. Indeed, anyone with 9-star talent will undoubtedly receive the utmost cultivation and resources from the Chen family. My heavens! In the face of Chen Pingin's 9-star talent, the gazes of all present were filled with envy, including that of Chen Shui, who herself possessed 8-star talent. The distinction between 8-star and 9-star talents, while seemingly minor, was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, a chasm separating the two. Chen Nian could not help but express his surprise. Turning to Chen Tianyin, he inquired at second uncle, "What is the background of Chen Pingin?" Clearly, Chen Nian was intrigued by this 9-star talent. As the young master of the Chen family and the future leader, it was imperative for him to establish his own faction. Evidently, Chen Pingin was a promising candidate. With 9-star talent, if adequately resourced, his cultivation would ascend like a rocket. Chen Tianyin, perceiving Chen Nian's interest, smiled and replied, "I have indeed heard of Chen Pingin. He is a collateral disciple of our Chen family. His parents perished in an ambush during a battle with the Qian divine dynasty when he was only 3 years old, leaving him an orphan. Since then, this young lad has trained diligently and is not one for idle chatter." Chen Tianyin provided a brief account of Chen Pingin's origins. As a collateral disciple of the Chen family, Chen Pingin's status was not high. Moreover, with the loss of his parents and the conflict with the Qian divine dynasty, his standing plummeted even further. As Chen Nian listened, he began to contemplate that he was aware of the Qian divine dynasty, one of the top powers in the 3,000 domains hundreds of years ago. Before Chen Tiandao's rise, they controlled one of the 10 upper domains, the Qian divine region, and were quite formidable. At that time, the 9 heavens demon domain was merely a middle domain, and the Chen family had yet to fully dominate it. However, it was unfortunate that they encountered the monstrous Chen Tiandao, who, within a few hundred years, evolved into a supreme being in the 3,000 domains, unifying the 9 heavens demon domain and defeating the Qian divine dynasty. Ascending to the upper domain, consequently, the Qian divine region fell from its former glory to a middle domain, suffering significant losses in power. Yet, the Qian divine dynasty harbored resentment and plotted revenge against Chen Tiandao, seeking to reclaim their status in the upper domain. Over the years, skirmishes between the Qian divine dynasty and the Chen family had resulted in mutual losses. Tragically, Chen Pingin's parents were slain in one of these confrontations 3 years prior. Having grasped the situation, Chen Nian nodded in understanding. Chen Tianyin, noticing this, chuckled, "What's this, my dear nephew? Are you interested in this lad? How about I personally approach him and have him serve as your attendant from now on?" Although 9-star talent is exceptionally rare and represents the backbone of a top-tier faction, such distinctions meant little in the presence of his own nephew. Should Chen Nian express his wishes, Chen Tianyin would not hesitate to retrieve any heir from the great powers. Chen Nian, however, merely smiled slightly, casting an intrigued glance at the composed and indifferent Chen Pingin beside the testing stone, and gently shook his head. "No need, I have my own plans to win over such a talent and have them willingly follow. One must rely on their own merits rather than external force." Chapter 13, 10-star talent. Observing Chen Nian's confident demeanor, Chen Tianyin smiled faintly, choosing not to press further. He trusted his nephew's judgment. On the stage, Chen Pingin slowly withdrew his hand from the testing stone, though having endured numerous hardships since childhood, which fortified his resolve beyond that of his peers. Chen Pingin's countenance nonetheless radiated excitement upon discovering his 9-star talent. 9-star talent, it is undoubtedly a gift capable of altering one's destiny. As long as he does not falter in the future, the position of elder in the Chen family shall be assured. Furthermore, in the initial stages, he would undoubtedly receive a substantial allocation of resources from the Chen family. Contemplating this, Chen Pingin's heart raced with anticipation. He respectfully bowed towards the Grand Elder before descending from the stage. Along the way, countless disciples of the Chen family directed envious gazes at him, their expressions betraying their admiration. They were merely children, and their thoughts were laid bare upon their faces, impossible to conceal. Chen Pingin silently returned to the back of the line. Soon, the Grand Elder continued to read from the list of test results. After calling out several more names, his voice suddenly paused before he proclaimed, "Next, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Nian." Upon hearing the title of young master, all eyes involuntarily turned towards Chen Nian, who sat beside Chen Tianyin. Even Chen Pingin and Chen Shui could not help but glance in his direction. Particularly Chen Pingin, who squinted, lost in contemplation. It was the first time everyone learned that the young master of the Chen family was named Chen Nian. So he is indeed the son of the domain master. Chen Nian, I wonder what his talent is like. As the son of the family head, his talent should be commendable, right? Not necessarily. No talent could surpass that of Chen Pingin. After all, he possesses the 9-star gift. Exactly, besides, we haven't heard of this young master for so many years, he must be too embarrassed to show himself due to lacking talent. Various murmurs filled the audience, most expressing disdain towards Chen Yan. Why? Because as the young master of the Chen family, he had never made an appearance since birth. It was presumed that his talent was so poor he was too ashamed to face others. However, despite many harboring such thoughts, they could not help but gaze with curiosity, eager to discover what talent Chen Yan possessed. Chen Yan, without hesitation, slowly rose from his seat and walked towards the testing stone pillar. The hearts of the elders in Chen Tianyin grew tense, as if a weight had lodged in their throats. Although they understood that Chen Yan's talent was undoubtedly remarkable, after all, a 6-year-old without a formed martial artist was no ordinary feat, they were aware that the talent test would provide a more impartial and objective assessment of his abilities. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. Chen Yan exhibited no signs of nervousness. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips, and confidence radiated from his gaze. The next moment, he stood before the testing stone pillar. Gently placing his hand upon it, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths passed, yet the stone pillar remained utterly still, showing no signs of change, not even a flicker of white light. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. No way could it be that the young master of the Chen family possesses no cultivation talent. This is unexpected. The testing stone pillar cannot be mistaken. This individual must indeed lack martial talent. Not only the audience but even the elders were filled with bewilderment. Why was there no response from the testing stone pillar? However, just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Look, the stone pillar has changed." Instantly, all gazes shifted towards the stone pillar. The elders' eyes sharpened, fixating on the direction of the testing stone pillar. Suddenly, the stone pillar before Chen Yan erupted in a blaze of brilliant light. From white to red and finally to purple, all this transpired within a mere 3 breaths. It is known that the appearance of purple light signifies a 9-star talent. However, just as the elders were about to rise in celebration, the purple light abruptly vanished. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed. A radiant 7-colored light surged from the stone pillar. This dazzling light was so intense that it nearly blinded the onlookers, its brilliance surpassing even that of Chen Pingyan's purple 9-star talent by a factor of 10. My heavens, what is this light? I can hardly open my eyes. I have never heard of anyone testing positive for a 7-colored talent. What in the world is happening? At this moment, no one could bear to look directly at the 7-colored light. Even the elders on stage were taken aback, squinting towards Chen Yan. This 7-colored light persisted for a full 10 breaths before finally dissipating. After a brief period of temporary blindness, the crowd once again beheld Chen Yan standing on the stage. His expression remained serene, with no sign of alteration on his exquisite face. At this moment, whether among the Chen family disciples below or the elders, all held their breath, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Especially the Grand Elder, who stood beside Chen Yan, utterly bewildered by the extraordinary spectacle. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never encountered such an unusual testing result. A 7-colored stone pillar. That light was blinding. Furthermore, how is the talent evaluated? Just how many stars is this? For a moment, even the Grand Elder felt uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he cleared his throat and declared, "The young master of the Chen family, Chen Yan, possesses a 10-star talent." 10 stars! This was a talent that no one had ever heard of. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Even the elders on stage were filled with curiosity. If it were not 10 stars, then everything else could not be explained. However, as soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, dissent arose from the audience. Chen Shui stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront of the crowd. "Grand Elder, I believe there is something amiss with the test." Chen Shui's voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. The third elder seated on the platform was instantly taken aback. What in the world? His granddaughter is leading the charge against the young master. This is utterly bewildering. Chen Shui may not know Chen Yan's true strength, but she certainly understood that upon his birth, 2 extraordinary auspicious omens appeared. How could such a person possibly be ordinary? Chapter 14, The Supremacy of Strength. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, looking at Chen Shui. "What insights do you have?" Chen Shui glanced at the third elder, biting her lip, and resolved herself, although she knew her rebuttal today might offend the young master. She was a proud person who abhorred deception. It was true that the young master's status was lofty, but that should not imply that everyone else was a fool. She would not yield. Esteemed Grand Elder, it is well known that the highest talent rated by the testing stone pillar is 9 stars, with purple light illuminating the sky. The young master's 7-colored light, while dazzling, has never been documented in our ancient texts. I believe there must be some underlying issue. The essence of Chen Shue's statement was simple. She suspected that Chen Nian's 7-colored light was indeed dubious, likely the result of some undisclosed means. After all, he was the son of the domain master. No one could ascertain what special methods he might employ to influence the test results. Of course, this was not merely Chen Shue's perspective. The collective sentiment of those present echoed her thoughts. They inherently believed that Chen Nian must have employed some form of trickery. The phenomenon of 7-colored light had never occurred in the entirety of the 3,000 domains. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, preparing to reprimand her when Chen Nian interjected. Then how do you propose to prove it? Chen Nian regarded her with a smile that was neither dismissive nor anxious, his demeanor exuding calmness as though he were not the one under suspicion. Chen Shui did not hesitate, responding directly. Strength. The testing stone pillar may be subject to manipulation, but true strength cannot be. Indeed, Chen Shui's assertion resonated with the thoughts of the crowd. Perhaps the testing stone could be obscured by some special means, but true strength remained the most direct manifestation of one's talent. If Chen Nian's strength could earn their respect, they would have no reason to doubt the authenticity of the 7-colored light. Chen Nian nodded slightly at her words, unperturbed, and turned his gaze towards the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you all share this sentiment? Below, the Chen family disciples exchanged glances, lingering in silence for a few breaths, before one after another voiced their agreement. Indeed, strength is the best proof. Yes, if the young master's strength can impress us, we shall accept the talent test. Exactly, strength is everything. The crowd each contributing their voice in support of Chen Shui. Chen Nian smiled, saying, since that is the case, let it be as you wish. With that, he directed his gaze towards the crowd, and his expression shifted. The previously cheerful demeanor transformed into an aura of resolute intensity, his entire being emanating a formidable presence. Anyone who doubts may come forth. Chen Nian's voice was calm, yet the simplicity of his words resonated in the ears of every Chen family disciple. Those who doubted were welcome to challenge him. There were no grandiloquent declarations of war, only a serene yet confident proclamation, as if no one could contest his words. Observing Chen Nian in this manner, the crowd could not help but feel an increased sense of admiration. Truly, he is the son of Chen Tiandao. Regardless of the circumstances, the aura of authority, composure, and self-assurance he exuded left many in awe. Upon hearing Chen Shui's words, she stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, her toes barely grazing the ground as she summoned her magical energy, propelling herself gracefully onto the stage. After all, she boasted an 8-star talent, representing the pinnacle of the Chen family's new generation, and such a scene elicited no trepidation from her. Following Chen Shui, a dozen or so disciples from the Chen family ascended the stage, their eyes reflecting a hint of defiance. In the Chen family, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strong were revered. Thus, even though Chen Nian was the son of Chen Tiandao, if he lacked strength, he would still be unable to command the respect of others. Observing the dozen or so individuals before him, Chen Nian smiled gently and remarked, "Is this all? Are there no more?" With his light-hearted words, several more disciples from the Chen family stepped forward. Within a mere moment, 22 individuals had gathered before Chen Nian. These 22 were considered among the more talented of the younger generation within the Chen family, with most possessing 5-star abilities and 3 boasting 7-star talents. With proper training, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Chen family in the future. Chen Nian felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. As the young clan leader, he was not afraid of others coveting his position. Rather, he feared a lack of capable successors from the younger generation. If they could not even serve as pillars of support, the Chen family would surely decline. However, given the current situation, things appeared promising. Chen Nian scanned the crowd and noticed Chen Pingyan standing calmly in place, a slight smile curling on his lips. This fellow not only possessed considerable talent but also demonstrated a commendable level of caution. His reluctance to step forward at this moment indicated a temperament far superior to that of Chen Shui and the others. Of course, the collective defiance from the crowd presented a valuable opportunity for Chen Nian. He was contemplating how to win over Chen Pingyan. Such a splendid opportunity would not be squandered. Chen Pingyan, you genius with 9-star talent, do you have no thoughts of your own? Could it be that this so-called genius is a coward? Chen Nian cast a teasing glance in Chen Pingyan's direction, deliberately provoking him. At that moment, the crowd began to react. Indeed, the the most gifted Chen Ping'an had yet to step forward. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being singled out by Chen Nian. However, he quickly regained his composure, his longsword having quietly unsheathed itself at some point, since the young clan leader intended to engage him in a spar. Ping'an would not hold back. With that thought, Chen Ping'an focused his energy, then leaped forward, soaring confidently onto the stage. This display left everyone stunned. It seemed that Chen Ping'an's strength was far from ordinary. Throughout his life, Chen Ping'an had always concealed his abilities. He practiced diligently yet rarely showcased his prowess, maintaining a low profile, having lost his parents and being the sole survivor of his family. He had to tread carefully. Although the family rules forbade disciples from harming one another, prudence was always wise. Nevertheless, he was also a man of spirit, and he was equally curious about Chen Nian's capabilities. Deciding to reveal his true strength today, he felt there was no longer anything to hide, especially since his 9-star talent was already known. His status within the Chen family would undoubtedly rise. Leaving little reason for discretion. Good, very good, you possess spirit. This is what a son of the Chen family should embody, Chen Nian praised with a slight smile. Chapter 15. The terrifying power of Chen Nian gazing at the assembled crowd. Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded them with an air of nonchalance. Chen Shui stepped forward, her white longsword gleaming as it was drawn, and with a respectful gesture. She stated, Chen Shui, lacking in skill, wishes to be the first to learn from the young clan leader. There is no need for such formality. Chen Nian replied with a gentle smile, you may all come at me together. Together! The crowd was instantly taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief. Is he serious? This is utterly audacious. While they may have been young, they were the elite of the new generation of the Chen family. Each possessing commendable strength, most at the transcendent stage. Not to mention, there was also Chen Shui, a formidable spirit condensation warrior, and the unknown strength of Chen Ping'an. Collectively, they were not to be underestimated, even by a void-breaking warrior. Seeing that the crowd remained motionless, Chen Nian smiled slightly, suddenly condensing his aura. A palpable, terrifying magical energy erupted from him, sweeping through the stage. In an instant, everyone present, including the observing Chen family disciples, felt an inexplicable pressure descend upon them. This pressure was not merely a suppression of strength, it bore the weight of a deep-seated fear that resonated within their very souls. Not only the Chen family disciples but even the elders seated on the stage, including Chen Tianyin, a warrior of the sacred realm, sensed an unusual sensation. Goodness, the young clan leader's aura makes even me feel a sense of submission, the fifth elder exclaimed, his pupils contracting in shock. It was important to note that he was a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the sacred realm, yet here was Chen Nian, nearly a 6-year-old child, evoking such feelings of subservience within him. This was astonishing. This sensation of submission transcended mere strength. It was as if his very soul was compelled to kneel. What a revelation! This aura resembles the bloodline submission seen among demonic beasts. If I am not mistaken, it must be the supreme demon body possessed by my nephew. Chen Tianyin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He too felt the aura. Indeed, the supreme demon body, a legendary constitution whose bloodline power is undoubtedly formidable. With the young master in our midst, the Chen family will surely rise to the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains within a millennium. Absolutely, absolutely. The others also surmised that this extraordinary aura emanated from Chen Nian's supreme demon body. This was no ordinary constitution, it was the pinnacle of demonic lineage, unrivaled in its supremacy. The profound sensation of submission that resonated from their very souls was a direct reflection of their deference to a leader of the demonic path. Faced with this aura, rather than resentment, their faces lit up with smiles, and one by one, they began to extol Chen Nian's virtues. The stronger Chen Nian became, the greater the benefits for them. These old foxes regarded Chen Nian as if he were a priceless treasure. However, among them, some of the weaker disciples, overwhelmed by this aura, found their legs turning to jelly, with some even collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the gazes of the Chen family disciples towards Chen Nian shifted. It seemed that this young clan leader was indeed extraordinary. Chen Ping'an, too, became more alert, his demeanor shifting into one of caution, his eyes fixated on Chen Nian with a hint of wariness. This aura instilled within him a sense of submission. Chen Ping'an thought to himself, feeling a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Chen Nian smiled slightly, narrowing his eyes, and casually stated, "Come forth, let me see how much strength you all possess." Seeing this, the crowd ceased their hesitation. They too sensed that Chen Yan was no ordinary individual. Chen Shui took a step forward, her white longsword slicing through the air as she charged, followed closely by 7 or 8 other disciples of the Chen family. All intent on attacking Chen Yan with fierce determination, as if they aimed to tear him apart. However, to Chen Yan, the ferocity of these attacks felt akin to a child's playful tickling. They posed no threat whatsoever. With a slight smile, he simply uttered a single word, dissipate. In an instant, a tremendous magical energy surged forth, and before the attackers could even make contact with Chen Yan, they were violently repelled by an overwhelming force. Crashing heavily to the ground, in that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. Chen Yan had done nothing but utter a word. Not only had he thwarted their collective assault, but he had also sent them sprawling to the ground. What kind of technique was this? The bizarre scene before them exceeded all comprehension. Meanwhile, the elders and Chen Tianyin were equally dumbfounded. Could it be that he had unleashed the legendary power of words manifesting law? Chen Tianyin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, by heavens, it seems to be true. With a single utterance, a myriad of laws extinguished. I once read of such a divine ability in the ancient texts of the Chen family. My goodness, the young master possesses such an extraordinary ability. The elders were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief. This technique was said to have appeared over 100,000 years ago and was immensely powerful. Capable of pacifying the world and vanquishing countless foes, yet for reasons unknown, it had vanished from history, leaving only fragments in ancient tomes. What Chen Yan had just demonstrated aligned perfectly with the descriptions of this divine ability found in those texts. An ability thought to be lost to the annals of time had been wielded with such ease by Chen Yan. At this moment, the elders were left in a state of shock. Their expressions betraying their astonishment. Since Chen Yan's birth, he had consistently astonished them with each revelation: an extraordinary birth, a supreme demon body, a multicolored talent, and now the supreme divine ability of words manifesting law. This was far beyond what an ordinary 6-year-old could possess. However, despite their awareness of Chen Yan's formidable abilities, the elders harbored no malicious thoughts. They all understood the immense strength of Chen Tiandao. Such a formidable individual, daring to confront the entirety of the 3,000 domains single-handedly, is truly remarkable. Moreover, as Chen Yan grows ever more enigmatic, accumulating an array of mystical techniques and treasures, his future prospects expand correspondingly. Presenting greater advantages to them, they are not short-sighted. They are well aware of the immense benefits a rising prodigy can bring to their clan, especially one like Chen Yan, who possesses the aura of an emperor. At this moment, Chen Shui was knocked to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. Gritting her teeth, she endured the agony and slowly rose to her feet. Chapter 16. The terrifying Chen Yan. At this instant, the disciples below the stage were rendered speechless by the bizarre scene unfolding before them, their previously disdainful expressions transformed into shock and reverence. Humans inherently harbor a sense of awe towards the unknown. Particularly when confronted with the godlike prowess of Chen Yan. Merely uttering a single word had shattered the combined assault of several individuals, including the illustrious Chen Shui. Such power undeniably instills fear in the hearts of onlookers. Chen Pingyan, witnessing this, could not help but grow cautious. The methods employed by Chen Yan were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Cloaked in mystery, this peculiar attack compelled him to regard the young clan leader with heightened solemnity. What's the matter? Are you afraid to make a move? Chen Yan inquired with a smile, observing the hesitation of the crowd, then shifting his gaze to Chen Pingyan. Chen Pingyan, allow me to witness the true magnificence of your 9-star talent. Among the multitude, Chen Yan harbored significant interest in Chen Pingyan, the pinnacle figure of this generation within the Chen clan. Furthermore, Chen Pingyan's disposition was commendable. Chen Yan intended to recruit him. However, such extraordinary talent could not be swayed solely by power and influence. Even if the individual professed allegiance, their heart would remain unconvinced. The most effective means of subduing such individuals is through the demonstration of overwhelming strength. Chen Yan aimed to make it abundantly clear to Chen Pingyan that an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Thus, he employed a strategy of provocation. Indeed, Chen Yan's flippant tone prompted a flicker of defiance within Chen Pingyan. Though he was unfamiliar with Chen Yan's strange techniques, it did not imply fear. With a cold snort, he unsheathed his dark blade, its sharp edge radiating a chilling aura of death. This blade, left behind by his parents, was of modest quality, merely a 4-star weapon, yet for Chen Pingyan it signified a form of faith. In that case, he would not hold back. Young clan leader, be cautious. With that, Chen Ping'an stepped forward, his body agile as a wild beast, the poised blade resembling a venomous serpent, ever on the hunt for an opportunity to strike fatally. Suddenly, he perceived a flaw. Instantly a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, and a fleeting joy glimmered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce momentum, the blade imbued with a terrifying demonic energy. In a flash, the demonic aura surged forth, his entire strength erupting at that moment. The air around him crackled with resonance. He was known for his lethal strikes, upon identifying a weakness in his opponent. He would not hesitate to deliver a merciless blow. His speed was astonishing, so swift that the spectators below could only catch fleeting glimpses of his afterimages. Even the elders were taken aback by his remarkable swiftness. This young lad, Chen Ping'an, moves with incredible speed. His prowess seemed to have brushed against the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Indeed, it was a pleasant surprise to discover such a genius within the collateral branches of the Chen clan. The elders, witnessing the demonic energy radiating from Chen Ping'an, murmured in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration. At nearly 6 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, nearing the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Such talent could scarcely be deemed lowly, or among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Chen clan, he would rank within the top 5. With proper cultivation, his future achievements would undoubtedly rival theirs. Blood demon slash, Chen Ping'an roared, swinging his blade, as the air seemed to thicken with a bloody aura. This was a 3-star martial technique of the Chen clan, the blood demon slash, known for its considerable power. It was the most formidable martial skill he possessed. After all, he was merely a collateral disciple, having lost his parents at a young age, and thus lacked access to superior martial arts. As he prepared to strike Chen Yan, a glimmer of triumph appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes. What of the young clan leader? That strange technique was merely a trick. Indeed, in Chen Ping'an's eyes, Chen Yan's earlier maneuver was likely a special treasure bestowed upon him by Chen Tiandao. Merely an illusion, lacking any substantive merit. However, the next moment a deafening crash echoed through the air. Boom! Chen Ping'an's smile abruptly vanished. His blade had struck the ground with a resounding crash against the azure bricks of the arena. How is this possible? Where is Chen Yan? Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt an immense force strike his back. In the next instant, he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he lifted his head to behold Chen Yan, who was smiling at him. The flaw you perceive may very well be a trap laid by your adversary. Chen Yan remarked with a subtle smile. His interest piqued as he observed Chen Ping'an. The so-called flaw had been a deliberate deception crafted to lure him in. As anticipated, this individual harbored excessive confidence in his own strength. Falling directly into the snare. Upon seeing Chen Yan's expression, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of pain in his back, yet he steeled himself against the agony and rose slowly, gripping his long knife once more. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Chen Yan with heightened vigilance. In that moment, he abandoned any prior notions of viewing Chen Yan as a mere wastrel. This young clan leader was undeniably a wolf in sheep's clothing. The speed and power of that previous strike were unfathomable. What he did not realize, however, was that Chen Yan had not yet exerted his full strength in that last attack. Had he unleashed his true power, Chen Ping'an would have already met his demise, utterly beyond salvation. Chen Yan smiled faintly, slowly advancing toward Chen Ping'an as he spoke. The blood demon slash, a 3-star martial art of my Chen clan, channels one's blood and demonic energy into the blade to unleash its full potential. Alas, your understanding is but superficial. You grasp only its form, not its essence. With that, Chen Yan halted in place. As the spectators wondered what Chen Yan intended to do next, a seemingly ordinary steel long knife materialized in his right hand. Suddenly an immense blood mist enveloped the arena. Within this mist lingered an air of solemnity, akin to an apocalyptic scene, causing the hearts of those present to race with an ominous premonition. Only Chen Ping'an, standing before Chen Yan, underwent a marked change in expression, as if a realization had struck him. Before he could utter a word, Chen Yan's blade surged forth with alarming speed, appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Blood demon slash. Boom! As Chen Yan executed the strike, the arena erupted with a cacophony of sound. The next instant, a tremendous crash resonated, and a gaping chasm several meters deep materialized in the arena. In an instant, all present were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Chapter 17. As long as I exist, the Chen clan will flourish, eternal and undying. Following the deafening roar, a 7 to 8 meter deep pit lay before the astonished onlookers. Surrounding this pit was a palpable aura of blood and demonic energy, its intensity instilling a sense of dread. Chen Ping'an, positioned closest to the pit, shuddered involuntarily. He could feel the intricate mysteries contained within. It was essential to note that the azure bricks of the Chun clan's martial stage were of exceptional quality, renowned throughout the 3,000 domains. His previous strike had merely left a shallow white mark, unable to disturb even a fraction of the surface, yet Chen Yan, with a single stroke, had cleaved a chasm several meters deep. Moreover, the area surrounding the pit emanated a rich demonic aura that induced trepidation. Though he had attained the pinnacle of the concentration realm, Chen Ping'an felt utterly helpless in the face of Chen Yan's blow. It was not merely a matter of cultivation, it also pertained to an understanding of martial arts. He had always concealed his true capabilities, yet through diligent practice and innate talent, he had advanced rapidly in both cultivation and martial arts. However, he had never anticipated that in the presence of Chen Yan, he would appear so utterly inadequate. His throat tightened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Disbelief etched across his features. Chen Yan discerned the astonishment in Chen Ping'an's eyes, recognizing that he had accomplished his objective. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Though this martial technique is merely 3-star, your comprehension is woefully shallow. You grasp only its form, not its essence. Young man, you have much ground to cover." Despite their similar ages, Chen Yan exuded an air of profound wisdom, yet the onlookers felt no sense of discord. After all, Chen Yan's displayed prowess was more than sufficient to teach them a lesson. "Have I fallen so far behind?" Chen Ping'an murmured, his head bowed in contemplation. In that moment, he had abandoned any thoughts of contesting Chen Yan's superiority. After witnessing that last strike, he understood that the chasm between them was insurmountable, a firefly compared to the bright moon. Such a disparity could not be bridged in the short term. Resolute, Chen Ping'an inhaled deeply, gazing directly at Chen Yan as he declared candidly, "The young clan leader's strength far surpasses my own. I concede." In an instant, the disciples of the Chen family gathered at the Chen family's martial arts arena, collectively drew in a sharp breath. Goodness gracious, even Chen Ping'an, a prodigy with a 9-star talent and at the pinnacle of concentration, surrendered so straightforwardly. How formidable must Chen Yan's strength be? What was most alarming was that Chen Yan appeared to have held back throughout the entire exchange. His recent duel with Chen Ping'an resembled more of a mentorship, executed with such effortless grace. In just a single move, he made Chen Ping'an acutely aware of the disparity between them. Upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's concession, the onlookers from the Chen family exchanged bewildered glances. Momentarily lost in confusion, particularly, Chen Yan's sword seemed to have severed their inner pride and altered their previous disdain for him. This young clan leader appears to be anything but ordinary. After a brief hesitation, one by one, they proclaimed loudly, I concede as well. The young clan leader's prowess far surpasses ours, and I acknowledge it." Soon, the martial arts arena was devoid of any fighting spirit. As each disciple of the Chen family bowed deeply towards Chen Yan, even Chen Shui, who had been brimming with defiance moments ago, lowered her proud head, her eyes now filled with a newfound respect. This was the tradition of the Chen family, to always maintain reverence for the strong. Initially, she believed Chen Yan was merely a second-generation figure relying on his lineage and status to pose as something grand. Such a person was beneath her contempt. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Yan's display of strength, that notion dissipated in an instant, replaced by profound respect. Gazing at the subservient crowd below, a faint smile graced Chen Yan's lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Now, could anyone still harbor doubts? Was there anyone who remained unconvinced? Chen Yan's cold voice reverberated through the air, echoing in the ears of every Chen family disciple. Just moments ago, many had expressed disbelief regarding Chen Yan's demonstrated talent, compelling him to substantiate his capabilities through strength. Now, having subdued them with his power, such thoughts vanished entirely. Chen Yan's terrifying talent and strength surpassed even that of Chen Ping'an, who possessed a 9-star talent. What reason could they possibly have to question him? Seeing no one contesting him, Chen Yan turned, hands clasped behind his back, striding step by step towards the elders. Then, he pivoted to face the crowd. Suddenly, an ominous aura erupted from him, altering the very colors of the sky around them. The overwhelming demonic energy emanated from his supreme demonic form, instilling a shiver in both the elders and the disciples gathered below. This fear seemed to stem from the very depths of their hearts. In that moment, the voice of Chen Yan rang out across the heavens, "If I am present, the Chen family shall prosper. Enduring through the ages, if I am here, the Chen family shall be invincible, revered throughout the realms." my esteemed peers, do you wish to follow me and lead the Chen family to unparalleled heights? Boom! As soon as Chen Yan's words fell, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, the once clear heavens darkened abruptly, transforming into a shroud of ominous clouds, as if brewing some great tempest. Countless gusts of wind gathered around Chen Yan. His purple robe billowing wildly, and his long dark hair danced chaotically in the air, accentuating his chiseled features. His eyes shimmered with a strange light. This declaration transcended mere words, it resembled a solemn vow to the heavens. The spectators stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the spectacle before them. At that moment, Chen Yan resembled a deity. Whether it was the disciples of the Chen family or the esteemed elders, all were captivated. Their gazes fixed upon Chen Yan, their hearts stirred with fervor. In just a few utterances, he had proclaimed such audacity, revered throughout the realms, enduring through the ages. Even Chen Tiandao would not dare to voice such audacious claims. Yet, Chen Yan spoke with unwavering confidence, and each individual could sense an inexplicable assurance emanating from him, as if he were a born leader, destined to fulfill his words. The elders' eyes sparkled with intensity. We are willing to follow the young clan leader. We are willing to follow the young clan leader. In an instant, the elders and the Chen family disciples erupted into fervent shouts, their voices resounding throughout the entire martial arts arena. Chapter 18, Recruiting. Chen Pingan. A full day had passed since the events at the Chen family martial arts arena, and the previously quiet Chen family was now abuzz with excitement. Why? Because 6 years ago, the legendary young clan leader of the Chen family, Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Yan, had emerged from his seclusion. Moreover, it was rumored that he possessed the fabled 10-star talent, effortlessly defeating even the combined efforts of the Chen family's younger generation. It is noteworthy that among so many young talents, the majority boasted 5-star talents or higher, particularly the likes of Chen Pingan and Chen Shui with their exceptional capabilities, yet, Chen Yan had easily vanquished them all without breaking a sweat. Such prowess was simply unfathomable. In no time, the tale of Chen Yan's victory over the Chen family's younger generation spread like wildfire throughout the clan, especially among those who had witnessed his strength firsthand. Leaving them in awe that night, in Chen Yan's chamber is someone there. Chen Yan, who had been seated on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips as he spoke softly. Yes, a youthful voice responded, followed by a slight figure entering the room. The newcomer was none other than Chen Pingan, the possessor of the 9-star talent whom Chen Yan had just defeated that day. How fearsome is a 9-star talent? Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 individuals across the 3,000 domains possessing such a gift. Considering that among hundreds of billions of beings, fewer than 1,000 individuals have this 9-star talent. The odds are quite slim. Furthermore, every individual with a 9-star talent, as long as they do not fall, is destined for greatness. At the very least, they could break through to the Saint Realm and become a formidable force. Perhaps even establishing their own domain and becoming a revered ancestor. It is easy to imagine that, following the revelation of Chen Pingan's talent today, he would undoubtedly receive tremendous support from the Chen family. As Chen Pingan stepped into the room, he gazed respectfully at Chen Yan, who remained seated on the bed, his expression tinged with a hint of reverence. Others may not have understood, but Chen Pingan was acutely aware of Chen Yan's strength, which had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. As a 9-star talent, he had already reached the pinnacle of concentration at such a young age, mere moments away from breaking into the Void Realm. Yet, when in the presence of Chen Yan, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. In fact, he sensed that during their battle, Chen Yan had hardly exerted any effort. It was evident that had Chen Yan truly unleashed his full power, he would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike. It was one thing if the opponent were a seasoned prodigy in their late teens. But Chen Yan was of the same age as him, yet he towered above in strength. How could Chen Pingan not be astonished? The Chen family held a unique respect for strength, akin to a family tradition. And Chen Yan had earned Chen Pingan's respect. Greetings, young clan leader. Upon entering, Chen Pingan bowed deeply in reverence to Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled slightly, rising from the bed to stand beside Chen Pingan. No need for such formalities, he said, helping him back to his feet. Then, with a friendly demeanor, he added, I observed your battle today, though your techniques were somewhat immature and your combat experience lacking. You performed admirably for someone of your age. With the advantage of your 9-star talent, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate. Chen Yan offered his praise without hesitation, however, in response to Chen Yan's commendation. Chen Pingan felt no trace of pride. Why? because no matter how powerful he was, in the presence of Chen Yan, he felt utterly insignificant. The terror of Chen Yan's strength had been indelibly etched into his mind. I am unworthy of such praise. The young clan leader's strength and talent far exceed mine. I can only look up to you, Chen Pingan replied earnestly. The future of the Chen family may do without me, but it cannot do without the young clan leader. Perhaps it was the early loss of his parents that caused Chen Pingan to mature early. He understood the dynamics of the Chen family clearly. Despite his high talent, it was not the most crucial factor. The most important individual in the entire Chen family was this young clan leader before him, Chen Yan. Setting aside his talent, his very identity and status spoke volumes. As the sole heir of Chen Tiandao, the young clan leader of the Chen family, and the future helmsman, coupled with his terrifying talent, he was destined to stir the winds of change across the world and lead the Chen family to unprecedented glory. Thus, within the Chen family, everyone could be deemed expendable, but not Chen Yan. Everyone could be insignificant, but not Chen Yan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan smiled slightly, gently patting Chen Pingan's shoulder. I did not misjudge you. It was evident that Chen Yan held Chen Pingan in high regard, for he was not only blessed with remarkable cultivation and combat talents but also possessed a keen intellect. At his age, to have such clarity of thought and the wisdom to conceal his strengths was truly rare. This young man was destined for greatness. Chen Pingan hastily clasped his hands together. You flatter me. Young clan leader, Chen Yan smiled faintly and chose not to dwell further on that topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Do you know why I summoned you today? Why did you call for me? Chen Pingan was momentarily taken aback, perhaps having already formed a conjecture in his mind, but still shook his head. I am unsure. With a smile, Chen Yan replied, follow me, and I will guide you to the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains. Perhaps even shatter the void and ascend to become an emperor. Emperor, that was a term long sealed in the annals of history. It had been many years since a true emperor had emerged across the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains. The term emperor embodies the essence of immortality and supremacy. It evokes a sense of awe that renders anyone who hears it incapable of maintaining their composure. Even Chen Pingan found his breath quickening at the mere mention of it. While he might harbor doubts about others, he could not dismiss the formidable strength possessed by Chen Yan. With unparalleled talent, an esteemed background, and an influential faction, Chen Yan was undeniably impressive, and nevertheless, Chen Pingan hesitated in the face of such a blatant solicitation. Although Chen Yan was powerful, as a prodigy himself, Chen Pingan was not one to willingly submit to another. To follow Chen Yan would mean invariably adhering to his commands in the future. At that moment, Chen Pingan was unable to arrive at a decision. Clearing his throat, he declared, in life, I am a member of the Chen family. In death, I shall be a ghost of the Chen family. I am willing to die for the Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Yan smiled faintly. Chen Pingan's words were indeed quite astute. Why? Because he consistently referred to the Chen family rather than to Chen Yan himself. In essence, Chen Pingan identified as a member of the Chen family, united in life and death, yet not bound solely to Chen Yan. This young man spoke with remarkable precision. In that moment, Chen Yan's gaze toward Chen Pingan was imbued with a greater appreciation. From his previous life's experiences, he recognized that those who could go far were distinguished not only by talent but also by their character and intellect. It was evident that Chen Pingan possessed such intellect. However, upon receiving Chen Pingan's response, Chen Yan was not in haste. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. The scroll was a deep green, emanating waves of spiritual energy, suggesting an extraordinary origin. Generally, martial arts techniques within the 3,000 domains are documented in books, while those recorded on scrolls are typically ancient martial arts. Such techniques, rooted in antiquity, possess significant heritage and would undoubtedly incite a frenzy if made public. Chen Yan leisurely remarked, I see that the technique you practice is merely an entry-level technique of the Chen family, a 4-star technique, which is somewhat inadequate given your talent, although your 9-star talent will draw the family's attention. At most, you might be taught an 8-star technique. Most collateral disciples of the Chen family practice the entry-level technique, Chuyuan Gong, before the age of 6. This technique is merely an introductory one, a 4-star martial art. In less prominent domains, a 4-star technique might even serve as a clan's foundational technique. However, it was not worthy of Chen Yan's regard. With a smile, he glanced at the scroll in his hand and continued. What I possess here is a 9-star technique called Xianyan Imo Gong. This technique is not housed within the Chen family's scripture pavilion, so there is no need for concern while practicing it. As he spoke, Chen Yan extended the scroll toward Chen Ping'an, his expression warm and inviting. At that moment, Chen Ping'an was left utterly speechless. A 9-star technique? Such a treasure was not to be taken lightly. It was legendary, within the entirety of the Chen family. Despite being a premier force in the 3,000 domains, 9-star techniques were exceedingly rare and could not be casually disseminated should such a technique become public knowledge. It would likely incite turmoil throughout the 3,000 domains. Even the leading factions of the 10 great upper domains would be unable to resist the temptation to seize it, and now this technique lay before Chen Ping'an, making it impossible for him to maintain his composure. His breaths quickened, and he stared in shock at the scroll in front of him. But he understood that with his 9-star talent revealed, the family would undoubtedly place great importance on him. However, given the scarcity of 9-star techniques, it was implausible for a collateral disciple like him to acquire one at present, unless he made some monumental contribution to the family. Otherwise, based on his talent, he would be fortunate to receive an 8-star technique. Although the difference between 8-star and 9-star techniques appeared minimal, it was, in reality, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The quality and quantity of the true energy cultivated would differ significantly. In that moment, Chen Ping'an was torn, and this young clan leader held a technique of immense value, and he hesitated to accept it. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping'an resolutely chose to decline. Why? Because he understood that in this world, nothing comes without a cost. Accepting such a generous offer might not end well. There is a saying, what is free is the most expensive. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes reflected even more admiration. This young man was truly remarkable. Faced with such a tremendous temptation, he managed to remain composed and even reject it. Such fortitude was beyond the reach of most. This only increased Chen Yan's satisfaction with Chen Ping'an. With a gentle smile, he unceremoniously placed the technique scroll into Chen Ping'an's hands. I already have other cultivation techniques, and this Xian Yan Mo Gong is of no use to me. You are a disciple of the Chen family. Regardless of whether you intend to follow me, I will give you this technique. For you represent the interests of the Chen family, and now take it. As he spoke, Chen Yan amiably patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder, his gaze imbued with a hint of praise. Although Chen Ping'an was a collateral member, he was still a disciple of the Chen family, bearing the bloodline of the Chen clan. This implied that, in a certain sense, their interests were aligned. Only through the elevation of the Chen family's strength and status could their mutual benefits increase. It was a virtuous cycle. Chen Ping'an was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Gazing at the deep green scroll in his hands, he found himself at a loss for words, his eyes brimming with tears. A 9-star technique, given freely, such audacity was truly extraordinary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, looking at Chen Yan with a gaze filled with respect, regardless of whether Chen Yan wished for him to follow. Chen Ping'an felt that, based on his sheer audacity, Chen Yan was destined for greatness. With this in mind, he resolved to accept the offer, exclaiming, "Thank you, young clan leader." With that, Chen Ping'an took a step back, kneeling partially on the ground and clasping his fists in salute. For a martial artist, kneeling is a significant gesture of respect, as they do not kneel to heaven or earth, only to their parents. Thus, Chen Ping'an's unhesitating act of kneeling before Chen Yan was a testament to his inner turmoil. However, this reaction was entirely understandable. A 9-star technique was akin to a life-saving grace. Should such a technique become public, it would undoubtedly incite envy among various factions and potentially lead to bloodshed. Observing this, Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently assisted Chen Ping'an to his feet. Although Chen Ping'an said nothing, Chen Yan sensed that matters were nearing resolution. All that remained was to wait a few days to see Chen Ping'an's thoughts. However, even if Chen Ping'an ultimately chose not to follow him, Chen Yan would not suffer any loss. After all, they were both disciples of the Chen family, not adversaries, and their interests were intertwined. By providing the technique to Chen Ping'an, he would undoubtedly evoke gratitude in him. In the future, Chen Ping'an would likely look to Chen Yan for guidance. It was a scenario that promised benefits without any drawbacks. Young clan leader, the hour grows late. I shall not intrude on your rest. I take my leave, Chen Ping'an said after a brief exchange. After a few casual words, he departed. Chen Yan smiled and nodded, not wishing to impede him. Very well, go ahead. Yes, Chen Ping'an respectfully nodded and slowly exited. Once the door closed, he glanced at the deep green scroll in his hand, then turned back to look at the door, lost in thought. After a few moments, Chen Ping'an's expression grew resolute, as if he had made a decision. He turned back to glance one last time behind him. Such character, audacity, talent, and strength. Young clan leader Chen Nian was indeed extraordinary. With him around, the Chen family was destined to soar to great heights. With that thought, Chen Ping'an exhaled a breath of murky air, gripping the scroll tightly in his hand as he turned and made his way toward his residence. Inside his room, Chen Nian cast a glance at the phoenix egg beside him. Nurturing it gently with his demonic energy for a moment, this colorful phoenix egg had accompanied him since birth, continuously nurtured by his own demonic energy, and its size had grown significantly to it seemed that it would not be long before it hatched. Gazing at the vibrant phoenix egg before him, Chen Nian smiled lightly that he could faintly sense that the egg was on the verge of breaking. Chapter 20, The Conspiracy of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Time flew by. As the son of Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian's return to the Chen family and the revelations during his talent assessment quickly spread throughout the entire clan. It is well known that within the Chen family, Chen Tiandao is regarded as a figure of immense stature. Through sheer determination, he transformed the Chen family from a second-rate clan into one of the most prestigious families in the 3,000 domains. Consequently, his reputation within the Chen family is unparalleled. Thus, the emergence of his son, Chen Nian, naturally caused quite a stir. Furthermore, it was not only the Chen family that took notice. Various factions throughout the 3,000 domains had already been monitoring this development. For those opposing the Chen family, Chen Nian's emergence was undoubtedly bad news. 1 Chen Tiandao was already enough to suffocate them. If Chen Nian's talent proved to be equally extraordinary, they would likely find themselves trapped in a perpetual state of despair. In the capital of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, a frail voice echoed through the vast palace. Is it true that Chen Tiandao's son, who has been hidden for 6 years, has made an appearance? The voice belonged to an elderly figure, his hair white and his face lined with age, clad in a purple robe as he languidly reclined on the dragon throne within the palace. Before him stood a young man adorned in a yellow dragon robe, the 5-clawed golden dragon gleaming brilliantly. Wang Tang respectfully reports to the ancestor. Yesterday, Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Nian, who had been absent for 6 years, made a grand return to the Chen family to participate in the talent assessment. It is said that his talent surpasses 9 stars, causing quite a commotion in the presence of the elder. Wang Tang exhibited no semblance of disrespect. Despite being the sovereign of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, however, this venerable ancestor is the last bastion of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, a powerful being of the Sacred King realm. It is important to note that within the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, countless forces exist, with strong individuals appearing as thick as rushes by the river. Their numbers are truly incalculable. Yet, the number of Sacred King realm experts is exceedingly rare. Each one is a formidable presence, capable of annihilating an entire domain with almost effortless ease. It is precisely due to the presence of this ancestor that the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty can barely maintain its current standing. Otherwise, it would have long been devoured in the battles against the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. Upon hearing Wang Tang's response, a flicker of inexplicable killing intent flashed in the eyes of the venerable ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Humph. With a cold snort, his voice resounded as if it could freeze the entire Grand Hall. Damn Chen Tiandao, if it were not for him, how could the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty have fallen to such a state? It is worth mentioning that just a few hundred years ago, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was still one of the 10 most formidable powers that commanded respect across the world. Although its strength did not match the profound reserves of the Phoenix Domain or the Buddha Domain, it had accumulated power over hundreds of thousands of years, rendering it a force to be reckoned with throughout the 3,000 domains. However, all of this was altered by a youth named Chen Tiandao. Hundreds of years ago, the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, where the Chen family resided, was merely a mid-domain adjacent to the Crimson Flame Domain. While the Nine Heavens Demon Domain possessed decent strength, it was not yet worthy of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty's attention. Such a mid-domain could be extinguished with merely a slight investment by one of the 10 most profound domains. Subsequently, a significant war erupted between the Chen family and the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Initially, everyone believed that the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would crush the opposition effortlessly. However, the reality delivered a heavy slap to the face of all. The Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was defeated. On that day, a youth clad in black robes single-handedly wielded a sword and obliterated the most elite army of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. The Grand Marshal of the Crimson Flame dynasty was directly slain by that youth with 3 strikes. On that day, within the imperial city, that black-robed youth stood alone against an entire nation. With a single sword strike, the world was astonished. Not a single soul within the imperial capital of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty could contend with him, even several venerable ancestors of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. When united, were no match, with 3 of them being slain on the spot. Only the present venerable ancestor managed to survive, enduring for over 100 years, barely regaining his vitality. That black-robed youth was none other than Chen Tiandao, the renowned powerhouse of the 3,000 domains and the father of Chen Nian. Thus, when mentioning Chen Tiandao, the eyes of the venerable ancestor of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty were filled with murderous intent. He loathed him. If it were not for Chen Tiandao, how could the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty have met such a fate? Narrowing his eyes, a chilling glint radiated from his gaze as he spoke slowly. Over 100 years ago, Chen Tiandao caused the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty to fall to such a state. If his son were to grow strong, the destruction of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would be imminent. Indeed, just one Chen Tiandao brought the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty crashing down into a mid-domain, making it nearly impossible to rise again. If his son were to reach maturity, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would surely face obliteration. This outcome was simply unacceptable to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He had witnessed the terror of Chen Tiandao firsthand and harbored an inherent fear of him. If that young man were to grow stronger, the demise of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would be a mere heartbeat away. What shall we do, venerable ancestor? Wang Tang inquired nervously of the venerable ancestor. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes and suddenly a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Over 100 years ago, I began laying the groundwork for this moment. Damn Chen Tiandao, over 100 years ago, he made me endure the pain of losing my son. Today, I shall make him experience a similar agony. Indeed, over 100 years ago, Wang Jin's beloved son was the Grand Marshal who fell to Chen Tiandao's 3 strikes. The son Wang Jin had high hopes for was killed by Chen Tiandao, and he had suppressed this grievance for over 300 years. However, upon hearing Wang Jin's words, Wang Tang's expression shifted drastically. Venerable ancestor, that is Chen Tiandao's biological son, if anything were to happen to him, the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty would surely pay the price. Chen Nian is Chen Tiandao's only son. If anything occurs, given Chen Tiandao's temperament, he would likely bury the entire Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty alongside him. The consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, Wang Jin merely scoffed and slowly replied, "Fear not, for I have had my plans in place for 100 years. They would never suspect the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty." Long ago, Wang Jin had begun to place spies within the 9 Heavens demon domain, doing so with great discretion, ensuring that those chosen would not suspect the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. Furthermore, to guarantee their safety, he had not contacted these hidden agents for the past century, making it impossible for them to be discovered. Thus, he felt such confidence. Upon hearing Wang Jin's words, Wang Tang let out a sigh of relief. Though he remained somewhat anxious, after all, Chen Tiandao was a complete lunatic. If he were to suspect the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, they would face dire trouble. Chapter 21, The Little One's Emergence. Nonetheless, while Wang Jin exuded confidence, Wang Tang could not shake his unease. It wasn't that he was overly timid. After all, although the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was not what it once was, being able to hold the position of a sovereign was no small feat. In terms of strength, courage, and strategy, he was indeed among the finest. However, Wang Jin was about to confront the biological son of Chen Tiandao. That harbinger of death had left an indelible impression on Wang Tang. 300 years ago, though Wang Tang was not a top-tier expert, he had reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, standing on the cusp of the monarch realm, making him a considerable force. Yet on that fateful day, he personally witnessed Chen Tiandao, a youth not much older than himself, single-handedly challenge the entire Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty. On that day, the imperial capital of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty was awash in blood. Countless powerhouses perished, and 3 of the 4 venerable ancestors fell, leaving only the present one to survive. On that day, he had not even had the privilege of facing Chen Tiandao directly, merely the residual energy from his sword strike had severely injured him. The terror of that day remained etched in Wang Tang's memory, one he would never forget. Over 90% of the elite forces of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty perished or were gravely wounded during that battle. It was precisely because of this that Wang Tang had the opportunity to ascend to the throne of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, yet, he could not shake the memory of that day. His heart filled with unending fear towards Chen Tiandao. In the presence of Chen Tiandao, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. That individual was simply too fearsome. Thus, when Wang Jin prepared to confront Chen Tiandao's son, Wang Tang was filled with trepidation, for a moment of carelessness could lead to the swift annihilation of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty and himself. Wang Jin's sharp gaze caught the hesitation in Wang Tang's heart. He let out a cold snort, looking down on Wang Tang from the depths of his being. If not for the severe losses sustained by the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty in that battle, this position of sovereign would not have fallen to Wang Tang. Enough, I will handle this matter, you may leave, Wang Jin stated dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. The pain of losing his son and the burden of a nation's downfall consumed his every thought, compelling him to devise a plan against Chen Tiandao. And now that Chen Tiandao's son had appeared before them, he would not let this opportunity slip by. He too wished to make Chen Tiandao experience the anguish of losing a child. Wang Tang understood he could not dissuade him. Though he was the sovereign of the Crimson Flame Divine Dynasty, the true authority lay with this venerable ancestor. With no other choice, Wang Tang bowed respectfully, sighing inwardly. Understood. Afterward, he cast one last deep glance at Wang Jin before reluctantly departing. Chen Tiandao. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed outside the grand hall, his eyes shimmering with boundless killing intent, a chill emanating from him. In the Nine Heavens demon domain, the Chen family had been preoccupied lately. Chen Nian had been residing in his small courtyard, engaging in conversation with his mother only occasionally during the day, while dedicating the rest of his time to his cultivation. This had become a habit cultivated over many years. The reason for his unparalleled pace of advancement was not solely due to his innate talent, but also the relentless effort he exerted, something Chen Tiandao had instilled in him from a young age. One day, while deep in his practice, Chen Nian suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from his room. Initially, this fluctuation was subtle, but gradually, it intensified dramatically. The surrounding spiritual energy began to tremble violently, surging towards a corner of Chen Nian's room in a frenzied whirlwind. He turned his gaze towards that corner, where the phoenix egg appeared to come alive, surrounded by a massive vortex of spiritual energy, greedily absorbing everything in its vicinity. Witnessing this scene, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. The egg had been his companion for 6 years, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. This was indeed the first time it had manifested in such a manner. Rising to his feet, he squinted at the direction of the phoenix egg and murmured softly, "Could it be that this little one is about to emerge?" He understood that this phoenix egg was the offspring of the ruler of the phoenix domain, with a remarkable lineage, having accompanied him for 6 long years. No sooner had Chen Nian uttered those words than the sky outside darkened ominously, clouds gathering in thick clusters, transforming the once clear sky into a tempestuous scene. Lightning flickered beneath the clouds, signaling an impending storm. As he beheld this spectacle, Chen Nian was finally convinced that the little one was indeed about to make its appearance. It was often the case that when extraordinary beasts emerged from the heavens, ominous clouds accompanied them. This little one was the progeny of the 7-colored phoenix, having absorbed countless essences of divine and demonic energy in the presence of Chen Nian. An unparalleled being of divine and demonic nature, its innate talent likely surpassed that of its own mother. Soon, the 1-meter-high eggshell began to quietly crack, fragmenting inch by inch. This was the shell of a phoenix egg, and even a mere fragment left outside would be of immense value. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the shell, peeking out with curiosity. Following closely, its body began to reveal itself before Chen Nian's eyes. The small head, gleaming in a shade of golden red, radiated a sacred aura, as if a deity had descended, yet its wings were as dark as the night, exuding waves of malevolence. Such conflicting energies manifested within a single being, harmoniously intertwined as if they were meant to coexist. The little creature ambled out slowly. The moment it laid eyes on Chen Nian, it felt a stirring of an unprecedented kinship, as if Chen Nian were its natural relative. The little phoenix grinned widely, preparing to rush towards Chen Nian. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down in an instant, piercing through the roof and heading directly towards the little phoenix. Boom! With a resounding crash, the thick lightning struck the little phoenix. However, what seemed terrifying to others did not inflict any harm upon the little phoenix, thanks to its vibrant phoenix bloodline, coupled with the divine and demonic energy it had absorbed from Chen Nian over the years. It was already extraordinary. This bolt of lightning was hardly a challenge, yet the little creature appeared to have quite the temperament. Although the lightning had caused it no injury, it seemed to have provoked its ire. The little phoenix's pupils suddenly transformed, the crimson orbs seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens. It let out a piercing cry and, with a powerful flap of its dark wings, soared into the sky. Breaking through the roof, witnessing this scene, Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze devoid of worry. After all, with the little one's bloodline standing firm in his own presence, what could possibly go wrong? This little one truly had quite the spirit. Chen Nian smiled gently, his figure flickering as he followed suit. Chapter 22. The power of a strong bloodline. The commotion caused by Chen Nian quickly drew the attention of the Chen family members. Especially the elders. Chen Nian was the family's future, and any harm that befell him was utterly unacceptable. Thus, upon hearing the disturbance, the elders, along with Chen Tianyin, rushed over with utmost urgency. Upon seeing Chen Nian standing unharmed on the rooftop, Chen Tianyin sighed in relief and asked, "Nephew, what has happened? Are you all right?" His voice was tinged with anxiety. Fearing for Chen Nian's safety, the elders also regarded him with concern. Chen Nian felt warmth in his heart at their care and cheerfully replied, "Do not worry, uncle. I am fine. It is that little one that has come into the world." Following Chen Nian's gaze, everyone looked up. There, amidst a cloud of darkness, a phoenix radiating golden light and black mist soared. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. They all knew the origins of this phoenix, the progeny of the Lord of the Phoenix Domain, who had accompanied Chen Nian for 6 years and had finally made its entrance today. It was simply unbelievable. Oh, this little one possesses such formidable bloodline power. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, speaking in disbelief. He had encountered the Lord of the Phoenix Domain before, whose 7-colored phoenix bloodline was incredibly powerful, nearly ancestral, yet, upon seeing the little creature before him, he was taken aback. The bloodline power of this little one was even greater than that of the Lord of the Phoenix Domain, Chen Tianyin also exclaimed. Could this bloodline power be ancestral, reaching the level of a 9-colored phoenix? The 9-colored phoenix was the legendary ancestor of the Phoenix clan, possessing terrifyingly potent bloodline power. The future breakthrough to the Saint King realm would be as effortless as eating and drinking. And there might even be a chance to glimpse the legendary emperors. Such an existence was truly remarkable. The elders' eyes were filled with fervor. An entity with the potential to become an emperor was of utmost importance to the entire Qin family. Chen Nian, however, remained silent, deep in thought. Over the years, he and Chen Tiandao had not only trained within the secret realm but also studied numerous ancient texts. The bloodline of this little one was far more complex than merely a 9-colored phoenix. With the infusion of divine and demonic energy, its potential likely surpassed that of the original ancestor of the Phoenix clan. After all, the origins of divine and demonic energy were extraordinary, and having been by Chen Nian's side for so many years, the little one had absorbed a significant amount of it. In the future, it might soar to even greater heights. This would also serve as a considerable aid to him. At that moment, in the Phoenix Domain, the originally slumbering Lord of the Phoenix Domain suddenly opened its eyes, its immense gaze directed towards the heavens. The bloodline connection allowed it to sense the birth of the little phoenix. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from its eyes. This bloodline power likely surpassed even that of my ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Incredible, simply incredible. It should be noted that the original ancestor of the Phoenix clan possessed the pinnacle bloodline of the 9-colored phoenix, which was among the most elite bloodlines across the 3,000 realms. Its strength had transcended the constraints of the Saint King realm, reaching the Emperor realm. That being was the most formidable force among the 3,000 realms. With the support of its bloodline power, the Phoenix Domain had been the most eminent existence in the 3,000 realms. However, after the disappearance of the ancestral phoenix, all the powerful emperors in the 3,000 realms seemed to vanish overnight. The Phoenix Domain had not witnessed the intensity of the 9-colored phoenix bloodline ever since. To think that today, its progeny had emerged as a being not inferior to the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. The Lord of the Phoenix Domain's eyes brimmed with delight. The decision to leave the little phoenix by Chen Nian's side was indeed a most astute one. The rise of my Phoenix clan is imminent. It should be known that it too bore the bloodline of the 7-colored phoenix, although its bloodline power was on the verge of reaching 9-colored. That slight gap was like an insurmountable chasm, yet, it could distinctly feel the strength of the bloodline power within the little phoenix. Thus, it felt immense gratitude for having kept the little phoenix near Chen Nian. This supreme divine and demonic body was truly terrifying. it was no wonder it was regarded as one of the top-tier physiques among the 3,000 realms. The divine and demonic power was greatly beneficial to the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, with Chen Yan backed by Chen Tiandao and the entire Nine Heavens demon domain, as long as he did not fall, his potential was limitless. The Phoenix domain was bound to witness a new resurgence. Contemplating this, the Lord of the Phoenix domain could not help but feel a surge of excitement as it envisioned a glorious future for the Phoenix domain. With a gentle smile, it directly communicated to the elders. Relay my command to select 10 treasures from our clan's treasury to bestow upon the young master of the Chen family. Additionally, select 100 Phoenix clan warriors to accompany him to the Chen family as his guardians. It should be noted that the Phoenix clan of the Phoenix domain was scarce in number, yet each was exceptionally powerful. Given the nobility of their bloodline, the warriors of the Phoenix clan had never served as guardians for outsiders due to their exalted status. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Lord of the Phoenix domain had decided to send 100 warriors to protect Chen Yan. If this were to be known, it would undoubtedly shock the entire 3,000 realms. Though the elders were taken aback, they did not dare defy the orders of Feng Jiuhuang, each one nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Chen family, although the power of lightning was formidable, it was nothing compared to the top-tier ancestral beasts like the little phoenix. Those bolts merely served to temper its body, inflicting little to no pain. With a resounding phoenix cry, the little phoenix soared freely amidst the lightning, showing no regard for the so-called threat. Shortly thereafter, the little phoenix dove down and landed beside Chen Yan, gazing at him with affection. The once spirited creature now appeared akin to a little baby before Chen Yan. Adorably obedient, the little phoenix let out a melodious chirp. Chen Yan laughed, saying, "Do you wish for me to ride on your back?" With another chirp, the little phoenix called out. Chen Yan smiled slightly, not hesitating for a moment, and gracefully took his place upon the little phoenix's shoulder. With a triumphant cry, the little phoenix dove, propelling itself into the sky with Chen Yan. Though freshly hatched, its speed rivaled that of a supreme warrior of the human realm. The air around Chen Yan was filled with the sound of sonic booms and the rush of fierce winds. It was exhilarating, exceedingly so. This scene also captivated the attention of numerous Chen family disciples. The Phoenix, a being that should have belonged to the Phoenix domain, now graced the Chen family. It should be noted that the Phoenix domain was one of the 6 major domains, boasting a heritage even more formidable than that of their Nine Heavens demon domain. Chapter 23, Chen Ping'an's loyalty. Look, there is someone on the Phoenix. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the spectacle. Indeed, there was someone. Moreover, the figure appeared relatively young, not much different in stature from them. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. My heavens, there is truly someone daring enough to tame a phoenix. Who could this possibly be? So fearless of assassination by the Phoenix domain, in the entire 3,000 realms, how many dared to tame a phoenix? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in a state of shock. None could have anticipated that someone would be audacious enough to tame a phoenix. Among the throng, Chen Ping'an gazed skyward, incredulity reflected in his eyes. That figure seemed to be the young master. Chen Ping'an had keen eyes and, having had close contact with Chen Yan before, recognized him at once. However, his expression was filled with astonishment. It is essential to understand that phoenixes are inherently rare, and given the formidable power of the Phoenix domain, no one dares to offend it in order to tame a phoenix. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, Chen Yan accomplished this feat. It is simply astonishing. Chen Ping'an clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. This young clan leader is indeed no ordinary individual. He recalled that night when a 9-star cultivation technique was bestowed upon him without the slightest hesitation. Now, he possesses a phoenix as a mount. One can never truly fathom the extent of the hidden cards held by this young clan leader. In that moment, Chen Ping'an's resolve solidified even further. He is not a fool. Although he possesses a 9-star talent, one of the most exceptional in the entire 3,000 domains, even within the Chen family, it is still a rarity. However, an indelible chasm exists between geniuses. Clearly, Chen Yan is the most exceptional genius, without question. In comparison, everyone else is but an ant. Unbeknownst to them, the discussions among the Chen family disciples below had erupted into a frenzy. After soaring through the skies for a few laps with Chen Yan, the little phoenix gracefully returned him to the courtyard. As the little phoenix landed with Chen Yan, the elders were suddenly taken aback. They exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with shock. This little phoenix, it has just been born, yet it has already attained the realm of the extraordinary. It is worth noting that Chen Yan has only reached the pinnacle of the Wuxiang realm after 6 years of cultivation since birth. This little creature, upon its arrival, has already surpassed Chen Yan. One can only imagine the terrifying potency of its bloodline. Moments later, the elders regained their composure and hurried over, their eyes alight with joy as they congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, young clan leader, on acquiring such a formidable ally. With your remarkable prowess, the rise of the Chen family is imminent." The elders all surrounded him, their expressions brimming with delight and their voices filled with praise. Their admiration was genuine, stemming from the heart. The more they interacted with Chen Yan, the more they perceived the depth of his formidable nature. Whether it be talent, ability, or opportunity, he was simply extraordinary, compared to their own youth. He was leagues ahead. There was no sense of jealousy among them, rather, their hearts swelled with joy. After all, Chen Yan's success would inevitably lead to their own advancement. Chen Tianyin chuckled heartily as he patted Chen Yan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Nephew, well done." Listening to the accolades, Chen Yan smiled modestly, remaining grounded. He gently stroked the little phoenix's head, feeling a sense of affection emanating from it. "Little one, having just been born, shall we give you a name?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the little phoenix nodded eagerly, akin to a child. Chen Yan smiled slightly, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment before proposing, "What do you think of the name Enai Huang?" Enai Huang. Upon hearing Chen Yan's suggestion, the little phoenix instantly became animated, letting out a melodious cry that resonated throughout the Chen family. Clearly, this little creature was quite pleased with its name. Chen Yan smiled in satisfaction, affectionately caressing Enai Huang's neck. "Then from now on, you shall be known as Enai Huang." With a spirited cry, Enai Huang nuzzled against Chen Yan, expressing its affection. To Enai Huang, Chen Yan was its closest companion, akin to a mother. Moreover, the aura emanating from Chen Yan captivated it even further. The aura of divinity and demonic energy held an inexplicable allure for the entire beast kin. Witnessing this scene, the elders' eyes sparkled with joy for them. The stronger Chen Yan became, the more confidence they felt. As night descended, the Chen family buzzed with activity. Since Chen Yan's emergence from seclusion, the entire clan had awakened from its slumber, with rumors regarding him circulating widely. The young clan leader's talent was deemed unparalleled, even surpassing the 9-star level, reaching the mythical 10-star status. His strength was truly unfathomable. Today, he even tamed a phoenix as his mount. It is crucial to note that phoenixes are among the most elite beings within the 3,000 domains, and the phoenix domain is one of the 10 most ancient high domains, its legacy far surpassing that of the 9 heavens demon domain. Few dare to tame a phoenix as their mount, as it would be a blatant provocation against the phoenix domain. Very few possess such bravery. Yet, Chen Yan did just that. Unbeknownst to the masses, the phoenix he tamed is the offspring of the phoenix domain sovereign. Suddenly, the series of knocks echoed from outside. A smile crept onto Chen Yan's lips as he softly said, "Enter." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Ping'an pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Chen Yan seated on the bed, Chen Ping'an's gaze was filled with respect, awe evident in his demeanor. This respect was not solely for Chen Yan's strength and background, but also for his exceptional talent and character. For many years, it was the first time Chen Ping'an felt such admiration for another. "Greetings, young master," he said, bowing deeply, his eyes cast down, unable to meet Chen Yan's gaze. Chen Yan smiled gently. "Ping'an, what brings you here at this late hour?" Although Chen Yan had an inkling of Chen Ping'an's intentions, he chose not to confront them directly, instead watching him with a smile. Chen Ping'an raised his head, then knelt firmly on the ground, respectfully stating, "In the vast Chen family, there are 2 individuals I admire most. One is the Domain Lord, who single-handedly leads our Chen family to glory. The other is you, young master. Your unparalleled talent is something I have never witnessed before. If you do not despise me, I am willing to follow you, henceforth pledging my loyalty solely to you." Upon finishing, Chen Ping'an drew a long sword and made a deep cut on his own hand, blood pouring forth. "I vow to follow you in this life. Should I breach this oath, may the heavens and earth conspire against me." Chapter 24, 2 Treasures. Chen Ping'an's eyes were resolute, the blood from his hand flowed freely, a solemn oath made with his own lifeblood. The heavenly laws of the 3,000 domains differ greatly from those of earth. Here oaths are recognized by the heavens. To break such a vow would invite divine retribution. Observing the determination in Chen Ping'an's eyes, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Though he had anticipated Chen Ping'an's visit, he had not expected such unwavering resolve, to the point of pledging a blood oath. This only deepened Chen Yan's admiration. A mere 6-year-old child, yet possessing such fortitude, coupled with commendable talent and a decisive, meticulous nature, this was a talent truly rare to find. In that instant Chen Nian felt immense satisfaction. A subtle smile graced his lips as he stood up. Moving to Chen Ping'an's side to assist him to his feet, gently brushing over the wound on his hand. A wave of dark demonic energy swirled and settled over Chen Ping'an's injury. He immediately felt a warm sensation coursing through him, a gentle itch at his wrist, and the bleeding ceased as if by magic, leaving no trace of injury. Chen Ping'an was rendered speechless, marveling at the young master's mysterious abilities. Given this, you shall remain by my side from now on. One day, you will be grateful for this decision. Chen Nian smiled slightly, exuding confidence, with a system at his disposal, supported by the most prestigious family in the 3,000 domains. And armed with memories from a past life, if he cannot soar to great heights, he would rather take his own life. Although Chen Ping'an's talent was commendable, he was not unique. In the 9 heavens demon domain, one of the 10 high domains, while there were not many with 9-star talents, there were certainly enough among the current members of the Chen family. Approximately 17 possessed 9-star talent. However, 9-star talent merely allows for a faster cultivation speed. It does not guarantee longevity or success, and many may even face early demise. After all, talent is abundant, but unfulfilled potential counts for little, ultimately becoming dust. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's status was merely that of a collateral branch. Lacking a robust background, making access to superior resources a challenge. Without Chen Nian, Chen Ping'an would be starting off at a disadvantage. In this era of fierce competition, a single misstep could lead to perpetual lag. Only those with great fortune might hope to rise above. Hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Ping'an wholeheartedly agreed. He clenched his fists resolutely, declaring, "I will follow your command." Chen Nian smiled at this, then produced a dark-hued spatial ring. Handing it to Chen Ping'an with a grin, "Consider this spatial ring a token of our new acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an was momentarily stunned. A spatial ring, such an item is not common. Crafted from ethereal stones, which are exceedingly rare, and given the complexity of its manufacturing process, it is beyond the reach of typical Qi practitioners. As he infused his consciousness into the ring, he found himself utterly speechless upon seeing the vast space within. This spatial ring has 300 cubic meters. In that moment, Chen Ping'an felt his throat dry up, his eyes wide with disbelief. It is well known that even a ring with 3 to 5 cubic meters is a precious rarity. Worth a small fortune, his parents, who held considerable strength as peak Wuxiang realm practitioners, had contributed significantly to the Chen family. Even so, the most valuable legacy they left behind was a mere 5 cubic meter spatial ring. Yet, Chen Nian casually presented a spatial ring of 300 cubic meters, filled to the brim with cultivation resources. What an extravagant gesture! Those resources were not meticulously examined by Chen Ping'an. However, a cursory glance revealed that they could even entice some formidable beings at the king level. The cultivation levels within the vast realm of the 3,000 domains are classified as follows: Qi refinement, transcendence, spirit consolidation, void breaking, formless, transcendental, king, supreme emperor, saint entry, and saint king. It is worth noting that he is merely a peak spirit consolidation martial artist. Having just brushed against the threshold of the void-breaking stage, although the early loss of his parents has endowed him with a resilience far surpassing that of his peers, the sheer abundance of resources before him, along with a spatial ring of 300 cubic meters, stirred a tempest within his heart. Regardless of his strong disposition, the actions of the young clan leader were exceedingly generous. Observing Chen Ping'an's hesitance, Chen Nian smiled gently and retrieved a long black-red blade from her spatial ring. This blade, resplendent as blood, appeared as though it had soaked in the essence of countless lives. In truth, it was indeed the case. This weapon was acquired by Chen Nian through a lottery from the system, known as Blood Moon. It is a high-quality sword of the 7-star grade. This blade possesses an extraordinary lineage and unparalleled sharpness. Along with a unique function, once drawn, the blood-colored blade can emit a mental attack, causing a momentary daze in the opponent, though this momentary distraction may seem brief. In the realm of high-level combat, mere instance can dictate the outcome. Hence, despite being classified as a 7-star weapon, it rivals even the finest of 8-star blades. Upon seeing this weapon, Chen Ping'an's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Shimmering with a hint of bloodlust, the moment the blade was unsheathed, he could sense its formidable power. Furthermore, this Blood Moon, a 7-star sword, is also bestowed upon you. Strive diligently, and do not allow this treasured blade to gather dust. Chen Nian's calm voice resonated in Chen Ping'an's ears like a thunderclap. 7 7-star sword gifted to me. Chen Pingin's gaze brimmed with incredulity. A 7-star quality sword is indeed no ordinary commodity, its worth is on par with the 300 cubic meter spatial ring in his possession. For a person like Chen Pingin, who regards swords as life, this blade's value exceeds that of the spatial ring. After a prolonged moment of shock, Chen Pingin finally regained his composure, trembling as he spoke. "Young master, these gifts are too precious, I cannot accept them." Indeed, while Chen Pingin was deeply moved, the treasures offered by Chen Yan were far too valuable, priceless. In fact, Chen Yan smiled softly at his words, gently patting Chen Pingin's shoulder, and replied cheerfully, "Pingin, while treasures are easy to acquire, a general is hard to find. Though these artifacts are splendid, they pale in comparison to your worth in my eyes. Accept them and cultivate diligently. Do not bring shame upon me, for in the future I shall require your assistance." Hearing this, Chen Pingin gazed earnestly at Chen Yan. "A general is hard to find indeed. The young master is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, a scholar would die for a confidant, and a woman would adorn herself for one who appreciates her. At this moment, Chen Pingin felt a warm current surge within him, and his eyes involuntarily moistened. He took a step back and then knelt deeply before Chen Yan. "Thank you, young master, for your favor. My life belongs to you. If you say east, I shall never go west." With that, Chen Pingin knelt on the ground and knocked his head heavily against it. Since his birth, having lost his parents at a young age, he had tasted the vicissitudes of life, which matured his heart and honed his ability to conceal his true capabilities. Chen Yan had been the sole individual to treat him with such kindness over the years, first with the 9-star cultivation method, and now with the spatial ring and the gifted sword. Though he walked the path of darkness, it did not signify a lack of integrity or a failure to repay kindness. Quite the opposite. It was often the righteous sex who were duplicitous and untrustworthy. This act of kneeling symbolized Chen Pingin's complete submission to Chen Yan. Even if Chen Yan commanded him to die at that moment, he would not refuse. A scholar would die for a confidant. Such is the way. Arise, I am a person of the dark path. I do not kneel to heaven or earth apart from my parents. No one else is worthy of your reverence. Chen Pingin shook his head and replied, "The young master's kindness is akin to a rebirth. I do not kneel to heaven or earth, only to my parents and the young master." In Chen Pingin's heart, Chen Yan held a status equal to that of his parents. It is no wonder, given the immense value of Chen Yan's kindness towards him. Pleased with Chen Pingin's vow of loyalty, Chen Yan felt satisfied. This was precisely the effect he desired, with Chen Pingin's talent and disposition. He would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future as a cornerstone of the Chen family. He smiled faintly and said, "It is getting late. You should return and rest." "Yes," Chen Pingin replied respectfully, rising and bowing before retreating. Even as he stepped outside holding the spatial ring and the blood moon blade, his gaze remained tumultuous. Once Chen Pingin had distanced himself, Chen Yan calmed his mind and silently commanded, "System, display personal attributes panel." Ding. Displaying, host, Chen Yan cultivation, peak formless stage cultivation method, 9 transformations of divine demons, 9-star, martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9-star, annihilation sword technique, 9-star, illusory phantom step, 9-star, physique, supreme divine demon body talent, dark paths blessing divine ability, distance of a finger. Words manifesting law lottery chances. 48. Gazing at his attributes panel, Chen Yan did not hesitate and quietly declared, "Perform a super lottery draw." The system's lottery was purely a matter of luck. With good fortune, one might draw items of 8 or even 9-star quality. However, should luck run dry, one could end up with trivial items such as women's underwear, silk sleeves, or other such frivolities. Nonetheless, 10 ordinary draws could be combined into one super draw, significantly enhancing the quality of the items obtained, making it nearly impossible to draw something utterly worthless. Soon, a massive spinning wheel appeared before Chen Yan. Rapidly rotating, the pointer eventually came to a halt at a certain point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9-star body refinement technique, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Skill, Golden. Upon seeing the system's reward, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed in a wave of exhilaration. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Skill. This technique was not unfamiliar to him in his past life on Blue Star. He learned of its formidable nature. This skill, created by a supreme sovereign, posits that the human body comprises 800 million particles. If each particle were to cultivate the power of the divine elephant, tearing the heavens and rending the earth, or even bringing down celestial bodies, would be well within reach. Should all 800 million divine elephant particles awaken, one's physical body could shred stars and traverse the cosmos. A truly terrifying prospect. While Chen Nian possessed no shortage of cultivation methods, martial arts, or divine abilities, what he lacked was precisely this body refinement technique. His physical strength was commendable, yet it still fell short when compared to true body refinement practitioners. In the vast realm of the 3,000 domains, martial artists belong to various branches. Aside from the Dark Path, the Way of the Tao, and Buddhism, there exist smaller factions such as body refinement. This lineage boasts an ancient origin. Purportedly tracing back to antiquity, practitioners of this path do not cultivate techniques or cultivate true qi. Instead, they forge their bodies, transforming themselves into beings of iron skin and bronze bones, often harder than even the finest 7 or 8-star weapons. In the present era of the 3,000 domains, body refinement has waned, with few strong practitioners remaining. Though they are not entirely absent, the decline of body refinement is not due to a lack of power but rather because the path is fraught with immense difficulty, making each practitioner nearly invincible among their peers. However, embarking on the path of body refinement entails enduring suffering beyond what ordinary individuals can bear. A slight misstep may lead to utter ruin. Thus, while body refinement is powerful, a few dare to tread this path in the 3,000 domains, and the number of strong practitioners is limited due to the arduous training involved. As for why one cannot practice both body and martial arts simultaneously, the answer is straightforward. Over the course of several tens of thousands of years in the 3,000 domains, many have attempted this approach, yet invariably they have all failed. Why? Because human energy is finite. If divided, pursuing both true qi and body cultivation ultimately results in stagnation, neither reaching great heights nor remaining grounded, making it difficult to progress. Hence, nearly no one in the 3,000 domains dares to attempt such a dual approach. Yet Chen Nian was different. He possessed a system and the boundless resources of the Chen family, which instilled him with confidence. The dual cultivation of body and martial arts offers an immense enhancement to combat prowess. If he aspired to shatter the void and attain the status of an emperor, he could not afford to neglect his physical cultivation alongside true qi. Moreover, he harbored a vague suspicion that to truly transcend and achieve the emperor's position, solely cultivating true qi without nurturing the body would prove exceedingly challenging. With the system at his disposal, he decided to give it a try. Resolute in his decision, Chen Nian no longer hesitated. He focused his mind and turned his attention to the divine elephant suppressing prison skill. It must be said that this body refinement technique is profoundly intricate. The genius who created it was indeed an unparalleled talent. Each activated particle grants immense elephantine power, a truly terrifying concept. With the system's enhancement and Chen Nian's exceptional talent, he made significant progress overnight, awakening a total of 20 particles. The increase in strength from these 20 particles was not substantial for him at present. He could merely sense a slight augmentation in his might. However, it is crucial to note that this was merely one night of cultivation, with only 20 particles. What if it were 200 or even 20,000? Furthermore, Chen Nian understood that the power of the divine elephant was merely the beginning. The types of elephants are myriad. The divine elephant is but the juvenile form, evolving into the dragon elephant, then the azure elephant, followed by the primordial elephant, and ultimately culminating in the divine elephant at full maturity. Upon reaching the divine elephant level, one could truly tear apart stars, traverse galaxies, and achieve the status of an emperor with a physical body. Upon reaching this realization, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Nian's lips. The prowess of the divine elephant's prison technique was indeed extraordinary. Although it was merely the beginning, Chen Nian brimmed with confidence. Chapter 26, The Spirit Soars to the Heavens. Second uncle's breakthrough. As dawn broke, Chen Nian, seated cross-legged on his bed, gently opened his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed an immensely terrifying aura enveloping the entire Chen family estate. This presence felt strikingly familiar. He furrowed his brow. Could it be second uncle? With this thought, Chen Nian's eyes widened in surprise, a glimmer of delight flashing within them. Indeed, this aura was unmistakably that of the Chen family's second master, Chen Tianyin. Moreover, beneath this aura, Chen Nian could perceive an unsettling instability, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring an unfathomable power. Could it be second uncle is on the brink of a breakthrough? As this realization dawned upon him, a flicker of excitement illuminated Chen Nian's gaze. Last time, he had gifted Chen Tianyin a 9 Revolution yellow apricot, and now it appeared he was on the verge of a breakthrough sooner than expected. One could not help but marvel at the potency of the 9 Revolution yellow apricot. Chen Tianyin, already at the mid-stage of the saintly realm, would ascend to the latter stage upon this breakthrough. For those in the saintly realm, each advancement was akin to a chasm separating them from their previous state. The stronger Chen Tianyin became, the more formidable the Chen family's strength would grow. With this thought, Chen Yan hesitated not a moment longer. He donned his clothing and shoes before hastening towards Chen Tianyin's residence. "Greetings, young patriarch." The elders of the Chen family had arrived early, and upon seeing Chen Yan, each bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. Among the 36 elders of the Chen family, none dared to harbor any ill thoughts towards him. Fully aware of the young patriarch's prodigious talent. Chen Yan nodded and softly inquired, "How is second uncle faring?" The grand elder, Chen Tianan, stepped forward, stroking his beard with a smile, reporting to the young master. Second Master is currently at a critical juncture of his breakthrough. However, given Second Master's talent, it should pose no challenge. A hint of envy flickered in Chen Tianan's eyes, having lived for many years and being over thrice the age of Chen Tianyin. He had only recently reached the pinnacle of the saintly realm, and the prospect of attaining the legendary Saint King realm seemed almost unattainable for him. In contrast, if Chen Tianyin succeeded in this breakthrough, his strength would rival that of Chen Tianan himself. Achieving the latter stage of the saintly realm at such a young age promised a bright future in the Saint King realm. Evoking a wave of envy in Chen Tianan's heart, nevertheless, despite his envy, he understood that they were kin. The stronger Chen Tianyin became, the more profound the foundation of the Chen family would grow. Currently, the Chen family relied heavily on Chen Tiandao alone. Despite his formidable strength, arguably unmatched in the entire 3,000 domains, the family could not continuously depend solely on him. It was undeniable that both Chen Tianyin and Chen Tiandao shared a remarkable talent. And it seemed that the young patriarch, standing before him, possessed even greater potential. Perhaps the hope of his own advancement to the Saint King realm lay within the young patriarch. With this thought, Chen Tianan felt a renewed sense of confidence. His aspirations for the Saint King realm no longer seemed distant. Hearing Chen Tianan's words, Chen Yan nodded lightly, choosing to remain silent as he stood quietly, his gaze directed towards Chen Tianyin's chamber. At that moment, the entire room emanated an extraordinarily terrifying demonic aura. Centered around the room, a vortex formed, greedily consuming the surrounding demonic energy. In fact, it seemed as though approximately 20% of the entire Chen family's demonic energy had vanished into thin air. After all, a breakthrough at the saintly realm level required a significant amount of energy. All the members of the Chen family stared blankly in the direction of Chen Tianyin. Suddenly, the sky erupted with lightning and thunder. Fierce winds howling. Following this, a resounding howl echoed from Chen Tianyin's room, the immense sound wave akin to the roar of a lion, causing the disciples of the Chen family to feel their spirits sway. Chen Yan, too, was startled, yet his unparalleled divine demonic body shielded him from significant impact. In the next moment, the room began to tremble violently, and an immense column of demonic energy shot skyward. The pitch-black column surged towards the heavens, its terrifying aura shrouding the sky in darkness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air, and an enormous figure soared into the sky, none other than Chen Tianyin, the second master of the Chen family. "How dare the mere heavenly path impede me?" Humph. Chen Tianyin regarded the so-called heavenly path with utter disdain. In his lifetime, he had looked down upon the world for those who practiced the demonic path. Cultivation was inherently a defiance against fate. He had never believed in destiny, that if there was one being in the world he respected, it was his elder brother, Chen Tiandao. No one else, not even the sovereign of the Phoenix domain or the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, commanded his respect. Thus, how could a mere heavenly path expect to hinder his cultivation? Clutching a massive black axe, his favored weapon, the Demon Heaven battle axe, an 8-star treasure, he bellowed, "Break for me!" Chen Tianyin's eyes glowed crimson. Exuding a murderous aura, his entire being ablaze with demonic energy, resembling a fearsome deity, even Chen Tianan was taken aback by this scene. He had not anticipated Chen Tianyin's strength to be so formidable. Although the second master often appeared carefree, his power was indeed formidable. This level of strength sent a chill of deathly foreboding even through the seasoned Chen Tianan, who had long since reached the pinnacle of the saintly realm. Truly, he was the younger brother of the domain lord. His talent and power were nothing short of terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tianan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The younger brother of Chen Tiandao was indeed no ordinary individual. With a single swing of the axe, the once chaotic sky was cleaved open, illuminating the darkened expanse as sunlight dispelled the endless shadows. This strike left a profound mark upon the heavens, banishing the darkness. As Chen Tianin's aura stabilized, a smirk crept upon his lips, his eyes filled with scorn. The heavenly path, merely this. With that, he let out a cold chuckle, gradually descending to the ground, his massive axe sheathed. Yet, having just broken through to the latter stage of the saintly realm, the aura radiating from him had yet to dissipate, causing the gathered elders to feel an inexplicable pressure. This sensation instilled a sense of dread within them. However, Chen Yan, protected by his supreme divine demonic body, felt no fear from Chen Tianin's aura. My dear nephew, second uncle has succeeded. From now on, second uncle shall take you to the heavens and the earth, reveling in joy every day. Chen Tianin laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Thanks to the 9 revolution yellow apricot gifted by his nephew, achieving this milestone would have otherwise taken him decades of arduous cultivation. At this moment, Chen Tianin's gratitude towards Chen Yan was beyond words. He would willingly lay down his life for him. Chapter 27. The Enchantress of the Demon Gate seeks an audience with the strength of the latter stage of the saintly realm. Chen Tianin felt immensely empowered. Clenching his fists, he sensed boundless power coursing through him. His innate talent had always set him apart, and with the guidance of Chen Tiandao since childhood, coupled with various hidden strengths, he may not rival the Saint King realm's might, yet he would not be entirely defenseless either. One could boldly declare him the foremost individual beneath the Saint King realm. Chen Yan offered a gentle smile. Congratulations, second uncle, on advancing closer to the Saint King realm. Though the apparent distance between the Saint King and the saintly realm seemed minimal, the disparity was monumental. The phrase beneath the Saint King, all are but ants, perfectly encapsulated this reality. For humanity, a Saint King could enjoy an extended lifespan, living for tens of thousands of years. In contrast, extraordinary beings like the Phoenix, upon breaking into the Saint King realm, could live for hundreds of thousands of years. With Chen Tianin's breakthrough to the latter stage of the saintly realm, the prospect of reaching the Saint King realm no longer seemed so distant. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Chen Tianin's heart swelled with joy. Previously, despite his exceptional talent, he had felt a significant gap compared to Chen Tiandao, making the pathway to the Saint King realm seem arduous. The notion of a breakthrough in a short span had felt like a fantasy, unless an extraordinary opportunity presented itself. However, with Chen Yan by his side, he believed the day of his ascent to the Saint King realm was not far off. This mysterious nephew of his was an enigma he could not decipher. Even Chen Tiandao had admitted that understanding this child was a challenge, yet both brothers had mutually agreed not to probe too deeply into Chen Yan's affairs, instead granting him immense trust and freedom. Why? Because Chen Yan was a member of the Chen family. Regardless of his mysterious nature, the ultimate beneficiary would always be the Chen family. As long as the Chen family thrived, Chen Yan's identity held little significance. Thus, throughout the years, despite Chen Yan revealing astonishing abilities that left even Chen Tiandao astounded, the latter never sought to uncover the truth. Chen Yan was well aware of this, which allowed him to act with impunity. In this world, no one feared the existence of secrets. Every practitioner who reached the Saint King realm possessed their own secrets and circumstances. The greatest fear lay in a lack of secrets. Such individuals, devoid of great fortune, seldom traveled far. Therefore, Chen Tiandao paid no heed to whatever peculiarities Chen Yan might possess. As long as his heart was set on the Chen family, as long as he remained his son, Chen Tiandao would shoulder all responsibilities. This was the source of confidence for the foremost figure of the demonic path. Chen Tianin chuckled heartily, gently patting Chen Yan's shoulder. The two shared a knowing smile, each understanding the other's thoughts. As the crowd engaged in lively conversation and laughter, a steward suddenly rushed in, bowing respectfully upon encountering Chen Yan and the elders. I am Chen Lai, here to pay my respects to the young clan leader. To the second elder, and to all esteemed elders, Chen Yan promptly addressed him. Rise and speak. What is the urgency? Noticing Chen Lai's hurried entrance, Chen Yan furrowed his brow, fearing a grave matter had arisen. Chen Lai, not daring to delay, immediately replied, reporting to the young master, the saintess of the Charmed Demon sect requests an audience. The Charmed Demon sect. The elders exchanged glances, and Chen Yan pondered for a moment. The Nine Heavens demon realm was dominated by the Chen family, the undisputed overlords of this vast territory. However, the family was not governed by a singular ruler. Numerous sects and families, including 3 sects, One faction and 5 families served under the Chen banner. These 9 forces acted as the vanguard of the Chen family, obligated to offer tributes each year and to contribute manpower and resources during conflicts. The Charm Demon sect was one of these 3 sects, comprising female cultivators skilled in the art of charm, each more beautiful than the last, and their illusionary abilities were unparalleled. Furthermore, the Charm Demon sect was not weak in strength, with its leader being a formidable figure at the peak of the Saint realm. With the clan meeting yet to commence, the arrival of the Charm Demon sect Saintus indicated pressing matters at hand. Chen Pingan deduced. Chen Nian nodded in acknowledgement and said no more. Let us proceed and see what business the Saintus of the Charm Demon sect has. Yes, the elders replied in unison. Following Chen Nian, before long in the Chen family's reception hall, 2 women awaited, one older and one younger. The elder appeared to be in her 30s, yet her face bore no signs of aging. Radiating a mature allure, perhaps having just endured a fierce battle, her complexion was slightly pale, her vitality somewhat diminished. She was Jiang Ping, the 3rd elder of the Charm Demon sect, at the pinnacle of the monarch realm. Jiang Ping glanced at the Saintus beside her, hesitating before finally speaking. Saintus, do you truly intend to surrender our ancestral grounds to the Chen family, the Charm Demon sect, with its ancient lineage and profound heritage? Boasted a foundation even stronger than that of the Chen family, yet, under the leadership of Chen Tiandao, the Chen family had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a few centuries, unifying the 9 heavens demon realm and emerging as one of the top 10 powers among the 3,000 realms, a terrifying feat. In contrast, the Charm Demon sect had suffered significant decline over the past few millennia, with a severe loss of talent, and now found itself relegated to a vassal of the Chen family. If the founding leader of the Charm Demon sect were to learn of this, she would surely be enraged to the point of bloodshed. However, they had no other choice. The Chen family was immensely powerful and notoriously domineering, eliminating anyone who dared to defy them. Once a realm filled with various sects, the 9 heavens demon realm had seen the Chen family eradicate a substantial portion of the disobedient forces. Thus, the Charm Demon sect was left with no alternative. Yet, now that the Charm Demon sect faced calamity and its vitality was severely wounded, if they were to offer their ancestral grounds to the Chen family, they would lose all face before their ancestors. However, Xue Luer sighed deeply, her eyes reflecting reluctance, yet her situation left her with no options. Though she held the esteemed title of Saintus, the Charm Demon sect's current plight, coupled with their recent misfortunes, rendered her utterly desperate. Elder Jiang, do I wish for this? If I do not comply, my master's life may be at stake, and the legacy of the Charm Demon sect, built over millennia, could be obliterated. As she spoke, Xue Luer let out a long sigh, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Hearing this, Jiang Ping too sighed in resignation, for she understood the truth in Xue Luer's words just then. As the two conversed, the Chen family members entered the hall. Xue Luer, not daring to be neglectful, quickly rose and turned her gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Nian, her attention was immediately captivated by him. Though still young, he emanated an air of nobility, and there was an irresistible impulse within her that urged her to submit to him. Indeed, with just a word from him, she felt she could willingly allow herself to be taken advantage of. Xue Luer recognized that this impulse was not mere illusion but a primal instinct rooted in their bloodlines, akin to the innate dominance exhibited among mythical beasts. Chapter 28, Become My Handmaiden? I pay my respects to the young clan leader. Xue Luer was not foolish. She recognized that the distinguished young man walking ahead of the elders was none other than the legendary Chen family's young master. Chen Nian, she dared not treat him with indifference. After all, this young master was the son of Chen Tiandao, just by virtue of that fact, who would dare show him disrespect? Moreover, it was said that this young clan leader possessed extraordinary talent and boundless potential. Prompting Xue Luer to tread cautiously, Chen Nian leisurely made his way to the main seat and settled down, with the elders taking their respective places. What brings the Charm Demon sect here today? Chen Nian asked directly, preferring to dispense with any pretense. Upon hearing this, Xue Luer did not hesitate to respond, bowing her head respectfully, reporting to the young clan leader. The Grand Elder of the Charm Demon sect has colluded with several elders and external forces to usurp my master's position as sect leader. I implore the young clan leader to take action on behalf of the Charm Demon sect. As she spoke, tears welled up in Xue Luer's eyes, her large doe-like gaze strikingly captivating, her long fair legs were enticingly visible. And her countenance was nothing short of flawless, exquisite to the point of appearing as though sculpted by divine hands, embodying a blend of purity and a hint of seduction. Her ample bosom was a substantial asset as well. After all, as the saintess of the charm demon sect, her beauty was indeed remarkable. Such stunning features would be hard for anyone to resist, yet Chen Yan frowned, a cold snort escaping him as a murderous aura emanated from him. Disdain evident in his voice. "What, do you wish to enchant me?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Xue Luer's eyes, and she quickly bowed her head, acknowledging her error. "Luer dares not, it is merely that I am a naturally enchanting being. And I momentarily lost control, leading to this grave mistake. I beseech the young clan leader to forgive me." Of course, Xue Luer was well aware that her earlier actions were not due to a lack of control. While it was true she possessed a naturally enchanting physique, she had perceived Chen Yan as merely a young child of 6 years, assuming he was inexperienced. Thus, she had considered using her allure to entice him. Believing that if he agreed to help her, the charm demon sex crisis could be averted. However, to her dismay, Chen Yan's willpower was astonishingly formidable. Although she had not employed any illusions, her innate charm was something a child could hardly withstand. Yet, not only did Chen Yan resist her allure, he sensed it immediately. Such terrifying strength was indeed intimidating. Chen Yan coldly retorted, "Whether it was unintentional, you know in your heart." He did not wish to linger on the topic and continued. "The turmoil within the charm demon sect is an internal conflict. My Chen family has no obligation to intervene. I kindly ask the saintess to return." Chen Yan's tone was devoid of any emotion. Although Xue Luer was breathtakingly beautiful, to someone like him, who sought the path of greatness, even the most exquisite woman was but a fleeting illusion, nothing of consequence. The demon sect had always been driven by interests. Although the charm demon sect was a subordinate force of the Chen family, who held power was inconsequential to them, regardless of whether it was Xue Luer's master or the Grand Elder who was currently usurping authority. Whoever held the reins would still be required to pay tribute to the Chen family, and the Chen family's commands were not to be disregarded. Thus, the Chen family had no need to wade into this murky water. As it served no purpose, Chen Yan viewed the issue solely from the perspective of the Chen family's interests. The elders and Chen Tianyin exchanged glances, their expressions filled with delight. For them, it mattered little whether they assisted the charm demon sect or not. After all, it was merely a minor subordinate sect, easily extinguishable at the Chen family's whim. However, they were far more concerned with Chen Yan's approach to handling matters. It was evident that his words aligned perfectly with the Chen family's interests. Displaying clear and astute reasoning. A thoughtful leader at the helm of the Chen family was what they truly needed. As soon as Chen Yan finished speaking, Xue Luer's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated that a mere 6-year-old boy could possess such depth of thought. Truly, he was the son of Chen Tiandao, a force to be reckoned with. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip, as if making a decision, and softly said, "Young clan leader, if you are willing to assist my master, I would gladly serve you from this day forth, performing tasks such as laundry, cooking, and warming your bed without a hint of complaint." At this, Zhang Ping was rendered speechless, following Chen Yan performing chores and warming his bed. What kind of operation was this? Why had there been no prior discussion? Zhang Ping's eyes were filled with disbelief as she hastily interjected, "Saintess, you must not. You are the future of the charm demon sect. If you pursue this path, the foundation of our sect will be utterly destroyed." As she spoke, Zhang Ping grew increasingly agitated, reiterating her objections, yet Xue Luer had no desire to reach such a conclusion. Her only bargaining chip, apart from the ancestral grounds of the charm demon sect, was herself. The ancestral grounds were crucial to the charm demon sect's future and foundation. They could not be relinquished lightly. Thus Xue Luer's only viable leverage lay in her own being. Moreover, she believed her beauty would leave Chen Yan with no reason to refuse. Throughout the 9 heavens demon realm, she was undoubtedly the pinnacle of beauty. The unrivaled leader, with countless admirers, even many young disciples of the Chen family had become infatuated with her at first glance, not to mention the disciples of other sects and rogue cultivators outside. She needn't even exert her enchanting power, merely being seen was enough to leave them spellbound. Just as Xue Luer thought her proposition would succeed, Chen Yan suddenly interjected, "Laundry, cooking, and warming the bed, can you manage that?" "Xue Luer? Looking at your delicate fingers, it is evident you are not accustomed to labor. What use would you be to me? As for warming the bed, I only cultivate and do not require sleep. So I have no need for you." Chen Yan spoke with a calm demeanor, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Xue Luer was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that she was being looked down upon? In all her years, this was an unprecedented experience. As the saintess of the succubus sect, she had always been the recipient of flattery and adulation. Never had she been subjected to such humiliation. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since struck with her sword, yet, facing Chen Nian, she could only suppress her fury and force a smile. Young master, although I am not skilled in cooking or laundry, I am willing to learn. Moreover, I possess the innate physique of a succubus, a 9-star talent, and at the age of 16 I have reached the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Chen Nian, upon hearing her words, smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, is that truly formidable? Is it truly formidable? While it might not seem remarkable to the elders who had entered the sacred realm, it was certainly superior to that of a mere 6-year-old child. However, before Xue Luer could respond, she suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from him, constricting her breath in an instant. The next moment, she found Chen Nian regarding her with an enigmatic smile. The initial stage of the extraordinary realm, nothing more. Chapter 29. Chen Nian, most cherished justice. When Xue Luer sensed the aura radiating from Chen Nian, she was utterly bewildered. This aura, it originated from him. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. The sheer terror of such a presence was chilling. Chen Nian's aura suggested he possessed at least the peak strength of the formless realm. To clarify, the hierarchy of cultivation within the 3000 domains is as follows: Qi refinement realm, transcendence realm, spirit condensation realm, void breaking realm, formless realm, extraordinary realm, sovereign realm, supreme realm, monarch realm, sacred realm, and saint king realm. The next stage beyond the peak of the formless realm was, in fact, the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Remarkably, she herself had only reached the peak of the formless realm at the age of 14. Yet here was a mere 6-year-old child exhibiting such power. It was simply astonishing. Furthermore, despite the gap in their cultivation levels, Xue Luer could distinctly sense that Chen Nian's prowess transcended the formless realm. She could feel a faint aura of death emanating from him. This implied that he could extinguish her life at any moment should he desire. He was capable of killing across realms. While she could similarly achieve this, it was contingent upon her opponents being ordinary cultivators without substantial backgrounds or formidable martial arts. Yet, she was the esteemed saintess of the succubus sect. The thought of being vanquished by Chen Nian across realms was terrifying. In that moment, Xue Luer gazed at Chen Nian with eyes wide in fear, as if she had seen a ghost. This individual was nothing short of an anomaly. At such a tender age, to wield such terrifying strength, it was inhuman. And let us not forget his father, Chen Tiandao, who was equally extraordinary. This father-son duo was indeed formidable beyond measure. Although Chen Tiandao and Xue Luer hailed from different eras, she had grown up hearing tales of his exploits from her master, instilling in her a profound fear of him. As the preeminent figure of the demonic path and the ruler of the 9 heavens demonic domain, Chen Tiandao's lingering influence weighed heavily in the hearts of every demonic cultivator. Little did she expect that as Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Nian would surpass even him, embodying terror itself. Xue Luer swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Chen Nian, still wearing that enigmatic smile, cheerfully remarked, with a 9-star talent and a succubus physique, your foundation is quite commendable. What a pity, though, that it is somewhat squandered within the succubus sect. While Xue Luer's talent was indeed noteworthy, the resources and techniques available within the succubus sect were limited. Their foundational technique was merely an incomplete 8-star method, with its true quality estimated at around 7 stars. Under such circumstances, many of Xue Luer's talents had been wasted, which was rather regrettable. Hearing this, she lowered her head, biting her lip, lost in thought. Chen Nian continued, however, such meager assets will hardly sway me. If you have no exceptional leverage, I fear you may have to take your leave. With a slight smile, Chen Nian regarded the two with indifference. Though his lips curved in a smile, his heart was as cold as steel. He was not the type to be easily swayed by a woman's beauty. Undeniably, Xue Luer was stunning, more beautiful than any woman he had encountered. But so what? Without the attainment of greatness, one ultimately becomes mere dust. A fleeting specter. Thus, even if Xue Luer possessed extraordinary beauty, if her leverage fell short, Chen Nian would not assist her. He had no interest in engaging in endeavors devoid of benefits. Upon hearing this, Xue Luer grew anxious. She had not anticipated that Chen Nian would prove so difficult to negotiate with. Despite her offering such high stakes, he remained unyielding. Realizing this, she was left with but one final card to play. With determination she clenched her fists, silently beseeching, "Master, esteemed ancestors, please forgive Shui Luo for her unfilial transgressions." With her heart steeled, she lifted her gaze, locking her eyes onto Chen Nian's, yet his mesmerizing gaze was akin to the sun. Blinding and regal, as if he were a born emperor, to meet his eyes was an act of great disrespect. Bearing the immense pressure within, Shui Luo addressed Chen Nian, articulating each word carefully. "Wait, young master. I have a treasure to present." "A treasure?" Chen Nian replied, piquing his interest, yet still maintaining an air of indifference. "Pray, do not tell me the treasure is merely yourself." Shui Luo felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation at Chen Nian's mockery. But she dared not retort. Instead, she obediently retrieved a stone key from her bosom. "This key is the sole means to unlock the ancestral grounds of our succubus sect." "The ancestral grounds of the succubus sect?" Chen Nian furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the value of such a sight. The elders surrounding him also wore perplexed expressions, evidently unaware of the treasures that might lie within the succubus sect's ancestral grounds. Only Jiang Ping gazed at the key in Shui Luo's possession with a pained expression. Feeling helpless, Shui Luo continued, "Our succubus sect has lineage tracing back 300,000 years to the supreme demonic sect. However, 200,000 years ago, the supreme demonic sect fell, splitting into 3 branches, of which our succubus sect is one. Throughout the generations, the ancestral grounds have been guarded by each sect leader according to my master. There exists a thunder pool within our ancestral grounds, the thunder pool." At the mention of this, the elders of the Chen family, including Chen Tianyin, widened their eyes in disbelief, observing Chen Nian's lack of understanding regarding the significance of the thunder pool. The Grand Elder Chen Tianan explained, "The thunder pool is the origin of all thunder in the world, a rare and elusive source of lightning. For martial artists, it is immensely beneficial, not only aiding in the enhancement of their cultivation but also serving as an exceptional training ground for body cultivators. Moreover, the thunder pool may harbor the heart of thunder, which if consumed, could potentially grant one the comprehension of thunder-based divine abilities. Its value is incalculable." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with interest, filled with an inexplicable light. He was indifferent to the notion of thunder-based divine abilities, for with the system in his possession, opportunities for such powers would eventually present themselves. What truly captivated him was the fact that the thunder pool represented an unparalleled training ground for body cultivators. Just the night before, he had awakened 20 grains of giant elephant power through a night of training with the divine elephant suppression technique. With the thunder pool's enhancement, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly soar. Imagining the prospect of traversing the starry river with a body of unparalleled strength, tearing through the heavens, Chen Nian felt exhilarated. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, and his gaze towards Shui Luo softened. After all, with a treasure such as this, they were akin to family. And what need was there for formality among family? He smiled warmly, saying, "In that case, do not worry, Miss Shui. I, Chen Nian, have always been one to aid others and champion justice. I shall certainly assist you in this matter." Shui Luo? The elders? Chen Tianyin? Jiang Ping? Aid others, champion justice. Which of these descriptors could possibly apply to you? Chapter 30. Chen Pingyin's blade is drawn as Chen Nian flashed a grin. Revealing his pearly white teeth, he appeared harmless, much like a neighborly boy. However, Shui Luo understood that he was indeed the type who would not reveal his cards until the last moment, after pleading for an extended time to no avail. The moment she presented her offering, Chen Nian transformed entirely. The stark contrast left her speechless. Nevertheless, she dared not voice her thoughts. After all, he was the young master of the Chen family. The mere fact that he agreed to assist was a stroke of fortune. Though the ancestral grounds would likely be lost, it was an unavoidable circumstance. If her master were not saved, the succubus sect would perish, leaving her, as the saintess, with nowhere to turn and facing the wrath of the Grand Elder. Weighing the lesser of two evils, Shui Luo resolutely decided to part with the ancestral grounds. Seemingly anxious that Chen Nian might renege, she wasted no time, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for your benevolent aid. I shall be eternally grateful." Unexpectedly, Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied, "No need for thanks. Oh, by the way, once this matter is resolved, you shall remain by my side as my maid to serve tea and water." Shui Luo? Did you not just express disinterest? Astonishing, you intend to take the key to the ancestral grounds and now seek to make me your servant as well. Truly, you are a master of extracting every advantage. Overwhelmed, Shueluer felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Chen Nian was indeed a formidable opponent, a true mastermind. With no alternative, she resigned herself to compliance. Yes, she acquiesced, bowing respectfully. Jiang Ping, standing nearby, hesitated, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. At this juncture, all they could do was hope that Chen Nian would swiftly rescue the succubus sect. Then, young clan leader, when shall we set forth? Why, at this very moment, Chen Pingan replied with a gentle smile, his soft gaze brimming with mirth. After all, he could hardly contain his eagerness to reach the thunder pool of the Demon Gate. The profound intricacies of the Divine Elephant prison strengthening technique had long captivated his imagination. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Shueluer was momentarily taken aback by Chen Nian's promptness. However, she too found joy in this decision. The sooner they arrived at the Demon Gate, the less danger her master would face. She quickly clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "In that case, I extend my sincere thanks to the young clan leader." Chen Nian gave a slight smile and then turned his gaze to the side. "Second uncle, do you have time to accompany me on this journey?" Chen Tianyin, who had just broken through to the late saint stage, was eager to test his newfound strength. Moreover, the prospect of protecting his beloved nephew was an opportunity he would not refuse. Now that our dear nephew has spoken, your second uncle shall brave any peril to join you. Rest assured, with me around, not even the King of Heaven would dare lay a finger on you," Chen Tianyin declared confidently, patting his chest. He possessed every right to be so assured. The second master of the Chen family was renowned throughout the 3,000 domains. Hearing that Chen Tianyin was willing to accompany them to the Demon Gate, a smile instantly graced Shueluer's face. She was well aware of Chen Tianyin's fearsome reputation. As the only biological brother of Chen Tiandao, he had been a rebellious spirit since childhood, and his strength was indeed formidable. With him in their midst, the Grand Elder of the Demon Gate would surely find it difficult to stir up any trouble. Chen Nian, hearing this, smiled faintly. His faith in his second uncle's prowess and loyalty was unwavering. "In that case, let us also bring along 200 Xian guards." The Xian guards were Chen Nian's personal protectors, numbering 500 in total. Do not underestimate this formidable force. The army tasked with safeguarding Chen Nian was not accessible to just anyone. Each Xian guard was a warrior of extraordinary caliber, with 5 among them serving as captains, each at the level of a king. Such a force could easily dominate any typical mid-domain, and this was merely a fraction of Chen Nian's protectors. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Nian's arrangements, the elders naturally voiced no objections, bowing in agreement. In the territory of the Chen family, a sleek black spirit vessel soared into the skies, ascending rapidly through the clouds. The spirit vessel was a magical artifact used for travel. Throughout the 3,000 domains, crafting such vessels was an arduous task given their size. Even experienced craftsmen would require years to forge one. Resulting in their scarcity, this particular vessel was a 7-star spirit treasure, a personalized gift from an elder of the Chen family at Chen Nian's birth. The IT was renowned for its speed and formidable defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly rare. There were hardly any such vessels within the entire Chen family. The 200 Xian guards took position within the confines of the vessel. As Shueluer gazed upon the rapidly flying spirit vessel, a flicker of envy ignited within her eyes. While her Demon Gate possessed a few spirit vessels, they were merely 4-star ones. Their speed and performance paled in comparison to Chen Nian's vessel, which she felt unworthy of even calling a spirit vessel. Perhaps a mere rickety boat would be more fitting. Chen Nian approached her slowly, standing behind Shueluer, and reassured her with a smile. "We shall arrive in approximately 2 hours. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing his voice, Shueluer quickly turned around. Seeing it was Chen Nian and his companion Chen Pingan, she did not dare to be remiss and promptly bowed. "Thank you, young clan leader." Chen Nian smiled gently and nodded. "I see great potential in you." Shueluer was taken aback, not anticipating such a remark from Chen Nian. He continued, "Following me will be the wisest decision of your life." With that, Chen Nian flashed a mysterious smile, ceased speaking, and turned to depart. Shueluer stood rooted in place, gazing at his retreating figure, her expression clouded with confusion. Why was this man always so self-assured? What did it matter if he possessed 9-star talent? In comparison to the young master, he was but a firefly beside the bright moon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Shueluer's reverie. She looked up to see Chen Pingan, who had just been standing behind Chen Nian. Although she did not know his name, she sensed that this individual was far from ordinary, radiating an aura of formidable power, despite his youthful appearance. which seemed somewhat immature. His strength at such a tender age was undeniably impressive. However, being lectured by a mere boy, Xue Luer could not suppress her indignation and let out a cold huff. With 9-star talent and a demon physique, I am considered a genius across the 3,000 domains. Your young master certainly has a grandiose opinion of himself. Yet, upon hearing Xue Luer's disdain for the young master, the previously indifferent expression on Chen Pinggan's face darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. Chen Pinggan, at 6 years old, possessed 9-star talent and was at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm. Since cultivating the 9-star technique bestowed upon him by Chen Nian, the Xian Flame Demon technique, coupled with various resources, he had directly surpassed the pinnacle of the concentration realm and broken into the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing Chen Pinggan's words, Xue Luer's arrogance waned, replaced by a newfound gravity. 9-star talent, a 6-year-old in the void-breaking realm? This was indeed a prodigy. How could such a genius willingly follow Chen Nian? While Xue Luer was still in shock, Chen Pinggan suddenly drew his blade. Chapter 31, Arrival at the Demon Gate. A flash of cold light swept through the air. An overwhelming aura of hostility enveloped the space, rendering it seemingly frozen. Boom! Chen Pinggan's right foot forcefully propelled him off the ground, launching him forward like an arrow. In the next instant, midair, Cold Moon, a fleeting shadow of a blade surged forth, its speed so rapid that it appeared to freeze time itself. Xue Luer, witnessing this sudden turn of events, could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Chen Pinggan's strike was executed with such swiftness that she barely had time to react. Fortunately, her cultivation was 2 realms higher than his, allowing her to narrowly evade his attack. As she swayed, she landed on the ground, a few strands of her hair falling to the earth. You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Xue Luer glared at him, her eyes icy with rage. How dare he attempt to sneak attack her? She was seething with indignation, her chest heaving with fury. Had it not been for Chen Pinggan's connection to Chen Nian, she would have retaliated immediately. However, faced with Xue Luer's wrath, Chen Pinggan's murderous intent remained unabated. With a cold snort, he declared, those who insult the young master shall be met with no mercy. In Chen Pinggan's eyes, Chen Nian was his everything. He was his sole faith. This devotion transcended even that of his parents, surpassing all else. Anyone who dared to insult Chen Nian would face certain death, regardless of their cultivation realm. I wield a blade that can sever all. Seeing the murderous glare in Chen Pinggan's eyes, Xue Luer was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her casual remark would provoke such a fierce reaction from him. The young master's talent and abilities are unparalleled across the 3,000 domains. He shall undoubtedly ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well and dare to look down upon him. With that, Chen Pinggan let out a cold huff, his icy gaze slowly receding as he turned away, not sparing Xue Luer another glance. As she watched him retreat, a hint of fear crept into Xue Luer's expression. The chilling intensity and indifference in Chen Pinggan's eyes sent shivers down her spine. Though he was merely a boy, she harbored no doubts about his future accomplishments. With 9-star talent, such temperament, and the resources of the Chen family, how could such a young man remain inconspicuous? Chen Nian, what manner of person are you, to inspire such a genius to willingly follow you, to step into the Emperor realm? What grand ambition! Truly, I cannot fathom you. Xue Luer sighed deeply, her curiosity about Chen Nian intensifying. Her initial reluctance to follow him began to fade, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. She was eager to discover what surprises this man could bring into her life. As time gradually passed, Chen Nian remained diligent, even aboard the spirit vessel, relentlessly pursuing his cultivation. This had been his unwavering conviction since childhood, to never squander a moment of training, for without accumulating small steps, one could never traverse vast distances. Despite his unparalleled talents, he understood that without effort, he would inevitably be overtaken. This lesson was etched deeply in his heart. Thus, over the years, even at night, he seldom slept, opting instead to devote that time to training. Young master, we are nearing the Demon Gate. The Xian Guard captain stood respectfully at the entrance, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes, responding with a light hum before rising to push open the cabin door. Inside the spirit vessel, Xue Luer and Jiang Ping stood anxiously, their gazes particularly troubled as they looked towards the distant domain of the Demon Gate. The betrayal of the Grand Elder had unfolded almost overnight. As night fell, the entire Demon Gate descended into chaos. The Grand Elder had conspired with 10 other elders to rebel, allying with external forces. Transforming the Demon Gate overnight to IT was only thanks to their master and a few elders' desperate resistance that Shui Luo and Jiang Ping managed to escape. Were almost there upon hearing Chen Nian's voice. Shui Luo turned her head and nodded gently. Suddenly, Chen Tianyin furrowed his brow, a wave of distaste washing over him. Chen Nian noticed his second uncle's unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, "Second uncle, what troubles you?" Chen Tianyin narrowed his eyes, focusing his mind as his divine sense spread outwards. The divine sense of a late Saint Realm expert was immensely powerful, quickly enveloping the entire Demon Gate. After a moment, he frowned and said, "There is an aura within the Demon Gate that I find quite displeasing." Chen Nian was taken aback. An aura that displeased Chen Tianyin. However, he did not pursue the matter further. As the presence was elusive, and he could not discern its nature, perhaps it was merely an error in his investigation. "Rest assured, my dear nephew, with your second uncle here, even the Heavenly King himself couldn't lay a finger on you." Chen Tianyin let out a cold snort, and the entire space seemed to freeze in that moment. A formidable being at the late stage of the Saint Realm had begun to touch the power of the rules. It was evident that Chen Tianyin had also preliminarily mastered such an ability. Simply a disdainful huff exuded an aura of terror. Chen Nian smiled faintly and nodded. Soon, the spirit vessel entered the airspace above the sect, before descending straight to the ground. At this moment, within the confines of the Charm Demon sect, the Grand Elder Luo Hongqiu squinted her eyes, gazing at the spirit vessel adorned with the Chen family insignia in the distance. A glimmer of cold light flickering in her gaze, she hadn't anticipated that wretched Shui Luo would actually seek aid from the Chen family. It was truly somewhat unexpected. Grand Elder, a member of the Chen family has arrived. What shall we do? The second elder beside her spoke, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Luo Hongqiu was all too aware of what the Chen family represented. They were the overlords of the Nine Heavens demon domain, the foremost power of the demonic path, overbearing and capricious. This was the impression everyone held of the Chen family. The second elder still remembered that young man named Chen Tiandao, who had risen like a comet in just a few hundred years, casually severing a mountain that had stood for 10,000 years with a mere strike. Such godlike prowess was simply chilling. Since the rise of the Chen family, they had remained subservient under their rule, naturally cultivating a sense of fear. However, Luo Hongqiu sneered coldly, "What if the Chen family has come? Let us not forget that we are not without external support. That esteemed individual has stated that if we acquire the key to the ancestral land, we can leave the Nine Heavens demon domain, and also have the chance to break through to the Saint Realm." Luo Hongqiu had been stuck at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm for many years, her bottleneck showing no signs of loosening. Thus, faced with the temptation of breaking into the Saint Realm, she found it difficult to resist. Upon hearing this, the second elder's eyes gleamed with greed. That was the legendary Saint Realm. To be associated with such a title was to highlight its extraordinary nature. Once entered, one's lifespan would greatly increase, and their power would soar beyond comparison with the present. Very well, await my signal to act. Even the Chen family would not dare to be overly presumptuous in the presence of that esteemed individual. At that time, with protection for both of us, we could break through to the Saint Realm. What is not to gain? The second elder's eyes were filled with avarice as he quickly bowed his head. Yes, chapter 32. Where are they? As the spirit vessel landed, Grand Elder Luo Hongqiu, along with a throng of elders and disciples, rushed forward, a few smiles squeezing through the creases of her aged, wrinkled face, resembling a lecherous old madam. We welcome the esteemed members of the Chen family. Luo Hongqiu's demeanor was exceedingly obsequious, her attitude humble to an impeccable degree. In her mind, she aimed to avoid any conflict with the Chen family if possible. If circumstances left her no choice, she would have to act decisively. Therefore, clashing with the Chen family was truly a last resort. As the spirit vessel touched down and the cabin door opened, Luo Hongqiu looked up to find herself locking eyes with Shui Luo. As the saying goes, enemies meet with redoubled animosity. Shui Luo's previously unsettled heart surged once more, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. For the first time in a long while, she truly wished to kill someone. Upon realizing it was Shui Luo, Luo Hongqiu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, a cold smile forming in her heart while maintaining her sycophantic demeanor. She knew that Shui Luo was nothing to be feared. If she could win the Chen family to her side, then Shui Luo would undoubtedly meet her demise. Luo Hongqiu's gaze drifted behind her, where she saw Chen Nian descending slowly. Upon seeing Chen Nian, Luo Hongqiu's brows knitted together, momentarily stunned. Who was this child of barely 6 or 7 years? Why would the Chen family send a child to preside over matters? Yet, before she could contemplate further. A figure as imposing as a mountain left her nearly petrified. Second master. Seeing Chen Tianyin, Luo Hongqiu's expression turned slack, her mind reeling in shock. Chen Tianyin, the name echoed throughout the 3,000 domains. Especially within the Nine Heavens demon domain, who did not know him. He was the younger brother of Chen Tiandao, and the only one at that. The weight of this relationship was self-evident. Moreover, Chen Tianyin was no mere saint. He was known for his ruthlessness, capable of slaughtering and annihilating entire sects with ease. She had initially thought the Chen family would only send an elder for reconnaissance, yet this second master had come in person. Instantly, Luo Hongqiu sensed the precariousness of her situation. Her meticulously crafted plan seemed to have overlooked something crucial. Second master. The elders of the Charmed Demon sect suddenly felt a jolt of fear upon hearing Luo Hongqiu's words. This is the second master of the Chen family. My heavens, the god of slaughter has graced us with his presence. However, Chen Tianyin maintained an impassive demeanor, silently standing behind Chen Nian. You are the grand elder of the Charmed Demon sect. Luo Hongqiu, are you not? Luo Hongqiu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chen Nian's inquiry. She glanced at Chen Nian, then at Chen Tianyin, utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this child that even the second master of the Chen family treated with such reverence? Was there truly someone in the Nine Heavens demon domain more esteemed than Chen Tianyin? In her mind, aside from Chen Tiandao, she could conjure no other name. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the light of understanding flickered in Luo Hongqiu's mind. She had long heard that 6 years prior, Chen Tiandao had fathered a son, and on the day of his birth, the skies of the Nine Heavens demon domain had changed color. However, throughout these years, Chen Tiandao had never publicly disclosed any information regarding this young master. Could it be, this was him? Young master, I await your words. Seeing Luo Hongqiu remain silent for too long, Chen Tianyin grew displeased. Letting out a cold huff, the seemingly light sound struck Luo Hongqiu's ears like a clap of thunder. Instantly awakening her, she hurriedly said, I report to you, young master, I am the grand elder of the Charmed Demon sect. Luo Hongqiu, upon realizing Chen Nian's identity, Luo Hongqiu's eyes dimmed instantly, her spirit deflating. Why, initially, in Luo Hongqiu's mind, if the person in front of her was merely an elder of the Chen family, they could simply ally with that esteemed individual to eliminate him and escape the Nine Heavens demon domain. With that individual's protection, she believed she would face no threat to her life, but this was the son of Chen Tiandao, the future master of the entire Nine Heavens demon domain. Even with 1,000 lives, she would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Should anything happen to Chen Nian, there was no doubt that Chen Tiandao would go mad. That man was a certified lunatic. And should a madman become truly enraged, the tremors would likely shake the entire 3,000 domains. If she were captured, she could expect a lifetime of unending torment. Moreover, with Chen Tianyin by Chen Nian's side, he was no simple character. With all these thoughts swirling in her mind, Luo Hongqiu found herself at a loss for what to do. Watching Luo Hongqiu's eyes shift with uncertainty, Chen Nian coldly snorted. Where is the sect master of the Charmed Demon sect? He could hardly be bothered to waste words on Luo Hongqiu. His primary motivation for aiding Xue Luer was the thunder pool of the Charmed Demon sect. At this moment, he merely wished to quell the internal strife within the sect and enter the thunder pool. The closer he got to the Charmed Demon sect, the more exhilarated the immense elephantine power within him seemed to become. This feeling of exhilaration was indescribable, even surpassing the bliss of intimate union between lovers. Thus, Chen Nian had no time for idle chatter. Directly inquiring this, Luo Hongqiu hesitated, exchanging glances with the second elder. Young master, Zhang Li has long harbored treasonous intentions. I have long admired the Chen family. I am willing to surrender the entire Charmed Demon sect to you. At this moment, Luo Hongqiu could only hope that Chen Nian would overlook this in light of their mutual interests. It must be noted that while the resources of the Charmed Demon sect could not be described as boundless, their foundation built over tens of thousands of years was undeniably substantial. To offer it all up willingly, who would not be tempted by such a proposal? Xue Luer was seething with rage upon hearing this, especially at the sight of Luo Hongqiu's obsequious demeanor as she shamelessly sold out her ancestral legacy. However, Chen Nian's expression remained devoid of emotion, his face stern and frigid. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Where are the others? Chen Nian's voice was not loud, yet it sent chills down everyone's spines. Though it was the month of June, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd. It was cold, exceedingly cold. Even Luo Hongqiu felt intimidated by Chen Nian. This young master, who appeared so youthful, seemed far from simple. She glanced at the second elder, gritting her teeth as if making a decision, and then said, "In that case, please follow me." Young master and second master. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian exchanged a glance with Chen Tianyin. The two of them sharing a silent understanding. "Lead the way." Chen Nian had no desire for further conversation and instructed her to guide them. Luo Hongqiu dared not delay, walking ahead alongside the second elder, while Chen Nian, Shui Luer, and Chen Tianyin followed closely behind. This was the path leading to the dungeon of the Charmed Demon sect. A route Shui Luer was familiar with it. Before long they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, where Luo Hongqiu respectfully stated, "Reporting to you, young master, Zhongli is inside." Upon hearing this, Shui Luer's heart brimmed with joy, and without hesitation she dashed inside. Chapter 33, The Appearance of the Buddha Domain. Young master and second master, please. Luo Hongqiu gestured respectfully, then stood aside with her head bowed. Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin exchanged glances. Chen Tianyin subtly nodded, and Chen Nian instantly understood. In that case, please lead the way, Elder Luo. Yes. Luo Hongqiu dared not speak further, immediately walking ahead with the second elder, guiding the two into the depths of the dungeon. This dungeon served as the holding place for serious offenders of the Charmed Demon sect. Inside, it was dark and damp, with an oppressive atmosphere, and occasionally a few cockroaches scuttled past the group, while cobwebs adorned the corners, presenting a scene of disarray. There had once been numerous prisoners here, but following the betrayal of two individuals, all other prisoners had been killed, leaving only Zhongli behind. In a short while, the crowd arrived at the cell where Zhongli was imprisoned. There, they beheld Zhongli, her limbs bound, clad in a white prison garb stained with blood, her hair disheveled and her demeanor utterly haggard. It appeared she had been rendered unconscious, her face marred by bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, her eyes barely open, hanging on the precipice of life within the confines of the cell. Upon witnessing this scene, Shui Luer's eyes instantly reddened. It is worth noting that her master was the illustrious leader of the Charmed Demon sect, possessing an exquisite visage, a supple figure, and the formidable prowess of a Saint Realm practitioner. Such a breathtaking individual had countless admirers throughout the Nine Heavens demon domain, with some even willing to sacrifice their lives just to catch a glimpse of her. Today, however, she lay in a state akin to that of a stray dog, her body riddled with injuries. Shui Luer, an orphan raised by Zhongli, regarded her as both mentor and maternal figure. In light of the current circumstances, how could she endure such a sight? Her heart seethed with a desire to flay Luo Qiuhong and her accomplices alive. Chen Nian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qiuhong and, with a slight smile, inquired, "Elder Luo, I find myself rather curious." Luo Qiuhong was taken aback, then respectfully replied, "What piques the young master's curiosity?" Chen Nian surveyed Zhongli's figure before turning his gaze back to Luo Qiuhong, a playful glint in his eyes. As I understand it, this esteemed sect master Jiang reached the Saint Realm 2 decades ago, making her a formidable figure even in the Nine Heavens demon domain. How did you lot, mere small fry, manage to capture such an illustrious personage? His words struck Luo Qiuhong and the second elder like a thunderclap. Indeed, though they were peak practitioners of the Monarch realm, there existed a chasm between the Monarch realm and the Saint realm. In the presence of Zhongli, they were no different from insignificant creatures. As for the means by which they had ensnared Zhongli, they exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with an unspoken chill. In an instant, both retreated swiftly, halting 5 or 6 meters away, and coldly declared, "Master Yuanhui, might it be time for you to make your presence known?" No sooner had they spoken than a resounding voice emerged from the entrance. "Amitba, Master Chen." The old monk pays his respects. Upon hearing the name Amitba, all eyes turned toward the source. Chen Tianyin snorted coldly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. "I wondered why I sensed an abhorrent presence. It turns out to be you, old bald donkey. Yuanhui, do you dare meddle in the affairs of my Nine Heavens demon domain? Have you grown tired of living?" The individual before them, named Yuanhui, was one of the 10 great elders of the Buddhist domain, a top-tier power within the Great Thundersound Temple. This temple had dominated the Buddhist realm for thousands of years. Exhibiting extreme tyranny, these so-called Buddhas, who preached morality and virtue, were in truth even more overbearing than the Chun family. In the entire Buddhist realm, apart from the Great Thundersound Temple, no other force remained, as the temple had systematically eliminated all others. After ruling the Buddhist realm for millennia, they indoctrinated the populace day and night, branding anyone who did not believe in Buddhism as heretics. and heretics faced but one fate, death, yet these bald monks prided themselves on righteousness, perpetually suppressing the demon domain and viewing its inhabitants as monstrous fiends. Thus, the hot-tempered Chen Tianyin harbored a particularly deep-seated animosity toward the Buddhist domain. His confrontations with Yuanhui were not infrequent, and he was astonished that this old fool dared to come to the Nine Heavens demon domain and meddle in its internal affairs. However, Yuanhui merely smiled faintly, his rotund head and hypocritical laughter appearing particularly insincere. Amitabha Master Chen, your words are misguided. These two female practitioners have resolved to forsake darkness for light and follow our Buddha. I perceive that you possess considerable wisdom and affinity with our Buddha. Why not join me in the Buddhist realm? You would gain a position as a Buddha and partake in boundless bliss. What joy could compare? Chen Tianyin snorted once more, his murderous intent unabated. Enough of your nonsense. And you too, should you dare betray us, I shall flay you alive and hang your skins at the city gates. Damn it, these two fools are audacious enough to collude with those old bald donkeys from the Buddhist realm. It had been years since Chen Tianyin felt such fury. If one were to ask whom he loathed most among the myriad domains, without a doubt, it would be the hypocritical Buddhas of the Buddhist realm. These individuals, who spoke incessantly of righteousness and morals, engaged in deeds more ruthless and venomous than those of the demon path monastics. What a farce! These people would not hesitate to kill and obliterate sections. While the demon path was indeed brutal, it was only against enemies. The so-called demon path emphasized swift vengeance and unrestrained desires, never feigning virtue or pretense. The demon path possesses its own integrity and beliefs. Chen Tianyin loathed the insincere old bald donkeys above all else. Luo Qiuhong and the second elder exchanged glances, shivering involuntarily. They were no match for Yuanhui, especially not in the face of Chen Tianyin's wrath. Their eyes, filled with a plea for assistance, turned toward Yuanhui. Yuanhui smiled gently, reciting a line from the Amitabha, and with his plump hands, he took hold of Luo Qiuhong and the second elder's delicate hands, his lips curving into a slight smirk. Rest assured, my esteemed practitioners, it is our duty to save all beings. With the Buddhist realm at your back, you need not fear. The Chen family is merely a rising star. My Buddhist domain has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, rich in resources. What of Chen Tiandao? Once this matter is settled, you too may accompany me to the Buddhist realm, sharing in the ultimate bliss. Upon hearing Yuanhui's words, the two felt a surge of reassurance. Indeed, the Great Thunder Sound Temple's resources far surpassed those of the Chen family, even if Chen Tiandao were to defy the heavens. Could he truly storm into the Great Thunder Sound Temple and slay them? They exchanged glances, their hearts somewhat at ease, while they felt a touch of revulsion at the old monk's touchy-feely demeanor. They recognized that, at this juncture, there was no other recourse but the Buddhist realm. Thus, they expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. We have long been enamored with the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Yuanhui smiled faintly, nodding gently. The old bald donkey was indeed brazen, for the Great Thunder Sound Temple was nothing more than a cesspool, a gathering of pretentious individuals. Were the Buddha to know of such descendants, he would likely be infuriated. Chapter 34, Yuanhui's ambitions. Upon hearing Chen Yan's voice, Yuanhui turned his gaze, and this young practitioner is, Luo Qiuhong promptly replied, "Master, this is Chen Tiandao's son, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yan." Chen Tiandao's son, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yan. Upon hearing Luo Qiuhong's explanation, Yuanhui's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with delight. He had never anticipated that his visit to the Charm Demon sect would lead him to encounter Chen Tiandao's son. It should be noted that 6 years ago, when Chen Yan was born, virtually every notable power across the 3,000 domains was aware of it, the Buddhist realm included. The Buddhist domain had always regarded the Chen family of the Nine Heavens demon domain as heretics. Especially Chen Tiandao, the foremost figure of the demon path, whom they viewed as a calamity. In a mere century, he had broken through to the Saint King realm, his talent so extraordinary it left others in awe. His journey could be described as an unstoppable force, undefeated even after breaking through to the Saint King realm and facing a coalition of several Saint King practitioners. He emerged unscathed. After that battle, the entire 3,000 domains took notice. Among the countless prodigies across the 3,000 domains, none were as terrifying as Chen Tiandao. Naturally, the Buddhist realm was keenly interested in any news regarding the young master of the Chen family, especially given that he had vanished without a trace since birth. Despite their relentless efforts to uncover his whereabouts, Yuanhui did not expect that, simply by visiting the Charm Demon sect to fulfill the Buddha's mission, He would encounter the young master of the Chen family, who had been out of contact for 6 years. This was sheer serendipity, should the Chen family produce another individual as formidable as Chen Tiandao. The Buddhist realm would undoubtedly face significant turmoil. If he could eliminate this young master here, the Chen family's future would be irrevocably curtailed. Regardless of how powerful Chen Tiandao might be, he would be unable to stir any significant waves. Yuan Hui's eyes narrowed with a smile as he regarded Chen Nian, his heart already tinged with murderous intent. He understood the threat posed by Chen Tiandao and thus wished to prevent the emergence of a second such figure. After all, the relationship between the Chen family and the Buddhist realm was far from cordial. They could even be described as adversaries, while slaying Chen Nian here would undoubtedly enrage Chen Tiandao. What of it? No matter how powerful Chen Tiandao was, the Buddhist realm had a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Rich in resources, over the past several decades, they had produced over 100 Saint King practitioners. Were they to fear a mere Chen Tiandao, the Nine Heavens demon domain, while one of the 10 great upper domains, relied solely on Chen Tiandao's strength? And no matter how formidable he was, could he possibly rival the Buddhist realm's millennia of depth? It was inconceivable. In Yuan Hui's mind, he held Chen Tiandao in high regard, fully aware of the threat he posed. However, in his heart, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was the true celestial entity, the genuine embodiment of invincibility. Chen Tiandao was merely a junior. No matter how powerful, he must have his limits. Having made up his mind, a smile crept upon his lips as he said, "So it is the Holy Son of the Chen family. My apologies for the oversight. I see that the Holy Son is naturally intelligent and possesses great wisdom. Why not take refuge in our Buddha? The Buddhist realm stands among the top 3 of the 10 great upper domains. Rich in heritage, should the Holy Son choose to accompany me to the Buddhist realm, we shall devote all our resources to assist you in attaining the Emperor realm in the future." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle. This old bald donkey still thought to recruit him. Truly, his brains must have been kicked by a donkey. With a cold laugh, he replied, his gaze piercing and his expression icy. The old bald donkey may not look impressive, yet his thoughts are quite delusional. The Buddhist realm, merely a place to harbor filth and corruption. As a man of the demonic path, I revel in vengeance and delight, unshackled by the hypocrisy that defines you. I disdain creatures like you who, while priding yourselves on righteousness, engage in murder and pillage, extinguishing entire clans. Your lips utter pious chants, yet your hearts are steeped in treachery. Truly despicable. I spit upon you, embodying the very essence of deceit, both a harlot and a saint. Chen Nian's words cut like a blade, devoid of any politeness. He had long comprehended the true nature of the so-called Buddhist realm in this world. Within the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, the purported Buddhas were far from benevolent. While they masqueraded with gentle visages, behind the Fade lay the same capacity for violence and greed as the Chen family. What they cloaked as salvation was but a guise for slaughter. They extolled righteousness while their hearts dwelled in commerce. Thus, Chen Nian harbored no fondness for these bald monks. Moreover, the demonic realm of this world seldom engaged in the recitation of scriptures, spending most of their time honing martial prowess, an entirely different paradigm from the Buddhism he had known in his previous life. Although there were some miscreants among the practitioners of Buddhism on Blue Star, genuine masters of the doctrine also existed. These sages dedicated decades to the study of scriptures and self-cultivation, eschewing martial brutality. Such was the true calling of a monk. In stark contrast, those in the Buddhist realm here were more demonic than the demonic path itself, yet they claimed to be enlightened. Truly, they were the very embodiment of duplicity. Chen Tianyin, upon hearing these words, erupted into hearty laughter, exhilaration radiating from him as he patted Chen Nian's shoulder. My dear nephew, well said, such forthrightness in your reproach. For years, he had loathed this band of bald monks. But his own verbal skills lacked the sting of insult. Despite his youth, Chen Nian's barbs struck directly at the heart. Yuan Hui, however, was incensed by Chen Nian's remarks, feeling as if he had been ground into the earth by the words. Since his birth, he had been indoctrinated by the teachings of the Thunder Sound Temple, nurturing a devotion to it that few could fathom. Thus, hearing Chen Nian's affront displeased him greatly. Very well, you insufferable scion of the Chen family. And you too, Chen Tianyin, today, you shall remain here. Yuan Hui sneered, his aura erupting with terrifying intensity. Late stage of the Saint Realm, the oppressive force swept through the dungeon, causing the dim space to tremble and the flames to flicker ominously. What a joke! You are woefully inadequate. Today, I shall execute you. Chen Tianyin was not to be trifled with either. He grinned, a smile that bore the weight of impending doom. The two had clashed countless times before. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. Yuan Hui's cultivation was indeed superior, being in the late stage of the Saint realm, while Chen Tianyin was merely in the mid-stage. However, Chen Tianyin's prowess was not to be underestimated. If it were any typical mid-stage saint, Yuan Hui could subdue them within 10 moves, yet Chen Tianyin was different. In a life-or-death struggle, Yuan Hui was unsure he could best him. What Yuan Hui did not realize was that Chen Tianyin had just broken through to the late stage of the saint realm, significantly enhancing his strength, now rivaling the might of those beneath the Saint King. Chapter 35. The old monk sends you to hell to slay me. You, wicked and malevolent, deserve retribution. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens. With that, Yuan Hui's eyes gleamed, stepping forward to stand before Luo Qiuhong and the second elder. Suddenly, a circular purple golden bowl appeared in his hand. He smiled mysteriously, his gaze brimming with excitement. Chen Tianyin, today the old monk shall act for the heavens. As he spoke, Yuan Hui hurled the purple golden bowl. The tiny bowl expanded dramatically, enveloping Chen Nian and the others like a small world. Thankfully, before departing, the Bodhisattva had granted him the purple golden bowl, and today would mark a significant achievement. This purple golden bowl was an 8-star spiritual treasure, fearsome in its might. With Yuan Hui's cultivation, it would be nearly impossible for anyone below the Saint King realm to break free from its confinement. Moreover, the bowl was not merely a prison. It contained thousands of inscribed formations. Once an enemy was ensnared, it could unleash an immediate assault. Furthermore, the bowl could sever all forms of energy, rendering any plea for aid from Chen Tianyin futile. Regardless of his strength, today he would meet his end, along with the scion of the Chen family. If this endeavor succeeded, it would be a monumental feat for the Thunder Sound Temple, possibly earning Yuan Hui a precious reward that might elevate him to the Saint King realm. The Saint King, for Yuan Hui, it was the pinnacle of aspiration. After 7 centuries of rigorous training, he had finally achieved his current level. In stark contrast, Chen Tiandao had swiftly ascended to the Saint King realm, his strength unfathomable, and now Chen Tianyin, his brother, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This was a humiliation that Yuan Hui could not endure. He had long harbored a burning desire to break through to the Saint King realm. If he could eliminate these two today, it would surely be a monumental accomplishment. With this thought, Yuan Hui's eyes glinted with greed as he regarded Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin. Master Yuan Hui, keep in mind that Chen Nian is the only heir of Chen Tiandao. If he perishes here, the Chen family may not take it lightly. Luo Qiuhong, a member of the Nine Heavens demonic domain, was acutely aware of Chen Tiandao's terrifying reputation. He was akin to a reincarnated deity, formidable beyond measure. Yet, Yuan Hui, consumed by thoughts of ascending to the Saint King realm, paid no heed to her warning. Moreover, did Chen Tiandao dare challenge the entirety of the Thunder Sound Temple alone? Such notions were sheer folly. I have my own plans, Yuan Hui replied, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Luo Qiuhong shuddered at the chilling change in his demeanor. This old monk was a far cry from the benevolent figure he had previously presented. Thus she refrained from further comment. The situation had spiraled beyond her expectations, and now her only hope was to survive. This was her sole desire. Young master, I'm sorry, Luo has failed you, ensnaring you in this peril. Xue Luo had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such extremes. Were it not for her, Chen Nian would not be in such danger. Should anything happen to him, the entire Meima sect would likely be obliterated. Chen Nian smiled gently. I will not go back on my word. As for this minor purple golden bowl, it poses no challenge. He cast a sidelong glance at his second uncle, chuckling. Uncle, think you can break it? Indeed, but it will require considerable effort. Had it been the previous Chen Tianyin, breaking the purple golden bowl would have been a formidable task. However, with his recent breakthrough to the late stage of the Saint realm, his strength had surged. Now, he was comparable to a Saint King-level warrior. Although shattering the bowl would not be trivial, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, Chen Nian merely grinned and communicated through secretive means. Uncle, shortly I shall transport you directly before that old monk, and you shall deal with him. Chen Tianyin's eyes widened in astonishment. You intend to teleport me out? Are you jesting? For someone at my level, escaping would require considerable effort, yet you, merely a peak Wuxiang realm warrior, claim you can take me out. Surely you jest. Nevertheless, he recognized that his nephew was never one for jokes and was indeed quite enigmatic. Possibly possessing a true method, Chen Tianyin nodded in silent agreement. Very well. After conferring with Chen Tianyin, he turned to Xue Luo instructing, hold tightly to my hand. Xue Luo hesitated, but upon seeing Chen Nian's serious expression, she swallowed her questions and nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Yuan Hui's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he chanted incantations. Chen Tianyin, the old monk shall send you to hell." With those words, the inscriptions within the purple golden bowl were activated, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yan softly intoned, "A mere breath apart." Indeed, the technique he employed was his own divine ability, a mere breath apart, although the purple golden bowl could sever all energies, enveloping them like a lid. It could not obstruct Chen Yan's divine power. Divine abilities are manifestations of the laws of reality. A mere breath apart pertained to the laws of space, allowing him to transcend all obstacles. Currently, Chen Yan's cultivation was not yet profound. Should he break through to the Saint Realm, he could traverse vast distances in an instant. However, at his current level, employing this ability would enable him to move 1 or 2 kilometers with ease. Given that he was merely a few meters from Yuanhui, executing a mere breath apart was entirely feasible. Boom! In an instant, Chen Yan, accompanied by Chen Tianyin and Xue Luo, appeared directly before Yuanhui. In that fleeting moment, Yuanhui's eyes widened in disbelief, yet before he could process the situation, Chen Tianyin's iron fists came crashing toward him. Dragon Roar, Tiger Hull Fist, an 8-star martial technique pierced through the air, infused with all of Chen Tianyin's strength. Delivered without restraint, the weight of his fists was akin to 10,000 pounds, causing the surrounding air to roar in protest. Chen Tianyin's sudden appearance before Yuanhui took him completely by surprise. Compounded by Chen Tianyin's formidable cultivation, with no time to evade, Yuanhui was struck directly. Boom! In an instant, Yuanhui's body was sent hurtling through the air like a bolt from a crossbow, crashing violently to the ground. The force of this iron fist was overwhelming, causing Yuanhui's entire body to crash to the ground, creating a deep pit several dozen meters long. Chapter 36, Seeking the Demon. Suddenly, a massive pit appeared out of thin air within the dungeon, its sandy soil swirling violently, enveloping the entire space. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder were momentarily frozen in shock. The fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple was sent flying. Unbelievable! Fear flickered in their exchanged glances. It seemed they were in grave peril. As the mist gradually dissipated, Yuanhui's figure slowly rose from within the pit. His once pristine robe was now tattered and caked with mud, his plump visage marred with bruises, resembling a pig's head. A row of teeth had been knocked out entirely, a testament to Chen Tianyin's relentless assault just moments ago. Although Yuanhui was formidable, this strike had not killed him but had certainly inflicted severe injury, leaving him looking rather pitiable. How could this be? How could you possibly escape from my golden bowl of purple gold? Yuanhui's eyes were filled with disbelief. He found it hard to fathom that the three of them had managed to slip away so effortlessly from his prized possession. This was an 8-star sacred treasure, lent to him by the esteemed Bodhisattva, steeped in ancient origins. How could anyone evade its grasp so easily? Chen Tianyin, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. Truth be told, even with his current strength, he could shatter the golden bowl, but it would certainly not be so effortless. It would require significant effort, and the toll would be considerable. He had a sense of understanding regarding Chen Yan's earlier maneuver. It had undoubtedly touched upon the power of spatial laws. Indeed, the laws of space. It is known that only those at the Sacred King level can truly wield the power of laws. Moreover, to transcend to the Sacred King realm, one must also grasp the power of these laws. There are myriad paths, and the laws possess their own vast array of intricacies. A common individual may master a single law to ascend to the Sacred King realm. Currently, Chen Tianyin was gradually mastering the power of laws, and his progress was swift. However, the power of spatial laws might remain elusive to him throughout his life. Why? Because among the multitude of laws, space and time rank at the top. There is a saying that space reigns supreme while time holds great respect. Both of these laws are not to be trifled with. Throughout the ages, few geniuses have managed to harness these two formidable forces, yet here was Chen Yan, a mere martial artist of the Wuxiang realm, who had somehow grasped the legendary power of space. Though it had not yet solidified into a true law, it was astonishing enough to leave one in awe. Indeed, throughout the 3,000 domains since ancient times, no such prodigy had been heard of. While Chen Tianyin had long suspected his nephew was shrouded in mystery, he now felt he had underestimated this young man significantly. Truly, he was far from simple. Perhaps even more so than his elder brother. The more enigmatic Chen Yan became, the more delighted Chen Tianyin felt. This lad might very well step into the realm of emperors in the future. With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Tianyin's lips as he shook his head, diverting his gaze back to the staggering Yuanhui in the pit, his eyes glinting with cold intent. This man was destined to die today. With a chilling laugh, Chen Tiannin's aura coalesced, and overwhelming demonic energy surged through the dungeon, awakening even Jiangli, who was bound and unconscious in the cell. In that moment, Chen Tiannin resembled a divine being or a demonic specter. His long hair billowing like a dark tide, the air around him crackling ominously, his robe fluttering dramatically. A terrifying presence rose steadily. Not far away, Luo Qiuhuang and the second elder were nearly paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with dread, they could hardly muster the will to flee, fully aware that even if they ran to the ends of the earth, it would be futile. Now their only hope rested on Yuan Hui's victory, yet Yuan Hui was even more stunned than they were. With a row of shattered teeth, he struggled to speak through the pain, his voice trembling. You are at the late stage of the sacred entry. Indeed, it was the late stage of the sacred entry. Upon realizing Chen Tiannin's power, Yuan Hui was left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Tiannin had inexplicably advanced to the late stage of sacred entry. It was worth noting that while Yuan Hui had spent over 700 years reaching this level, Chen Tiannin had accomplished it in just over 300 years. The disparity was staggering. Despite this, Yuan Hui, who had labored for 7 centuries to achieve the late stage of sacred entry, was still hailed as a genius by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. With hopes of breaking into the Sacred King realm, yet compared to Chen Tiannin, he felt a profound sense of despondency. This man had been able to rival him even in the mid-stage of sacred entry. And now, having advanced to the late stage, his power was formidable, likely making him the most powerful beneath the Sacred King realm. Moreover, having been ambushed and injured by him, it seemed Yuan Hui's fate was indeed grim. A sense of fear and resentment began to brew within him. His mastery of mental fortitude had not kept pace with his martial prowess. For so long, he had focused solely on martial cultivation while neglecting his inner state. Observing Yuan Hui's shock, Chen Tiannin felt a surge of satisfaction. With a grin that bore a hint of savagery, he declared, "Voldbald donkey, today I shall send you on your way to meet your Buddha in the Western Paradise." With that, Chen Tiannin wasted no time. Like a wraith, he vanished from sight. Yuan Hui's eyes widened in alarm. This speed was beyond his comprehension. The reason was simple: Chen Tiannin's cultivation technique was extraordinarily peculiar, and the martial arts he commanded were exceptionally formidable, seemingly derived from ancient practices, echoing the legacy of Chen Tiandao. As the foremost figure in demonic paths, Chen Tiandao's martial arts were anything but ordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that Chen Tiannin, as his younger brother, bore the hallmarks of this martial legacy, but it did indicate that he would be a formidable adversary. "Old bald donkey, today I shall escort you to your demise." As his voice faded, Chen Tiannin materialized in midair behind Yuan Hui. In his grasp, a pitch-black longsword had emerged from its sheath, appearing like a ghostly specter in the lightless dungeon, ready to claim lives. This technique was named Seeking the Demon. The moment Chen Tiannin uttered the name, a terrifying aura surged through the dungeon. This technique, Seeking the Demon, was one Chen Tiannin had comprehended after 2 months of solitary reflection on a precipice, marking the discovery of his own path. To execute this technique against Yuan Hui would be an honor for him. The horrifying sword shadow swiftly engulfed Yuan Hui's form. No, I will not accept this. Only the echo of Yuan Hui's defiance lingered in the air. Chapter 37: The Bodhisattva of the Buddhist Realm. Boom! The entire dungeon erupted with a thunderous roar. Yuan Hui's anguished cries were instantly swallowed. As the smoke cleared, his figure had vanished, leaving behind only a tattered robe. Everything else had been reduced to dust. Chen Tiannin's technique wielded such tremendous power that even a sacred king would find it perilous. In the wake of this strike, all else had been obliterated. The golden bowl of purple gold, lacking a master, fell to the ground. Lying still, Chen Tiannin scoffed, disdain dripping from his words. As expected, a useless waste, not even a relic to speak of. The so-called relic, or saraira, is the essence produced upon the death of a high-ranking Buddhist monk. However, not every monk generates saraira, only those of profound spiritual attainment do. It was clear that although Yuan Hui possessed commendable cultivation, his Buddhist nature was lacking, and thus he had not produced any saraira. Chen Nian smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards Luo Qiuhuang and the second elder. At this moment, the two were nearly paralyzed with fear. Crumpled on the ground, their eyes vacant and devoid of light, colluding with the Buddhist realm. "You two have displayed remarkable audacity." Chen Nian's cold voice sent chills down their spines, prompting them to kneel in desperation, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Please spare us, young master. We were misled. I beg for your mercy." They knelt, incessantly prostrating themselves, yet Chen Nian's gaze grew even colder. He understood well the principle of eradicating threats at their root. especially since they dared to conspire with the Buddhist realm against his life. This was intolerable to him. He coldly commanded, "Second uncle, skin them alive and hang them on the city wall of the Chen family stronghold." To serve as a warning to all factions in the Nine Heavens demon domain, those who dare conspire with outside forces will meet this fate. Indeed, Chen Nian's intention was to make an example of them. Both were at the peak of the sovereign realm, possessing some notoriety in the Nine Heavens demon domain, yet even so, any collaboration with external forces warranted such a fate. This would undoubtedly serve as a deterrent to other factions. Chen Tianyin grinned, a frosty glint in his eyes. "Rest assured, dear nephew." Upon hearing the exchange between the uncle and nephew, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder were struck with terror, losing all control of their bodily functions. They kneeled fervently, even shedding their garments in a desperate attempt to seduce the two. "Please, young master, second master, spare us. We will do anything, please have mercy." Their heads struck the ground with heavy thuds, their bodies exposed. Though they were not young for practitioners, their skin remained well maintained, appearing as though they were merely in their 30s, still retaining a semblance of allure. However, Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin held no interest in them. Such individuals were akin to treacherous wolves. If mercy were granted to the two of them this time, it is certain that, given the opportunity in the future, they would seek revenge with greater ferocity. Such individuals pose an inherent threat by merely existing. Chen Tianyin, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a surge of sword energy, and the two were instantaneously slain. With his current cultivation, dispatching martial artists below the Saint realm required no substantial effort. Chen Nian picked up the purple gold bowl from the ground, intrigued by this artifact. An 8-star treasure is quite commendable in his eyes. After all, with the lottery system in place, he possesses several 9-star treasures and approximately a dozen 8-star weapons. Living quite lavishly, however, this purple gold bowl was a novelty to him. Its interior was densely inscribed with intricate runes and formations, exuding a profound mystique. The runic formations have their origins in ancient times, though most have been lost to history. Such a remarkable array, inscribed within an 8-star treasure, transformed an artifact initially designed to imprison foes into one capable of offense as well. It became a treasure that possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, which piqued his interest. As Chen Nian's consciousness delved into it, he suddenly encountered what felt like a restriction, and an ethereal figure swiftly materialized in his mind. It was a young monk, draped in a dark golden robe. Seated in a lotus position upon a mat, hands clasped together, radiating golden light, the young monk abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden brilliance, gazing intently at Chen Nian. Chen Nian squinted, although the figure before him was merely an apparition. It nonetheless imparted a sense of pressure. "Who are you?" The young monk's ethereal voice resonated, accompanied by a chorus of sacred sounds. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as the two regarded each other in silence. Within his sea of consciousness, Chen Nian's figure suddenly shifted, and a long blade appeared in his grasp. Break. With a single stroke, the apparition was obliterated. He had surmised the young monk's identity. At this age and in such attire, he was likely a disciple of the Buddhist realm. Chen Nian, disinterested in further dialogue, directly severed the apparition, cutting off its connection to the purple gold bowl. This artifact was now unclaimed, and as long as he branded it with his own mark, he could activate and utilize it. As for the thoughts of this Buddhist disciple, they were of no concern to Chen Nian. Their opposing stances inevitably destined them for an unending conflict. At this moment, in the Buddhist realm, countless miles away, Lingchen suddenly opened his eyes, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "Master Buddha, what has occurred?" The elders nearby rushed over in alarm, eager to assess Lingchen's condition. Lingchen, with a cold gaze, revealed a flicker of murderous intent within his indifferent demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing. What is the situation with Yuanhui?" He had recently learned that within the ancestral grounds of the Demonist sect lay a thunder pool that had been preserved for over 100,000 years, prompting him to dispatch Yuanhui to investigate discreetly. Although the Nine Heavens demon realm was under the Chen family's dominion, the Thunder Pool was of paramount importance to him. The heart of thunder contained within would greatly benefit his cultivation of Buddhist teachings. Should he acquire it, his prowess could ascend to new heights, perhaps even allowing him to grasp the divine arts of thunder. Such temptation was too enticing for Lingchen to ignore. However, the purple gold bowl he had lent to Yuanhui had now been stripped of its consciousness. From the last image conveyed through the consciousness, he discerned that the individual was younger than himself yet possessed formidable strength. The might exhibited by that single blade was anything but ordinary. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain of Yuan Hui's plight, as she was far away in the Nine Heavens demon realm with no information forthcoming. Just then, a young acolyte rushed in, breathless and flustered, exclaiming, reporting to Master Buddha and esteemed elders. The life lamp of Elder Wu has shattered. What? An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall, disbelief etched across the faces of all present. The life lamp shattering. It was known that a life lamp was forged from an individual's soul. Its shattering signified the dispersion of that soul throughout the cosmos. In other words, Elder Wu was dead. Chapter 38. The Buddhist sect mobilizes upon hearing of Yuan Hui's demise. Shock rippled through the assembly. Yuan Hui was a fifth elder of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, of significant status and strength. Having reached the late stages of the Saint Realm, it was inconceivable for him to have been slain without the intervention of a powerful being from the Sacred King Realm. Yet his life lamp had shattered. This revelation left everyone taken aback. Could it be that Chen Tiandao had made his move? In the entire Nine Heavens demon realm, aside from Chen Tiandao, they could hardly fathom anyone else possessing the power to slay Yuan Hui. Leaving no time for escape. Lingchen's eyes glinted with a trace of murderous intent upon learning of Yuan Hui's death. Yuan Hui, a fifth elder of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple and a late-stage saint, had perished in the Nine Heavens demon realm, severely undermining their temple's strength. Moreover, the Thunder Heart he sought may have been seized by another. This incident was a blatant slap in the face to the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. The fifth elder had fallen in the Nine Heavens demon realm. If they did not retaliate, the entire 3,000 realms would perceive them as cowards. Such indignation was intolerable for Lingchen. He snorted coldly. Addressing the elders present in the hall, go inform the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Law Elder to lead the 3,000 Buddhist warriors to the Demonist sect. Whoever dares to kill a member of our Buddhist realm, even if it is Chen Tiandao, shall pay the price. The elders, upon hearing this, dared not voice any dissent and promptly bowed in agreement. It is well understood that only the abbot and this esteemed Master Buddha could issue such commands to the three elders. The Master Buddha held an unparalleled status within the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, even surpassing the abbot in the hearts of many elders. However, none within the temple dared to question him, as all believed that this Master Buddha was destined to lead the temple to greatness. Once the elders departed, Lingchen remained alone in the grand hall, seated upon the mat, his gaze distant as he pondered the figure of Chen Nian. Who could this individual be that instilled a sense of trepidation within him? Truly remarkable. Among his peers, countless prodigies existed, yet few could evoke such a visceral reaction from Lingchen. Chen Nian was one of the rare exceptions. The decision to dispatch 3 Sacred King Realm elders to the Demonist sect was twofold. Firstly, to reclaim the honor of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Secondly, to ascertain the identity of the youth who had invoked such fear within him. The Demonist sect, Chen Nian's subordinates, Xianwei and Chen Ping'an, had executed all loyal disciples of Luo Qiuhong without exception. Allowing such individuals to survive would only invite future calamities, although Jiangli felt a pang of reluctance, as these were her sect's disciples. She dared not voice her concerns. Her respect for Chen Nian overshadowed even her feelings for Xue Luer, for no one in the entire Demonist sect understood the terrifying nature of Chen Tiandao better than she. I am grateful to the young patriarch for your assistance. Otherwise, my Demonist sect's 1,000-year foundation would have crumbled exhausted. Jiangli respectfully bowed. Despite her pale complexion, her exquisite features resembled that of a fragile beauty. With maturity and allure evident in her countenance, capable of enchanting countless souls without the need for any sorcery, Chen Nian smiled faintly in response. Sect Master Jiang, you overstate my role. Saving you was merely a transaction between myself and Luer. A transaction? Jiangli was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Xue Luer. Luer, what transaction have you made with the young patriarch? Upon hearing her masteress' inquiry, Xue Luer bit her lip, unsure of how to begin. Master, I have given the key to the ancestral grounds to the young patriarch and from now on shall serve as his maid, attending to him day and night. What? Jiangli was momentarily stunned. The key to the ancestral grounds? And Xue Luer was to become a maid. The cost was far too steep. The key to the ancestral grounds was the very foundation of the Demonist sect's legacy. To relinquish it to Chen Nian would be a betrayal of her ancestors. Young patriarch, is this transaction not too? Jiang Li's words were interrupted as she caught sight of Chen Nian's enigmatic smile, which bore an air of playful intrigue. Sect Master Jiang, I, Chen Nian, am a man of my word. Once a transaction is established, I shall not go back on it. However, I will not tolerate anyone reneging on our agreement. Do you understand my meaning? Though Chen Nian's tone was calm, the experienced Jiang Li discerned the underlying threat. Should she refuse the transaction, it was likely that the entire Demonist sect would cease to exist. She was all too aware of the Chen family's reputation: domineering, capricious, and capable of annihilating an entire realm with ease. One man, Chen Tianyin, alone could obliterate the Demonist sect countless times over. Chen Yan was not one to be trifled with. I extend this transaction as a gesture of goodwill, should you choose to go back on your word. Do not blame me for eradicating your entire sect. The allure of seduction would hold no sway over him. He was no fool easily entranced by beauty. Jiang Li cast a conflicted glance at Shui Luer, who at this moment was equally apprehensive. It was a desperate move that had led her to this course of action. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not cast blame upon her, as if coming to a realization. She nodded. Luer, present the key. Shui Luer was momentarily taken aback but quickly gathered herself, retrieving a key from her spatial ring. This key, forged from ancient divine stone, was unique and could not be replicated. Jiang Li accepted the key and presented it to Chen Yan with deep respect. Young patriarch, this is the key to the ancestral grounds of my Demonist sect. Please accept it, and whenever you wish to visit the ancestral grounds, I shall have Luer guide you. Jiang Li's tone was exceedingly respectful, for she recognized her utter lack of power to oppose him. She had no choices left. Fortunately, Chen Yan has accepted Shui Luer as his maid, which is indeed a fortunate turn of events for Jiang Li. Although Chen Yan has been in seclusion for many years, with no news emerging, Jiang Li is no fool. The fact that Chen Tianyin holds such profound respect for him and that the Chen family has taken extensive measures to protect this young patriarch indicates that he cannot be a mere incompetent. Moreover, Chen Yan is the biological son of Chen Tiandao. Even if he has inherited only a fraction of that remarkable talent, it would still be extraordinary. Therefore, having Shui Luer by Chen Yan's side will undoubtedly lead to greater achievements than if she remained at the Demonist sect. After all, with the betrayal and subsequent demise of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and a number of other elders, the Demonist sect has been severely weakened. Aligning herself with the Chen family is also a boon for Shui Luer, as it alleviates the concern of being engulfed by rival factions. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan smiled slightly. This Jiang sect master is quite perceptive. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Should Jiang Li dare to refuse any of this, Chen Yan would not hesitate to take action. After all, he is the son of the Devil Path's emperor, the foremost figure in the demonic realm. The act of slaughtering and annihilating sects is likely ingrained in his very being. With that in mind, let us proceed. Luer, Chapter 39, Slaying the Heavens, a Surge in Power. The reason Chen Yan ventured to the Demonist sect was to access the Thunder Pool. The immense power of the giant elephant within him was already yearning for release. It felt as though a force within the ancestral grounds was summoning him. Hearing this, Shui Luer cast a glance at her master, and upon receiving permission she respectfully replied, yes. With that, she took the lead. Walking ahead of Chen Yan, without hesitation, he followed her. Due to the restrictions within the ancestral grounds of the Demonist sect, only one person could enter at a time. Before entering, Chen Yan had instructed Chen Pingyan and Nai Huang to remain at the Demonist sect to guard it. Chen Tianyin, concerned for Chen Yan's safety, dispatched individuals back to the Chen family to inform the elders to come and provide protection while remaining at the entrance of the ancestral grounds. Fearing that Chen Yan might encounter any danger for the Chen family, Chen Yan represents their future, and he must not be compromised. Young patriarch, you may enter directly with the key. The ancestral grounds are protected by a restriction. Only those holding the key can enter, or they will face the wrath of the ancestral grounds. Understood. Chen Yan nodded, raising the key in his hand and slowly advancing forward. The environment within the ancestral grounds was serene. He strode confidently when suddenly the stone door seemed to sense something, emitting a hum as it rose. Chen Yan, holding the key aloft, stepped inside. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision was enveloped in a blinding white light, rendering him unable to open his eyes. He felt as if he were spinning in a vast void. After some time, the dizziness began to recede, and he gradually opened his eyes. What greeted him was not a picturesque forest of verdant trees and vines, but rather a precipice. The sky was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the echo of thunder above the clouds. Something seemed to lurk, with thunderclouds roaring and lightning occasionally striking the mountaintop. The surroundings were overgrown with wild grass, devoid of light, and the thickets appeared to have been scorched by lightning. Is this truly the ancestral grounds of the Demonist sect? Quite intriguing. As Chen Yan surveyed the scene before him, he felt no fear. Instead, the excitement within him intensified. The giant elephant's power surged within his cells. The thunder pool, it must be located at the summit of this cliff. Sensing the exhilaration coursing through his body, Chen Nian knew that the thunder pool of the Demonist sect was likely perched atop this precipice. Just as he intended to leap into the air, he discovered that the ancestral ground seemed to possess its own set of rules. His true energy appeared to be suppressed, making it exceedingly difficult to harness. It seemed that this place was far from ordinary, with hidden realms where even true energy could not be summoned. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian ceased to channel his true energy and advanced towards the mountain peak with great strides. The path to the summit proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. With each step he took, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. It was as if an invisible hand was gradually applying pressure, hindering his progress. Fortunately, Chen Nian possessed the unparalleled divine demon body, having forged his physique from a young age and grown up immersed in medicinal baths, rendering his body extraordinary. Additionally, he had cultivated the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. Although he had only awakened 20 giant elephant particles, the enhancement to his physical form was significant. As he ascended, Chen Nian deduced why over these many years, individuals from the Demonist sect had failed to reach the summit. The Demonist sect was composed primarily of women, who did not practice physical cultivation, instead focusing on illusion techniques and relying on their enchanting abilities in combat. Their physical prowess was exceedingly weak. And in a realm that directly suppressed true energy, it was no wonder they could not scale this cliff. Before long, Chen Nian caught sight of the thunder pool at the mountain's summit. It was a pool of violet water, crackling with electricity, with bolts of lightning from the sky frequently striking its surface. This thunder pool, with a legacy spanning over 100,000 years, harbored an incredibly terrifying force of lightning. Witnessing this scene, the blood coursing through Chen Nian's veins quickened. He bellowed, bracing against the pressure as he lunged toward the summit. In an instant, as he reached the peak, the pressure that had weighed upon him seemingly vanished. He gasped for breath, feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. However, upon stepping onto the summit, the dark thunderclouds above thickened, coalescing into a massive formation. Chen Nian paid no heed to the changes in the sky. Instead, he focused on the thunder pool before him, feeling the blood within him surge as if it were beckoning him. This was indeed the thunder pool, and the power contained within it was far from simple. The waves of electrical energy sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, gazing at the power of lightning within the thunder pool, Chen Nian felt a thrill of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced. The next instant, Chen Nian leaped into the thunder pool. Hiss! Instantly, as if encountering some form of restriction, the lightning within the pool came alive, and Chen Nian felt an electrifying pain coursing through his entire being. This sensation intensified. He did not dare to slacken his efforts. Immediately channeling the divine elephant suppressing prison technique, the technique surged through him at an astonishing speed. Not only the divine elephant suppressing prison technique but also the 9 turns divine demon technique within him operated at full throttle. In an instant, Chen Nian felt an overwhelming sensation coursing through his body, even his pores tingling with exhilaration. The lightning continuously enveloped his form, swirling around him like serpents of electricity. 21 particles, 22, 301. The giant elephant particles within Chen Nian continued to awaken, saturating his body with boundless strength. The power of the giant elephant could traverse mountains and fill seas, while Chen Nian reveled in the nourishment provided by the thunder pool. A massive black thundercloud coalesced above him, spanning several dozen kilometers. The next moment, boom! A furious roar erupted from within the thundercloud, and a thick bolt of lightning descended, striking Chen Nian with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the lightning jolted him awake. He let out a roar, bracing himself against the onslaught from above. However, the lightning surged like a relentless tide, crashing upon him in waves. Time became indistinct as Chen Nian endured over 100 strikes, leaving him somewhat numb, his hair singed away and his body charred black. Yet, after the initial onslaught, the lightning did not descend immediately. Instead, it seemed to gather strength. In the sky, the colossal thunder dragon roared, its growl and the crackle of lightning reverberating throughout the heavens. Indeed, is it finally coming? Gazing at the thick electric aura in the sky, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. He understood that the thundercloud was accumulating power for a lethal strike. In the next moment, the thunder dragon twisted and rolled, followed by a torrent of colossal lightning cascading toward Chen Nian's form. The immense pressure and overwhelming sense of oppression sent a chill down his spine. The dense electric energy felt as if it heralded the end of the world, seeking to obliterate everything in its path. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to fear long before encountering the lightning, yet, at this moment, Chen Yan felt no trace of trepidation. Instead, his blood surged with fervor, as if ablaze. And the giant elephant particles within him churned relentlessly. If that is the case, then let me witness the might of this lightning. Boom! As soon as Chen Yan's words fell, the lightning poured down upon him, enveloping him in a colossal torrent. His cries echoed through the heavens and earth. Pain, excruciating pain, yet, this pain was one he endured time past, seemingly an eternity, and he felt a numbness throughout his being. Suddenly, Chen Yan's aura coalesced. His previously closed eyes snapped open, and a terrifying presence surged forth from him. Grant me power. Breakthrough. Extraordinary. Boom! The aura emanating from Chen Yan's sword, breaking through to the extraordinary realm. At the age of 6. Achieving the extraordinary, if this were to spread, it would surely leave countless individuals astounded. Upon breaking through, Chen Yan felt his strength surge. The terrifying lightning that had struck him moments ago no longer caused him pain. Soon, the wave of lightning dissipated, only to gather strength anew. However, Chen Yan snorted disdainfully. Damn it, is this never ending? He concentrated his right hand, and in an instant, the 9-star supreme treasure, the Slaying Heaven blade, appeared in his grasp. This was the 9-star treasure he had won in a draw, a blade known as Slaying Heaven. In that instant, Chen Yan's aura solidified, and he rose from the thunder pool, walking with deliberate slowness. His body, bare and blackened from the lightning's wrath, crackled with electric energy. Enough already, now it's my turn. Chen Yan's eyes transformed in an instant. His left eye gleamed with golden light, while his right eye was shrouded in darkness. Like a deity yet reminiscent of a demon, after transcending the extraordinary, Chen Yan's power surged exponentially, and with the breakthrough of the divine elephant's suppression technique, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. With 10,000 particles of colossal elephant power in his extraordinary cultivation, Chen Yan himself was unaware of the sheer terror he now embodied. It seemed that the thunderclouds above had also sensed something amiss with Chen Yan. As if enraged, the forces of lightning began to gather with alarming speed. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning took the form of a dragon immensely robust. Chen Yan let out a cold snort. Heaven! Taste my blade, God-slaying slash. The God-slaying slash was Chen Yan's most formidable technique, a 9-star martial art. With a single stroke, it signified the slaying of a deity. In an instant, the air around him appeared to solidify, and a colossal blade shadow cleaved towards the thunder dragon, an endless wave of demonic energy surging forth. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the heavens were filled with a violent explosion. The entire area within 10 miles felt the repercussions. After the deafening blast, the thunder dragon was shattered in an instant, the pitch-black sky dissipating to reveal daylight. The lightning above vanished without a trace. Chen Yan smirked. Heaven, is that all you can muster? System check. Personal attributes panel. Ding. Checking. Host, Chen Yan cultivation, early extraordinary realm techniques, 9 turns divine demon technique, 9 stars, divine elephant suppression technique, 9 stars, 10,032 particles, martial arts, flower picking finger, 9 stars. Annihilation Sword Technique, 9 stars, Phantom Shadow Step, 9 stars, God-slaying slash, 9 stars, Physique, Supreme Divine Demon Body Talent, Blessing of the Demonic Path Divine Powers, Close Yet Distant Words Manifest as Law Lottery Chances, 52 Chapter 40, Exterminating the Buddha. Gazing at his attributes panel, a faint smile graced Chen Yan's lips. An overwhelming power enveloped his entire being. In the early stages of the extraordinary realm, with 10,000 colossal elephant particles, such a terrifying accumulation of strength rendered Chen Yan's current power, though merely at the extraordinary realm, capable of potentially obliterating even a careless king realm expert with a single punch. With the addition of his various divine powers and martial arts, as well as treasured artifacts, few could rival him beneath the supreme realm. Indeed, Chen Yan, merely in the early stages of the extraordinary realm, was enough to contend with the pinnacle of the king realm with his current talents. He surpassed Chen Tiandao. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt a powerful energy fluctuation from above. He looked up just as the cloud overhead parted, revealing a pulsating purple heart. This heart, shimmering in violet, throbbed rhythmically, surrounded by flickering purple lightning. This was the heart of thunder. At this moment, Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. the Heart of Thunder is a rare celestial treasure that may take millennia to form within the Thunder Pool. Harboring an incredibly potent electrical force, should he refine it, he might also gain insights into the divine powers of thunder. Moreover, the electric energy contained within would greatly benefit his body refinement and the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Nian leaped into the sky, seizing the Heart of Thunder. Instantly, he felt the powerful current surging from it. However, having endured countless lightning strikes, his body had developed a resistance. The current emanating from the Heart of Thunder was of little consequence to him now. Grasping the pulsating heart, a smile played upon his lips as he sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the Heart of Thunder. At this moment, within the Demon Enchantress sect, Chen Tianyin sat guard at the entrance of the ancestral grounds. Vigilantly watching over Chen Nian, suddenly an odious aura enveloped the skies above the Demon Enchantress sect. He glanced up to see a colossal spirit vessel, radiating golden light and resonating with the sounds of Buddhist chants. The Buddha's gate arrived swiftly. Chen Tianyin scoffed, his eyes gleaming with boundless killing intent. Although he had anticipated that these old bald heads from the Buddha's gate would not relent, he was taken aback by their rapid arrival. Slowly rising, he fixed his gaze upon the spirit vessel. At this moment, Jiang Li and Xue Luer, along with the Chen family's mysterious guards, gathered around it. From the spirit vessel, 3,000 Buddhist warriors descended, each wielding various weapons and clad in grey coarse robes. Chanting Amitbot, leading them were the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and the Law Enforcement Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. They stood side by side, chanting Amitbot before the Grand Elder's voice reverberated throughout the entire Demon Enchantress sect. Evil demons and heretics daring to harm the elders of my Great Thunder Sound Temple shall face retribution. Today, obeying the command of the Buddha's child, we shall convert the Demon Enchantress sect entirely. As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, Chen Tianyin let out a cold laugh and stepped forward leisurely. Yuan Fong, what audacity you possess, daring to act recklessly in my Nine Heavens demon domain, unaware of your own demise, Yuan Fong retorted with a sneer. Chen Tianyin, you were the one who killed Yuan Hui, weren't you? Indeed, that old bald head deserved to die, and you lot will eventually fall to my blade as well. The monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, with their righteous facade, had long irked Chen Tianyin. Behind Yuan Fong, the law enforcement elder let out a cold snort, narrowing his eyes, exuding an air of authority. Chen Tianyin, do not think that with Chen Tiandao protecting you, I will not dare to kill you. You dare to slay my Great Thunder Sound Temple's fifth elder. Today, I shall make you pay in blood. With that, the law enforcement elder's aura coalesced, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire Demon Enchantress sect. Early Saint King. Indeed, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, as the sovereign of the Buddha realm, possessed substantial strength, with numerous Saint King experts. This law enforcement elder, having lived for 2 millennia, was a Saint King level powerhouse. Chen Tianyin showed no fear, sneering, old fool, after 2,000 years of cultivation, you are still only at the early Saint King level. Your age is truly spent in vain. It is worth noting that Chen Tianyin, only a little over 300 years old, had already reached the late saint stage, whereas this law enforcement elder was falling behind significantly. Upon hearing Chen Tianyin's mockery, the law enforcement elder's eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent. As the law enforcement elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he had never been spoken to in such a manner, truly seeking death. Today, I shall convert you evil demons. With that, golden light flickered around the law enforcement elder. And suddenly, countless hands appeared behind him. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. In the next moment, innumerable hands descended from the heavens like comets towards Chen Tianyin. The overwhelming aura drew the attention of all present. Without the emperor's presence, the Saint King realm represented the pinnacle of power across the 3,000 domains. As they beheld the 10,000 Buddhas pay homage technique, Jiang Li's expression shifted to one of grave concern and despair. This technique was capable of flattening the entire Demon Enchantress sect. A Saint King could obliterate a sect with ease, although she too was a late Saint Realm warrior, a formidable figure among the 3,000 domains. In the eyes of a Saint King expert, she was merely insignificant. Likewise, Chen Tianyin was only at the late Saint Realm. Under such an onslaught, death seemed imminent. Yet, before Jiang Li could react, Chen Tianyin horizontally wielded his blade. A cold smile gracing his lips. Old bald head, do you wish to slay me as well? Break. With a single slash, devoid of any embellishment, it was a simple yet straightforward attack, yet, within that simplicity lay an immense force. Boom! The sky erupted with a deafening roar, a tremendous explosion resonating through the air. The ferocious winds made it difficult for Shui Luo and Chen Ping'an to withstand. Fortunately, Jian Li timely shielded everyone. Otherwise, they might have been grievously injured by the force. Witnessing Chen Tianyin effortlessly counter his attack, the law enforcement elder's expression turned incredulous. Though he had not exerted his full strength, it was still not something an ordinary late Saint Realm warrior could easily withstand. Chen Tianyin's lips curled into a slight smile, a surge of demonic energy rising from him. Old bald head, today I shall return the favor. With those words, Chen Tianyin's blade roared as if it were lamenting. This blade I have forged for you old bald heads over a century. 100 years of honing a blade. Blade name: Exterminate the Buddha. With that, the previously clear sky darkened, and the entire demon enchantress sect was suddenly filled with the wails of malevolent spirits. A cacophony of despair that rendered the atmosphere akin to a nightmarish hellscape. Of this technique, named Exterminate the Buddha, was a blade that Chen Tianyin had perfected over a century alongside the demonic summoning blade. It constituted his two greatest killing moves. A boom! A colossal blade shadow surged forth, enveloping the law enforcement elder's form. Without hesitation, he summoned his true energy to form a gilded barrier, golden bell shield. Boom! Following a tremendous sound, the barrier shattered instantly. The law enforcement elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his golden bell shield to be so easily breached. Chen Tianyin was merely a late Saint Realm warrior. How could he possibly possess such terrifying strength? This was impossible. However, the blade energy showed no hesitation, instantly engulfing the law enforcement elder's figure. After a resounding explosion, the sky was shrouded in thick smoke. As the haze cleared, all eyes were fixated on the law enforcement elder's position. Cough, cough. As the smoke dissipated, a coughing sound emerged. And the next moment, everyone beheld the disheveled law enforcement elder, his garments tattered, his face smeared with soot, visibly injured. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of his previous lofty demeanor, resembling a beggar standing by, his eyes filled with boundless fury. Chen Tianyin, you, how dare you harm me? Indeed, that recent blow inflicted by Chen Tianyin has grievously wounded him. After so many years, it is the first time he has suffered such a severe injury, and it was dealt by a mere insect from the Holy Realm. What a profound humiliation, truly, a tremendous disgrace. If this were to spread, all dignity would be stripped from Yuan Wu. Enraged, he cast a sidelong glance at the elder Yuan Fang and the second elder Yuan Ding behind him. Letting out a cold snort, having observed his ambush, these two stood idly by, offering no assistance. He would remember this enmity. The great Thunder Sound Temple, with its ancient lineage, naturally harbors internal factional strife. It was evident that the elder and the second elder were at odds with Yuan Wu, lacking even the intention to lend a hand, thus compounding his humiliation. However, it mattered not. Today, none among the demonic sect present would escape with their lives. Suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within, he coldly declared, his eyes suffused with a terrifying murderous intent, evil spirits seek death. Buddha's Palm. Buddha's Palm was Yuan Wu's ultimate technique, a ninth-tier martial art, and one of the foundational combat skills of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A colossal hand manifested in the sky, instantly enveloping the entire realm of the enchanting demons. In that moment, the sun was obscured, plunging the domain into utter darkness. Observing the enormous palm print above, Chen Tianyin recognized that this old man was genuinely enraged, yet, having expended 80% of his true energy on his previous strike, he feared he could not withstand this assault. Just as the crowd sensed the impending threat of death, a black sword suddenly sliced through the air, severing the enormous hand in an instant. With the Buddha's palm interrupted, Zhen Wu spat a mouthful of blood, his aura dimming further. Who dares to ambush this monk? Show yourself! Rage, and intense fury. For the first time in many years, Zhen Wu felt such wrath. First, he was injured by Chen Tianyin, then ambushed by a mysterious assailant. Now, battered and bruised, he resembled a lost dog. Utterly dejected, sensing something amiss, Elder Yuan Fang and second Elder Yuan Ding exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of concern in the other's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a languid voice resonated from beyond the heavens. Who dares to question my identity? What a joke! You bold donkeys have the audacity to invade my domain of the 9 heavens, truly underestimating my presence. I have not taken action in 100 years. It seems the world believes I have perished. As the words fell, a figure materialized high in the sky, clad in a dark robe, a pitch-black sword floating beside him, his handsome yet stern visage betraying no emotion. Greetings, Domain Lord, hail to the esteemed Domain Lord. In an instant, Zhongli was left speechless upon seeing the newcomer, hastily pulling Shui Luer to kneel. Immediately, everyone from the enchanting demon sect, along with the Qin family, followed suit, bowing without hesitation. The arrival was none other than the Lord of the Nine Heavens, the foremost figure of the demonic path, Chen Tianin's father, Chen Tiandao. Seeing Chen Tiandao, Chen Tianin was filled with elation. From childhood, Chen Tiandao had been fiercely protective of him. The two brothers had grown up relying on one another, with Chen Tiandao being as much a brother as a father. His relentless efforts were driven by the desire to match Chen Tiandao's footsteps. "Brother, these bald donkeys have bullied me and even attempted to harm my nephew. You must avenge us," he lamented, his face a picture of woe, tears streaming down his cheeks. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence. Now, he resembled a child wronged. The onlookers were left bewildered, shouting accusations at Chen Tianin. "Chen Tianin, you lie, it was you who ambushed the monk." However, Yuan Wu's words were drowned out by Chen Tianin's louder cries. "Brother! Did you see? He dares to threaten me in your presence. Oh, how I suffer!" Across the 3,000 domains, who did not know of Chen Tiandao's fierce reputation and protective nature, it was well known that the Nine Heavens domain had once been merely a mid-domain, elevated to a superior domain solely through Chen Tiandao's might. Such a formidable figure naturally instilled fear in the hearts of many. As Chen Tiandao listened to his foolish brother's grievances, he fixed a steely gaze upon Yuan Wu. Suddenly, he broke into a smile, yet beneath the jovial facade lurked a sinister undertone. Yuan Wu couldn't help but shudder. "You dare to come to my Nine Heavens domain, to harm my brother and threaten my son? Your audacity knows no bounds." Though Chen Tiandao's tone was calm, an overwhelming murderous intent permeated the air. In an instant, the sky transformed into a dark crimson hue, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Yuan Wu felt his body tremble. "And no, I did not harm your son." Yet, before Yuan Wu could finish, Chen Tiandao vanished from sight. Before Yuan Wu could comprehend, Chen Tiandao reappeared before him, and in the next moment, with a resounding slap, he sent Yuan Wu flying. Boom! Yuan Wu's body soared uncontrollably, crashing to the ground and creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep. Trembling, he crawled out of the pit, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he had shed any semblance of a dignified monk. His gaunt face was swollen from Chen Tiandao's strike, and his energy surged chaotically within him, the weight of his injuries evident as he clutched his chest. However, Chen Tiandao had no intention of letting Yuan Wu off so easily. The sword beside him pulsed with demonic energy, a torrent of malevolent power tearing through the skies. Terrifying, it was overwhelmingly frightening. Was this truly the might of the foremost figure in the demonic path? Countless gazes were fixed upon Chen Tiandao's silhouette, swallowing hard in trepidation. "Chen, my benefactor, spare him. Could it be that you alone wish to challenge the great Thunder Sound Temple?" Chapter 42, The Dark Principle. Despite their discord, Yuan Fong could not stand idly by as Chen Tiandao prepared to slay Yuan Wu before him. Such an act would tarnish the reputation of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Moreover, should anything happen to Yuan Wu, the abbot would surely seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiandao's gaze turned icy as he turned to Yuan Fong, suddenly erupting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a farce, the Great Thunder Sound Temple! What significance does it hold?" The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. What did Chen Tiandao mean by that? Was he truly so audacious? The Great Thunder Sound Temple was not to be underestimated. It ranked among the top 3 of the 10 superior domains, boasting numerous Holy King-level experts. To disregard such a formidable power was an act of unbridled arrogance. Even Yuan Fong felt his anger rise. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was his sanctuary, a place he had called home for millennia, and he could not allow anyone to defame it. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered a prayer, then coldly declared, "In that case, I invite you, Chen Benefactor, to enlighten me. Yuan Fong is prepared to learn from your esteemed skills." "Learn? You are not worthy yet." Chen Tiandao dismissed him with a scornful glance. "You three, come at me together. What?" Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in disbelief. Had Chen Tiandao lost his mind? He was challenging 3 Holy King-level experts alone. Even though one was injured, however, the remaining 2 were formidable in their own right, seasoned monks with centuries of experience, especially Elder Yuan Fong, who had reached mid-level Holy King status centuries ago. No one knew the extent of his current power, but it was certainly not something an ordinary Holy King could rival. While Chen Tiandao was indeed powerful, there must be limits to his strength. How strong could a newcomer truly be? Yuan Fong responded with a cold laugh. Very well, you are indeed impressive, brothers, let us strike together. I wish to see if this legendary figure of the demonic path truly possesses such prowess. Indeed, second elder Yuan Ding nodded in agreement, the law enforcement elder, with a face resembling a bloated pig, reluctantly echoed his agreement, though he truly wished to avoid further conflict. Having witnessed such chaos, what was the point of continuing to fight, however, with Yuan Fang speaking up? He could not afford to back down without losing face. As Chen Tiandao prepared to make his move, a sudden sound of shattering echoed from deep within the enchanting demon sect. The crowd paused, their gazes converging on the source of the noise. From within a stone gate, a young boy emerged, stepping upon a 9-turn black lotus, barefoot and draped in a simple robe. He carried an indifferent aura, resembling a celestial being, yet the swirling demonic energy around him betrayed his identity as a fallen demon prince, big nephew. Upon seeing Chen Nian emerge unscathed from the ancestral grounds, Chen Tianyin cried out in excitement. He, second uncle, father. Chen Nian beamed, a youthful smile gracing his cherubic face. Father, second uncle, this is Chen Tiandao's biological son, Yuan Fang, who had known of Chen Tiandao's son born 6 years ago but had not heard a word since. Was taken aback by the boy's sudden appearance. Gazing at Chen Nian's aura, Yuan Fang felt an instant sense of crisis. 6 years old, an extraordinary initial cultivation level. Good heavens, such talent rivaled their own Buddha's son. Furthermore, Yuan Fang sensed that Chen Nian's vitality was as formidable as a dragon, suggesting an exceptionally resilient physique. Such potential, though difficult to admit, might already surpass their own Buddha's son. Not if this child were to mature. He might one day surpass even Chen Tiandao. As this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Fang's eyes glimmered with unrestrained murderous intent. However, Chen Tiandao keenly sensed this hostility. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Yuan Fang with a chilling smile. It seems you harbor murderous intent toward my son. It appears I cannot allow you to continue existing in this world. Originally, Chen Tiandao had no intention of taking Yuan Fang's life. As the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his status is undoubtedly formidable. Should he be slain, the temple would not simply let the matter rest, and it could potentially ignite a domain war, although Chen Tiandao harbors no fear of battle. The onset of such a conflict would likely result in grievous losses for the Chen family, yet, the audacity of Yuan Fang, that old bald donkey, to harbor murderous intent towards Chen Nian is simply intolerable in Chen Tiandao's eyes. To contemplate killing Chen Nian in his presence is an affront he cannot abide. His greatest taboo in life is his family. His wife, brother, and son are the closest beings to him in this world, and they are those he vows to protect with his very existence. Yuan Fang's intent against Chen Nian leaves him with no choice. Regardless of the consequences, Yuan Fang must perish. With that thought, Chen Tiandao's figure abruptly vanished from sight, akin to a wraith, eluding the gaze of all present. In the next moment, he materialized directly before Yuan Fang. His long sword was drawn, the dark blade exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of an unparalleled demonic sword poised to annihilate the world. Shadow strangulation. The sword seemed to multiply into countless arrows soaring skyward, aimed directly at Yuan Fang's face. Startled, Yuan Fang raised a golden bell barrier while simultaneously using his staff to defend. The second elder, witnessing this, dared not hesitate and rushed forward to assist. In an instant, the golden bell shattered, and the two managed to barely withstand Chen Tiandao's strike. However, this was merely an appetizer. Suddenly, Chen Tiandao's eyes turned pitch black, his hair billowing in the wind, suspended in midair as he softly murmured, "Shadow Cage." In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire world, and a gigantic black prison materialized around Yuan Fang and Yuan Ding. The sight sent shockwaves through both men. This is the Dark Law. It is known that every martial artist who seeks to transcend to the Saint King realm must grasp the power of the laws. With thousands of laws, some are naturally stronger than others. The Dark Law ranks among the top 10 supreme laws. Throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains for countless millennia, few have been able to master the Dark Law. Each individual who has done so is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Chen Tiandao is such an extraordinary talent. Trapped within the prison, the two found themselves consumed by darkness. In Chen Tiandao's domain, their strengths would be drastically diminished. "Brother, let us unite to break this prison," Yuan Fang responded with a nod. Their only hope now lay in their combined efforts to shatter this confinement, otherwise, they would surely perish on the spot. As they spoke, a brilliant light erupted around them, and they began to channel their law power. Vajra Arhat Demon Suppression Technique, Robe Demon Suppression Technique. Instantly, they infused their entire being with true energy, striking at a single point within the prison. The violent assault sent tremors rippling through the shadowy cage. However, the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the prison showed not a single sign of damage. Chapter 43, Sovereign of the Realm, I had no intention of killing you. But you, against all odds, dared to harbor murderous intent towards my son within the shadowy prison. Chen Tiandao floated, his figure seemingly merging with the surroundings. This was his domain. Here, he was the sovereign of all. When a king is enraged, millions may perish, and rivers run red with blood. He scoffed coldly at Yuan Fang, who had the audacity to threaten Chen Nian in his presence, truly oblivious to his own mortality. Chen Tiandao understood that if he did not make an example of Yuan Fang, he might face treachery in the future. He had but one son, and that son was shrouded in mystery, possessing talents that far exceeded Chen Tiandao's own youth. He was the future of the Chen family. Should anything befall Chen Nian, Chen Tiandao would not hesitate to bury the entire world alongside him, just a mere grand elder of the Buddhist domain. Not even worthy of a fraction of my son's finger. With this declaration, and amidst Yuan Fang's terror-stricken gaze, Chen Tiandao vanished, merging with the darkness. Sovereign of the realm, he whispered. In an instant, a torrent of demonic energy surged within the shadowy prison, transforming into colossal black dragons. My heavens, the law power of the Domain Lord is truly terrifying. Indeed, what of the Buddhist domain? With the Domain Lord present, I fear none from the Nine Heavens demon domain. Absolutely, the Domain Lord is invincible. Even Chen Tianyin gazed in awe at Chen Tiandao's display of power. Look, dear nephew, your father is simply magnificent, exuding an aura of dominance. In that moment, Chen Tianyin became an ardent admirer of Chen Tiandao. His eyes shimmering with stars of admiration. For many years, he had regarded his brother as his utmost goal. No matter what transpired, he unconditionally believed in Chen Tiandao. Such was the loyalty of a brother. Chen Nian too was struck by the overwhelming presence of Chen Tiandao. In that instant, he resembled a king of the night, his eyes ablaze with endless black flames. He was a born emperor. The sovereign of darkness, Yuan Fang, today, I shall send you to meet your so-called Buddha. With that, a colossal explosion reverberated. The next moment, the heavens and earth echoed with wails. No, Chen Tiandao, old monk, I refuse to submit. Alas, as Yuan Fang cried out. His body erupted, flesh and blood scattering, leaving not even a complete corpse. A rain of blood fell from the sky, marking the demise of a Saint King realm expert. Those who reach the Saint King realm have touched upon the Tao. Connecting with the heavens, the departure of each Saint King is heralded by a rain of blood, a lament from the heavens. As onlookers beheld this scene, their eyes brimmed with shock. The denizens of the Nine Heavens demon domain and the members of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were equally astounded. Yuan Fang, the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a mid-stage Saint King, had been so effortlessly slain by Chen Tiandao. This was beyond terrifying, particularly for the Law Elder Yuan Wu, who now cowered in a corner. Trembling uncontrollably with a mid-stage Saint King Elder gone how long before his own demise, Chen Tiandao scoffed as he dispelled the shadowy prison, gazing at the day's second Elder Yuan Ding. Return and inform those old bald donkeys in the Great Thunder Sound Temple that if they dare to bully the weak and lay hands on my son, I shall obliterate the entire Buddhist domain. Remember this, I, Chen Tiandao, speak only truth. It is worth noting that the Buddhist domain is one of the 10 major upper domains, vast and teeming with life. Yet, no one dared to doubt the veracity of Chen Tiandao's words. His voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Yuan Ding involuntarily shivered, his gaze towards Chen Tiandao filled with fear. Though the host had previously warned them of Chen Tiandao's frightening nature, witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. Today's encounter was beyond mere fear. The mid-stage Saint King Elder had been effortlessly slain before their eyes. Was there truly anyone within the Great Thunder Sound Temple who could withstand the sword of Chen Tiandao? This thought rapidly spread within Yuan Ding's mind. However, he also understood that now was not the time for such musings. Yuan Ding nodded repeatedly, his previous arrogance entirely evaporated. After all, life was far more precious than pride, especially for those who had spent millennia cultivating to the Saint King realm, the higher one's cultivation. The more one fears death, having invested so much time, no one wishes to perish. Yes, the old monk will certainly deliver the message. Yuan Ding's tone lacked its previous firmness, even his courage to meet Chen Tiandao's gaze had dissipated. The power of the Dark Law was simply too terrifying, genuinely instilling fear in him. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life today, it would take decades of recuperation to recover fully. As for Law Elder Yuan Wu, his plight was even more dire, having been struck by both Chen Tianin and Chen Tiandao. He had not died, but was gravely injured, without the nourishment of some heavenly treasures. He would likely carry lifelong injuries, seeing that the Buddhist monks had lost the will to fight. Chen Tiandao regarded them with disdain. These bald donkeys, who appeared so venerable, were merely cowards at heart. A collection of worthless beings, unable to comprehend the gravity of life and death, yet seeking to attain progress, was akin to a fool's dream. The path of cultivation is inherently a counterintuitive journey. Without the courage to face death, one cannot hope to reach the pinnacle. Chen Tiandao held no respect for these old fools. Enough, begone. Remember, should any of you dare to set foot in the Nine Heavens demon domain again, meddling in our affairs, I, Chen Tiandao, will personally send you to meet the Buddha. The crowd trembled at his words, quickly nodding in agreement. Soon, the second elder and the law elder, clutching the relics left by Yuan Fang, boarded their spirit vessel and hastily departed towards the great Thunder Sound Temple. They dared not linger in this cursed place, especially Law Elder Yuan Wu, whose face burned with embarrassment at witnessing the Grand Elder's demise before his eyes. Chen Tiandao, truly terrifying. As they watched the Buddhist group retreat, an eruption of jubilant cheers resounded throughout the Demon Gate. The Domain Lord is invincible! The Domain Lord is invincible! Every member of the Demon Gate gazed at Chen Tiandao with reverence. Effortlessly slaying the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, single-handedly defeating 3 Saint King Realm experts, what an extraordinary feat! Should this tale spread, the entire 3,000 domains would be left in astonishment. Chapter 44, Under the Great Emperor. He is unrivaled, above the Great Emperor, 1 for 1. At this moment, the Buddhist realm within the Great Thunder Sound Temple was in a state of utter chaos. The reason, the life lamp of the Grand Elder had shattered. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder is one of their temple's top combatants, possessing mid-stage Saint King cultivation. In the entire 3,000 domains, the number of individuals capable of slaying him could be counted on one hand. Moreover, there were also the Second Elder and the Law Elder, both formidable Saint Kings present. With the 3 great Saint Kings mobilized alongside 3,000 Buddhist soldiers, how could such a powerful force encounter a mishap? This was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, all the elders gathered in the main hall, their expressions grim, some even exhibiting signs of anxiety. The abbot slowly entered through the door, with white eyebrows and hair. He stood at a modest height of approximately 5 feet, donned in a golden robe that shimmered brilliantly, and entered with a serious demeanor. Except for the Bodhisattva, all the surrounding elders rose to pay their respects. For within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the status of the Bodhisattva was equivalent to that of the abbot. Their relationship was delicate, akin to one being the current Buddha and the other the Buddha of the future. He calmly approached the main seat, uttered Amitabha, and then sat cross-legged. The Grand Elder's life lamp has shattered. Does the Bodhisattva comprehend the reason behind this? The abbot directly inquired, his gaze piercing, his expression inscrutable. Yet, everyone could still sense the abbot's fury, rendering the elders mute and hesitant to speak. It is essential to recognize that this abbot was a man of considerable renown, a formidable figure in the entire 3,000 domains. Having already reached the late stage of Saint King, recognized as one of the top 10 experts in the realm, the Bodhisattva furrowed his brow and explained, Respected abbot, several days ago, I dispatched the 5th elder to the Nine Heavens demon domain, specifically to the Succubus sect, to seize the ancestral land key, intending to acquire the Heart of Thunder. Unexpectedly, the 5th elder's life lamp shattered, prompting me to send the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Law Elder to investigate the Nine Heavens demon domain. Upon hearing this, the abbot's brow knitted tighter, his expression darkening. The Nine Heavens demon domain. However, before he could respond, a young monk rushed in hastily, reporting to the abbot, Bodhisattva, and esteemed elders, the Second Elder and the Law Elder have returned. At this announcement, everyone froze momentarily, and the abbot commanded, Go summon them in. Yes, shortly after the Second Elder entered, accompanied by the Law Elder, who appeared rather bloated. The sight before the gathered assembly rendered them speechless. What on earth? Who is this figure resembling a pig's head? Why does he seem so familiar yet unrecognizable? Salutations, Abbot, Bodhisattva. The Second Elder and the Law Elder bowed in greeting. Upon hearing the Law Elder's voice, recognition dawned upon the assembly. They gazed at the figure before them, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. This was the Law Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, known for his ruthlessness and strict adherence to discipline. His demeanor cold and severe enough to instill fear in all who beheld him die in the entire temple. He was undoubtedly the one the disciples feared the most, yet now he had transformed into a pig-headed figure. The contrast was staggering, shattering their perceptions. The crowd swallowed audibly. Even the abbot wore a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow and asking what transpired. The second elder glanced at the law elder before commencing his explanation. Respected abbot, the three of us were dispatched by the Bodhisattva to the succubus sect, where we unexpectedly encountered Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao. Upon hearing this name, the abbot's expression soured. In the entire Buddhist realm. It was likely that only he understood how terrifying this figure, the foremost in the demonic path, truly was. He was a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius, even amidst the vast history of the 3,000 domains spanning millions of years. He would undoubtedly rank among the top 10, indeed the top 10. This was the abbot's assessment. He had never witnessed such a fearsome young man. It was crucial to note that throughout the history of the 3,000 domains, countless prodigies and supreme beings had emerged, yet to him, Chen Tiandao's talents could easily place him in the top 10, a supreme commendation. The abbot frowned and inquired, "Did Chen Tiandao say anything?" Seeing the abbot's inquiry, the second elder, not daring to withhold information, responded, Chen Tiandao stated that if our great Thunder Sun Temple dared to make a move against his son, he would annihilate the entire Buddhist realm. Moreover, the reason the Grand Elder perished at the hands of Chen Tiandao was due to harboring murderous intent towards his son. As the second elder finished, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire hall, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths. Suddenly one elder shattered the silence. "This is outrageous. A mere Chen Tiandao dares to oppose our great Thunder Sound Temple, even proclaiming to annihilate the entire Buddhist realm. Truly, he is courting death. Indeed, he is just a heretic. How audacious is correct. In my humble opinion, we should dispatch troops to the Nine Heavens demon domain, otherwise the world shall think the Buddhist realm fears him." That is sound reasoning. I too support sending troops to the Nine Heavens demon domain to slay Chen Tiandao. Yes, slay Chen Tiandao. In an instant, the atmosphere in the great hall became charged with indignation. The eyes of the elders filled with fury. Chen Tiandao's actions were a blatant provocation against the great Thunder Sound Temple, slaying their Grand Elder and threatening to annihilate the entire Buddhist realm. Each elder, of high standing, naturally could not tolerate such an affront. Moreover, to them, the Nine Heavens demon domain was merely a rising force. Their Buddhist realm boasted a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. How could they possibly fear a mere Nine Heavens demon domain? Listening to the clamoring voices within the hall, the abbot stated calmly enough. Instantaneously, the once tumultuous hall fell silent. All the elders turned their gazes towards the abbot, including Ling Chen, who looked on with curiosity, wondering what the abbot's intentions were. "This matter shall be settled as such. Furthermore, from this day forth, you elder martial artists are forbidden from taking the initiative against Chen Tiandao's son." Upon the abbot's pronouncement, a deathly silence enveloped the hall. Just like that, it would be settled. They were also prohibited from taking action against Chen Tiandao's son. What nonsense was this? For so many years, the great Thunder Sound Temple had acted with unparalleled dominance. Never had any force dared to provoke them. Every entity that attempted such a thing had been eradicated to the roots. Even Ling Chen was perplexed, questioning why the abbot displayed such fear towards Chen Tiandao. Could it be that the man possessed such terrifying strength, terrifying enough to instill fear in the abbot? This seemed implausible. Perceiving the confusion among the crowd, the abbot's gaze deepened as he slowly stated, 50 years ago, the 10 leaders of the upper domains convened in a certain secret realm for a grand assembly. I was also invited to participate. After the discussions concluded, we 10 engaged in a contest within that secret realm and witnessed Chen Tiandao's prowess firsthand. The crowd listened with rapt attention, and Ling Chen curiously asked, "Respected abbot, just how formidable is Chen Tiandao's strength?" The abbot suddenly closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and softly replied, "Beneath the great emperor, he is unrivaled. Above the great emperor, it is a one-for-one exchange." Chapter 45. Father has arranged a marriage for you. Upon hearing the abbot's words, all present widened their eyes in shock. What? Beneath the great emperor, he is unrivaled? Above the great emperor, it is a one-for-one exchange. How terrifying this was! In the current 3,000 domains, there were no great emperor-level experts, so did that not imply that Chen Tiandao stood as the foremost figure in the 3,000 domains? How could this be? After all, he had only cultivated for a little over 300 years. Each of these elders had practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years to attain their current levels of power. The most powerful, the abbot himself, took 2,000 years to reach the late stage of Saint King. Even so, he was considered a prodigious talent, yet Chen Tiandao had surpassed the abbot in just over 300 years. How could this be possible? How could such a terrifying individual exist in the 3,000 domains? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient deity or demon? The minds of the gathered individuals were filled with questions. But since the abbot had spoken, they naturally would not voice their doubts. Ling Chen also frowned, realizing that while he had known of Chen Tiandao's fearsome reputation, it was only upon hearing the abbot's words that he comprehended just how exceptional this individual truly was. Just over 300 years, that was indeed formidable. The reason the abbot had not previously disclosed this to the others was likely due to the difficulty in admitting that another's greatness eclipsed his own. Especially since this individual was a supreme demon. Turning to Ling Chen, he said, however, there is no need for concern. The era of great contention has begun, the path to emperorship has been opened, and the Bodhisattva, possessing an innate Buddhist heart, will eventually embark upon the path to emperorship and attain the emperor realm, surpassing Chen Tiandao in due time. Upon hearing the abbot's words, the expressions of the elders lightened somewhat. Indeed, no matter how powerful Chen Tiandao was, their Bodhisattva was born with a Buddhist heart, possessing exceptional wisdom, and there were even rumors of him being the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Chen Tiandao was merely a few hundred years older than the Bodhisattva. In the future, the Bodhisattva might very well enter the emperor realm and surpass Chen Tiandao in one fell swoop. With the abbot's reassurance, the hearts of the elders began to settle once more. Amitabha, this humble monk shall not disappoint the expectations of all. The Bodhisattva, with a solemn expression, recited a Buddhist mantra. The elder assembly nodded in agreement. Within the succubus sect, in the great hall, Chen Tiandao lounged comfortably on the ground. Flanked by Chen Tianin and Chen Nian, Chen Tianin's face radiated joy as he gleefully boasted to Chen Tiandao, "Hee, brother, you should have seen it. That round-faced old monk was severely injured by my single strike. If I can refine my skills a bit further and master the power of the laws, I could take him out with just one blow, with the cultivation of the Saint realm." Chen Tianin had indeed earned the right to be proud for injuring a mid-stage Saint King. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, your progress in the late Saint realm is commendable, although Chen Tianin's cultivation speed may not rival his own. When compared to the prodigies of past generations, he is certainly not lacking." A smile crept across Chen Tianin's face, and he felt an overwhelming joy within. Since childhood, his greatest desire has been to gain his brother's recognition. He has always regarded Chen Tiandao as his goal, which is why he has worked so diligently today. Receiving Chen Tiandao's praise naturally filled Chen Tianin with elation. "Nianer, you have indeed surprised me," Chen Tiandao remarked. Shifting his gaze to Chen Nian with a beaming smile, with his current level of cultivation, Chen Nian held no secrets from him, and he could easily discern his true capabilities. At merely 6 years old, he was at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, with vitality akin to a dragon. With such strength, even an ordinary king-level expert could be effortlessly defeated. This level of power could hardly be deemed terrifying. It was rather defying the heavens. Chen Tiandao recalled that at 6 years old, he was nowhere near as formidable as Chen Nian. Moreover, this child was shrouded in mystery, possessing an array of treasures, techniques, and martial arts. Even he had acquired a 9-star technique from Chen Nian, gaining substantial insights from it. However, Chen Tiandao had never thought to inquire about the origins of these things. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as he harbored no ill intentions towards the Chen family, that was sufficient. Chen Nian scratched his head and chuckled. Although he had concealed it well, he understood that he could not hide anything from the father of the foremost figure of the demonic path. "Just fortunate, I stumbled upon a small opportunity," he replied with a grin. "A small opportunity?" Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, not paying much heed, and continued, "With your current level of cultivation, it is time for you to venture into the world and broaden your horizons." Although Chen Nian's cultivation was sufficient, he lacked practical experience and needed more training. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. "Yes, recently, I have arranged a marriage for you. You shall visit in a few days." "Chen Nian? Chen Tianin? A marriage? Are you joking?" Chen Nian was utterly bewildered. Why had his father silently arranged a bride for him? "Father, you must be joking," he exclaimed, staring at Chen Tiandao in disbelief. Chen Tiandao smiled gently. Your father never jokes, rest assured, the match I have made for you will surely please you. He then stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and began to pace leisurely within the grand hall. Among the 3,000 domains, there are 10 top-tier forces, each occupying one of the 10 upper domains, with power and resources that are unparalleled within the 3,000 domains. The marriage I arranged for you is with one of these top forces. The Holy Maiden of the Zixiao Divine Sect, Lin Xingcheng. The Zixiao Divine Sect, occupying one of the 10 domains, is on par with the Chen family. Its origins are extraordinary, boasting countless disciples, with 3 levels of inheritance: outer, inner, and true transmission, spanning several 100,000 years. Its foundation is no less than that of the Buddhist domain. Each generation of the Zixiao Divine Sect has one Holy Maiden and one Holy Son, both of whom are unparalleled prodigies. The engagement I arranged for you is with the Holy Maiden of the Zixiao Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian furrowed his brow. Father, no matter how strong the Zixiao Divine Sect may be, I shouldn't have to compromise myself. I haven't even met Lin Xingcheng, and now you want me to be engaged. It seems rather inappropriate. In this life, Chen Nian was wholly focused on cultivation and viewed matters of romance rather lightly. Moreover, if marriage were to occur, he believed it should be based on mutual affection. An engagement seems somewhat unnecessary. Seemingly anticipating Chen Nian's response, Chen Tiandao chuckled softly. I would never harm you. The reasons for this engagement with the Zixiao Holy Maiden are threefold. Firstly, she possesses unparalleled beauty throughout the 3,000 domains. You would not be at a disadvantage. Secondly, she is a naturalized saint body, an excellent partner for dual cultivation. Should you engage in dual cultivation with her, your cultivation will surely advance significantly. Thirdly, if you are engaged to the Zixiao Holy Maiden, you will have the opportunity to enter the Zixiao secret realm together in a year. This is the key reason I am pushing for this engagement. Indeed, Chen Tiandao's strong push for this engagement was primarily to secure the opportunity to enter the Zixiao secret realm. The Zixiao secret realm. Chen Nian looked at Chen Tiandao in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly and explained, the reason the Zixiao Divine Sect has been able to endure for millions of years and remain unyielding is due to the fact that its founding ancestor was known as the most powerful emperor in the history of the 3,000 domains. The Zixiao Divine Emperor. The Zixiao Divine Emperor is acknowledged as the foremost emperor of the 3,000 domains, possessing the ability to alter the heavens and the earth. The Zixiao Divine Sect, established by him, has thrived for over 100 million years, consistently remaining one of the top forces in the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin listened with great interest as Chen Tiandao recounted the history of the Zixiao Divine Sect. The Zixiao Divine Emperor was someone whom even Chen Tiandao admired greatly. His talents were undeniably extraordinary. A single person established the Zixiao Divine Sect, which has endured for over 100 million years and is still one of the top forces in the entire 3,000 domains. He paused before continuing, the Zixiao secret realm is a legacy left behind by the Zixiao Divine Emperor, opening once every 200 years, with only 20 individuals allowed entry each time, and they must be under 30 years of age. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian began to understand the significance of the Zixiao secret realm. It was indeed a remarkable place, likely crucial to the Zixiao Divine Sect's lasting prosperity. The reason I want you to engage with the Zixiao Holy Maiden is that only disciples of the Zixiao Divine Sect can enter the Zixiao secret realm. If outsiders wish to enter, the only way is to be engaged to their Holy Maiden. However, it is exceedingly difficult to secure an engagement with the Zixiao Holy Maiden. Throughout the history of the 3,000 domains, only one person has succeeded. Only one person. Chen Nian was quite curious. Over 1 million years, only one person had successfully become engaged to the Zixiao Holy Maiden. How strong must that individual be? Their ability to live off another must be exceptional. With a grin, Chen Nian asked, Father, who is this person? Their ability to live off another is so impressive. Could it be that they possess some extraordinary skill? Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Tiandao's expression immediately darkened. First, this is not living off another. Second, that person who lived off another is your father, Chen Nian? The person who lived off another is my father? So does that mean my mother was the previous Holy Maiden of the Zixiao Divine Sect? Goodness, beside them, Chen Tianyin nearly died of laughter at the sight of the father-son duo rolling on the ground in fits of giggles. You nearly killed me, brother. I never expected that the first person to call you a freeloader would be my dear nephew. Ha! Seeing Chen Tianyin's comical expression, Chen Tiandao's frustration peaked, and he huffed, kicking him aside. Get out of here! Chen Tianyin was kicked aside, quickly stifling his laughter but still struggling to contain his amusement. Chen Tiandao shot a stern glance at his foolish younger brother and then spoke with a certain gravity. The Zixiao secret realm holds great secrets. If I had not been fortunate enough to enter it, I would not possess the strength I have today, although Chen Nian did not know the extent of Chen Tiandao's power. He was not foolish. Chen Tiandao could easily defeat mid-level Saint Kings, suggesting that his strength was unmatched throughout the 3,000 domains. The fact that someone of such caliber claimed that without the Zixiao secret realm, he would not have achieved his current level of power implied that the secret realm indeed harbored significant secrets. No wonder the Zixiao divine sect has endured through the ages. Hearing this, Chen Nian ceased his laughter, realizing the gravity of the matter. He stood up and declared, I understand now. Tomorrow, I will head to the Zixiao divine sect. Chen Nian finally grasped his father's intentions, setting aside the fact that the Zixiao holy maiden was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed the Ice Saint body, which would provide a tremendous boost in dual cultivation. The allure of the Zixiao secret realm alone was enough to entice him. Chen Tiandao smiled slightly. There is no rush. The Zixiao divine sect is not so safe. When I married your mother, I offended quite a few people. You must always be vigilant about your safety. I will arrange for a protector to ensure your safety. It is well known that the Zixiao divine sect has a holy son and a holy maiden in each generation. Raised together since childhood, the tradition has always been for the holy son to marry the holy maiden. However, since the last holy maiden was taken by Chen Tiandao, he naturally made quite a few enemies within the sect. Although they feared Chen Tiandao's strength and would not dare to openly attack Chen Nian, they could resort to underhanded tactics. Chen Tianyin chimed in cheerfully, Brother, I'll accompany my nephew with me around. You need not worry, I'll carry the banner and protect him. Chen Tiandao? Carry the banner and protect him? What are you even talking about? I have no confidence in you, with your mediocre strength. You are still far from enough. Without entering the Saint King realm, you are nothing but an ant. Though Chen Tianyin's cultivation was unrivaled among the entry-level saints, he still fell short when compared to Saint King experts. The gap between the Saint King realm and the entry-level saint realm was not trivial. While Chen Tianyin had severely injured a mid-level warrior, had Chen Tiandao not arrived in time, Chen Tianyin would have surely perished. Starting tomorrow, you and I will return to the ancestral land. Until you enter the Saint King realm, you are not permitted to leave. Chen Tianyin? Not permitted to leave until I enter the Saint King realm? Goodness, why not just kill me instead? The leap from late entry saint to Saint King is a monumental challenge. The comprehension of the power of laws is exceedingly difficult, and an ordinary person may struggle a lifetime without success. Though Chen Tianyin is exceptionally gifted, achieving comprehension of the laws in a short time is still a formidable task. Brother, do you truly have the heart to treat your beloved younger brother in such a manner? Chen Tianyin implored with a pitiful blink of his eyes towards Chen Tiandao, adopting a beseeching demeanor. However, Chen Tiandao merely scoffed, stating, If you cannot break through to the Saint King realm, you shall remain in the ancestral land for the rest of your life. Chen Tianyin exclaimed, Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken so recklessly just now. At this moment, Chen Tianyin wished he could slap himself a few times at Zhou. Come forth. As Chen Tiandao's voice fell, an elder draped in a black robe suddenly appeared behind him. There was no trace of demonic energy emanating from him, resembling an ordinary old man, but a long scar running down his withered face gave him a rather menacing appearance. However, upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Tianyin swallowed hard, his face a mask of disbelief. What the heck, Zhou, you're still alive? Zhou, a powerful figure from the Chen family's elder generation, had once possessed early-stage Saint King cultivation and had not appeared before others for several centuries. The last time Chen Tianyin had seen Zhou, he was still a teenager. He had always believed that Zhou had perished, only to find out that the old man was still alive. Zhou retorted, You little brat, dare to curse your ancestor. Do you believe that I could seal your cultivation and toss you into the blood sea to feed the fish? Upon hearing Zhou's threat, Chen Tianyin fell silent. He had grown up listening to tales of this very Zhou. Stories of bloodshed, family annihilation, and unimaginable terror were merely commonplace for him. This elder was notoriously capricious, with a volatile temper that could lead to bloodshed over the slightest disagreement. Yet Zhou had not been heard from for 300 years, and Chen Tianyin had assumed he was dead. To his surprise, he was alive. 300 years ago, Zhou had been a powerful figure in the early stages of the Saint King realm. After all these years having been hidden by Chen Tiandao, one could only imagine how formidable his strength had become. However, Chen Tianyi knew that Zhou Zhu would kill him as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. Hee Zhou Zhu, I was just joking, please don't be angry, knowing you're still alive makes me immensely happy. Zhou Zhu shot a disdainful glare at Chen Tianyi. The sprat never had a kind word to say. Years ago, when the old man was ambushed and gravely injured by those bald monks from the Buddhist domain, he had nearly perished in the ancestral land had it not been for the timely assistance of Tiandao. He would have likely met his end there. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, saying, "The debt we owe to the great Thundersound Temple will eventually be settled." Upon hearing those words, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Zhu's eyes. It was these seemingly righteous bald monks who sought to eradicate them, yet their own actions were far more akin to the demonic path. One day, I shall personally slaughter the great Thundersound Temple. Zhou Zhu huffed, the scar at the corner of his eye appearing even more fearsome. Chen Tiandao nodded, stating, "I have summoned Zhou Zhu for an important matter." With that, he gestured toward Chen Nian, smiling as he said, "This is my son, Chen Nian. I would appreciate it if Zhou Zhu could protect him on his path." Indeed, Chen Tiandao had brought Zhou Zhu from the ancestral land to safeguard Chen Nian. "No problem, you are the helmsman of the Chen family. I, Chen Feng, shall obey your command." Chen Feng was, in fact, Zhou Zhu's name. Zhou Zhu's gaze shifted to Chen Nian. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. TSK. Tiandao, your son is even more monstrous than you." In his youth, Zhou Zhu had regarded Chen Tiandao as the future of the Chen family, and Tiandao had not disappointed him. However, upon seeing Chen Nian now, Zhou Zhu's expression was filled only with shock. The extraordinary initial stage cultivation, blood vitality akin to a dragon, and the flickering power of lightning surrounding him, such a terrifying aura was truly befitting of a mere 6-year-old child. These two, father and son, were indeed remarkably extraordinary. The talent displayed was enough to incite envy. In his youth, he had also been a renowned genius, yet compared to Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, he felt like nothing more than a pile of refuse. "Damn, I'm so envious." Chen Tiandao gazed at Chen Nian with a smile, declaring, "The new generation will surpass the old. My son possesses the potential of an emperor." Zhou Zhu smacked his lips, cheerfully exclaiming, Indeed, he possesses the potential of an emperor. With both of you here, the Chen family is bound to reach unprecedented heights." Excitement surged within him. At this moment, Zhou Zhu looked at Chen Nian with sparkling eyes, as if he were gazing upon an unparalleled beauty. With Chen Nian around, the Chen family had a future. Such talent, the Chen family was destined to flourish. He could even envision the moment of annihilating the great Thundersound Temple. "Rest assured, Nianer, I will take good care of you. I, Chen Feng, vow by the heavenly way to protect Chen Nian with my life, never to abandon him." Zhou Zhu unhesitatingly swore a heavenly oath. For the rest of his life, he would guard Chen Nian, never to betray him. In Chen Nian, he saw the future of the Chen family. After so many years, he finally glimpsed the hope of the Chen family's rise. Chen Tiandao had led the Chen family into one of the top 10 forces, and Chen Nian perhaps would elevate the family's power to even greater heights. Upon hearing that Zhou Zhu had made a heavenly oath, even Chen Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Zhu's decisiveness. Yet, it made sense. A person like Zhou Zhu, who had experienced countless life and death situations, would only wish to cultivate the next generation of the family. Now, Chen Nian's talent was enough to astonish the entire 3,000 domains. Chen Nian took a step forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Chen Nian pays his respects to Zhou Zhu. "Excellent." Zhou Zhu laughed heartily, patting Chen Nian on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. "This lad is impressive. Nianer, with Zhou Zhu here, fear not. In this world, there are no more than 20 individuals capable of withstanding a blow from me." As he spoke, Zhou Zhu's aura surged. A terrifying demonic energy enveloped him, and in the next moment, it swept across the entire Meima Gate. Countless individuals sensed this terrifying aura and involuntarily shuddered. Even Jiangli, who was recuperating in her chamber, felt a tightness in her chest upon sensing this aura. This energy did not seem to belong to the domain lord. Indeed, the Chen family's foundation was remarkable. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, daring not to entertain any frivolous thoughts. Goodness, Zhou Zhu's prowess is unparalleled. "Young nephew, with Zhou Zhu here, no one can harm you." One must understand that within the entire 3,000 domains, there were countless beings. Among them, only a mere 20 could withstand a strike from Zhou Zhu. Of those 20, even fewer could defeat him. Such power was undeniably formidable. Though the Chen family had only risen in recent centuries, their foundation was not as deep as that of other major forces. Nevertheless, due to Chen Tiandao's years of management, the Chen family was no ordinary clan. In that case, Chen Nian expresses his gratitude to Zhou Zhu. Haha, no need for thanks. I hope to witness the day you ascend to emperor. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere among the four members of the Chen family was exceedingly buoyant. Chen Tiandao and Zhou Zhu also took the time to introduce Chen Nian to some matters regarding future cultivation. They had all progressed step by step from the Qi refinement realm, battling for hundreds of years, and their wealth of experiences in both combat and martial arts were certainly invaluable. Their conversation continued until dusk. And Chen Nian felt he had gained immensely. Chen Tiandao waved his hand, saying, Nianer, you and Zhou Zhu should rest at the Meima Gate for a few days. Once matters are settled, you may proceed directly to the Zixia divine sect. Understood. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Exiting the grand hall, Zhang Li had already arranged a room for Chen Nian. Young master, should you need anything, please do not hesitate to command. I shall take my leave to allow you to rest. Chen Nian acknowledged, and Zhang Li gently closed the door behind her. Once Zhang Li departed, Chen Nian summoned the system, check personal attribute panel, ding, checking, host, Chen Nian cultivation, early stage extraordinary realm techniques, 9 turns divine demon technique, 9 stars. Divine elephant suppressing prison force, 9 stars, 32,032 particles, martial arts, flower plucking finger, 9 stars, annihilation sword technique, 9 stars, illusory shadow step, 9 stars, god slaying slash, 9 stars, physique, supreme divine demon body talent, blessing of the demonic path divine powers, reach the horizon. Speak and laws follow, lightning domain lottery draws remaining, 49 chapter 48. The flustered saintess of Zixia and her scorching bodice. Originally the colossal elephant particles that Chen Nian had awakened amounted to just over 10,000. However, after absorbing the Heart of Thunder, the terrifying energy surged through his cells, propelling the count of colossal elephant particles to over 30,000. This drastic enhancement to Chen Nian's strength was indeed formidable. Not only that, but Chen Nian also comprehended a lightning-based divine power, the lightning domain. The so-called lightning domain constructs a realm using the power of lightning, allowing for the unleashing of tremendous electrical might while simultaneously restraining the opponent's speed and strength. It is akin to a simplified version of the laws. One must understand why the Saint King realm experts are so terrifying. Their power is fundamentally rooted in the laws, which touch upon the realm of the Tao. The lightning domain that Chen Nian wielded was a simplified version of the laws, making it extraordinarily fearsome. No wonder the young master of the Great Thunder Sound Temple valued the Heart of Thunder so highly. Dispatching 5 elders to seize it, followed by 3 Saint King elders, little did he know, all of this ultimately served to benefit Chen Nian. With a faint smile, he looked at his lottery points. Deciding to conduct a 10 consecutive draws system, 10 consecutive draws, ding drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a plain iron sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bodice of the purple cloud saintess, steaming hot. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special aura, the celestial exile's grace, increases all opposite gender affection, golden. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, the spirit concealment pearl, golden. After the 10 consecutive draws concluded, Chen Nian found himself somewhat astonished. To have acquired 2 golden treasures from a single 10 pull is indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. Chen Nian's gaze fell upon these 2 golden rewards. First, the Celestial Exile's Grace. It enhances the affection of all opposite genders towards Chen Nian. While this may not offer a definitive boost to his strength, it is undoubtedly a rare and invaluable asset. Essential for those who rely on charm. Of the second item, the Spirit Concealment Pearl, possesses the ability to obscure one's presence. As long as Chen Nian wishes it, even those beneath the Emperor cannot discern his cultivation level. This utility is immensely significant. After all, to the eyes of the formidable figures, Chen Nian's current cultivation appears as if he is exposed and vulnerable. Just today, the 9 ancestors easily saw through Chen Nian's abilities. If he could conceal his cultivation, he could deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries. Feigning weakness often yields surprising results, much like a venomous serpent that remains hidden among the branches until an unsuspecting meal ventures into its territory. Transforming instantly into a harbinger of death, after claiming these 2 golden treasures, Chen Nian turned his attention to the other items, the ordinary iron sword, discarded, but this bodice of the purple cloud saintess. Chen Nian was taken aback as he beheld the purple bodice still emanating warmth and a delightful fragrance, causing him to gulp involuntarily. Utterly bewildered, it seemed as if it had just been removed. The lingering scent inspiring countless fanciful thoughts. To think he had yet to lay eyes upon the person herself, and the bodice had already come into his possession. Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. Truly, my splendid system. Clearing his throat, he hastily stowed the item away in his spatial ring. Since he was bound for the Purple Cloud Divine Sect, it would be wise to keep it. It might prove useful. Of course, this item must not be discovered by the Purple Cloud Saintess, lest she think him a pervert. In such a scenario, Chen Yan would find himself utterly unable to defend himself. The other items were rather mundane and of little use. So he cast them aside. As night deepened, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began his cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Purple Cloud Divine Sect, in the chamber of the Purple Cloud Saintess, Lin Qingcheng was bathing. Enveloped in the warmth of the steamy room, gently wiping her exquisite form. At just 14 years of age, though still young, her face and figure had blossomed. Her stunning visage and perfect physique would undoubtedly leave anyone who beheld her in awe. Particularly her face, which could make even women fall for her at first sight. However, at this moment, Lin Qingcheng's expression was rather grim. Who exactly is Chen Yan, and why has my master chosen to betroth me to him? Today her master, the sect leader of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect, had informed her of an engagement with the son of the demon domain, Chen Tiandao's child, Chen Yan, although Lin Qingcheng had no desire to marry the Purple Cloud Saint's son. Wang Duan, the notion of being promised to an unfamiliar man filled her with considerable resistance. Moreover, as far as she knew, this Chen Yan, the young heir of the Chen family, was merely 6 years old. Still a mere child without a hint of maturity, the thought of being engaged to such a young boy was difficult for Lin Qingcheng to accept. However, she had been raised by her master since childhood, and she dared not defy her master's orders. Even if she were reluctant, there was little she could do. With a sigh, Lin Qingcheng's expression grew despondent, her eyes filled with melancholy. As the holy maiden of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect, her future had never truly been within her control. After a long moment, Lin Qingcheng shook her head, deciding not to dwell on these matters. It was best to take things one step at a time. Rising to her feet, her bare form, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared even more enchanting. Her tall figure gracefully emerged from the wooden tub, her pristine skin resembling a flawless jade, just as she was about to don her garments. Her brow suddenly furrowed. Where is my bodice? Lin Qingcheng froze, recalling that she had placed the bodice right there. How could it have vanished? As a warrior of the King's realm, her memory was sharp, leaving no room for lapses. Could it be that someone stealthily took my bodice? The thought sent a chill of dread down her spine. She swiftly turned, hastily dressing, fearful that the thief might still be nearby. Although she had been contemplating her engagement, the audacity to silently steal her bodice was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Moreover, this was the inner sanctum of the Purple Cloud Divine Sect. Guarded by countless elders, it would be impossible for an outsider to quietly abscond with her bodice. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes, an icy aura radiating from her, enveloping her surroundings in a chilling frost. This was no ordinary cold, it was the essence of extreme ice, far colder than typical frost, as if it were a breath from the nether realms. Could it be that there is a traitor within the sect? Lin Qingcheng furrowed her brow, expanding her consciousness, yet she sensed nothing amiss. She wished to keep this matter from escalating. After all, if word got out that her bodice was stolen, it would undoubtedly stir endless gossip within the Purple Cloud Divine Sect. Should I discover who dares to steal my bodice, I shall cleave you in twain with a single sword strike. Lin Qingcheng huffed, her indignation surging, and after turning to her bed, she sat cross-legged, waiting to regulate her breathing before commencing her cultivation. Chapter 49. Wishing to be the strongest blade in the young master's hand. The following morning, the morning sun streamed through the window slits, casting its warm rays upon Chen Yan's face. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Chen Yan to open his eyes and calmly utter, "Enter." The next moment, Shui Luo pushed the door open and stepped inside. Clad in a flowing black gown, her long hair cascading gracefully, she bore an alluring appearance that rendered her akin to a mature beauty. Greetings, young master. Shui Luo no longer wore the haughty demeanor from before. Her gaze towards Chen Yan now held a touch of reverence. This respect stemmed not only from the formidable Chen family and the invincibility of Chen Tiandao, but also from Chen Yan himself. Having trained for 16 years, she had only attained the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, yet here was Chen Yan, nearly 6 years old, already surpassing that realm. Furthermore, Shui Luo could sense that Chen Yan's extraordinary state was entirely different from her own. In other words, should he wish, extinguishing her life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. This undeniable reality left Xue Luer, who had always held a sense of pride, feeling somewhat defeated, realizing she was inferior to a mere child of 6. However, she soon came to terms with it. In this world there exist prodigies, much like Chen Tiandao, terrifying sovereigns of the demonic path, commanding respect from all. Clearly, Chen Yan was one such individual. Xue Luer recognized that although she possessed a 9-star talent, she still fell short compared to those youthful prodigies. The best course of action was to follow in the footsteps of these exceptional beings. If Chen Yan were to ascend to the Emperor's realm one day, her own achievements would surely not lag far behind. Thus, after a night of contemplation, Xue Luer eagerly arrived at Chen Yan's chamber early that morning. "What business do you have?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's inquiry, Xue Luer suddenly knelt before him, clasping her hands in a formal salute, her expression now serious, the previous alluring demeanor entirely vanished. "Young master, your ambitions are lofty. With your innate talents, you are destined to tread the path of emperors, shattering stars and ascending to the supreme realm. I, Luer, am aware of my own modest talents and swear an oath by the heavenly Tao to follow you for life. Whatever you require, I shall face 1,000 deaths without hesitation." This was the first time Xue Luer had knelt before anyone other than her master, and yet she felt no humiliation. Instead, there was an undercurrent of anticipation. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Chen Yan's gaze, her heart a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Chen Yan pondered for a moment, slightly surprised. He had not expected Xue Luer, who appeared delicate, to possess such resolve. Quite commendable. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently replied, "Following me will not be an easy path. You may very well pay with your life. Are you truly prepared for this?" Hearing Chen Yan's words, Xue Luer understood he was acquiescing to her request, and she swiftly declared, "The great Tao unfolds 50, with 49 concealed. As cultivators, we strive for that unknown one. I firmly believe the young master is my path. For life, I shall follow you unwavering, and I implore you to recognize my resolve." With that, Xue Luer bowed her head deeply, her eyes filled with determination. This recent incident with the seductive demon sect had imparted a crucial lesson to her. Strength is paramount. Only by following the strong can one become stronger. Though the seductive demon sect wielded substantial power, it paled in comparison to the Chen family, akin to a frog in a well, while her standing next to Chen Yan was like a firefly beside the bright moon. Vastly inferior, she longed to grow stronger. "Excellent." Chen Yan smiled slightly, uttering a commendation. When recruiting others, he valued not only their talent but also their character. This was true for Qin Pingyuan, and now for Xue Luer as well. A 9-star talent is indeed commendable. More importantly, Xue Luer exhibited a commendable disposition. In this world, without the heart to grow stronger, one would inevitably meet a tragic end. After all, in the circle of life, only the strong endure. "Rise from this day forth, you shall remain by my side." Upon hearing this, Xue Luer was filled with joy. "Thank you, young master." She stood up, her face alight with excitement, gazing at Chen Yan with an indescribable sense of elation. Indeed, Xue Luer felt an intense conviction that following Chen Yan would prove to be the wisest decision of her life. Though she could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, its intensity only grew stronger. "Come closer." At Chen Yan's command, Xue Luer did not hesitate and stepped forward to stand beside him. As Chen Yan withdrew an ancient scroll from his spatial ring, its deep purple-black hue and intricate patterns exuded an air of profound mystery. This mere trace of aura caused Xue Luer to hold her breath, gazing at the scroll in Chen Yan's hand with a fervor that was unmistakable. This scroll contained the 9-star technique, the demon enchantment skill, perfectly suited for her demonic physique, promising exceptional results in cultivation. The demon enchantment skill, a reward from Chen Yan's lottery, was a 9-star technique, ideally aligned with her demon heritage. Once mastered, it wielded terrifying potential, capable of ensnaring countless souls. At its peak, it could conjure an illusionary realm, trapping millions. This bore resemblance to a technique Chen Yan had once encountered in an anime from his past life, an infinite moon reading, but the demon enchantment skill was far more formidable. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Xue Luer was momentarily stunned, her expression one of bewilderment as she stared at the scroll. This was a 9-star technique. What did that even signify? There were scarcely a handful of such techniques throughout the 3,000 domains. The techniques practiced by their demon sect were merely a flawed 8-star technique, superior to the 7-star ones but riddled with significant vulnerabilities due to its incompleteness. Yet, here was Chen Yan, Presenting her with a 9-star technique, how could she not be astonished? Observing Shui Luer's dazed expression, Chen Yan smiled gently, placing the scroll into her hands. Remember, I do not harbor incompetence beneath my banner. Techniques, martial arts, resources, everything is at your disposal, but you must demonstrate your worth. What did a 9-star technique mean to Chen Yan? It was inconsequential. What he sought was the value she could provide. Should she fail to rise to the occasion despite the techniques, martial arts, and resources he offered, he would retract everything he had given. Chen Yan did not nurture incompetence. Understanding his implication, Shui Luer grasped the scroll tightly and bowed respectfully. Declaring, I shall obey, my lord. I, Luer, will not disappoint your expectations and shall strive to be the strongest blade in your hand. With that, her gaze grew resolute. She was certain she had made the right choice. She understood the path ahead. It was either to follow her lord into the imperial road or face death. She was willing to be the most formidable weapon in Chen Yan's arsenal. Chen Yan, pleased by her words, smiled faintly. Very well, take it and cultivate. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Zixia divine sect, and remember, the details of this technique must remain a secret. Yes, I shall obey. Chapter 50, The Alluring Jiangli. After Shui Luer departed, Chen Yan rose, stretched, and opened the door. Qin Pingyuan, who resided in the adjacent courtyard, was heard practicing his sword. The air filled with the sound of clashing blades. Chen Yan smiled slightly, intrigued, and made his way over. There he found Qin Pingyuan clad in martial garb, diligently practicing his swordplay, sweat pouring down his face, while the 9th ancestor sat nearby, offering guidance. Raise the sword hilt 3 inches, shift your left foot to the right by an inch. Increase your speed, engage your core, your movements must be forceful. Watching the 9th ancestor instruct Qin Pingyuan, Chen Yan could not help but smile, taking pleasure in the scene. It was undeniable that the 9th ancestor, a master of the Holy King realm and one of the most formidable beings in the 3,000 domains, possessed a keen eye for detail. He effortlessly identified the subtle errors in Qin Pingyuan's every move. Soon after completing his series of sword forms, Qin Pingyuan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. In terms of diligence, he matched Chen Yan without a doubt. Orphaned at a young age, he understood the significance of strength. His heart yearning to grow stronger, the desire to enhance his abilities was something he craved deeply. Greetings, my lord. Upon seeing Chen Yan arrive, Qin Pingyuan quickly clasped his hands in salute. Chen Yan smiled warmly, walking over to pat him on the shoulder. Well done, you've made considerable progress. He recalled when he first took Qin Pingyuan under his wing. The boy's movements had been rather unrefined now, while he still had room for improvement. The transformation was evident. Furthermore, during the testing event, Qin Pingyuan had been at the pinnacle of the concentration realm with the 9-star technique, the Xianyan demon skill, gifted by Chen Yan, and the accumulation of various resources. Qin Pingyuan's cultivation had surged to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. It is known that the cultivation hierarchy in the 3,000 domains progresses as follows: Qi training, transcendence, concentration, void-breaking, formlessness, transcendence, sovereign, supreme, monarch, entry into saint, and holy king. Remarkably, Qin Pingyuan achieved mid-stage void-breaking at merely 6 years of age. Although he still lagged behind Chen Yan, he was undoubtedly a first-rate talent. You flatter me, my lord. Qin Pingyuan chuckled bashfully, scratching his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the praise. The 9th ancestor rose slowly, stroking his beard, and said with a grin, Yenner, this lad has considerable talent. I can see he has a natural affinity for the sword and possesses a strong work ethic. Indeed, he is a promising prospect. It seems our Chen family has no shortage of fine talents this generation. Early that morning, before dawn, the 9th ancestor had heard the sounds of sword practice emanating from Qin Pingyuan's courtyard. Curiosity piqued, he had ventured over and, after observing for a while, took it upon himself to teach the young disciple. After all, they were all members of the Chen family, and the 9th ancestor felt compelled to nurture talent. With Pingyuan's aptitude and character, he was a gem worth cultivating. Should the 9th ancestor find the time, he would gladly impart a few techniques, knowing that Pingyuan would one day become a great asset for the Chen family. Chen Yan, grinning, suggested, indeed, if you have any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my grandfather's guidance. He will gladly teach you a few moves. Qin Pingyuan beamed at the prospect, exclaiming, thank you, 9th ancestor. The 9th ancestor chuckled heartily, giving Chen Yan a playful pat on the shoulder. You, a mere 6-year-old, speak with such gravitas. Just as the 9th ancestor finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Why can I sense no fluctuations of true energy from Yenner? Just yesterday, I could distinctly feel his cultivation level, initial stage of transcendence, his vitality fierce as a dragon, a terrifying aura that even made me envious, yet now, he resembles an ordinary 6-year-old child, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Even I, a Holy King powerhouse, cannot penetrate this mystery, truly perplexing. This lad is quite enigmatic. However, the ninth ancestor had no intention of probing further. Everyone had their secrets. If Chen Nian had no secrets at all, he would struggle to achieve great heights, much like the previously mysterious Chen Tiandao. From childhood to adulthood, his life was filled with intrigue. Chen Nian smiled faintly at the ninth ancestor's remarks, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, a maid from the demon sect arrived to convey a message. Esteemed young clan leader, the sect master has prepared a meal for all the esteemed guests in the main hall. Very well, lead the way. Yes, the maid responded and guided Chen Nian and the others toward the main hall. Following a fierce battle, the structures of the demon sect were largely in ruins, presenting a rather desolate sight. However, the main hall remained intact, likely protected by some form of array. At the entrance of the hall, Zhongli personally came to greet them, showing no hint of arrogance before the young clan leader. After all, if Chen Nian were displeased, Chen Tiandao could easily erase her existence with a mere breath. Greetings, young clan leader, ancestor. Although Zhongli did not recognize the ninth ancestor, she could surmise that he was an esteemed elder of the Chen family. Chen Nian nodded, then followed Zhongli inside. He took his seat at the head of the table, with the ninth ancestor, Chen Ping'an, and Zhongli sitting at his side. As for Shui Luer, having received the technique from Chen Nian, she was currently in seclusion, engrossed in her cultivation. The allure of the 9-star technique was unparalleled, capable of driving one to madness, especially for Shui Luer, who was eager to grow stronger and thus could not wait to begin her training. Young clan leader, this is a meal I prepared personally for you, all dishes freshly made this morning. The lavish spread before them surprised Chen Nian. He hadn't expected Sect Master Zhongli to be such a capable cook, and her culinary skills were quite impressive. Chen Nian smiled and remarked, "Thank you, Sect Master Zhongli, for your hard work." Zhongli responded with a charming smile, her mature beauty still radiant. Chen Nian felt a flutter in his heart. There was something undeniably captivating about mature women like Zhongli, possessing a charm that outshone youthful innocence. It was no trouble at all. Zhongli quickly waved her hand. Had it not been for you, young clan leader, my demon sect's millennia of foundation might have crumbled. I raise my glass to you. With that, Zhongli lifted a cup of wine and drained it in one gulp. The fragrant spirit wine filled the air, and a flush spread across her delicate features. She was not accustomed to drinking, so her tolerance was low. Chen Nian chuckled. Sect Master Zhongli, you are too kind. I am still young and shall refrain from drinking. I wouldn't dare impose, young clan leader. Zhongli replied, knowing better than to pressure a 6-year-old into drinking. After all, if Chen Tiandao found out, she would be in serious trouble. This meal was Zhongli's heartfelt gratitude, prepared with care, for without Chen Nian, the entire demon sect might have faced destruction. Zhongli, having consumed a fair amount of wine, was flushed, her form accentuated by the sheer fabric she wore. Occasionally leaning closer to Chen Nian felt his heart race. For there were few who could resist the allure of a mature woman like Zhongli. Despite her seductive background, she remained a virgin. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, feeling bashful, could not bring himself to look directly at them. Focusing intently on his meal, soon, the meal concluded, and the group prepared to depart. For the next day they would journey to the Zhixiao divine sect. After several individuals departed, Zhongli, her face flushed crimson, lay atop the grand hall. The sheer fabric enveloping her was so thin that it permitted a glimpse of her undergarments. With her enchanting figure languidly sprawled, her rosy cheeks captivated the hearts of countless men. The composure of this young clan leader was indeed remarkable. Zhongli concealed her allure, having acted thus not only to express her gratitude to Chen Nian but also to gauge the resolve of this young clan leader. For Luer would soon be in service to him day and night. However, she was taken aback by the unwavering fortitude exhibited by the young leader. Shui Luer had indeed chosen her companion wisely. Chapter 51, The Holy Maiden of Zhixiao is my aunt? After a day of recuperation at the Demonist sect, early the next morning, Chen Nian and his companions embarked on a spiritual vessel bound for the Zhixiao divine sect. The Zhixiao divine sect lay far from the Nine Heavens demon domain. Even with the vessel's swift pace, it would take 2 days to arrive. At this moment, aboard the vessel, only Chen Nian and Zhou Zhu Shui Luer, Qin Pingyuan, and Chen Nian's little pet, Enai Huang, were present. Following a day and night of cultivation, Shui Luer had successfully transitioned her cultivation method, her entire aura now radiating an extraordinary presence. The Demoness spirit technique was inherently aligned with the nature of the Demoness, amplifying her powers significantly. Shui Luer's seductive prowess had grown substantially, and the demonic energy within her became increasingly pure. Merely switching her cultivation method had, without exaggeration, elevated her strength by at least 20%. Young master, this is the spring tea brewed by Luer herself. Do take a sip, Shui Luer said. Clad in a black mini-skirt that barely reached the tops of her thighs, the enticing hint of flesh igniting the imagination, her upper attire was equally minimal, revealing a pristine expanse of skin as she leaned down before Chen Nian. The scene awash with vibrant allure. It must be noted that the women in this world, perhaps due to their martial upbringing, exhibited remarkable physical prowess. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Nian found himself somewhat flustered. This little enchantress, dressed so provocatively, was it intentional? He cleared his throat, accepting the tea from Shui Luer. Ahem, that will suffice, you may retire to your training. Seeing this, Shui Luer smiled radiantly, having known Chen Nian for so long. She had never witnessed him in such an awkward state. Clearly her charm was not lacking. As you wish, should the young master require anything, merely summon Luer, and I shall fulfill your every desire. With a playful grin, she retreated, her silhouette exceedingly alluring, swaying gracefully as she walked. Each step caused her skirt to flutter, tantalizingly revealing glimpses before it fell back into place, obscuring the view. Chen Nian watched the enchanting figure depart. A resigned smile adorning his face, this little enchantress, despite not employing her seductive powers, exuded allure effortlessly, a trait honed over years. Moreover, her revealing attire surely stirred some thoughts. Chen Nian was a normal man, naturally harboring desires. Furthermore, being a demon, he had no inclination to suppress his instincts. Indulgence was the essence of his nature. Regrettably, he was merely 6 years old, still in his formative years. Enai Huang, nuzzling against Chen Nian, appeared pitifully endearing. Though born into the extraordinary realm, in Chen Nian's presence, it resembled a mere child. Chen Nian affectionately patted Enai Huang's forehead, retrieving several medicinal pills from his spatial ring and tossing them into Enai Huang's mouth. 6-star pills. Go ahead and refine them. With a joyful chirp, Enai Huang's eyes sparkled with delight. As a 9-colored phoenix, its bloodline was exceptionally potent, requiring minimal cultivation. As long as resources were abundant, its powers would continuously ascend. The pills were its favorite treats, akin to sweet candies, brimming with formidable energy, ideal nourishment for it. Although the pills contained some toxic elements, Enai Huang's innate flames could easily purify them. Chen Nian smiled softly. Gradually closing his eyes to commence his own cultivation, time sped by for those engrossed in their training as the vessel soared through the skies. 3 days swiftly passed. Is that the Zixiao divine sect? Shui Luer exclaimed, pointing towards a majestic divine mountain in the distance, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In all her years, she had never ventured beyond the 9 heavens demon domain, let alone to one of the top 10 powers, the Zixiao divine sect. The mountain she indicated was replete with spiritual energy, surrounded by 18 peaks that stood sentinel. The gaze of the group followed Shui Luer's indication. Indeed, that was the Zixiao divine sect. Jiuzhu nodded in affirmation. Speaking up, he had traversed nearly all the top powers in the 3,000 domains in his early years and thus recognized the Zixiao divine sect. The Zixiao divine sect certainly exudes grandeur. Chen Pingyuan remarked, fixated on the sect's location. Though the Chen family's architecture was also splendid, it paled in comparison to the Zixiao divine sect. Jiuzhu smiled slightly, stating, this is a premier power with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. It is naturally not ordinary. However, in terms of strength, my Chen family holds its own. The Zixiao divine sect possesses profound heritage, yet, the Chen family is not as simple as it appears, Jiuzhu continued. Although on the surface, it seemed that only Chen Tiandao was exceedingly powerful, the true hidden strength was substantial. For instance, Jiuzhu himself had been concealed by Chen Tiandao for centuries, with the outside world believing him to be deceased. Had it not been for the need to protect Chen Nian, he might still remain hidden. If fear, not at all, especially with Chen Nian in this generation. We have nothing to fear, Chen Nian chuckled Jiuzhu. The Zixiao divine sect is not a monolithic entity, is it? Upon entering an unfamiliar territory, Chen Nian naturally sought to uncover the internal dynamics of the sect. Jiuzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Zixiao divine sect comprises numerous factions. Aside from the sect master, there are 18 inner elders, each presiding over one of the 18 peaks, with their strengths ranging from Saint Realm to Saint King Realm. This current Zisho Holy Maiden is the direct disciple of the sect master. And coincidentally, she is your mother's junior sister. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Observing Chen Nian's bewildered expression, Zhou Zhu chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. Do not be alarmed. Your mother is the current sect master. Xian Xianxiu's biological daughter. When your mother married your father, your grandfather had not yet taken in this Zisho Holy Maiden. Besides, we are of the demon path, it bears no relevance. As he spoke, Zhou Zhu raised an eyebrow at Chen Nian. His expression filled with mirth. Chen Nian replied, "This is indeed quite stimulating. However, it sounds rather beastly." He swallowed hard, while Zhou Zhu smiled gently. Nian Er, as we approach the Zisho divine sect, you must be cautious of two individuals. Two individuals? Zhou Zhu wasted no time and continued. The first is the current sixth elder of the Zisho divine sect, who was formerly the holy son of the previous generation. Your father stole his wife, and he harbors a grudge. The other is the current holy son of the Zisho sect. One was a father who had taken another's wife, and the other was engaged to Chen Nian. This duo was, in essence, a couple of unfortunate souls. One could not help but think that the previous and current holy sons were truly victims of circumstance, having their wives snatched away without warning. Chapter 52. A meeting with the young master of the Chen family. Zhou Zhu continued with a grin. The customs of the Zisho divine sect are indeed intriguing. Each generation's holy son and holy maiden need not be the disciples of the sect master. All disciples within the sect may contend for the title, determined by innate talent and strength. The current holy son, Wang Duan, is precisely the disciple of the previous holy son, who is also the sixth elder. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian was momentarily stunned. Goodness, it seems both the master and disciple have had their wives taken by my father and me. How tragic, Zhou Zhu declared with an air of authority. However, Nian Er, you need not worry. The sect master is your grandfather, and with me to protect you, even the Zisho holy son shall not dare to act recklessly. Although Xian Xianxiu has been quite displeased since your mother, Xian Lingyue, married your father, and they have not been in contact since she is still your blood relative. It is said that elders tend to favor their grandchildren. Would Xian Xianxiu stand idly by while you are bullied? That is entirely improbable. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Rest assured, Zhou Zhu, I understand. Fear. There is nothing to be afraid of. My father is Chen Tiandao. Besides the Nine Heavens demon domain, the Phoenix domain also supports him. What do I have to fear? The spiritual vessel sped onward. At this moment, the Zisho divine sect was anything but tranquil. I am the sect master's chamber. Master, the young master of the Chun family has entered our Zisho divine sect's territory and is expected to arrive in approximately half a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing his disciple's report, Xian Xianxiu's aged visage lit up with excitement, his face trembling. 6 years had passed since Chen Nian's birth, and he had yearned to see his beloved grandson, yet, due to the circumstances with Chen Nian's mother, the two had not spoken in a long time. Despite this, his heart had never ceased to ache with longing for Chen Nian. Xian Xianxiu's wife had passed long ago, leaving him with only his daughter, Xian Lingyue, as his sole family. After Chen Nian's birth, he had gained another cherished relative in this world. Excellent, splendid. Wei Yang, do you think my attire is appropriate? Is it too disheveled, and should I perhaps shave this beard? I wouldn't want to frighten my grandson. Observing his master in such a state, Wei Yang was momentarily taken aback but soon chuckled, reassuring. Rest assured, master, my nephew will surely be delighted to see you. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianxiu felt a surge of joy. He exclaimed cheerfully, Go, summon all the elders and true disciples of our sect. Let us gather to welcome my grandson. Such a display from Xian Xianxiu was indeed grand. All the elders within the sect, as well as the true disciples, represented nearly the entirety of the formidable strength of the Zisho divine sect. The sheer might assembled merely to welcome Chen Nian speaks volumes about the esteemed position he holds in Xian Xianxiu's heart. Yes, Wei Yang replied, hastily bowing in acknowledgement before rushing out to inform the elders and true disciples. Left alone, Xian Xianxiu joyfully organized his garments. Meanwhile, at Zichen Peak, the domain of the sixth elder's lineage, Wang Duan, with a grim countenance and a piercing gaze, reported, Master, it is said that the Chen family's young heir is nearly here. The sixth elder, Li Xiaotian, snorted disdainfully, his grip tightening around his chair, veins bulging ominously. This is intolerable. I was the previous Zisho holy son, and according to tradition, I should have married the last holy maiden, yet that Chen Tiandao brazenly intervened, seizing my wife, and now his son seeks to claim my beloved disciple as fiancée. This is utterly outrageous. With a furious shout, Li Xiaotian smashed his treasured blue and white porcelain cup to the ground. The humiliation of that event centuries ago still churned within him, a bitter reminder of his wife being taken by another man. Unable to match that man in strength, the ridicule from the Zixiao divine sect lingered in his memory, branding him as a coward and a failure. He had hoped to redeem his past disgrace through his disciple's ascension to the position of Zixiao Holy Son, anticipating a marriage to the Holy Maiden. Yet now, he found that Chen Tiandao's son had stolen his disciple's bride. Furious, he contemplated confronting the sect leader, but Xian Xianxiu, being both Lin Qingqing's mentor and Chen Yan's grandfather, would naturally not allow any intrusion upon his family's affairs. That damned Chen Tiandao, Li Xiaotian seethed, his expression dark that he could only mutter curses in secret. The thought of confronting Chen Tiandao in a duel filled him with dread. Though he had cultivated rapidly and was on the brink of the Saint King realm, he paled in comparison to the prodigious Chen Tiandao. What shall we do, O master? Is this to be left unchallenged? Wang Duan, equally vexed, questioned. Lin Qingcheng was renowned as one of the 3 fairies of the 3,000 domains, celebrated for her extraordinary talent and ethereal beauty. Wang Duan, an admirer, had envisioned a smooth path to marrying her, only to be thwarted by a mere 6-year-old child. The desire for vengeance burned within him. Centuries ago, I could not contend with Chen Tiandao. That regret has haunted me ever since. Today, I shall expend every effort to assist you in vanquishing Chen Yan. It was this very incident that had left Li Xiaotian with a lingering inner demon, preventing him from advancing beyond the threshold of the half-step Saint King realm. Today, he was determined to lend Wang Duan his support, not only for Wang Duan but also for his own vindication. Fear not, my dear disciple. Here in the Zixiao divine sect, Chen Yan is but an outsider, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Moreover, we have your grandmaster, who recently achieved a breakthrough and can lend assistance. Upon hearing of his grandmaster's return, Wang Duan's eyes brightened. His grandmaster was the esteemed elder of the Zixiao divine sect, holding a status equal to that of the sect leader, with many elders having once been his disciples. Excellent, with the grandmaster's support, there is still hope. Li Xiaotian smirked slightly. While my grandmaster and I cannot openly confront Chen Yan, should you inadvertently eliminate him, the Chen family would have no recourse. After all, disputes among the younger generation are traditionally not interfered with by their elders, and death is simply a consequence of their own actions. This has long been the custom in the 3,000 domains, and even Chen Tiandao would not dare to contravene it. Wang Duan, upon hearing this, was elated. Rest assured, master, a mere 6-year-old child is no match for me. I will crush him as easily as one would squash an ant. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Wang Duan chuckled coldly. Just as the master and disciple were plotting, a disciple's voice echoed from outside, reporting to master, the sect leader has sent word that all elders and true disciples are to gather in the main hall to welcome the young heir of the Chen family. The master and disciple exchanged glances, a cold smile shared between them. Let us go and meet this young heir of the Chen family. Indeed, Chapter 53, Jealousy breeds division. Outside the main hall of the Zixiao divine sect, all the elders and true disciples awaited in silence. Xian Xianxiu stood at the center, gazing nervously toward the distant sky. The true disciples stood behind the elders, their eyes reflecting disdain and envy. Lin Qingcheng was the dream goddess of all disciples in the Zixiao divine sect, yet she was betrothed to a mere 6-year-old child from the Chen family. Were it not for his fortunate lineage, how could he have won her favor? Envy and jealousy coursed through them. At that moment, a massive spirit vessel soared overhead, drawing the attention of the inner and outer disciples, who gazed in bewilderment. Isn't that vessel not from our Zixiao divine sect? That emblem resembles that of the Chen family from the 9 heavens demon domain. The Chen family? What brings them to our Zixiao divine sect? It is said that the young heir of the Chen family is betrothed to the Holy Maiden. What? Oh heavens, my Holy Maiden, why must you wed one from the demonic path? I, Ezhu Dezhuang, am robust and formidable. Surely I would be a better match. When news spread that Chen Yan had come to propose to Lin Qingcheng, the entire Zixiao divine sect erupted in commotion. Lin Qingcheng was one of the 3 fairies of the 3,000 domains, possessing both beauty and talent, with countless admirers. The idea that she would wed a mere 6-year-old child was utterly unfathomable. Would the Holy Maiden find happiness in such a union? Master, look, that is the Chen family's spirit vessel. Wei Yang exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Xian Xianxiu turned his gaze to the massive vessel, which blotted out the sun as it approached the Zixiao divine sect. The elders and true disciples also directed their attention toward it. Humph, they have finally arrived, Li Xiaotian squinted, exchanging a glance with Wang Duan. The two shared a fleeting icy glare. Soon, the spirit vessel descended. Chen Yan alighted gracefully, followed by Qin Pingon and Shui Luer, with Zhou Zhu bringing up the rear. Zhou Zhu, having concealed his power, appeared as a somewhat fierce elder. Upon seeing Chen Yan disembark, Xin Xianqiu hurried forward to stand face to face with his grandson. Chen Yan smiled slightly, bowing respectfully. I am Chen Yan, here to pay my respects to my grandfather. Before coming, his father had advised him to foster a close relationship with the elder, considering that he had taken the elder's daughter all those years ago, an obligation of son to father. Seeing Chen Yan, Xin Xianqiu felt tears welling in his eyes but maintained his composure for the sake of his role as sect leader. My dear boy, you are already 6 years old. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Xin Xianqiu knelt beside Chen Yan, gently caressing the child's cheek, and they exchanged warm smiles. Come, Nianer, let us go to the main hall. Yes, Chen Yan responded cheerfully. Hand in hand, Xin Xianqiu and Chen Yan made their way toward the main hall. As the crowd's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, hundreds of eyes scrutinized him, including those of powerful Saint Kings. However, Chen Yan remained oblivious, wearing a bright smile as he walked. Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan stood among the crowd, their gazes icy as they glared at Chen Yan, their eyes burning with jealousy and barely concealed murderous intent. Chen Yan, sensing the hostility, turned his gaze toward Wang Duan and Li Xiaotian, discerning their identities. He smirked dismissively, hardly taking them seriously. They were merely unfortunate souls. Centuries ago, Li Xiaotian had been unable to best his father. Today, Wang Duan would surely prove no match for him either. At the rear of the crowd stood a woman in white, her gaze lingering between Chen Yan and Shui Luer. This woman was Lin Qingcheng. And she huffed softly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. With no trace of true energy and accompanied by such a beautiful servant, he must be nothing more than a pretty boy for reasons unknown. Lin Qingcheng found herself irked by Shui Luer's presence, who was undeniably stunning, rivaling her own beauty. However, despite merely observing Chen Yan from a distance, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from him, making it difficult to harbor disdain. With a cold snort, Lin Qingcheng quietly followed the crowd into the main hall, and soon everyone entered. This is the main hall of the Zixiao Divine Sect, resplendent and magnificent, adorned with lush greenery. The pillars, crafted from a mystical golden stone, stand tall, while the obsidian floor gleams under the bright lights, creating a stunningly beautiful ambience. Come, Nianer, as a guest from afar, sit beside your grandfather, beckoned Xin Xianqiu, who occupies the seat of honor. Arranging for Chen Yan to take the position closest to him on his left. Although Chen Yan is merely a 6-year-old child, he is the beloved son of Chen Tiandao and the imperial scion of the Nine Heavens demon domain. And none would dare to slight him. With a slight smile, Chen Yan promptly seated himself cross-legged, while the 9 ancestors took their place beside him. As for Shui Luer and Qin Pingon, they lacked the standing to sit and remained quietly behind Chen Yan. A group of true disciples gazed enviously at Shui Luer, nearly drooling at the sight. It is well known that Shui Luer's beauty rivals that of Lin Qingcheng, if Lin Qingcheng is likened to a pure white snow lotus from Tianshan. Untouched by the mire, resembling an ancient iceberg, then Shui Luer is more akin to a captivating rose, irresistible to anyone who lays eyes on her, her stunning visage and alluring smile, accompanied by her ample assets, exuded an enchanting aura with every gesture. Even Wang Duan couldn't help but swallow hard, his resentment towards Chen Yan deepening. Damn Chen Yan, with such a beautiful maid by his side, he still covets my Qingcheng. Damn it. Before long, the maidens of the Zixiao Divine Sect began to serve an array of exquisite delicacies. These dishes were imbued with profound spiritual energy, crafted from formidable demonic beasts. For instance, before Chen Yan lay a red flame chicken from the void-breaking realm, deep-sea cod, and even a mammoth from the extraordinary realm. Moreover, the spirit wine on the table was rich with spiritual essence, comparable to a 4-star elixir. Truly, the Zixiao Divine Sect, with its long-standing heritage, presented a feast that could elevate even the most ordinary Qi refinement realm warriors by several levels after consumption. Nianer, you have endured much hardship on your journey. Come eat. This was specially prepared by your grandfather. Do taste it. Yes, Chen Yan smiled gently, and everyone began to partake in the meal, while the hall appeared harmonious. Each individual harbored their own agendas. Shui Luer leaned forward, filling Chen Yan's cup with spirit wine, her bosom nearly brushing against his face. The seemingly innocuous gesture instantly ignited a wave of envy among the true disciples. Chapter 54. What are you? Chen Yan sensed the jealousy radiating from the surrounding true disciples, yet he remained unfazed, enjoying the service provided by Shui Luer with nonchalance. After indulging in a hearty meal, They transitioned to the main topic of the day. Xian Qianqiu cheerfully declared, "Nianer, I have discussed your betrothal to Qingcheng with your father. 3 days hence, a propitious date will arrive, and I shall host a betrothal ceremony for you and Qingcheng here at the Zixiao Divine Sect." Upon hearing these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Though many were already aware of the matter, hearing it proclaimed by Xian Qianqiu felt entirely different, especially for the true disciples present. Their gazes towards Chen Nian brimmed with envy. The goddess they had admired for years was being claimed by Chen Nian, a mere 6-year-old child. Was he worthy of? Furthermore, this child had behind him a maid whose beauty was not inferior to Lin Qingcheng's. Her ample assets making many disciples envious, and yet he dared to snatch their sacred maiden. The audacity! Just as Chen Nian was about to speak, a young man with a square jaw and a curved blade suddenly interjected. Respectfully addressing the sect master, "I am Zhang Haotian. I believe the betrothal is inappropriate. According to the ancestral rules of the Zixiao Divine Sect, all holy maidens should marry the holy son, and senior brother Wang Duan is exceptionally gifted and handsome. Serving as a model for our disciples, how can we allow the holy maiden to be wed to a mere child who has yet to grow hair?" Zhang Haotian's words ignited a fervent discussion throughout the hall. Indeed, the holy son is talented and has grown up alongside the holy maiden. They are a match made in heaven. Exactly how can our holy maiden marry a demon? We are unwilling to accept this. The chorus of dissent echoed throughout the hall, causing Wang Duan's lips to curl into a slight smirk. Zhang Haotian was his follower, and those remarks had been orchestrated between them to pressure Xian Qianqiu into annulling the engagement. Hearing the outcry from the true disciples, Xian Qianqiu furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish them when suddenly another voice rang out in the hall. Shui Luer narrowed her eyes, her previously charming demeanor turning icy. A glint of murderous intent flickering in her gaze. Dare you show disrespect to my young master?" In the next moment, an enigmatic power radiated from Shui Luer. Zhang Haotian, who had just spoken, suddenly appeared dazed. Before discarding his weapon and frantically fleeing the hall, stripping off his clothes as he ran, however, once he had shed his garments, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Shui Luer snorted coldly, retracting her illusion. Witnessing this bizarre scene, all present were momentarily stunned. What just transpired? Could it be that Zhang Haotian had gone mad? No, he had fallen victim to an illusion. A shout erupted from the crowd. An illusion, striking from the shadows. This martial art emphasizes mental attacks, creating an illusory space to ensnare the enemy's mind. If the opponent possesses weak willpower or is caught off guard, they are easily ensnared. The crowd's gazes shifted toward Shui Luer, their eyes filled with newfound wariness. They realized that it was Shui Luer who had executed this act. A woman so enchanting and of a similar age, wielding such a ruthless and terrifying ability, even Wang Duan was taken aback. Illusions were rare in the 3,000 domains. Shui Luer snorted, surveying the room before her gaze settled on the unconscious Zhang Haotian. "Dare to insult my young master? Consider this a warning. Next time, you may not be so fortunate." With that, the hall fell into a profound silence, the true disciples regarding Shui Luer with a mixture of awe and trepidation. They knew Zhang Haotian was no weakling, being of the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, wielding a curved blade with notable prowess, and yet he had so easily succumbed to Shui Luer's hands. It was truly terrifying. In an instant, the true disciples' gazes towards Chen Nian were tinged with an inexplicable fear. Wang Duan suddenly huffed coldly, reprimanding, "What audacity! Chen Nian, you allow your subordinate to harm disciples of the Zixiao Divine Sect. Do you not regard our sect with respect?" Wang Duan's words positioned Chen Nian directly against the other disciples. Should Chen Nian admit to the accusation, it would imply his disdain for the Zixiao Divine Sect. And even if Xian Qianqiu wished to betroth the holy maiden to him, the elders and disciples would likely oppose it. Conversely, if Chen Nian were to bow his head in apology, Wang Duan would achieve his goal. However, Chen Nian merely chuckled coldly, raising his gaze slightly, offering Wang Duan a fleeting glance that caused the latter's heart to race, as though he were being scrutinized by some ancient behemoth. "What are you?" he scoffed. "Dare to reprimand me?" These seemingly mundane words instantly silenced the entire hall, as countless individuals held their breath, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Many were taken aback by Chen Nian's audacity. This was the Zixiao Divine Sect, and Chen Nian had just insulted the current holy son of the sect. "Chen Nian, you seek death." Wang Duan's veins bulged, his eyes turning crimson, his murderous intent laid bare. Wang Duan already harbored resentment towards Chen Nian for claiming his beloved, and now the latter had the audacity to humiliate him in front of the elders and true disciples. It was a profound disgrace. Nevertheless, Chen Nian merely cast a casual glance at him, entirely uninterested in engaging. Amidst the unusual gazes of those present, he slowly rose to his feet, a confident smile gracing his lips. At that moment, all eyes converged upon the imperial scion of the Chen family. An aura akin to that of an otherworldly being enveloped the hall, with his hands clasped behind his back, despite his tender age. He exuded the presence of a youthful celestial, especially with the calm demeanor he displayed, captivating countless onlookers. Even Xian Xianqiu found himself somewhat astonished. He had initially assumed his grandson to be an ordinary child without much talent. Yet now it seemed otherwise, particularly with the aura he projected. Having witnessed the rise of countless prodigies, he had never encountered anyone quite like Chen Nian, a grandfather, esteemed elders, true disciples of the Zixiao divine sect. I wish to convey two matters. First, this imperial scion's mother was the previous holy maiden of the Zixiao divine sect, and the sect master is my grandfather. Thus I harbor no ill will towards the Zixiao divine sect. Nor do I look down upon it. Second, I am aware that many among you harbor discontent regarding my betrothal to Lin Qingcheng, perhaps even harbor resentment. However, I am unperturbed. How can a mere sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Should anyone be dissatisfied, this imperial scion is ready to engage. Such boldness was truly overwhelming. All present were left astounded by Chen Nian's audacity. However, the next moment, Chen Nian's imposing aura radiated outward, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Chapter 55. Remember, control your dog's super extraordinary initial stage. Instantly, as everyone sensed the aura emanating from Chen Nian, they were left speechless. Was being at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm impressive? Certainly not. For the Zixiao divine sect, there was no shortage of warriors at this level. Most true disciples possessed cultivation that was not inferior. However, it must be noted that Chen Nian was merely a 6-year-old child. What were they doing at 6, playing in the mud? Alas, could it be that I am not losing my mind? A 6-year-old prodigy, my goodness, this truly is the realm of the extraordinary. There can be no mistaking that aura. Could this indeed be the heir of the Chen family? Such terrifying talent. Countless disciples of true lineage exchanged astonished whispers, their words laden with shock. To describe such a gift merely as monstrous would be an understatement. It is nothing short of defying the heavens. A 6-year-old prodigy. This is not just rare within the entirety of the Zixiao sacred sect, it is unprecedented in the history of the 3,000 domains spanning millions of years. Not only the true disciples, but even the 18 elders of the Zixiao sacred sect were visibly taken aback. Xian Xianqiu was especially alarmed. Good heavens, my grandson, at 6 years of age, has already reached the extraordinary realm? Such talent is unparalleled within the Zixiao sacred sect. Even the legendary Chen Tiandao could not have been this formidable, could he? In that moment, the thoughts of all present in the grand hall were diverse. Wang Duan snorted coldly, casting a piercing gaze upon Chen Nian. What nonsense is this about a 6-year-old prodigy? Perhaps he is merely relying on some secret treasure to deceive us. As soon as Wang Duan's words fell, some individuals suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, how could a 6-year-old be extraordinary? It was plausible that he was simply using a treasure to unleash an aura to intimidate others. In these times, deceivers abound. Moreover, given their pre-existing hostility towards Chen Nian, they were even less inclined to believe in his extraordinary abilities, especially Wang Duan's sycophants, who quickly chimed in. Exactly, the Holy Son speaks the truth. How could there possibly be a 6-year-old extraordinary martial artist? Right, do you really think you are the reincarnation of an ancient deity, achieving extraordinary prowess at 6, a 6-year-old prodigy? What a joke! The Holy Son does not possess such talent. How dare you presume to compare? Wang Duan, having managed the sect for many years and with the support of his master, quickly rallied a group of true disciples to question Chen Nian's abilities. Even some elders cast doubtful glances at Chen Nian. Hearing this, Chen Nian offered a slight smile, gazing at Wang Duan with a mocking expression, his demeanor condescending, which made Wang Duan uncomfortable. He had always looked down upon others. He never expected that one day he would be regarded with such disdain, especially by a mere child. The look in Chen Nian's eyes was akin to that of a spectator observing a monkey, derisive and playful. So what would you have me do to prove myself, esteemed heir? Chen Nian smiled subtly, his disdainful expression and indifferent gaze suggesting that, in his eyes, Wang Duan was nothing more than a worthless fool. Wang Duan felt increasingly uncomfortable under Chen Nian's gaze, yet he forced himself to suppress his anger, staring at Chen Nian and declaring, "Since you claim to be extraordinary, our Zixiao sacred sect has many extraordinary martial artists. Why not demonstrate your prowess against one of them? Let us witness the strength of the Chen family, shall we? Wang Duan's proposition was met with widespread approval among the true disciples. Indeed, if the heir of the Chen family possesses such exceptional talent, it would be worthwhile to witness a contest. I too wish to spar with the heir. Same here. Wang Duan's challenge ignited a fervor among numerous true disciples. An outsider seeking to wed their Zhixiao sacred sect's holy maiden? How could these disciples, who had long coveted Lin Qingcheng, possibly swallow this indignity? Silence. The heir has traveled from the Nine Heavens demon domain. He is a distinguished guest of our Zhixiao sacred sect and ought to be treated with respect. The elder, receiving a subtle cue from Shen Xianqiu, interjected to diffuse the situation. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd fell silent, hesitant to voice their objections. Only Wang Duan sneered. The elder's words are misguided. The heir wishes to prove his strength, and we merely seek to learn from his expertise. Coincidentally, my esteemed junior beside me has reached the mid-level of extraordinary prowess and wishes to challenge the heir. Surely the heir would not refuse. At this, all eyes turned towards Wang Duan's side, where stood a rather unseemly young man, short in stature yet exuding a lecherous demeanor, brandishing a slender black sword. Could that be Li Feng? Indeed, Li Feng was a loyal lackey of the Holy Sun, with mid-level extraordinary prowess, no small feat indeed. It is said that this fellow killed a late-stage extraordinary bandit just last month during his training. The onlookers' expressions revealed their delight at the prospect of Chen Nian's impending misfortune. Li Feng approached with a lascivious smile. I am Li Feng of the Zhixiao sacred sect, and I hope the heir will enlighten me. Surely the heir is not afraid. Hearing Li Feng's mockery, Chen Nian frowned, finding the noise irksome. What are you, to challenge me, a mere lackey seeking to duel? Do you expect me to engage in battle with a dog? If Chen Nian were to accept this challenge, it would imply he was on the same level as Li Feng, a mere dogfight. Wang Duan's intentions were transparent to him. Li Feng's expression shifted between rage and uncertainty, his eyes glinting with malice as he regarded Chen Nian. Yet, Wang Duan continued to stoke the flames of conflict, sneering at Chen Nian. Could it be that the heir is afraid? Afraid? Chen Nian laughed heartily, then derisively replied, this heir has no interest in dogs, but your mutt seems rather disobedient, daring to look at me with such contempt. I shall teach it a lesson. As Chen Nian's words fell, the crowd looked on in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. However, in the next moment, Chen Nian snorted, extending a finger, flower-plucking finger. Instantly a terrifying wave of demonic energy swept through the grand hall, and the spectators felt the sheer power of Chen Nian's technique. In an instant, this was a 9-star martial art, combined with Chen Nian's formidable true energy. Even a mid-level extraordinary martial artist like Li Feng would be gravely injured. Boom! The force of the attack struck Li Feng, sending him flying like a kite with its string-cut blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Chen Nian smiled coldly, casting a mocking glance at Wang Duan. Remember this, keep your dog in check. Do not allow it to gaze upon me with such insolence, lest I send it to hell next time. Chapter 56, Chen Nian's mockery, tongue lashing. Chen Nian's gaze was icy, regarding Wang Duan as though he were a lifeless corpse, devoid of any warmth. By his nature, Li Feng would have met a grim fate, yet, as this was his first visit, and the sect leader happened to be his grandfather, he refrained from resorting to violence upon arrival. Such an act would only alienate the entire Zhixiao sacred sect. Establishing his authority was paramount. As for Wang Duan, who harbored significant animosity towards him, Chen Nian certainly had no intention of letting him off the hook. He had devised a plan in his heart, intending first to ruin Wang Duan's reputation before ultimately claiming his life. The act of killing is, after all, about striking at the heart. The moment they witnessed Chen Nian's one-finger strike that gravely injured Li Feng, the grand hall of the Zhixiao sacred sect fell into a profound silence. Countless true disciples and elders were filled with awe. They were all too aware of Li Feng's prowess, while he may have been lecherous. His strength was undeniable. With mid-level extraordinary prowess and skillful swordsmanship, he could rival late-stage extraordinary warriors. The fact that such power was effortlessly dispatched by Chen Nian left them in disbelief. My heavens! How could this be possible? They certainly did not entertain the notion that Chen Nian and Li Feng were merely acting in concert. Such a performance was inconceivable. Wang Duan swallowed hard, his gaze filled with trepidation as he stared at Chen Nian. Having been so close, he felt the weight of that finger's might, but how could a mere 6-year-old child possess such strength? Gentlemen, is there any dissent? Chen Nian surveyed the room, his expression cheerful. Dissent? Who in the world would dare voice any objections now? Wang Duan snorted, feeling utterly humiliated, and promptly turned his head away. Li Xiaotian, in a fit of rage, could hardly contain himself. He had not anticipated that his carefully crafted scheme would lead to Chen Nian's triumphant display. Damn it, Chen Tiandao, why is your son as much of a prodigy as you? I refuse to accept this. At this moment, Li Xiaotian's heart screamed in fury, unable to comprehend why Chen Tiandao's son also possessed such astonishing talent. The grudge from over 300 years ago regarding the theft of his wife lingered still. Just wait, Chen Tiandao, you may have taken my wife, but I shall ensure that my disciple slays your son one day. Li Xiaotian's gaze towards Chen Nian flickered with fleeting murderous intent. Xian Xianxiu, seated in the main seat, beamed with pride as he observed his grandson's spirited demeanor. His smile seemed on the verge of overflowing. Though he served as the sect leader of the Zixiao sacred sect, he was not an autocrat. Besides him, there was a grand elder whose strength rivaled his own, and the sixth elder, Li Xiaotian, was a direct disciple of that grand elder. Thus, many elders within the sect gravitated towards the latter. Excellent, Nianer, your talent is extraordinary. It is rare to find an equal within the 3,000 domains. Chen Nian smiled modestly, responding, Grandfather, you flatter me. Observing Chen Nian's courteous and humble demeanor, the onlookers found it hard to reconcile this with the audacious figure they had just witnessed. Haha, since there are no doubts regarding Nianer's talent and strength, let us discuss the arrangements for the betrothal ceremony. The auspicious date is but 10 days away, and I shall host the ceremony for you in Qingqing then. As soon as Xian Xianxiu's words fell, the grand hall once again fell into complete silence. It was evident that the sect leader was quite pleased with Chen Nian. After all, one was his beloved grandson, while the other was a favored disciple. It was only natural that he would not allow any outsider to benefit. However, at this moment, the crowd dared not openly gaze at Chen Nian with envy, because it is evident to all that Chen Nian's innate talent and brilliance are undeniably on par with Chen Tiandao. And who is Chen Tiandao? He is the foremost figure of the demonic path across 3,000 realms. With his singular strength, he propelled the entire Qin clan into one of the top 10 forces. Exerting dominance for centuries over the 3,000 realms, they have all witnessed the terrifying aptitude and power of Chen Tiandao, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Now, Chen Nian is poised to be the next Chen Tiandao, perhaps even surpassing him, naturally evoking their trepidation. However, Li Xiaotian let out a cold snort, rising to his feet and declaring, Master, I believe this matter is inappropriate. Chen Nian and Lin Xingcheng are by lineage aunt and nephew. If Chen Nian were to wed Lin Xingcheng, would that not disrupt the familial hierarchy? I fear that our Zixiao divine sect would become the subject of ridicule across the world. Furthermore, according to ancient customs, the holy maiden should marry the holy son. How can such a tradition be altered by the mere words of the sect leader? I propose a contest between the crown prince of the Chen family and my disciple. The victor shall wed Lin Xingcheng. Upon Li Xiaotian's pronouncement, the entire hall erupted in commotion. Indeed, by lineage Lin Xingcheng is Chen Nian's aunt, and should they become engaged, it would undoubtedly invite substantial criticism. Moreover, the tradition of the holy maiden marrying the holy son has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. If Xian Xianxiu were to directly betroth Lin Xingcheng to Chen Nian, it would likely incite discontent among the disciples of the sect. After all, to them, Chen Nian is still an outsider, and Xian Xianxiu's willingness to forsake the sect's holy son for an outsider would leave anyone who hears of it cold with dread. Xian Xianxiu was also aware of the weight of Li Xiaotian's words, narrowing his eyes as an icy aura enveloped him. Nianer, do you have any thoughts on Elder Li's statement? Upon hearing this, Chen Nian did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled slightly and turned his gaze towards Li Xiaotian. You must be the illustrious sixth elder of the Zixiao divine sect, Li Xiaotian, am I correct? Li Xiaotian replied with a cold smirk. Indeed. Chen Nian's lips curled into a slight grin as he mockingly stated, My mother has mentioned Elder Li on numerous occasions, recounting how you once knelt before my father, begging for mercy like a dog. It is truly a privilege to meet you today, Elder Li. You are a paragon of adaptability, Xian Xianxiu? Wang Duan? The assembly of disciples and elders? Everyone was momentarily stunned by Chen Nian's words. How audacious! While others might merely deliver a straightforward blow, he had launched a full-scale assault, deliberately sprinkling salt on old wounds. It was ruthless. Many elders recalled the incident when Li Xiaotian was thoroughly defeated by Chen Tiandao, ultimately kneeling and pleading for mercy. However, out of fear of the elder behind Li Xiaotian, and given the passage of time, no one dared to speak of it. Who would have thought that Chen Nian would openly voice it in front of so many? This was even more humiliating than a public slap in the face. Li Xiaotian's expression darkened, his face shifting like a brewing storm, an aura of terror emanating from him that caused the true disciples to shudder in fear. Wang Duan realized that his master was genuinely enraged. The matter concerning Chen Tiandao was undoubtedly a taboo for him, and today, Chen Yan had brazenly breached that taboo in front of a multitude. Chen Yan, do you realize you are playing with fire? Li Xiaotian's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Chen Yan, and if looks could kill, he would have perished thousands of times over. Oh, Chen Yan smirked slightly, continuing to mock. What, are you seeking vengeance for my father's actions? Is that so? Chen Yan's lips curled up again, tauntingly continuing. What, the esteemed sixth elder of the Zixiao divine sect lacks the magnanimity and only dares to bully a 6-year-old child? The author humbly requests a wave of encouragement, gifts, and support from the readers. Tomorrow, the author will strive to deliver more chapters. The more encouragement and gifts received, the more chapters will be added. The author extends heartfelt gratitude to all the handsome and beautiful readers. Chapter 57, Has Chen Yan Gone Mad? Boom! Chen Yan's words struck Li Xiaotian like a thunderclap. Immediately the surge of blood rushed to his head, his eyes turning crimson, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped him. The killing intent emanating from a peak Saint Realm warrior instilled a sense of dread among many true disciples, even causing some elders to feel a twinge of fear. It is worth noting that Li Xiaotian was the previous holy son of the Zixiao divine sect. Possessing extraordinary talent and once standing on the precipice of inheriting the position of sect leader, however, the emergence of Chen Tiandao shattered his aspirations, rendering it nearly impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm in this lifetime. Of course, there was a method to achieve that breakthrough, defeating Chen Tiandao in a one-on-one confrontation, yet the probability of that happening was effectively zeroed out. With Chen Tiandao's current strength, Li Xiaotian would be unable to withstand even a single blow. The disparity was akin to an ant attempting to crush an elephant. Gazing at the furious Li Xiaotian, Chen Yan smiled faintly, appearing remarkably unperturbed. After all, in front of so many witnesses, would Li Xiaotian dare to make a move? Even if he dared, could he contend with Zhou Zhu? Moreover, his maternal grandfather was also present. Elderly, do not take offense. Anger serves no purpose. You would not dare strike me, so why bother? Excessive anger is harmful to one's health. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. What? Is he truly just a 6-year-old child? The sheer audacity of his words was terrifying. Li Xiaotian would likely take years to recover from this incident. And who knows, he might even be haunted by it in his future training, risking the possibility of going astray. The impact of those few sentences was no less humiliating than when Chen Tiandao had once stood over Li Xiaotian. One used brute strength, while the other wielded words. Li Xiaotian clenched his fists, letting out a cold snort, yet ultimately relenting. He certainly did not dare to confront Chen Yan openly, not to mention the outcome. Even if he succeeded, Chen Tiandao would likely annihilate the entire Zixiao divine sect. The mere thought of Chen Tiandao sent shivers down Li Xiaotian's spine, a fear rooted deep within his soul. However, Chen Yan then smiled slightly, shifting the focus of the conversation. I am aware that elderly harbors considerable discontent regarding my engagement to Lin Qingcheng. Here is what I propose. I shall grant you an opportunity. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, including Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan, who regarded him with curiosity. In 10 days it will be my engagement ceremony with Lin Qingcheng. If Wang Duan finds it unsatisfactory, I am willing to face him in a one-on-one match before all the disciples of the sect. Should I lose, the engagement shall be nullified. Should I win, then Lin Qingcheng shall marry me. What say you? Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Chen Yan's declaration, their expressions riddled with confusion, unable to fathom that he would utter such words. It is essential to understand that Wang Duan is the holy son of the Zixiao divine sect. Endowed with exceptional talent and a rare physique, the sunlight body, and he is also a formidable warrior of the King realm. The idea that a mere child at the extraordinary realm would challenge him to a duel was preposterous. Even Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan were momentarily bewildered, believing Chen Yan to be jesting. Surely he doesn't think he can defeat Wang Duan with his extraordinary realm prowess. How could that be possible? Xian Xianqiu quickly admonished, Nianer, do not jest in the hall. Engagements are matters of parental arrangement and should not be taken lightly. He was also taken aback by Chen Yan's boldness, fearing that his grandson might In a moment of impulsive anger, make a grievous error. Chen Nian's talent is beyond question, undoubtedly top tier, even surpassing Wang Duan. However, he is still young, and how could he possibly be Wang Duan's rival? Yet, Chen Nian harbored his own plans. Although he outwardly appeared to be at the early stage of the extraordinary realm, he was also a body cultivator, and the might of his divine elephant suppression technique was not to be underestimated. With over 30,000 particles awakened, Chen Nian's physical prowess was comparable to that of a King Realm warrior, coupled with his unparalleled divine demon body, various divine abilities, and the 9-star martial arts. He could be deemed invincible below the Supreme Realm. Confronting a Wang Duan was well within his capabilities. Moreover, if he did not publicly defeat Wang Duan, the entire Zixiao divine sect would likely remain unconvinced. It was far better to settle it all at once. Furthermore, for this duel, he intended to eliminate Wang Duan entirely to avert future troubles. The hatred of a stolen wife is something no man can tolerate. Chen Nian preferred not to leave himself with any hidden dangers rather than allow a venomous snake to covet him. It was wiser to eradicate the threat at its root, since Wang Duan sought to kill him. He would preemptively dispose of Wang Duan and then find a way to deal with Li Xiaotian, such as the path of the demonic way. Grandfather, I am not jesting. However, I do have one request. A request? Li Xiaotian swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. What is your request? Chen Nian replied nonchalantly, I request a life and death duel, a life and death duel. Has he lost his mind? A life and death duel entails both parties signing a death contract. The battle can only conclude with one party's demise. No one anticipated that Chen Nian would venture so boldly. Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan were initially taken aback, but soon exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. This is a double blessing. Very well, I accept your challenge. A life and death duel it shall be, and there will be no backing out, Wang Duan exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled with delight. No matter how extraordinary Chen Nian's talent may be, he is merely at the extraordinary realm. Crushing him would be akin to squashing an ant. Chen Nian's lips curled slightly. A promise is a promise, a promise is a promise. Wang Duan echoed fervently. Observing that the two had reached an agreement, Xian Xianxiu, despite his reservations, found himself powerless to intervene. He gazed at his grandson, a mix of concern and astonishment on his face. Could it be that Chen Nian truly harbors confidence? At this moment, within the Zixiao divine sect, in the Holy Maiden's palace, Lin Qingqing sat upright on her bed, her eyes widening in disbelief upon hearing the report from her maidservant. Linger, are you certain of what you say? Returning to the Holy Maiden, it is undeniably true. The servant witnessed it with her own eyes in the hall. Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow upon hearing this, murmuring to herself, what exactly does Chen Nian have up his sleeve? Could he truly believe that a mere extraordinary could triumph over Wang Duan? Although she harbored no fondness for Wang Duan, she had to acknowledge that his strength was formidable among the myriad of warriors in the King Realm. He was undoubtedly among the elite. How could a mere initial stage extraordinary like Chen Nian possibly contend with him? Has he lost his mind? That shouldn't be the case. After all, Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingyua's son couldn't possibly be a lunatic. Lin Qingqing paced back and forth in the grand hall, her curiosity about Chen Nian intensifying. This fellow seems rather extraordinary. Chapter 58, a small favor. The banquet welcoming Chen Nian had concluded, and the guests departed one after another. This gathering was undoubtedly the most spectacular event they had ever experienced in their lives. They witnessed the prodigious talent of the Chun family's imperial heir and his venomous tongue. They observed Elder Li being scolded by a mere child rendered speechless. Yet, the most shocking revelation was the impending life and death battle 10 days hence. Chen Nian, an extraordinary, was set to engage in a life or death duel with Wang Duan. In no time, this news spread like wildfire throughout the Zixiao divine sect. Goodness, is this for real? The Chen family heir became extraordinary at 6 years old? My word, what of being extraordinary at 6? Isn't it just a sign of insufficient intellect? Does he truly believe that a mere extraordinary could defeat the Holy Sun? Indeed, the Holy Sun is a youthful prodigy of the King Realm, bearing the burden of the Shaoyang body, truly a top-tier warrior. Exactly, this Chen family heir is surely doomed. From top to bottom, the Zixiao divine sect was abuzz with discussions regarding the one-on-one life and death battle between Chen Nian and Wang Duan. Almost everyone believed that Chen Nian was as good as dead. No matter how talented an individual may be, there must be limits. A 6-year-old extraordinary was already enough to astonish the 3,000 domains. Did he truly wish to challenge a King Realm powerhouse? What's more, this was not just any King Realm warrior but also a youthful prodigy, a top contender. Even Xian Qianqiu lacked confidence in this matter. At this moment, only Xian Qianqiu, Chen Nian, and Jiu Zhu remained in the Grand Hall. Nianer, you are being foolish. Wang Duan's strength is far from simple. In the entire 3,000 domains, there are fewer than 10 warriors beneath the Supreme Realm capable of defeating him. You have just broken through to the Extraordinary Realm. How can you engage in a life-and-death battle with him? As he spoke, Xian Qianqiu's eyes were filled with anxiety. Jiu Zhu remained silent, having spent some time with Chen Nian. He knew the boy was not foolish, yet he truly could not comprehend today's events. Looking at the two elderly men, Chen Nian smiled slightly and said, Grandfather Jiu Zhu, I am not foolish. How could I seek my own demise? Upon hearing this, Jiu Zhu and Xian Qianqiu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. I have confidence. The simplicity of those 4 words left the two men quite stunned. How much confidence? Jiu Zhu inquired. Curiosity evident in his tone. 100%, Chen Nian replied with a confident smile, his eyes devoid of any worry. Since he dared to make such a move, it was clear he had considered every angle. Jiu Zhu and Xian Qianqiu exchanged another glance, swallowing hard. This boy truly dared to declare such things. However, since Chen Nian had said so, they naturally respected his thoughts. Then, grandfather shall not hinder you, just be cautious. Jiu Zhu nodded in agreement. Nianer, rest assured, should anything unexpected occur, I shall defy the rules to save you. Indeed, Jiu Zhu had already resolved that if Chen Nian were to falter, he would break the rules to rescue him. Chen Nian's life was of the utmost importance. As for the rules, to hell with them. Feeling warmth in his heart at those words, Chen Nian nodded cheerfully, choosing not to argue. The three conversed in the Grand Hall for a while before taking their leave. Xian Qianqiu had already arranged accommodations for Chen Nian and the others, all of which were top-tier guest rooms. Initially, Xian Qianqiu had wished for Chen Nian to spend a few nights with him, as he had not seen his beloved grandson since birth and wished to bond. However, Chen Nian declined his good intentions. After all, he harbored many secrets. Although Xian Qianqiu was his grandfather, he was not his biological father, and it was wise to maintain some caution. One should never place too much trust in others, even if they were family. Chen Nian would not reveal his secrets to Chen Tiandao or Xian Lingyue either. Young master, this is the Mingmu tea I prepared for you. Shui Luo entered with a radiant smile, placing a cup of tea before Chen Nian. Dressed scantily in a black gauze, she exuded an ethereal fragrance. Chen Nian smiled slightly and replied, Thank you. If there's nothing else, you may leave. However, Shui Luo did not rush to depart. Instead, she turned to bring in a basin of hot water. Luo will assist the young master in washing his feet. As she spoke, Shui Luo set the basin down at Chen Nian's feet and crouched down. In her already revealing attire, her gesture accentuated her alluring figure, instantly captivating Chen Nian's attention. This little enchantress is indeed beguiling. Seemingly aware of Chen Nian's reaction, Shui Luo giggled, her joy apparent as she removed his shoes and placed his feet into the warm water. The temperature was just right, clearly indicating her thoughtfulness. After all, as a saintess of the charmed demon sect, did she not find it beneath her dignity to wash my feet? Shui Luo shook her head firmly. To accompany the young master is my great fortune. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Her words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. During this time, her cultivation had surged thanks to the 9-star method Chen Nian had provided her, and he had generously offered her various other techniques. Shui Luo saw hope for her future, a hope that Chen Nian had bestowed upon her. In essence, Chen Nian had given her a new lease on life. Chen Nian smiled slightly at her words, choosing to remain silent. Shui Luo meticulously attended to his feet, her delicate hands gently massaging them, providing an exquisite sensation. It was undeniable that Shui Luo, hailing from the charmed demon sect, had an innate ability to evoke such delightful feelings even in the simplest of tasks. A quarter of an hour later, Jiu Zhu entered, and Shui Luo exited with the basin of foot-washing water. Nianer, what urgent matter do you have calling for me at such a late hour? Having been cultivating in the adjacent room, Jiu Zhu hurried over upon hearing Chen Nian's summons. Chen Nian smiled and asked, Jiu Zhu, if you were to conceal your presence, would anyone in the Zixia divine sect be able to detect you? Jiu Zhu paused, unsure why Chen Nian would suddenly pose such a question. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he replied, My concealment technique is nothing short of top tier. Even your father might struggle to perceive my presence. When it came to stealth, Jiu Zhu was indeed unmatched. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Very well, I have a small favor to ask of you." "What favor? Speak freely." "Nianer, Zhou would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire for you." Chen Nian chuckled mischievously and then retrieved a purple belly band from his spatial ring. Though it had lost its warmth, a lingering fragrance still wafted from it. "This is the belly band of the Saintess of Zixiao, and I hope you can quietly place it in Wang Duan's chamber without him noticing." Zhou? There is more to come. The author is striving to write, sacrificing himself for the reader's enjoyment, so please be patient and consider leaving a 5-star review, urging for updates and small gifts. Thank you. Chapter 59, The Cunning Chen Nian, 3 updates. Gazing at the purple belly band before him, Zhou fell into deep thought. Had he perhaps agreed too hastily? This is rather peculiar, isn't it? The belly band of the Saintess of Zixiao, and in purple, no less. There's something particularly enchanting about the color. Zhou swallowed hard, eyeing the purple belly band in Chen Nian's hand, which was still emanating a sweet fragrance. Nianer, considering you possess the belly band of the Saintess, do tell me honestly, do you harbor any peculiar tendencies? Chen Nian was momentarily at a loss for words. What if I said it was a prize from a lottery? Would you believe me? He cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed, and quickly added, "Ahem, Zhou, that's not the point. The crux of the matter is to place this item in Wang Duan's room without him discovering it." As he spoke, Chen Nian winked at Zhou, his clear and bright eyes resembling those of a little imp, mischievous and bewitching. Zhou glanced at the purple belly band in Chen Nian's hand and then at the boy's crafty expression. Quickly grasping his intentions, "This is quite the scheme. Wang Duan truly has had the misfortune of crossing paths with Chen Nian. His reputation is surely at stake." "All right," Zhou pondered for a moment before agreeing. He accepted the purple belly band from Chen Nian. It felt cool and somewhat slick to the touch, the fragrance wafting strongly. After a brief whiff, he admitted, "Surprisingly fragrant." Clearing his throat, he felt a bit awkward. "Then I shall take my leave. Go ahead," Chen Nian replied with a sly smile, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Chen Nian had his reasons for this action. Firstly, Wang Duan held a certain reputation within the Zixiao divine sect. Many disciples were loyal to him. If Chen Nian were to slay him outright, it might provoke resentment among some. Thus, the plan was to tarnish Wang Duan's reputation first. If word got out that someone had pilfered the belly band, it would surely disgrace his family for generations. Secondly, the plan was designed to undermine Wang Duan's resolve. If news of him stealing Lin Qingcheng's belly band were to circulate, it would undoubtedly impede Wang Duan's morale, providing Chen Nian an advantage in their eventual confrontation. This strategy could be said to yield countless benefits with no drawbacks. As for the question of whether or not to resort to unscrupulous methods, Chen Nian is utterly indifferent. He is a demon, after all, and how could he possibly concern himself with such notions of morality? Achieving one's objectives is of utmost importance. In the darkened hall of the 6th Elder on this night, flickering oil lamps cast an eerie glow upon the spacious chamber. Before the dais, Li Shaotian stood before Wang Duan, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This Chen Nian truly is ignorant of his own limitations. Does he genuinely believe that a modicum of talent renders him invincible? Although Li Shaotian was astounded by Chen Nian's formidable gifts, he could scarcely fathom that Chen Nian would dare to challenge Wang Duan to a life-and-death duel. Was he courting death? It must be noted that this was a challenge initiated by Chen Nian himself. Should he perish in the encounter, Chen Tiandao would be powerless to intervene. Wang Duan too scoffed repeatedly. Jesting, why would I, not a fool, struggle against a mere 6-year-old child? What of the transcendent realm? Countless warriors of the King's realm have perished at my hands over the years. I never expected that the illustrious Chen Tiandao, the foremost figure of the demonic path, would have fathered such a foolish son. Rest assured, master, I shall avenge you. Upon hearing the name Chen Tiandao, Li Shaotian's eyes reddened with fury. He let out a hearty laugh, clapping Wang Duan on the shoulder with vigor. "Excellent. With you taking action, I can rest easy this time. Let that Chen Tiandao experience the agony of losing his son should you triumph over Chen Nian. You shall also secure a betrothal with Lin Qingcheng, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, do not underestimate him. After all, he is the son of Chen Tiandao and may possess hidden tricks. In the end, Li Shaotian offered Wang Duan a word of caution. After all, he was the biological son of Chen Tiandao, and one could only speculate about the means he might employ. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang Duan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dismissing Li Shaotian's warning entirely, he had long coveted Lin Qingcheng, her exquisite beauty and ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Moreover, Lin Qingcheng was a frost saint body. Should they engage in dual cultivation, it would significantly enhance his own prowess. What of his means? Regardless of his background, he was merely an extraordinary warrior. Could he truly turn the tide? The master and disciple exchanged knowing glances. Bursting into laughter as if victory were already assured, the dim lights of the hall flickered amidst their mirth. Under the cover of night, Zhou concealed his form and made his way to Wang Duan's secluded courtyard. As the holy son of the Zhixiao divine sect, Wang Duan possessed his own independent quarters, complete with 4 or 5 beautiful maidservants. The courtyard was replete with spiritual energy, adorned with babbling brooks, and exuded an air of tranquility. Zhou scarcely took the time to admire the scenery, lightly tapping his toes to slip inside. This should be the boy's chamber. Upon entering the master bedroom, Zhou surveyed the surroundings. The room was rather simplistic, containing merely a bed and a desk, nothing more. Where should he place this? He surmised Chen Yan's intentions, requiring a location that would not be discovered by Wang Duan yet was not overly concealed. After much deliberation, he lifted Wang Duan's bedding. With a sinister grin, he tucked the pouch beneath the mattress. Perfect. Having completed his task, Zhou suddenly heard voices from outside. Greetings, holy son. Greetings, holy son. 2 maidservants bowed deeply upon seeing Wang Duan's return. Wang Duan appeared quite exhilarated this evening, nodding in acknowledgement, his steps noticeably lighter. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhou's lips curled into a wicked smile. Boy, having provoked my family's imperial son, you truly are unfortunate. Do take heed in your next life. With that, he concealed his form and departed Wang Duan's residence. With his cultivation, as long as he wished to remain undetected, no one within the Zhixiao divine sect would uncover his trail. Upon returning, Zhou reported back to Chen Yan. Receiving Zhou's good news, Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to plot his next move. The third update for today has arrived. Albeit a tad late, my apologies. The author will continue to increase the output tomorrow and aims to deliver it earlier. I earnestly hope the handsome readers will bestow a 5-star rating, urging for more updates. A small gift would be even more appreciated. The old minister expresses his gratitude. Chapter 60. Meeting Lin Xingqing the following morning. Greetings, young master. Chen Pingyan and Xue Luer bowed respectfully. Chen Yan smiled and nodded, rising to say, accompany me to the Saintess Hall. Of the Saintess Hall, where Lin Xingqing resided, was perched upon an isolated peak near the main summit. Upon hearing this, Xue Luer hesitated, saying, young master, you and Lin Xingqing have yet to be betrothed. Is it appropriate to visit her chambers so abruptly? After all, Lin Xingqing was a woman, and Chen Yan's impromptu visit could invite scrutiny. There is no question of appropriateness. If this imperial son wishes to go, then it is suitable, Chen Yan replied, his tone leaving no room for dissent. His visit to Lin Xingqing was not to nurture feelings but rather for ulterior motives. Xue Luer, recognizing the finality in his words, refrained from further objections. As they stepped outside, Chen Yan summoned Qi Huang. Typically, Qi Huang resided within Chen Yan's Beastmaster Ring, a space akin to a small dimension designated for storing magical beasts. The moment Qi Huang emerged, it nuzzled excitedly against Chen Yan. In the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Splendid. With continued effort, you shall soon transform into your true form within the King's realm, and then you need not remain in the Beastmaster Ring daily. Inheriting the bloodline of the 9-colored phoenix, Qi Huang harbored an immense power within, further enhanced by Chen Yan's consistent feeding of high-grade elixirs. Thus, this little creature cultivated at an astonishing pace. Qi Huang appeared quite spirited upon hearing Chen Yan's words, shaking its head and exuberantly rubbing against him. Chen Yan chuckled, ruffling Qi Huang's head, then mounted its back, turning to Xue Luer and Chen Pingyan, saying, you two should join me. Of course, they promptly followed Chen Yan, taking their seats atop Qi Huang, who let out a resounding cry before soaring into the sky. Xue Luer's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her first time riding a phoenix, and the sensation was utterly mystical. It must be noted that phoenixes rank among the top magical beasts across the 3,000 domains, their bloodline power immensely formidable. The Lord of the Phoenix domain is a paramount figure, and few dare to openly capture a phoenix as a mount. Should the Phoenix domain catch wind of this, it would be a capital offense. As Qi Huang soared above the Zhixiao divine sect, it captured the attention of countless disciples. Good heavens, is that a phoenix? Indeed, it truly is. How could a phoenix possibly appear within our Zhixiao divine sect? Could it be that a certain elder has tamed one as a mount? The phoenix seems to be heading towards the Saintess residence. Could it be that the Saintess has tamed a phoenix? The disciples exchanged excited whispers, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of witnessing a legendary creature, the ruler of the Phoenix domain, something they had only heard of but never seen. A sovereign of the skies. Wherever Qi Huang flew, disciples of the Zhixiao divine sect looked up in awe, and even some deacons and elders gazed on with envious eyes. Though the deacons and elders possessed considerable cultivation, none dared to capture a phoenix as a mount. Such an act would equate to declaring war on the Phoenix domain, a responsibility no one was willing to shoulder. Before long, the group landed outside the Saintess Hall, and Chen Yan returned Qi Huang to the Beastmaster ring. Who goes there? As soon as they steadied themselves, several maidservants approached swiftly. These maidservants had all been trained by Lin Qingcheng, each possessing cultivation at the condensation realm. Though not particularly high, it was commendable for maidservants of their caliber. Chen Yan, the imperial son of the Chen family, has come to see Lin Qingcheng. Chen Yan smiled gently, his demeanor calm. The maidservants exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Chen Yan, the imperial son of the Chen family? Who does not know him throughout the Zhixiao divine sect? Lin Qingcheng, future husband. Please wait a moment, imperial son, I shall notify Her Highness the Saintess. One maidservant hurriedly dashed into the inner chambers. After about a quarter of an hour, she returned, respectfully stating, "The Saintess has requested that the imperial son enter alone." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan turned back to his companions. "You two wait for me here." Yes, they nodded in agreement, and Chen Yan followed the maidservant into the courtyard. Qin Ping'an stole a glance at Shui Luer, silently retreating to a secluded spot to practice his swordsmanship. His swordplay was swift. Though he was merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, each move was decisive and lethal. These sword techniques had been imparted by Zhou Zhu, and he had lived up to expectations. Diligently training daily like a devoted ascetic, Shui Luer observed Qin Ping'an's focused training, feeling a surge of admiration. Though his talent did not rival Chen Yan's, his relentless dedication to cultivation was truly formidable. Earning her respect, witnessing Qin Ping'an's industriousness at such a tender age, Shui Luer resolved to focus on her own training, beginning to practice her illusions in a separate area. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Chen Yan was met with the fragrant scent of purple ling flowers. This rare flower bloomed only once every 2 years, enveloping the air in a delicate aroma. The courtyard was immaculate, and Chen Yan followed the maidservant to the entrance. "Imperial son, please enter. The Saintess awaits you inside." "Very well." Chen Yan hesitated no longer, pushing the door open. Inside, a young girl clad in a flowing white gown sat gracefully upon a cushion, her stunning visage and ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, truly breathtaking. Even Chen Yan found himself momentarily entranced. Her beauty rivaled that of Shui Luer, yet their auras were entirely contrasting. Shui Luer was enchanting and lively, akin to a mischievous sprite, while Lin Qingcheng exuded the grace of a heavenly maiden. Untouched by worldly matters, yet beautiful, so beautiful it was almost surreal. No wonder so many disciples of the Zhixiao divine sect are utterly captivated by her. She indeed possesses such allure. Upon seeing Chen Yan arrive, Lin Qingcheng regarded him with a face full of curiosity. For her, this was the first occasion to meet Chen Yan at such proximity. A 6-year-old child, yet there was not a trace of immaturity upon his visage. His handsome face radiated an air of ease and composure, surrounded by an ethereal quality that seemed almost intangible. This was Chen Yan's celestial aura, drawing Lin Qingcheng's attention. Observing Chen Yan in this manner, he hardly appeared to be a madman on a path to self-destruction, yet how could he possibly stand against Wang Duan? "Is there something you wish from the imperial son?" Lin Qingcheng's voice floated through the air. Light and melodic, Chen Yan smiled slightly and casually settled onto a nearby mat. "I merely came to see what my fiancée looks like." Chen Yan was remarkably at ease in response to his words. Lin Qingcheng showed no sign of disdain, maintaining her calm demeanor as she replied, "Your fiancée might not be a certainty. With the imperial son's duel against Wang Duan, should you lose, it is likely that you and I shall never meet again." Chapter 61. Is Chen Yan seeking to break off the engagement? At her words, Chen Yan's smile widened slightly. "What, does the Saintess believe I will lose?" Lin Qingcheng pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed on Chen Yan's confident face, and found herself momentarily unable to discern his true intentions. "While your talent is indeed formidable, your impatience is concerning. In my estimation, your chances of victory do not exceed 10%. 10% was perhaps an overestimation." In her heart, she believed Chen Yan was almost certainly doomed. After all, she was well aware of Wang Duan's prowess, which was beyond the reach of an ordinary extraordinary realm warrior, although Chen Yan's talent was terrifying. He was ultimately still in the early stages of the extraordinary realm. Upon hearing her assessment, Chen Yan smiled mysteriously. Whether I live or die, the saintess will know in due time. However, today, I have two matters to discuss with you. Two matters? Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow, curiosity piqued. What are they? With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Yan replied, I am aware that you are dissatisfied with your grandfather's decision, yet you also harbor disdain for Wang Duan. And you do not wish to marry anyone. Lin Qingcheng remained silent upon hearing this. As Chen Yan had accurately stated, she had no desire to wed, but lacked the ability to alter her fate. Though the saintess held a lofty position, she was still unable to dictate her own destiny. Glancing at her with a smile, Chen Yan continued, You possess the ice saint body, should we cultivate together? It would greatly benefit your advancement. However, this imperial son does not care for such matters. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant of heaven. Relying on a woman to enhance one's power is beneath me. Lin Qingqing's curiosity deepened upon hearing his words. Unsure of their true meaning, Chen Yan then elaborated, The reason I agreed to this engagement is not due to your ice saint body, nor your appearance, but rather because of the Zishou secret realm. Indeed, the sole reason Chen Yan consented to this engagement was because of the Zishou secret realm. The key to his father's current achievements lay within that realm. Without it, Chen Tiandao would not possess such terrifying power today. Therefore, Chen Yan was exceedingly intrigued by this secret realm, yet entry into the Zishou secret realm was exclusive to the disciples of the sect. The only way for Chen Yan to gain access was to become engaged to Lin Qingcheng, thus granting him the identity of a Zishou divine sect disciple. This was the crux of his willingness to enter into this engagement. He held no regard for Lin Qingcheng's appearance or her so-called ice saint body. In this world, strength was paramount, beauty could be appreciated, but one must not covet it. I promise you, once I emerge from the Zishou secret realm, I shall break off our engagement, thus freeing you from the burdens of a partner, Chen Yan declared. At this, Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly inconceivable. Chen Yan intended to break off their engagement? She understood that her beauty drove countless men to madness. Even Wang Duan was infatuated with her, yet she could not fathom that Chen Yan was utterly indifferent to her appearance, even wishing to part ways. This revelation was simply beyond her comprehension. Is what you say truly so? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and disbelief. Chen Yan smiled gently. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Indeed, Chen Yan had no need to deceive her. Moreover, as the son of the Chen family, he held a prestigious status, rendering him above the need to lie. In an instant, Lin Qingqing's composure faltered, her gaze upon Chen Yan now imbued with a hint of complexity. Why do you wish to do this? Lin Qingqing questioned, baffled. With her unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, she could not comprehend why Chen Yan would voluntarily seek to break their engagement. Any ordinary man would have eagerly prostrated himself in gratitude for the opportunity to be betrothed to her. Chen Yan regarded her calmly. You are indeed beautiful, but this imperial son does not care for such things. What I desire is to break through the boundaries of the great emperor realm, or even to surpass it. I wish to see what lies beyond this world, and what exists above the great emperor. In other words, I seek to dismantle the barriers that separate the 3,000 domains. Thus, your celestial beauty bears no relevance to me. His words, though calm, struck Lin Qingcheng like a thunderclap, awakening her from her reverie. She stared at the boy before her, who was so much younger than herself, and found herself astonished. She realized that she could not fathom Chen Yan's ambition. It was far too grand. To wish to break through the great emperor was one thing, but to aspire to surpass it was a daunting aspiration. She could not understand where Chen Yan derived his courage and confidence. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qingqing finally regained her composure, nodding slowly. I understand. With those words, she looked at Chen Yan with a mixture of emotions, relief and a hint of disappointment. Chen Yan was the first man to remain unmoved by her beauty, even choosing to cast it aside, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. Such was the nature of women. When men pursued her, she felt repulsion, yet when they distanced themselves she felt a sense of loss. However, Lin Qingcheng quickly regained her composure and said, Regardless, I owe you a favor. Although somewhat disheartened, Lin Qingcheng felt a greater sense of joy in realizing she would not have to marry someone she did not love. In any case, the outcome was favorable. Chen Yan smiled slightly, knowing he had achieved his goal. His visit to Lin Qingcheng was indeed purposeful. The first matter was merely a prelude aimed at winning her favor, while the second matter was the true reason for his visit. And what of the second matter? Chen Yan inquired with a cheerful tone. At this juncture, Lin Qingcheng's attitude towards him shifted, her gaze now imbued with gratitude. Her voice less frosty. Speak. I wish to have a proper conversation with Wang Duan. I wonder if the Saintess could accompany me to his residence, Lin Xingcheng? Chen Yan wished to speak with Wang Duan? What could they possibly discuss? Did he intend to reconcile with Wang Duan? Surely not. Lin Xingcheng's brows furrowed in curiosity. What could you possibly have to discuss with him? Chen Yan replied casually, just casual conversation. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. I merely wish to gather information. Lin Xingcheng nodded in agreement. In her view, Chen Yan's chances of winning were slim. It was prudent to gather intelligence beforehand, as it might reveal Wang Duan's weaknesses. She nodded and said, very well, in that case, I shall accompany you. Had it been earlier, Lin Xingcheng would have been reluctant to engage with Chen Yan. But having won her gratitude by proposing to break off their engagement, she had no reason to refuse such a trivial matter. As Chen Yan heard her agreement, a smile crept upon his face. And he felt a surge of joy within. The show was about to begin. Chapter 62. Someone is slandering me. Third update. Chen Yan and Lin Xingcheng stepped outside, calling over the practicing Xue Luer and Chen Pingyan. Upon seeing Xue Luer, Lin Xingcheng couldn't help but furrow her brows. The woman beside Chen Yan was not lacking in beauty, and her innate charm was particularly alluring. No wonder Chen Yan showed little interest in her appearance. Instantly, Lin Xingcheng felt a twinge of discomfort, though she concealed it well. Young master, Xue Luer and Chen Pingyan both bowed in greeting. Chen Yan smiled slightly, saying, this is the Saintess Lin Xingcheng of the Zixiao divine sect. Upon hearing this, they glanced at Lin Xingcheng. Chen Pingyan felt indifferent. While Lin Xingcheng was indeed captivating, his heart belonged solely to his sword women. They would only hinder his swordsmanship. However, Xue Luer exchanged a glance with Lin Xingcheng, and a sense of competition arose within her. Women often compared themselves to one another, especially those of striking beauty. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist unless one is male and the other female. Nevertheless, Xue Luer remained polite, offering Lin Xingcheng a gentle smile. Let us proceed to find that saint's son, Chen Yan said, a smile gracing his lips as he summoned the phoenix. When Lin Xingcheng beheld the magnificent creature that Chen Yan summoned, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of shock crossed her face. A phoenix? Is this your mount? She gazed at Chen Yan, utterly astonished. Indeed, come aboard. With that, Chen Yan leapt onto the back of the phoenix. Followed by Chen Pingyan and Xue Luer, Lin Xingcheng remained momentarily frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the majestic creature before her. As the esteemed saintess of the Zixiao divine sect, she would never dare to possess such a mount, especially one with such an impressive lineage. However, the rich aura of royalty emanating from it was undeniable, yet she hesitated not long before gracefully ascending onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix soared into the sky, heading towards Wang Duan's villa. Along the way, Lin Xingcheng stood behind Chen Yan, gazing at his silhouette with a curiosity that filled her eyes. This Chen Yan truly was an enigma. Not only was he willing to annul their engagement, but he also possessed a magnificent phoenix steed. Furthermore, his maid not only matched her in beauty but also exhibited considerable talent in cultivation. In that moment, Lin Xingcheng began to waver in her conviction regarding the outcome of the battle between Chen Yan and Wang Duan. Could it be that Chen Yan would truly be defeated? Soon, they arrived at Wang Duan's courtyard, and the instant they landed, Wang Duan sensed their presence. Chen Yan. Upon spotting Chen Yan, Wang Duan narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within them. However, as his gaze shifted to Lin Xingcheng behind Chen Yan, his expression changed abruptly. Xingcheng, what brings you here? Wang Duan exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Xingcheng accompanying Chen Yan. Since when had these two become a pair? Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. My fiancé has come to accompany me on a little excursion. Do you have any objections? The sight of Chen Yan's cheerful demeanor only fueled Wang Duan's frustration. Nevertheless, in the presence of Lin Xingcheng, he dared not unleash his ire. Instead, he coldly snorted at Chen Yan before turning his attention to Lin Xingcheng. Xingcheng, it has been quite a while since we last met. Why not join me in my chambers for a discussion? Lin Xingcheng frowned slightly at his overly familiar address, yet, casting a glance at Chen Yan and recalling his request, she nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon hearing Lin Xingcheng's assent, Wang Duan's excitement surged, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Despite their long acquaintance, Lin Xingcheng had never graced him with a favorable countenance, let alone entered his villa for a discussion. Wang Duan's elation was palpable as he beamed at Chen Yan, unable to conceal his delight. Chen Yan, Xingcheng, and I shall engage in a serious discussion. You are not welcome here, however. Barely had Wang Duan's words left his lips when Lin Qingcheng interjected, if he does not go, then neither will I. Wang Duan? What on earth? He stared blankly at Chen Yan. Then at Lin Qingcheng, utterly bewildered. Chen Yan suppressed a laugh at Wang Duan's unfortunate expression and asked, May I enter? You may. Wang Duan replied curtly, his thoughts already concocting plans for vengeance. Just wait, in a few days I will slay you before the eyes of the entire sect, and then Qingcheng will be mine. Wang Duan mused. The two followed Wang Duan into the villa. Along the way, Wang Duan positioned himself beside Lin Qingcheng, eagerly showcasing the various arrangements of his chambers to elevate his stature. Lin Qingcheng, however, was disinterested in his antics. While Wang Duan grew more animated inside the room, Wang Duan cheerfully announced, Qingcheng, this is my room. See how tidy it is. Lin Qingcheng replied nonchalantly. Chen Yan could not help but chuckle. Wang Duan shot a fierce glare at Chen Yan before turning back to Lin Qingcheng with renewed charm. Wang Xingzi, why does it smell peculiar in your room? Peculiar smell? Wang Duan furrowed his brows, instinctively responding, what smell? Chen Yan explained with a grin, I have a natural sensitivity to scents, and I detect the fragrance of my fiancée lingering in your room. Wang Duan? Lin Qingcheng? Upon noticing the unfriendly glimmer in Lin Qingcheng's eyes, Wang Duan hastily retorted, See Chen Yan, do not slander me. How could there be traces of Qingcheng in my room? Is that so? Chen Yan smirked, feigning a search. Suddenly he halted before Wang Duan's bed, declaring with certainty, the scent emanates from here. Could it be that you have secretly hidden my fiancée's intimate belongings? Upon hearing the phrase intimate belongings, Lin Qingcheng's brows knitted together. She suddenly recalled misplacing a certain undergarment during her bath a few days prior. Could it be that Wang Duan had stolen it? Instantly suspicion crept into her gaze directed at Wang Duan. Wang Duan froze, exclaiming, Impossible, I, Wang Duan, am an upstanding gentleman, how could I engage in such underhanded deeds? Chen Yan smirked slightly, is that so? With that, he strode forward and lifted the bed cover. In an instant, a purple undergarment came into view. Wang Duan? What the hell? Whose undergarment is this beneath my bed? I am being slandered, someone is slandering me. Chapter 63. Wang Duan panicked upon seeing the purple undergarment on his bed. Wang Duan felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. Who is defaming him? Lin Qingcheng, with narrowed eyes exuding a chilling aura, gazed at her undergarment lying quietly beneath Wang Duan's bed and quickly deduced the events that had transpired 5 days prior. While bathing, Wang Duan had seized the opportunity to steal her undergarment. That was her personal clothing, and he had placed it beneath his bed, using it for his own lewd fantasies. The thought of Wang Duan's lascivious expression at night made Lin Qingcheng feel utterly repulsed. Her body trembled, and murderous intent radiated from her. Although she had previously loathed Wang Duan, she had never harbored murderous thoughts until now. Today, she was genuinely enraged. Wang Duan, how dare you steal my intimate garments while I was bathing? Upon hearing this, Wang Duan felt a chill run down his spine at Lin Qingcheng's glaring fury. Glancing at the snickering Chen Yan beside him, he hastily stammered, Qingcheng, you must believe me. I, Wang Duan, am a man of integrity. It must have been this scoundrel who placed it in my room. However, Wang Duan's words only elicited a cold laugh from Lin Qingcheng. My intimate belongings were stolen 5 days ago. At that time, he had not yet arrived at the Zixiao divine sect. Could he possibly have stolen my undergarment from a distance of millions of miles? Did he possess such abilities? Upon hearing Lin Qingcheng's accusations, Wang Duan panicked. Indeed, Chen Yan had only arrived at the Zixiao divine sect yesterday. How could he have stolen Lin Qingcheng's undergarment? Therefore, by process of elimination, the culprit was himself. No, I did not steal anything. In an instant, Wang Duan was in a state of utter confusion. Just as he attempted to explain further, Lin Qingcheng drew her sword with a swift motion. Ice enveloping 1,000 miles. A brilliant icy light erupted, instantly freezing the entire villa. This ice was of an exceptionally frigid nature, exuding an unbearable chill. Just as the sword's aura was about to cleave through Wang Duan's skull, he hastily dodged, narrowly escaping Lin Qingcheng's deadly strike. However, his hair was severed by her blow, leaving him looking disheveled and wild, akin to a madman. He intended to continue his explanation, but upon witnessing Lin Qingcheng's wrathful visage, he swallowed hard and dared not linger. A glance towards the window prompted him to flee. His strength was already inferior to Lin Qingcheng's, and facing an enraged Lin Qingcheng was unthinkable. When a woman is enraged, her combat prowess skyrockets. Thus, Wang Duan, prioritizing survival, chose to retreat, employing the best strategy of the 36, yet, filled with fury, Lin Qingcheng would not let him escape. Today, it is either your demise or mine. She was fully aware that Wang Duan had stolen her intimate garments. A complete humiliation. With that, Lin Qingcheng leapt into the air, her foot barely touching the ground. Inside the room, only Chen Nian remained, a smile plastered on his face. With the departure of the two, he no longer needed to suppress his laughter. Picking up Lin Qingcheng's purple undergarment from the bed, he chuckled. Surprisingly, the quality of this garment was rather impressive. It felt smooth to the touch, boasting a sturdiness that could rival a 3-star magical artifact. Amused, he stored the undergarment in his storage ring as evidence. Subsequently, Chen Nian strolled leisurely out the front door. Just as he stepped outside the villa, Shui Luer and Chen Ping'an approached him. "Young master, I just saw Lin Qingcheng chasing after Wang Duan," Shui Luer remarked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Observing the two earlier, it appeared they were not merely playing around, it seemed they were genuinely fighting. Especially Lin Qingcheng, whose furious demeanor was reminiscent of a vengeful deity, intent on annihilating Wang Duan. Chen Nian's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. "Wang Duan stole Lin Qingcheng's undergarment, which I discovered beneath his bed." Shui Luer? Chen Ping'an? The two stared at Chen Nian in bewilderment. Wang Duan stole Lin Qingcheng's undergarment? How utterly perverse. Suddenly Shui Luer's brows furrowed. "Wait, isn't Lin Qingcheng your fiancée, young master? Why are you so happy about your fiancée having her undergarment stolen?" The smile on his face was impossible to contain. In that moment, Shui Luer felt a strange notion that Wang Duan's theft of Lin Qingcheng's undergarment somehow involved Chen Nian, yet she dared not inquire further. Chen Nian chuckled. "Come, let us find Lin Qingcheng together." With that, Chen Nian summoned the phoenix, and the three of them mounted it, preparing to search for Lin Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Wang Duan was sprinting for his life. With Lin Qingcheng in hot pursuit, sword in hand. However, Lin Qingcheng's speed surpassed Wang Duan's, and in the blink of an eye, she caught up to him. After exchanging a few sword strikes, Wang Duan managed to create some distance once again. Surrounding disciples watched in utter astonishment. Why was Saintess Lin Qingcheng chasing after Saint's son Wang Duan with the intent to strike? And judging by the intensity, this was no mere playful scuffle. What on earth was happening? How had the Saint's son and Saintess ended up in such a conflict? I have recently heard a rather scandalous rumor that the Holy Son has stolen the Holy Maiden's undergarment and hidden it beneath his own bed. Only to be discovered by her moments ago. What on earth? Upon hearing that Wang Duan had pilfered Lin Qingcheng's undergarment and concealed it beneath his bedding, all disciples of the Zixiao sect were left utterly bewildered. Is this some sort of perverse game, to steal an undergarment? It is well known that Wang Duan, as the holy son of the Zixiao sect, typically presents himself with utmost seriousness, embodying the image of an upstanding gentleman. How could he engage in such despicable behavior? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. He is an utter pervert. In an instant, Wang Duan's status among the disciples of the Zixiao sect plummeted. After all, if he had merely stolen someone else's undergarment, it might have been bearable, but to have taken Lin Qingcheng's is simply intolerable. How many disciples within the sect view Lin Qingcheng as their dreamlike goddess? How many of them indulge in nightly fantasies of clandestine meetings with her? Yet, the undergarment of their dream wife has been stolen by another man. What difference does that make to their dignity? In a flash, Wang Duan became the target of universal scorn among the Zixiao sect, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Master, please assist me." Wang Duan sprinted fervently towards Li Xiaotian's residence. Li Xiaotian, having heard Wang Duan's cries, rushed out only to witness Lin Qingcheng pursuing him with a weapon drawn. He swiftly intervened, allowing Wang Duan to take refuge behind him, gasping for breath. He had been relentlessly chased by Lin Qingcheng, who had managed to strike him with several blows. Luckily, he had evaded her attacks just in time, otherwise, he might have sustained serious injuries. "Qingcheng, my niece, why are you pursuing my disciple with such fury? Are you not aware of the sect's regulations forbidding disciples from harming one another?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingcheng let out a cold huff, her gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Wang Duan. Just then, Chen Nian and several elders of the Zixiao sect along with the sect master arrived on the scene. 5 days ago, while I was bathing, Wang Duan stole my undergarment and concealed it beneath his bed. Chapter 64. The escalation of events. Upon hearing Lin Qingcheng's words, the elders and Xian Xianxiu were momentarily stunned. Wang Duan had indeed hidden Lin Qingcheng's undergarment in his own quarters. This is beyond perverse. Even Li Xiaotian could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to his somewhat disheveled disciple, furrowing his brow. Duaner, did you truly steal Qingqing's undergarment? Wang Duan, upon hearing this, quickly denied the accusation, asserting, Master, I would never stoop so low. As the holy son of the Zixiao sect, how could I engage in such vile actions? However, before Wang Duan could finish his protest, Chen Nian produced Lin Qingqing's undergarment from his spatial ring. Exclaiming, you are lying, this undergarment was just retrieved from your room. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. I never expected you to be such a base scoundrel, stealing my fiancée's undergarment. Chen Nian's face bore a mixture of anger and disgust, his facade slipping, leaving Xue Luer momentarily speechless. Young master, weren't you just in high spirits? At that moment, Wang Duan felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Struggling to articulate a defense, his expression one of utter grievance, Lin Qingqing coldly interjected, Elder 6, I must insist that you step aside. I intend to end his life. The simplicity of her words belied an undercurrent of seething rage. Elder 6, at a loss for words, glanced at Wang Duan momentarily at a standstill. Xin Xianxiu then spoke up, while Wang Duan is indeed at fault, his transgression does not warrant death, however, to instill discipline among the disciples. He must face punishment. Wang Duan is hereby sentenced to reflect upon his actions at the Cliff of Reflection for 10 days. The Cliff of Reflection is no ordinary place, it is a cursed location within the Zixiao sect. Anyone who enters will find their inner energy suppressed, their cultivation stifled. Furthermore, they will endure mental torment, plagued by incomprehensible whispers that seem to emanate from the abyss. Many disciples have been driven mad after spending time there. Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaotian and Wang Duan could only accept the punishment, for stealing Lin Qingqing's undergarment is no trivial matter. As the crowd began to disperse, Chen Nian cheerfully returned Lin Qingqing's undergarment to her. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. I never anticipated Wang Duan to be such a beastly pervert. Hearing Chen Nian's words, Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement, astonished that the seemingly upright Wang Duan could be so depraved. Thank you for your assistance today. Chen Nian first agreed to annul their engagement, and then helped her recover her undergarment. At this moment, Lin Qingqing felt nothing but gratitude towards him. Chen Nian waved his hand with a smile. It was nothing. I must take my leave now. Very well. The two exchanged farewells, and Chen Nian, along with Xue Luer and Chen Ping'an, returned to their residence. Before departing, Lin Qingqing cast a fierce glare at Wang Duan, letting out a cold huff before leaving. Now only Wang Duan and Li Xiaotian remained, exchanging incredulous looks. Speak honestly, what transpired today? Li Xiaotian inquired, a hint of anger in his voice, clearly unable to believe that Wang Duan would engage in such actions. Wang Duan, upon hearing this, recounted the events of the day in their entirety. After listening, Li Xiaotian furrowed his brow. Are you saying that Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing willingly came to your room today? Indeed, Wang Duan affirmed with a nod. Li Xiaotian squinted, letting out a cold huff. You have fallen into Chen Nian's trap. This entire incident is undoubtedly linked to him. Though lacking concrete evidence, Li Xiaotian was all too familiar with Chen Tiandao's methods. The Chen family has always been notorious for employing underhanded tactics. They play dirty and resort to all manner of schemes. When you face them openly, they will resort to treachery. Yet, when you attempt to play them at their own game, you will find yourself outmatched. Recalling the past misdeeds of Chen Tiandao only fueled Li Xiaotian's ire. The Chen family is utterly despicable. Wang Duan, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the situation. He snorted softly. Feeling an intensified desire for vengeance against Chen Nian, this individual not only tarnished his reputation among the disciples and elders of the Zixiao sect but also sullied the favorable impression he had hoped to leave on Lin Qingqing. This is simply outrageous. Rest assured, Master, what is merely a 10-day confinement at the Cliff of Reflection. Upon my return I shall ensure that Chen Nian's head rolls, Wang Duan declared with unyielding conviction. For them, 10 days would pass swiftly. When the time comes, no one would be able to save Chen Nian. Very well. In the face of absolute strength, Chen Nian's petty tricks would not stir any tumult. Li Xiaotian nodded in agreement, confident in Wang Duan's prowess. It would be absurd to think he could not defeat a mere child. Wang Duan wasted no time, tidied up briefly, and set off for the Cliff of Reflection. The Holy Maiden's palace. Upon returning, Lin Qingqing felt a lingering anger for not having slain Wang Duan. Clutching the purple undergarment in her hand, the thought of it being so brazenly violated by Wang Duan made her feel as though it were tainted. With a cold huff, she channeled her energy, shattering the undergarment in an instant. Sitting on her cushion, Lin Qingcheng gradually calmed herself. She began to meticulously reflect on the events of the day. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Something felt amiss about today's occurrences, from Chen Nian's unexpected visit to their joint venture to Wang Duan's quarters, culminating in the discovery of the undergarment. Everything seemed too coincidental. It was precisely this series of coincidences that piqued Lin Qingcheng's suspicion. However, the undergarment had been lost 5 days ago, a time when Chen Nian had yet to arrive at the Zixiao sect. How could he have possibly stolen her undergarment? After all, Lin Qingcheng was unaware of the existence of such a formidable system. Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts, convincing herself that it was merely coincidence. After all, the timeline of the undergarment's disappearance did not align with Chen Nian's arrival at the Zixiao sect. Damn Wang Duan. That beast! Lin Qingcheng let out a cold huff, her eyes glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. Before long, the incident rapidly spread throughout the Zixiao sect. However, once Wang Duan was sentenced to 10 days at the Cliff of Reflection. The initial disbelief among some disciples quickly turned to shock. They could hardly believe that Wang Duan, a supposed paragon, had indeed stooped so low as to steal the Holy Maiden's undergarment. What a travesty! Indeed, not only is he lewd, but utterly depraved. I heard that Wang Duan seized the opportunity while the Holy Maiden was bathing. Perhaps she was even spied upon by him. What? This is simply inconceivable. My Holy Maiden has been violated by such a perverse fiend. Indeed, instantly the Zixiao sect erupted in condemnation, with even Elder Sixli Xiaotian bearing the brunt of the backlash. There were even whispers suggesting that the Holy Maiden's undergarment had been stolen at his behest. The situation grew increasingly absurd, culminating in rumors that the Holy Son had been secretly stealing undergarments under the cover of night, leading to a scandalous narrative of nightly escapades between master and disciple. Chapter 65, The Betrothal. Wang Duan's return. 10 days passed swiftly, and during this time, the disciples of the Zixiao sect incessantly discussed Wang Duan's misdeeds. He was met with scorn from all corners of the sect. For he had stolen the undergarment of Lin Qingcheng, the beloved of countless disciples. Yet, amidst this uproar, another significant event began to overshadow Wang Duan's disgrace, namely the engagement between Chen Nian and Lin Qingcheng. Today marked the day of their betrothal, and the entire sect was adorned in festive decorations, celebrating the joyous occasion. Master, the time is nearly upon us. We should proceed to the Great Hall. Wei Yang bowed respectfully. Ready to escort him, Xin Xianqiu let out a deep sigh, his gaze tinged with worry. Alas, it is time to depart, yet my heart remains laden with apprehension for Nianer. Although Wang Duan has been reflecting upon his past transgressions for 10 days atop the cliff of contemplation, his state upon emerging today is bound to be less than favorable. Nevertheless, even in a weakened state, he is still a formidable warrior of the sovereign realm, while Chen Nian is merely an early-stage extraordinary martial artist. How could he possibly stand a chance against Wang Duan? I fear for Chen Nian's safety within the Zixiao divine sect. Wei Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Rest assured, Master, though my interactions with Nianer have been limited, I can sense that my junior disciple is far from ordinary. Moreover, my little junior sister's connection with Chen Tiandao is not trivial. Their offspring cannot simply be judged by conventional standards. Upon hearing this, Xin Xianqiu nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Let us proceed. Regardless of what transpires, I must ensure Nianer's safety. His resolve grew ever more steadfast. Should Chen Nian falter, he would not stand idly by as Wang Duan struck him down. For Chen Nian was one of the few kin he had left in this world. At that moment, the outer hall of the Zixiao divine sect was abuzz with activity, disciples from the outer gates to the inner sanctum, including the true disciples, had all gathered. The elders had also arrived early to await the proceedings. The sect master has arrived. With that exclamation from a disciple, Xin Xianqiu made his entrance. Greetings, sect master. The crowd, mindful of their manners, bowed in unison, showing their respect. No need for formalities. Today marks the engagement of our Holy Maiden Lin Qingcheng to the young master of the Chen family from the Nine Heavens demon domain. Bring forth the two newlyweds, Xin Xianqiu commanded, prompting his accompanying disciple to respond affirmatively. Soon after, Lin Qingcheng appeared, adorned in a resplendent red robe, gracefully descending from the sky. With each step she took, frost formed beneath her feet, capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples who gazed up at her, their eyes filled with admiration. Dressed in her vibrant attire and meticulously adorned, her stunning visage radiated an irresistible allure that captivated the hearts of all present. Greetings, Holy Maiden, greetings, Holy Maiden. With every step she took, numerous disciples bowed in reverence. Within the Zixiao divine sect, Lin Qingqing's reputation rivaled that of Xin Xianqiu himself. Before long, she stood beside him, slightly bowing her head in respect. Master, excellent. Xin Xianqiu's eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of Lin Qingqing. Suddenly a voice erupted from the crowd. What is that? The crowd turned their attention, drawn to a magnificent sight. A phoenix that is indeed a phoenix. I have seen that phoenix. It soared above our Zixiao divine sect just days ago. Indeed, I have witnessed it as well. Look, is that not the young master of the Chen family upon its back? A true disciple recognized Chen Nian's figure, recalling the awe he had inspired during his previous appearance in the hall. By heavens, it truly is. Could it be that Chen Nian is the phoenix's master? My word, the Chen family's resources are astonishing to have such a creature as a steed. As they beheld Chen Nian atop the phoenix, envy filled the eyes of the onlookers. The phoenix, a sovereign of the skies, was a mount few dared to claim, not even Xin Xianqiu himself, save for the intent to provoke war with the phoenix domain. Yet, here was Chen Nian, audaciously claiming such a majestic beast, with a resounding cry. The phoenix soared above the Zixiao divine sect, then circled once before Chen Nian leapt gracefully from its back, landing beside Lin Qingqing. His entrance elicited gasps of astonishment from countless disciples. Even the true disciples and elders were left in awe. Grandfather, Chen Nian smiled softly, acknowledging Xin Xianqiu with a bow. Good. Xin Xianqiu's expression softened, his eyes brimming with affection. He stepped forward, addressing the assembly with a voice imbued with his true essence. I hereby declare the engagement ceremony of the Chen family's young master and Lin Qingqing to commence. Stop! Just as Xin Xianqiu's words faded, a voice resonated from above. The crowd looked up to see a disheveled man descending, exuding an aura of coldness, his features contorted in frustration that resembles Wang Duan. The crowd recognized him instantly, though he appeared quite disheveled, having rushed here without time for grooming after emerging from the cliff of contemplation. He had endured much in recent days and was determined to make Chen Nian pay in full. Wang Duan slowly approached, his gaze fixated on Chen Nian and Lin Qingqing. Chen Nian, the debts between us have yet to be settled. His voice was laced with malice. How has Wang Duan fallen to such a state? The disciples murmured amongst themselves, after spending nights dreaming of the Holy Maiden, how could he not be in despair? Indeed, who would have thought Wang Duan would stoop so low as to covet the Holy Maiden's undergarments? At least he spared her more intimate garments. Exactly. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Duan felt his rage boiling over. Damn it, it is all Chen Nian's fault for tarnishing the reputation I have built over the years. Now, I am met with scorn from all corners of the sect. Even his staunchest supporters had distanced themselves, fearing association with his disgrace. Chen Nian, if you have the capability, then come down here, Wang Duan bellowed once more. His eyes filled with fury. Xin Xianqiu attempted to defuse the situation, remaining calm. Wang Duan, your aura is unstable. How about this? I permit you to return for a time to recover, and once you are ready, you may face Nianer in battle. What say you? However, Wang Duan merely scoffed, responding insolently, I appreciate your goodwill, sect master, but today, the battle between Chen Nian and I is unavoidable. It is either his demise or mine. Xin Xianqiu was about to speak again when a voice echoed from the skies, sect master, since my disciple has declared his intention to fight, let the battle commence today. I shall observe from here. And should my disciple lose, he shall have no one to blame but himself. As the voice faded, a white crane slowly descended from the distance. Upon it was an elder, his hair white as snow, his gaze piercing, wielding a feather duster. The crowd paused in astonishment. Who is this venerable figure? He possesses an air of celestial grace. Wait, I recognize him. He is the Grand Elder. The true disciples who had previously witnessed the Grand Elder's appearance quickly acknowledged him. This Grand Elder had lived for millennia, his power unfathomable, rumored to possess abilities that transcended the heavens. Beside him, the 9 ancestors narrowed their eyes, displaying a hint of trepidation. Do you know him? Chen Nian whispered to the 9 ancestors. The 9 ancestors nodded solemnly. This man is named Li Jiushuan, the Grand Elder of the Zixiao divine sect. He has lived for at least 3,000 years, predating even my existence. Indeed, when Li Jiushuan was at the height of his power, I had only just been born. His formidable reputation is well known. Though Li Jiushuan had not appeared before the public for many years, the 9 ancestors had presumed him deceased. Little did they know he was very much alive. And what of his strength? Chen Nian inquired. The 9 ancestors inhaled deeply. I once stated that fewer than 20 individuals across the 3,000 domains could surpass me. He is undoubtedly one of them. His cultivation level is beyond my comprehension, possibly on par with your father. Chen Yan nodded thoughtfully, grasping the gravity of the situation. The Grand Elder Li Jiushuan alighted gracefully next to Li Xiaotian. Both he and Wang Duan displaying expressions of delight. Greetings, Master, greetings, Grand Ancestor. They bowed respectfully. The other elders, disciples, and even Xian Qianqiu followed suit, offering their respects. Greetings, Grand Elder, rise, Li Jiushuan said with a gentle smile, his expression radiating warmth. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Yan. I presume you are the young master of the Chen family. With unwavering composure, Chen Yan replied, Indeed, I am Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family. Very well, Li Jiushuan acknowledged, refraining from further remarks. At his age, he would not belittle the younger generation by engaging in petty disputes. I have come forth to preside over your life and death battle with Wang Duan. Rest assured, I shall not interfere in your confrontation, but I will not allow others to meddle either. As he spoke, Li Jiushuan cast a glance at Xian Qianqiu, then at Zhou Zhu, a confident smile gracing his face. Although both Xian Qianqiu and Zhou Zhu were rare masters in the world, they paled in comparison before him. When he once shook the heavens, these two had only just been born. Li Xiaotian was well aware of Xian Qianqiu and Zhou Zhu's existence. Fearing they might rescue Chen Yan at the last moment, he summoned the Grand Elder to preside over the justice. In his eyes, Chen Yan's demise was inevitable in this battle. Zhou Zhu and Xian Qianqiu exchanged glances. Sensing the situation had become somewhat precarious, Xian Qianqiu stammered, preparing to say something, but Chen Yan merely smiled slightly and calmly replied, In that case, I thank you. However, I hope that if Wang Duan is on the verge of defeat, you will uphold your promise and refrain from intervening. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest easily. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent in astonishment. Was Chen Yan mad? Did he truly believe he could win? And even dared to threaten the Grand Elder? Even Li Jiushuan was taken aback, never expecting Chen Yan to exhibit such audacity. This was even more brazen than his father, Chen Tiandao, narrowing his eyes. He attempted to see through Chen Yan, but it felt as if an unseen force was obstructing his insight. He sighed, No wonder you are Chen Tiandao's son. Rest assured, I have declared my non-interference. Excellent. Chen Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly stepped forward. The surrounding disciples and elders retreated, clearing space for the duel. Lin Qingqing stood amidst the crowd, her gaze fixed on Chen Yan's back. Worry washing over her. Naturally, she wished for Chen Yan's victory. If he triumphed, he would annul their engagement, freeing her from the bonds of marriage and allowing her to pursue the path of greatness. All eyes were on the two combatants. Chen Yan, today marks your end. Wang Duan grinned, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he yearned to kill Chen Yan more than anyone else, for it was this brat who had brought him to such a lowly state. If he did not eliminate him, he would never overcome this hurdle in his life. Chen Yan smiled faintly at Wang Duan's words. Is that so? A pervert who steals others' undergarments wishes to kill me? You are unworthy. Upon hearing Chen Yan strike at his sore point, Wang Duan could no longer contain his rage. Chen Yan, I will see you dead. With that, Wang Duan darted forward. The speed of a King Realm fighter was not to be underestimated. Especially for a young prodigy like Wang Duan, who was among the pinnacle of his realm. His every move flowed like water, rapid and fluid. Chen Yan did not dare to let down his guard. Keenly observing Wang Duan's approach, Heavenly Shen Nine Fists, in mere moments, Wang Duan was before Chen Yan, his fists like a tempest, impossible to discern. The sky was soon filled with countless shadows of fists. Goodness, this is Wang Duan's renowned ultimate technique, Heavenly Shen Nine Fists, a true killing move. Unexpectedly, Wang Duan immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, clearly intent on putting Chen Yan to death. Indeed, a single blow from this technique could easily injure even a Supreme Realm warrior if not executed with utmost caution. The disciples watched, anxiety creeping in as they regarded Wang Duan's ferocity. Just as the barrage of fists was about to descend, suddenly, Chen Yan vanished from his original position. Hundreds of fist shadows struck the ground, creating deep craters. As the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find Chen Yan had somehow appeared behind Wang Duan, completely unscathed. The eyes of the crowd were filled with disbelief. Most astonished of all was Li Jiushuan. With his cultivation, he could easily discern what had transpired. Just as the fist shadows were about to land on Chen Yan, he had vanished from sight. That speed was akin to teleportation. Realizing this, Li Jiushuan's eyes widened in shock as he murmured, How is this possible? This boy has mastered the power of space. Chapter 67. The Mystery of Chen Yan. The power of space is shrouded in mystery, and few below the Holy King realm can wield such force. Moreover, Chen Yan was merely a novice in the transcendent realm. how could he possibly command such spatial abilities to execute teleportation? It was utterly unfathomable. In that instant, Li Jiuxuan's gaze towards Chen Nian transformed, shedding the earlier disdain for a newfound caution. Truly, he was Chen Tiandao's son, a prodigy from birth. In the arena, Chen Nian had evaded Wang Duan's assault with a swift teleportation. Seizing the moment of Wang Duan's distraction, Chen Nian decisively channeled his true energy. Flower-picking finger. This 9 stars martial art was no trivial matter. When mastered, it could kill without a trace, even allowing a single finger to disregard spatial distance and strike instantaneously. Dozens of finger techniques sliced through the air, and at that moment, Wang Duan remained oblivious to Chen Nian's presence behind him, but by the time he sensed the danger, it was already too late to evade the flurry of finger strikes. Boom! Several techniques struck Wang Duan, causing him immense pain in his chest, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The crowd was left dumbfounded at this spectacle. Good heavens, who here saw how Chen Nian got behind Wang Duan? I didn't catch it either. It seemed to happen in an instant. Was this truly an attack a novice in the transcendent realm could unleash? My goodness, how terrifying is Chen Nian! The onlookers were left in awe of Chen Nian's fluid attack. Wang Duan slowly rose from the ground. Though Chen Nian's strike had inflicted considerable injury, he remained a formidable opponent in the Mid-King realm. Shaking off the dust, he regarded Chen Nian with a neutral expression, devoid of joy or sorrow. Chen Nian, I didn't expect you to possess some skill, but today you shall die. With that, Wang Duan's true energy surged. And in the next moment, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. Incredibly fast. Even Chen Nian felt a twinge of caution. Wang Duan's speed was challenging to track. Suddenly, Chen Nian sensed a terrifying surge of true energy approaching rapidly from his right. He quickly maneuvered, raising his energy shield to defend. Boom! Wang Duan's barrage of attacks poured down like a waterfall, fierce and swift. Even Chen Nian struggled to discern their direction, forced to defend from all angles. My heavens, Wang Duan's attack speed is astonishing. I can barely see his shadow. Indeed, the prowess of a top-tier King Realm warrior was extraordinary. This maneuver was not something even a Supreme Realm warrior could easily withstand. Gasp! Does this mean Chen Nian is in danger? The crowd watched Chen Nian's desperate defense, and many began to resign themselves to the belief that he was on the verge of defeat. Li Xiaotian's smile grew ever wider, his eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Tiandao, today I shall make you taste the pain of losing ASON. Li Xiaotian's heart was filled with frenzied mockery. The thought of Chen Nian potentially perishing here filled him with euphoria. But suddenly Li Xiaotian's smile froze. In the center of the chaos, Chen Nian, who had been defending left and right, suddenly steadied himself and uttered a single word, slow, as those words escaped Chen Nian's lips. The previously exuberant Wang Duan felt his movements abruptly hindered, as if an invisible force was weighing down upon him, making it difficult to advance. This mysterious power felt like an unseen hand. This was Chen Nian's divine ability, words manifesting as law. However, given Chen Nian's current cultivation facing Wang Duan in the King Realm, this ability could only temporarily hinder his opponent's actions, and it drained a significant amount of his energy. Nevertheless, in a life-and-death battle, it sufficed. In an instant, Chen Nian locked onto Wang Duan's figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he drew his sword, unbeknownst to when it had left its sheath. Annihilation Sword Technique. This 9-star sword technique was imbued with terrifying destructive power. The moment it was activated, those watching from afar felt an overwhelming aura of destruction. The intent to annihilate was not to be taken lightly. If Chen Nian were at the pinnacle of his cultivation, this strike could genuinely obliterate worlds. Boom! As the sword struck, Wang Duan, intending to evade, found himself inexplicably pulled by a mysterious force that limited his movements. Severely impacting his speed. Realizing he could not escape this attack, Wang Duan gritted his teeth, summoning a true energy shield to defend, yet, he had underestimated both Chen Nian's strength and the might of this blow. The shield held for merely a breath or two before shattering, the sword's energy surging directly towards Wang Duan's body. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds reverberated, leaving countless spectators in shock. My heavens, that is Chen Nian's sword. How terrifying! Goodness, he truly is the demonic prince. This is beyond the capabilities of a mere novice. Even I, a King Realm warrior, cannot withstand this. Who could have imagined? After decades of cultivation, I find myself inferior to a 6-year-old child. My life feels wasted. Brother, have some confidence. You might as well have wasted it in the next life too. It was clear that Chen Nian's strike had transcended the capabilities of the transcendent realm. capable of slaying even slightly weaker King Realm warriors with ease. Li Jiuquan squinted, his gaze towards Chen Nian shifting once more. Initially, he believed he had given Chen Nian sufficient respect, but now he recognized his error. Chen Nian could no longer be described as a mere anomaly. He was indeed far more formidable than even his father, Chen Tiandao. Just moments ago, others may have been unclear, yet Li Jiuquan was acutely aware that Wang Duan could have evaded that sword strike. However, some unseen force constrained him, severely hampering his speed, which ultimately forced him to withstand the blow with sheer vital energy. This mysterious force, even Li Jiuquan had yet to comprehend, was astonishingly mastered by Chen Nian. The power of space, the enigmatic force from the void, and the sword technique imbued with destructive energy. Chen Nian, you truly have opened my eyes. Li Jiuquan squinted, his gaze toward Chen Nian tinged with a hint of greed. The secrets enveloping Chen Nian were too numerous. How could a mere 6-year-old possess such profound mysteries without stirring his desire? He had been stagnating at that final threshold for countless years. Yearning for a breakthrough, Huan Ti wished to ascend. The Emperor, that is a realm that drives countless individuals to madness. He would be willing to do anything to transcend that boundary. Apologies for the delay. I attended a banquet today, but the writing continues, and I humbly thank everyone for their 5-star reviews. Chapter 68. I have wasted 3,000 years. As the smoke dissipated, the gazes of the crowd converged. They beheld Wang Duan slowly emerging from a deep pit several meters wide, his body in tatters. His once resplendent robes had been reduced to mere rags, his hair disheveled, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he resembled a beggar more than a beggar himself. Wang Duan staggered forward, his complexion notably pale. Chen Nian's previous strike had been formidable, leaving him significantly shaken. The onlooking disciples and elders were filled with astonishment. Chen Nian had managed to inflict such damage upon Wang Duan? My heavens, is this truly Wang Duan? Goodness, the power of Chen Nian's move is astonishing. To have harmed Wang Duan to such an extent. Indeed, this is outrageously brutal. Witnessing Wang Duan's battered state, the crowd was struck with horror. He stumbled toward Chen Nian, his gaze fixed on him with an intensity that resembled an ancient beast poised to rend him apart. Chen Nian, you are indeed remarkable, a peerless genius. Wang Duan gasped heavily, his eyes penetrating as he regarded Chen Nian. There was no denying that Chen Nian was the most monstrous individual he had ever encountered. Without exception, yet today, he was destined to perish. A prodigy unripe as nothing at all. To compel me to unleash this move, you have earned your pride. With that, flames ignited around Wang Duan, radiating an intense consuming force. Not far away, Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes, worry glimmering in her gaze for Chen Nian. Say Lin, do you know what technique Wang Duan has employed? Shui Luo inquired softly. Lin Qingcheng, unsettled, had not anticipated that Wang Duan would resort to such a maneuver. Wang Duan possessed a unique constitution. The Xiaoyang body and the flames enveloping him were akin to the sun's fire, possessing formidable corrosive power. After a moment, Lin Qingcheng continued, moreover, Wang Duan has employed a secret technique to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the King Realm. Combined with this solar fire, it may be that even I cannot withstand the power of this strike. Indeed, Wang Duan was truly risking everything with this move, the special secret technique to boost cultivation. Paired with the solar fire, this dual amplification had caused his combat strength to surge dramatically. Of course, the aftereffects of this technique were equally significant. After executing this move, Wang Duan would exhaust his vital energy and be unable to utilize it again for 3 months. It was a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds to inflict 800 upon oneself. No one had anticipated that Chen Nian's strength was such that he could force Wang Duan to resort to this. Hearing this, Shui Luo felt a surge of panic. If even Lin Qingcheng was so cautious, she naturally understood the power of this move. At that moment, Zhou Zhu and Xian Xianqiu exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspoken thoughts within. They intended for one to hold Li Jiuquan at bay while the other rushed to save Chen Nian. However, their intentions could not escape Li Jiuquan's notice. His vital energy suddenly enveloped the group. And should anyone dare to make a move, he would strike them down in an instant. There was no choice. Even combined, Zhou Zhu and Xian Xianqiu were no match for Li Jiuquan's might. With no alternatives, they could only pray that Chen Nian would withstand this move. At this moment, Wang Duan's aura grew increasingly potent, causing even Chen Nian's eyelids to twitch. He had not expected Wang Duan to conceal such a hand. Yet, that was all it was. A slight smirk graced his lips as he emanated an aura of thunder. Since it has come to this, let me test this move against you. With that, dark clouds gathered overhead. and around Chen Yan and Wang Duan, a multitude of purple lightning bolts began to appear. These bolts of lightning constructed a space that encircled them completely. The aura of the lightning intensified, even resonating with the echoes of dragon roars. What on earth is that? Why are they surrounded by lightning? No, it seems to be more than mere lightning. Those bolts have formed a spatial construct. My heavens, just a trace of this lightning power sends chills down my spine. What kind of prodigy is Chen Yan? In an instant, countless individuals found themselves grappling with this existential query. Chen Yan, what manner of prodigy are you? This aura, could it truly emanate from a mere Supremacy Realm warrior? Why do I, who am also of the Supremacy Realm, feel like a complete failure? Meanwhile, Li Zhoushuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a ghost. This is a domain. A domain, a power only comprehended by those of the Sacred King Realm. How could Chen Yan have mastered it, though the power Chen Yan exhibited was not as formidable as that of a Sacred King Realm expert? It was undeniably a genuine domain. My heavens, Li Zhoushuan inhaled sharply, staring dumbfoundedly at Chen Yan. After living for millennia, he had never encountered such a freak of nature. He resembled not a person but an ancient deity reborn. I have wasted 3,000 years of my life. Li Zhoushuan gazed at Chen Yan, bewildered. The next moment, flame sun, solar day, the vital energy coursing through Wang Duan and Chen Yan surged violently in an instant. Two powerful currents clashed violently within the heavens and earth. One was the fiery power of the flame sun, the other the purple lightning of the 9 heavens. The terrifying aura caused some weaker disciples to faint outright, and even some warriors of the King and Supremacy realms found it difficult to withstand, their hearts trembling in fear. As lightning and the flame sun clashed, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion soared, and the entire arena was engulfed in swirling smoke, as countless gazes fixated on the contest, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. Today's match had truly been an eye-opener for them, whether they were inner or outer disciples or even fully-fledged disciples. They had genuinely witnessed the ferocity of a battle between prodigies. It turned out that cultivation realms could not entirely represent strength, especially for prodigies. The strike just exchanged between the two could have easily obliterated any ordinary peak warriors of the King realm, and even posed a significant threat to some weaker Supreme Realm experts. Look, Chen Yan is still standing. As the smoke cleared, a disciple suddenly shouted in excitement, drawing the attention of the crowd. They beheld Chen Yan, sword in hand, blood streaming from his mouth, his body trembling slightly. Though his injuries were severe, he still remained upright. In contrast, Wang Duan lay on the ground, having exhausted his vital energy after that strike. Utterly devoid of strength, the victor was unmistakably clear. Chen Yan brandished his sword, taking one step, then another, slowly advancing toward Wang Duan. All eyes followed his movements. As he approached Wang Duan, poised to deliver the fatal blow, Li Xiaotian suddenly interjected, "Chen Yan, spare him. Let him live." Chapter 69. Half-Step Emperor Li Zhoushuan. At this moment, Li Xiaotian was genuinely alarmed. He had not anticipated that Wang Duan would actually lose, and now he was on the brink of death at Chen Yan's hands. "Spare him?" Chen Yan laughed heartily, his gaze laced with disdain as he looked at Li Xiaotian. "Not if it were me lying there today. Would you spare my life?" That, Li Xiaotian fell silent, caught off guard. Indeed, had the roles been reversed, he would have relished the chance to torment Chen Yan mercilessly. How could he possibly spare him? Observing the silence, Chen Yan coldly declared, "You self-righteous individuals, so quick to label yourselves as righteous, are truly hypocritical. You are allowed to kill others, yet others are not permitted to kill you. What a farce!" With that, Chen Yan's gaze shifted toward the fallen Wang Duan, a cruel smirk gracing his lips. "Today, I shall teach you, those who kill are always killed in turn." With that, Chen Yan raised his sword. In the next instant, a massive head soared through the air. Li Xiaotian's eyes turned crimson at the sight. Wang Duan had been nurtured by him for over a decade. Their bond was akin to that of father and son. Now, to see him slain by Chen Yan was unbearable. In that moment, his hatred for Chen Yan and his father reached a fever pitch. He loathed. Li Xiaotian clenched his fists, his gaze fixed angrily on Chen Yan. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on Chen Yan. Before the battle commenced, no one could have imagined that he would be capable of slaying Wang Duan, not even Lin Qingcheng. After all, she was acutely aware of Wang Duan's strength. Should he truly fight with fervor, even she might not be able to vanquish him. How could Chen Yan, merely a novice in the Supremacy realm, possibly achieve such a feat? However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face, as Chen Yan truly and honorably beheaded Wang Duan. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. In her gaze towards Chen Yan, there was a hint of seriousness and admiration. Chen Yan had also reached her limit, her internal energy was depleted, and she collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, Li Jioshan looked at Chen Yan with a smile, perceiving her as a treasure trove. With her extraordinary early-stage strength, she had forcefully slain a top-tier ruler. Such talent had not been witnessed in the entire 3,000 domains for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the secrets hidden within this young woman seemed to emerge one after another, each more astonishing than the last. With so many secrets, how could one not be tempted? As for Wang Duan's death, it was of no consequence to him, merely a disciple. His demise meant little. If he could uncover the secrets within Chen Yan, it could lead to his ascension to emperor. Li Jioshan narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Chen family's young emperor is indeed extraordinary, managing to slay a top-tier ruler with mere extraordinary strength, something unheard of in the past hundreds of thousands of years across the 3,000 domains. Chen Yan, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "You flatter me." Li Jioshan brushed his beard and smiled slightly. "I would like to invite you, this young prodigy, to my residence for a discussion on the Tao." "What do you say? Discussion on the Tao?" Chen Yan fixed her gaze on Li Jioshan, a flicker of caution stirring within her heart as she observed his smiling demeanor. This old fellow must be eyeing the myriad of mysteries she possessed, especially after her recent impressive display. Chen Yan replied coldly, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Li Jioshan suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with greed. No one has ever been able to refuse my invitation. In my heyday, Li Jioshan, was indeed a domineering figure, always keeping my word. However, I have been in seclusion, striving to break through to the emperor realm, allowing the world to somewhat forget me, yet, my innate dominance is not easily concealed. And now, with Chen Yan potentially harboring great opportunities for becoming an emperor, how could I let this slip away? Chen Yan's expression grew serious, while Jiuzhu and Xian Xianxiu, sensing the unease in Li Jioshan's words, swiftly moved to protect her. Elder Nyanner is not only my granddaughter but also a distinguished guest of our Zhixiao divine sect. Your actions are rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Xian Xianxiu's gaze was fixed intently on Li Jioshan, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Li Jioshan merely chuckled coldly. "Inappropriate? Ha, what a joke! I, Li Jioshan, have never needed others to dictate my actions. The secrets within this young woman are mine." Chen Yan's secrets were something he could never relinquish. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianxiu felt a tightening in his chest, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the next moment, Li Jioshan flashed forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Yan, as if he beheld the most exquisite beauty in the world, his greed palpable. Jiuzhu and Xian Xianxiu exchanged glances, already formulating a plan. In unison, they moved to strike Li Jioshan. It should be noted that both were late-stage sacred kings, formidable figures within the entire 3,000 domains. However, Li Jioshan smiled confidently, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Late-stage sacred kings? Too weak. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly dissolved their combined attack. As he advanced slowly, he mocked, "Unaware of your own limitations, how dare mere late-stage sacred kings attempt to obstruct me? I am a half-step emperor, a realm far beyond yours, a half-step emperor, that was a level just below that of an emperor, although it seemed that a half-step emperor and a late-stage sacred king were merely one realm apart. The disparity was like heaven and earth. To touch upon the title of emperor was no trivial matter, although still distant from a true emperor, it was far beyond the reach of these sacred kings. Undeterred, the two gathered their energy once more and launched another attack. The terrifying energy of the sacred kings was incomparable to the previous battle between Chen Yan and Wang Duan. Their combined strike could easily shatter mountains and rivers. The skies above the Zhixiao divine sect darkened ominously as the energy coalesced, and even a mere gust of wind caused some disciples to faint. Boom! When their attack struck Li Jioshan, he calmly summoned a barrier of azure energy, which absorbed the blows without even a ripple, dissipating them entirely. Witnessing this scene, the two could only widen their eyes in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Although they were already aware of the vast difference in strength, none had anticipated that their attacks would not even graze the opponent's attire, effortlessly blocked. It was utterly terrifying. Li Jioshan's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the two. Softly uttering, "Bind," in an instant, countless vines appeared around them, ensnaring them completely. These vines contained the power of laws, rendering them incapable of escape. Chapter 70, Mother will avenge you. Facing the constraints of a half-emperor, the two naturally could not break free. Jiuzhu glared at Li Jioshan, his voice filled with fury. "Li Jioshan, If you dare harm Nianer, Chen Tiandao will not let you off. Upon hearing the name Chen Tiandao, Li Jiuxian hesitated, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. Despite the young man only having cultivated for a mere 300 years, he was already stronger than this old man who had trained for over 3,000 years. He even suspected that Chen Tiandao was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, otherwise how could one cultivate so swiftly? However, the opportunity to ascend to emperor was right before his eyes, within arm's reach. He could not possibly let it slip away. Moreover, should he uncover the secrets within Chen Nian and break through to the emperor realm, what was a mere Chen Tiandao to fear? Thus a smirk crept onto Li Jiuxian's face as he coldly stated, "Chen Tiandao? Just a child, what have I to fear?" With that, he stepped forward, preparing to seize Chen Nian. However, at that moment, a terrifying sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Li Jiuxian's hands. He instantly sensed the danger and swiftly evaded the attack. Yet, the sword energy seemed relentless, charging towards him once more. Li Jiuxian had no choice but to summon his full protective energy to defend. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the sword energy dissipated, and Li Jiuxian's protective barrier shattered. He quickly looked up to see a familiar voice echoing from the clouds. "Li Jiuxian, daring to harm my son, it seems you do not regard me highly." The next moment, Chen Tiandao descended from the sky. Accompanied by Chen Nian's mother, Xian Lingyue, the couple floated down gracefully, instantly drawing all eyes upon them. Heavens, is this the infamous first of the demon path, Chen Tiandao? He looks so young. Goodness, as far as I know, Chen Tiandao is no benevolent figure. His power is unparalleled. The elder may be in serious trouble. The disciples buzzed with astonishment upon seeing Chen Tiandao, their voices overlapping in surprise. They had witnessed scenes today that could not be seen for hundreds of years. First, Chen Nian had decisively slain Wang Duan with her extraordinary early-stage cultivation. Then, 2 late-stage sacred kings were subdued by a single elder. Now, even Chen Tiandao had personally arrived. What a thrill! It was simply exhilarating. Chen Tiandao. Upon Chen Tiandao's appearance, a flicker of fear crossed Li Jiuxian's eyes, his previously confident tone now wavering. Despite Li Jiuxian having been in seclusion for many years, he was aware of the rumors surrounding Chen Tiandao. In just a few hundred years, he had broken through to half-step emperor. Such a rapid cultivation speed was unmatched except by those ancient powerhouses. Chen Tiandao and Xian Lingyue landed before Chen Nian. Seeing her son seriously injured, Xian Lingyue's heart ached, and she quickly supported him, embracing him tightly. "Nianer, mother is here. You have suffered." Chen Nian was her beloved son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could Xian Lingyue not feel heartbroken? "Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just exhaustion." After the battle with Wang Duan, he had not sustained any injuries, merely depleted his energy. However, witnessing her son in such a pitiful state, Xian Lingyue felt immense sorrow. "Good son. Wait for mother to avenge you." With that, she slowly rose, her gaze blazing as she turned towards Li Xiaotian, coldly snorting, "Tiandao, this old man is yours to deal with. I will handle that." Li Xiaotian. With those words, Xian Lingyue's aura condensed, and her initial stage sacred king cultivation burst forth in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Chen Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected his mother to possess sacred king strength. Although this was nothing compared to half-step emperor figures like Chen Tiandao and Li Jiuxian, Xian Lingyue had only cultivated for a little over 300 years, yet she wielded such power, which was enough to shock anyone. Good. Observing his wife's fierce demeanor, Chen Tiandao couldn't help but feel a chill for Li Xiaotian. His wife was no fragile woman. She was a master who would kill without a second thought. And Chen Nian was undoubtedly Xian Lingyue's reverse scale. Anyone who dared to harm him would face death. With that, Xian Lingyue dashed towards Li Xiaotian, wielding a silver spear with incredible speed. The elders of the Zixia divine sect, witnessing this scene, dared not intervene. Although Xian Lingyue could not match them, Chen Tiandao was still present. Who would dare to act against Xian Lingyue, risking their lives? Moreover, Xian Qianshu was indeed the father of Xian Lingyue, a matter of kinship that renders conflict unnecessary. Upon witnessing Xian Lingyue charging towards him with fierce intent, Li Xiaotian's pupils constricted in alarm. "You erred, no, you erred, no." Xian Lingyue huffed disdainfully, her voice laced with fury. "How dare you call me you err? Li Xiaotian, you have harmed my son, and today I shall take your life." With that, she thrust her spear with a sudden ferocity, purple extremity shattering the heavens. The spear tore through the darkness, slicing across the sky, aimed directly at Li Xiaotian's throat. Recognizing the deadly determination in Xian Lingyue's advance, Li Xiaotian wasted no time, channeling his true energy to swiftly parry with his sword. Yet, Xian Lingyue, being a formidable Saint King, far surpassed him, as Li Xiaotian had been stagnating at the peak of the entry to Saint Realm for many years, rendering him no match for her. With a single strike, Li Xiaotian was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, Chen Tiandao observed this scene with keen interest, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Reassured by his wife's prowess in battle, his gaze then shifted to Li Jiuxuan. Turning progressively colder, "You old fool, daring to lay a hand on my son, not if I do not slay you today, I shall have lived in vain." Hearing this, Li Jiuxuan scoffed, undeterred, "Chen Tiandao, do not presume I fear you. I shall serve justice today and eliminate you." "Eliminate me?" Chen Tiandao laughed uproariously, disdain dripping from his words. "The last fool who dared speak to me so is now nothing but dust. You shall be next." With that, Chen Tiandao vanished into the shadows. "Taste my wrath," he declared. Darkness prison. The once clear sky darkened ominously, soon engulfed in an inky blackness. Chen Tiandao became the sovereign of this night in an instant. The power of the laws surged forth, encasing Li Jiuxuan and Chen Tiandao within a massive prison. Li Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes at this sight, hastily channeling his true energy, refusing to underestimate the situation. This was the realm of Chen Tiandao's laws, and the overwhelming force of darkness instilled a sense of trepidation within him. "Welcome to my world. I am this prison. I am the emperor," he proclaimed. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but I have matters to attend to at home. I shall return to my writings early tomorrow. Your understanding is appreciated." Chapter 71. Devouring the heavens. Everything around was engulfed in darkness. As Chen Tiandao's domain of law isolated this place from the outside world. Li Jiuxuan observed his surroundings with unwavering resolve, scoffing, "Chen Tiandao, I am no pushover. I have practiced for over 3,000 years. Today, I shall show you the gulf that lies between us." With over 3 millennia of cultivation, Li Jiuxuan had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, his mastery of the laws profoundly deep. In contrast, Chen Tiandao had only practiced for 300 years. To Li Jiuxuan, Chen Tiandao was merely a junior. With a focused gesture, he declared, "Sword rise, open the heavenly gate." In the next moment, a verdant sword surged from his back. Hurtling towards Chen Tiandao's vital points, the sword's aura was overwhelmingly dominant. Infused with Li Jiuxuan's own law-powered it was no ordinary feat for someone who had broken through to the half-step emperor realm in 3 millennia. He commanded 9 powerful laws. Chen Tiandao, unfazed by the incoming sword, smirked slightly, unleashing a wave of demonic energy that shattered the flying blade effortlessly. Li Jiuxuan, to harm me is a distant dream. With that, Chen Tiandao slipped back into the shadows, seemingly omnipresent within the dark prison. Darkness strangulation. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as countless tendrils erupted from the darkness, racing towards Li Jiuxuan. Each tendril bore the essence of the dark laws, rendering escape impossible. Realizing the peril, Li Jiuxuan rapidly channeled his true energy to defend himself, creating a protective barrier. Yet, the tendrils seemed relentless. Each time one was severed, another would emerge. He snorted in irritation, summoning a torrent of sword energy that surged forth. Countless sword shadows slicing through the dark prison. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. In an instant, the sword energy within Li Jiuxuan surged forth like a stampede of wild horses. Break! A resounding explosion reverberated as Li Jiuxuan's sword energy cleaved through the dark prison, illuminating the once dim sky. Chen Tiandao, observing this, allowed a smile to creep upon his face, intrigued by the old man's strength. "Very well, let us engage in a proper contest." Li Jiuxuan, equally unyielding, retorted, "Chen Tiandao, you are but a junior. Do not overstep your bounds. That if you possess the ability, take the battle beyond this realm." "Very well," Chen Tiandao replied, unfazed. Both were half-step emperor-level warriors, and if they truly clashed, the Zixiao divine sect could be reduced to ruins in an instant. In a flash, the two figures vanished from their original positions, ascending into the skies. The onlookers were drawn to the spectacle. "I wonder who will emerge victorious in the battle between the Elder and Chen Tiandao? Need you ask? It must be the Elder. He has practiced for over 3,000 years, and his power is unfathomable. No matter how strong Chen Tiandao is, he is merely a child in comparison." Indeed, the Elder was a formidable figure thousands of years ago. His strength is beyond reproach. Exactly. The Elder is no fool. He has cultivated for millennia. How could he possibly be bested by Chen Tiandao? The disciples of the Zixiao divine sect buzzed with discussion, their words brimming with confidence in the Elder. After all, the Elder had cultivated for over 3,000 years, and even a mere fraction of his power could rival Chen Tiandao. Meanwhile, Chen Nian sat quietly below, observing the unfolding drama. She harbored no worries for her formidable father. Having been raised in the ancestral grounds, she knew him well. Despite his seemingly tyrannical demeanor, he would never strike without absolute certainty. Once he engaged, it signified his confidence. Moreover, a man who achieved the half-step emperor realm in merely 300 years must possess formidable skills. Chen Nian's gaze shifted to her mother, who had Xian Lingyue relentlessly pressuring Li Xiaotian, forcing him to retreat defensively. It was worth noting that Li Xiaotian was stuck at the peak of the entry to Saint Realm, a significant gap from the Saint King realm. Furthermore, Xian Lingyue's early-stage Saint King prowess was far from superficial. Under Qin Tiandao's tutelage, even mid-stage Saint Kings might find her a challenging opponent. Within mere dozens of exchanges, Li Xiaotian was left battered, blood streaming from his wounds. Are you truly intent on condemning me to death today? He gasped, struggling to fend off her attacks. Xian Lingyue sneered, you plotted against my son, and now you dare to beg for mercy. With a swift motion, she sent him flying, seizing the opportunity to pierce forward without hesitation. The spear plunged into Li Xiaotian's chest, a cry of agony escaping him as he collapsed. The thrust had pierced his heart. Even an emperor could not save him now. Xian Lingyue cast a cold glance at Li Xiaotian. Devoid of pity. To harm her son was a crime worthy of such retribution. A group of elders, witnessing Xian Lingyue's lethal strike against Li Xiaotian, fell silent, standing obediently by, their attention riveted on the battle between the elder and Chen Tiandao. The outcome of their clash would dictate the course of events. Just as Xian Lingyue pierced through Li Xiaotian, the elder was suddenly struck down by Chen Tiandao's sword, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive pit several meters deep. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Had the elder been defeated? Slowly Li Jiuxuan emerged from the depths of the pit, and Chen Tiandao regarded him with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. His voice calm and measured. I have not fought seriously in many years. This is amusing. Chen Tiandao's demeanor shifted oddly, his eyes shrouded in darkness, instilling fear in countless onlookers. He extended his right hand, his aura transforming once again, as an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy converged around him. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy diminished by 30%. Old fool, this move has been 3 years in the making. Today, you shall experience it, Chen Tiandao proclaimed. Suddenly, a massive black dragon materialized in the sky, twisting and roaring, its terrifying roar sending shockwaves through the crowd, devouring the heavens, the air filled with thunderous sounds as the black dragon, seemingly alive, billowed forth, hurtling towards Li Jiuxuan. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Li Jiuxuan's eyes widened in alarm, hastily raising his protective true energy. Chapter 72. Invincible beneath a true emperor. The black dragon instantly engulfed Li Jiuxuan's figure, transforming into a dark flame that raged fiercely upon him. He desperately summoned his true energy, attempting to extinguish the inferno, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. In that moment, panic seized Li Jiuxuan as he truly sensed the specter of death looming. No! How could this be? What manner of flame is this that cannot be extinguished? Chen Tiandao, what kind of demonic art have you employed? Indeed, even after living for over 3,000 years, Li Jiuxuan had never encountered such a terrifying blaze. Once tainted, even with all his might, he could not quell it. It was worth noting that he was a formidable figure at the half-step emperor level, yet this inferno eluded his extinguishing efforts, illustrating its sheer horror. He had lived for over 3 millennia, yet had never witnessed such a dreadful flame. A smirk danced on Chen Tiandao's lips as he gazed at Li Jiuxuan, his expression reminiscent of a corpse. He approached Li Jiuxuan leisurely, stating flatly, this technique is called devouring heaven. It took me 3 years to fuse the principles of darkness and devouring to create this flame. Nothing can extinguish it, and below the emperor rank, few can stand against it. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This flame is a fusion of the principles of darkness and devouring? It should be noted that both the principles of darkness and devouring rank among the top 10 in power, immensely formidable, with mastering even one being a daunting task for most, let alone mastering both. And Chen Tiandao, not only had he mastered both, but he had also fused them into a nearly unstoppable force of flame, which devoured all in its path, with scarcely anything capable of resisting it. How terrifying! Too terrifying. Li Jiuxuan looked at Chen Tiandao with wide-eyed horror, astonished at the existence of such a monstrous individual in the world. Li Jiuxuan had broken through to the half-step emperor realm 1500 years prior. mastering 9 principles of power, with the most potent being a sword principle that ranked among the top 10 of 3,000. Yet even so, he had only managed to fuse 2 lesser principles. A process that had cost him over a century, yet Chen Tiandao had accomplished the fusion of 2 top 10 principles in merely 3 years. Such talent, who could rival it? As he spoke, Li Zhoushuan's gaze shifted towards Chen Yan. If anyone could rival Chen Tiandao's talent, it would be Chen Yan, but they were father and son in an instant. The light in Li Zhoushuan's eyes dimmed. How could it be that in the entire 3,000 domains, only the Chen father-son duo emerged as such prodigies? Heaven! Could it be that in this vast 3,000 domains, the future would bear the surname Chen? Li Zhoushuan was engulfed in agony as the flames scorched him. He felt his power ebbing away. This was not merely the fire's burn but a consumption of Li Zhoushuan's very strength. After all, it was born of the devouring principle, naturally endowed with the power to consume. In a mere moment, less than 10% of his power remained. He held skyward, filled with regret. If only he had refrained from attacking Chen Yan earlier. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation ruined in an instant. He seethed with rage. Chen Tiandao, Chen Yan, I will not rest even in death until I have avenged myself upon you both. Summoning what little strength he had left, Li Zhoushuan roared. However, Chen Tiandao merely smirked, disdainfully remarking, Li Zhoushuan, this fire can devour your very soul, meaning you will not even qualify to descend into hell. Indeed, under this devouring fire Li Zhoushuan would not even have the right to enter hell, let alone become a spirit. Boom! Clutching his heart full of resentment, Li Zhoushuan was consumed by a swirling mass of black flames, truly dissipating into the cosmos. The fall of a half-emperor was marked by a sudden downpour of blood rain. This blood rain was more intense than the one that fell when that bald monk from the Buddhist sect was obliterated over 1,000 years ago, the disciples of the Zixiao divine sect. Witnessing this, were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with terror. The once mighty elder who had shaken the world had perished just like that, killed effortlessly by Chen Tiandao. How fearsome is this man's cultivation! My heavens, the elder has fallen. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, all in vain. Who exactly is Chen Tiandao to possess such strength in a mere 300 years? Could it be he was an emperor in his past life? Even if he were an emperor reincarnated, it would not be so outrageous. Could he be an existence that surpasses the emperor? At this moment, all were left speculating about Chen Tiandao's identity. How could anyone achieve such terrifying strength in just 300 years? Yet, amidst the discussions among the surrounding disciples, Chen Tiandao paid them no heed, gazing at the spot where Li Zhoushuan had vanished, a slight smile gracing his lips. A half-step emperor, with 3,000 years of accumulated energy. Indeed amounts to quite a bit. My cultivation has progressed further. Splendid. Indeed, after Li Zhoushuan was consumed by Chen Tiandao's flames, nearly 80% of his energy was devoured. As for the remaining 20%, it dissipated into the ether. The power of the devouring principle was extraordinarily potent, firmly placing it among the top 10 of 3,000 principles, not inferior to the dark principle that Chen Tiandao wielded. Just the ability to consume another's cultivation was enough to evoke envy in countless individuals, yet, Chen Tiandao rarely employed the devouring force to absorb others' cultivation. As for him, the energy of most individuals was not pure and rather muddled. Absorbing it would require him to refine it, making it less efficient than cultivating on his own. However, Li Zhoushuan was different. He was a half-step emperor, with 3,000 years of cultivation, his true energy exceptionally pure. And the energy contained within him was formidable. Thus, upon absorbing Li Zhoushuan's true energy, Chen Tiandao's own cultivation advanced significantly. A smile graced his lips as he gently descended, and at that moment, Xian Lingyue approached. Exchanging a knowing glance with her husband, their eyes turning to Chen Yan. Nyener, with your father and mother here, no one can lay a finger on you. Chen Tiandao's commanding words caused many to gasp in astonishment. Such dominance, yet none dared to contradict him. Chen Yan smiled faintly, while Xian Lingyue cheerfully added, "Good son, today is your betrothal. The earlier incident is but a triviality. Let us continue." Chapter 73, The Tremor of the 3,000 Domains. This couple, fiercely protective of their offspring, exuded a dominance that instilled fear in countless hearts, yet towards their family they were gentle beyond measure. Seeing Xian Lingyue's smiling face warmed Chen Yan's heart, and she expressed her concern. "Mother, are you hurt?" Xian Lingyue replied with a smile, "I am fine, a merely Xiaotian cannot harm me." In their youth, the two were nearly equal in strength, but now Xian Lingyue could easily dispatch him. Not to mention Chen Tiandao, whose mere gaze could obliterate him. After saying this, Xian Lingyue turned to Xian Qianxiu, her expression sobering as she respectfully bowed. Daughter Xian Lingyue pays her respects to father. Tears glistened in Xian Qianxiu's eyes. Since Xian Lingyue and Chen Tiandao had left the Zixiao divine sect, he had not seen his daughter again. The bond of blood could never be severed. Even if they were both sovereign-level powerhouses, Xian Qianxiu nodded heavily. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. At this moment, he was no longer the leader of the Zixiao divine sect, but a father, filled with anticipation for his own daughter. The two exchanged smiles, the barriers in their hearts dissolving in that instant. Xian Lingyue smiled and said, "Father Tiandao, and I came to attend Nian'er's betrothal. Now that the matters are settled, why don't we continue?" Of course, Xian Qianxiu readily agreed. As the grandfather of his own grandson, he was naturally delighted. He promptly instructed the disciples to clean up the area where the battle had recently taken place. Lin Qingcheng also approached Chen Nian, her gaze now devoid of scorn, replaced with awe. The power Chen Nian had displayed left her in admiration. "Are you hurt?" Lin Qingcheng asked softly, with Xian Lingyue and Chen Tiandao nearby. Lin Qingcheng felt somewhat constrained, especially after witnessing their ruthless sides displayed before everyone. She couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. This was the fear of the powerful. Upon hearing her words, Chen Nian smiled slightly. "I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted. A few days of rest will suffice. That's good." Lin Qingcheng nodded obediently, her face softening considerably. "This must be Qingcheng. What a lovely young lady." Xian Lingyue beamed at Lin Qingcheng's exquisite features and charming demeanor. Feeling elated, this young girl possesses considerable talent. If she were to marry Nian'er, it would indeed be quite suitable. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly said, "Qingcheng has met sister." Senior sister. Seeing Xian Lingyue made Lin Qingcheng somewhat nervous, unsure whether to address her as aunt or something else. Calling her aunt, that would place Xian Lingyue at the same generation as Xian Qianxiu, which was inappropriate. In her nervousness, the term senior sister slipped out. Although they were indeed like sisters, the age gap was significant, and they had never met before. Upon seeing Xian Lingyue, Lin Qingcheng was immediately struck by her beauty. It should be noted that in her youth, Xian Lingyue was also a renowned fairy throughout the 3,000 domains, even more famous than Lin Qingcheng. After marrying Chen Tiandao, she radiated a mature charm that further enhanced her allure. In contrast, Lin Qingcheng felt somewhat overshadowed. After all, a married woman sometimes drew more admiration than an unmarried young lady. Xian Lingyue, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, but then responded with a warm smile. "Very well. In this world, the importance placed on seniority is not particularly rigid, especially since Chen Nian and Lin Qingcheng share no blood ties. Thus, it matters little, even though Lin Qingcheng is technically Chen Nian's aunt by seniority. It matters not, for no one dares to voice any objections." Soon enough, everything within the Zixiao divine sect seemed to return to normalcy, albeit with the absence of three incessantly chattering individuals. The disciples of the third generation suffered fates more grievous than the last. Yet, the members of the Zixiao divine sect remained reticent, for the unparalleled demon Chen Tiandao still lingered among them. Who would dare express dissent? In due course, the betrothal ceremony resumed, although Chen Nian was still quite young. His countenance betrayed no hint of immaturity, and Lin Qingcheng, in a rare display, revealed a semblance of a smile. Her smile was akin to an iceberg melting, heralding the revival of all things, and Chen Nian could not help but find it captivating. As for her engagement to Chen Nian, on one hand, she harbored no aversion towards him, even feeling a modicum of respect. On the other hand, Chen Nian had previously promised to annul their engagement, leaving her with no grounds for discontent. Whether Lin Qingcheng's current happiness stemmed from the prospect of annulling the engagement remains uncertain. Following the conclusion of the betrothal ceremony, an uproar erupted throughout the Zixiao divine sect. The events of that day surpassed anything they had experienced in their entire lives. The scion of the Chen family, with his extraordinary prowess at the initial stage of the transcendent realm, had forcefully slain the holy son of the Zixiao divine sect and become betrothed to the holy maiden. Chen Tiandao, single-handedly, had vanquished the elder of the Zixiao divine sect. These tidings rapidly spread across the 3,000 domains, leaving countless individuals in shock, even prompting some long-hidden ancestors to emerge from obscurity. Chen Tiandao's formidable strength rendered even those at the half-step emperor realm powerless against him. The Zixiao divine sect boasted impressive depth, and that old fellow Li Zhoushuan was no less powerful than the elder, yet he had unexpectedly fallen. He, Chen Tiandao, quite intriguing indeed. I sensed the winds of a great conflict approaching. In the Buddhist domain, The abbot squinted his eyes, murmuring Amitbai before letting out a sigh. The Chen father and son, even this old monk cannot fathom, and the future of our Buddhist sect appears rather concerning. The Nine Heavens demon domain and their Buddhist domain were inherently mortal enemies, especially since Chen Tiandao's ascendants had exacerbated their conflict, with the Chen family now flourishing, having produced the likes of Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian. The abbot could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. The Bodhisattva, however, remained indifferent, his eyes devoid of emotion. There is no need for the abbot to worry. I shall handle the Chen family scion. Do you possess the confidence to do so? Lingchen replied unhurriedly. Indeed, but I require the use of the supreme treasure of our great Thunder Sound Temple, the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree, as legend has it, was once utilized by a Buddha of the great Thunder Sound Temple, known as Bodhi Laozu, for his enlightenment. The Bodhi tree is the temple's most treasured possession, capable of enhancing the probability of achieving enlightenment. The deeper one's understanding of Buddhist teachings, the greater the likelihood of success. However, each activation of the Bodhi tree necessitates a significant amount of resources as nourishment. Only with a continuous influx of energy can one hope to attain enlightenment. Such a massive consumption of resources would cause even the great Thunder Sound Temple to feel the strain. Yet the abbot pondered briefly before consenting. Although the resource expenditure was considerable, with the onset of this great conflict, should the Bodhisattva lag behind, the great Thunder Sound Temple might one day face obliteration. Thus, it was decreed that the temple would rally all its strength to aid the Bodhisattva in achieving enlightenment. Thank you, Abbot. Lingchen's previously indifferent gaze now shimmered with a hint of excitement. Beyond the Buddhist domain, the other 10 upper domains also grew restless, with some reclusive ancestors beginning to step into the light. Chapter 74. Breakthrough to the mid-transcendent realm. It has been over 10 days since the betrothal ceremony, and the Zixiao divine sect gradually returned to tranquility. Chen Tiandao and Shan Lingyue departed just 2 days after Chen Nian's engagement, while Chen Nian and his companions remained within the Zixiao divine sect. With the secret realm of the Zixiao divine sect set to open in a year, Chen Nian chose to bide his time there. The primary reason for his arrival at the Zixiao divine sect was indeed the secret realm. Following his engagement to Lin Xingcheng, his quarters were situated adjacent to hers, a mere stone's throw away. Had it been before, Lin Xingcheng would have felt discontented, yet now not only did she harbor no displeasure, but she frequently visited Chen Nian to discuss matters of cultivation. At this moment, within Chen Nian's residence, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly diminished, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy within his chamber, causing a 50% decrease in spiritual energy within a 3-kilometer radius. Lin Xingcheng instantly sensed the decline in spiritual energy. Having been in meditation, she slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "His talent is indeed terrifying. This fellow is on the verge of another breakthrough and is absorbing an immense amount of spiritual energy. His cultivation method must be quite extraordinary." Indeed, Lin Xingcheng recognized that Chen Nian was preparing for a breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual energy surged frantically towards Chen Nian's quarters. To transition from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the transcendent realm required such a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. However, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy, the stronger Chen Nian's talent must be. Inside the room, Chen Nian sat cross-legged, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Zhou, Shuiluer, and Chen Ping'an, naturally aware of the unusual activity emanating from Chen Nian's chamber, hastily stood guard outside. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in. After approximately 15 minutes, the aura within Chen Nian's room reached its zenith. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, and in the next instant, the shackles within Chen Nian's body shattered. Countless true qi flooded his dantian, and the cells within his body rejoiced. Mid-transcendent realm. Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant true qi coursing through him, a slight smile gracing his lips, his gaze reflecting surprise. Ever since his battle with Wang Duan, he had gained considerable insight and, after several days of dedicated cultivation, finally grasped the barrier to the mid-transcendent realm system. Check my personal attribute panel. Beep. Accessing. Host. Chen Nian Cultivation. Mid-transcendent realm cultivation method. 9 turns. Divine demon art. 9 stars. Divine elephant suppression technique. 9 stars. 35,000 particles. Martial arts. Flower plucking finger, 9 stars. Annihilation sword technique, 9 stars. Illusory shadow step, 9 stars. God slaying strike, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine demon body talent, demonic blessing special aura, celestial immortal aura divine powers, distance of 1,000 miles, words manifest law. Lightning Domain Lottery Attempts. 62 Chen Nian's cultivation had surged from the initial to the mid-transcendent realm, significantly enhancing his strength, and the number of giant particles within his body had increased by several thousand. Now totaling 35,000 particles, this breakthrough had elevated his strength by at least 30%. One should not underestimate this 30%. The previous Chen Nian could vanquish Wang Duan, and with his current cultivation, defeating Wang Duan would be even simpler, without a doubt resulting in no injuries. A system initiated 20 consecutive draws, riding the wave of his recent breakthrough. Chen Nian decided to indulge in 20 consecutive draws, hoping to procure some exceptional items amidst his celebratory mood. Beep. Commencing lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5-star short sword, specially designed for slaying. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6-star cutlery set, high-class exclusive. Congratulations, host, you have obtained special physique, swordplay body, golden, but. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Blaze Dragon Fruit, golden, X5. Before long the 20 consecutive draws concluded, and upon reviewing the results, a faint smile appeared on Chen Nian's lips. 2 golden rewards were quite commendable. That he briefly glanced at the other items, dismissing them, and focused on the 2 golden items instead. 1 of which was the special physique, swordplay body. The swordplay body ranks among the top 100 of countless special physiques, while it cannot compare to Chen Nian's supreme divine demon body. Such a physique is nonetheless formidable, especially for those adept in swordsmanship. It would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Possessing the swordplay body would greatly enhance one's comprehension of sword principles. Furthermore, this physique boasts a balanced offensive and defensive capability, rivaling that of Wang Duan's Xiaoyang body and Lin Qingqing's Ice Saint body. However, for someone like Chen Nian, such a physique held little allure. After all, he possessed one of the top 3 special physiques, the Supreme Divine Demon Body, which inherently balanced offense and defense while offering endless transformations, its intricacies far beyond mere appearances. Next, he turned his attention to the 5 Blaze Dragon Fruits, which were also golden items. Their medicinal potency rivaled that of the 9 turns yellow apricot from before. Moreover, their greatest utility lay in assisting martial artists in comprehending the principles of law. Indeed, for martial artists at the peak of the saintly realm, this was an invaluable tonic. To breakthrough from the saintly realm to the Saint King realm, the key lies in grasping the power of laws. And the Blaze Dragon Fruit serves to aid martial artists in this pursuit. Of course, Chen Nian, with his current cultivation, was not yet ready to consume the Blaze Dragon Fruit, as the energy contained within was too potent. Should he attempt to ingest it now, he would be unable to absorb it, risking a catastrophic explosion. However, while he may not require this item at present, his second uncle could certainly benefit from it. Perfectly timed, as Chen Tianin was stalled at the saintly realm, just a wall away from breaking into the Saint King realm, and his understanding of the laws was precisely what he needed assistance with. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chen Nian's face, and his heart brimmed with joy. Before long, Zhou Zhu and the others, having sensed the silence within the room, approached the door. "Young master, are you all right?" Hearing the calls from outside, Chen Nian smiled gently. "Come in." "Yes." The 3 entered the room. Chen Nian, who had been seated cross-legged, stood up, grinning at them. Due to the concealment pearl, they could not discern Chen Nian's aura, but judging by his vibrant state, he appeared to be in excellent spirits. Zhou Zhu chuckled. "Are you all right, Nianer?" "Rest assured, Zhou Zhu, I am fine. I merely experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation." Upon hearing that Chen Nian had advanced in cultivation, the others were taken aback. At merely 6 years of age, he has already reached the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Such rapid progress is truly astonishing. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and dog. After exchanging a few words, several of them intended to depart. Chen Nian called out to Chen Pingan, "Young master, is there something you need?" Chen Nian replied with a subtle smile, "I am offering you an opportunity." Although the E-sword body was somewhat trivial for Chen Nian, it represented a significant chance for Chen Pingan. Stunned, Chen Pingan realized that if the young master referred to it as an opportunity, it must be something extraordinary, perhaps even more precious than the 9-star technique the young master had previously bestowed upon him. With this thought, Chen Pingan's breath quickened. Chapter 75, Implanting the E-sword body. Free your mind. Chen Nian said calmly, without hesitation. Chen Pingan complied. While relinquishing his consciousness could be akin to entrusting his life to another, potentially leading to his demise should Chen Nian harbor ill intent, Chen Pingan did not falter. Everything he was, indeed, belonged to Chen Nian. Should Chen Nian desire his life, he would willingly surrender it. Witnessing this, Chen Nian smiled gently, placing his palm upon Chen Pinggan's forehead. In the next moment, Chen Pinggan suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. As if a peculiar power were manipulating him, despite being unaware of what was transpiring, he trusted the young master would not harm him, so he steadied his mind and patiently endured it all. This mysterious force surged through his physical form, cleansing him thoroughly. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Nian's hand gently withdrew from Chen Pinggan's head, and he smiled, saying, "It is done." Yes, that all. Chen Pinggan slowly opened his eyes. Gazing around with a hint of confusion, he sensed a transformation within himself. His five senses had sharpened, and the world around him appeared altered. Most notably, he felt an inexplicable connection to the sword in his hand. In essence, it was not merely the sword he held, but all swords in existence seemed to possess a spirit in his eyes. Techniques he had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became clear. As if a door to a new realm had swung open before him, revealing an entirely fresh world. The way of the sword felt brilliantly illuminated. Cultivation, akin to the learning he experienced in his previous life on Blue Star, revealed that geniuses are deemed so because their minds operate differently. They can swiftly synthesize knowledge and integrate it. Chen Pinggan now found himself in a similar state, as if a light had been kindled within him. "Do you feel any changes?" Chen Nian inquired with a smile. Chen Pinggan nodded earnestly. "Yes, I sense that everything around me is transformed, and the sword in my hand seems to have gained a spirit. I can perceive its existence. Furthermore, techniques I previously could not grasp are now clear to me." Chen Pinggan expressed without reservation. In response, Chen Nian nodded with a smile. "I have just implanted a special physique within you, the E-Sword Body." A special physique, the E-Sword Body. Chen Pinggan was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Such a special physique is typically innate, rarely acquired through later development. Even if it does occur, it usually requires the intervention of powerful beings utilizing extraordinary means and vast resources to forge such a gift for their descendants. In the present realm of 3,000 domains, it is nearly impossible for a special physique to be acquired postnatally, yet, the young master had implanted the E-Sword Body within him. This physique is mentioned in ancient texts and ranks among the top 100 of special physiques, immensely powerful, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, and crucially aiding in the comprehension of the sword path. It was a perfect match for Chen Pinggan. However, the fact that Chen Nian could achieve this through later means was utterly astonishing. Even though Chen Pinggan was well aware of the young master's incredible abilities and extensive connections, this act still left him profoundly shocked. Nevertheless, despite his lack of understanding regarding how Chen Nian accomplished this, as Chen Nian's most loyal follower, Chen Pinggan would not dare to inquire. What the young master commanded, he would obey. What the young master did not mention, he would not question. At that moment, Chen Pinggan expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful, young master. Your immense kindness shall not go unreciprocated. I vow to follow you unto death." He knelt respectfully, offering thanks for Chen Nian's great favor. It is worth noting that such a special physique surpasses even the 9-star technique in value, and the young master had so freely bestowed it upon him. Such a benevolence felt akin to being reborn. With a gentle smile, Chen Nian replied, "Rise. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not be stingy. From this day forth, focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint my expectations." Chen Nian held considerable expectations for Chen Pinggan. This lad possessed commendable talent, a good disposition, and remarkable diligence. Now, with the E-Sword Body gifted by Chen Nian, he was on par with the scions of the major factions. With Chen Nian's support, he was destined to achieve great heights and become Chen Nian's right-hand man. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Pinggan's eyes glistened with tears. Though the early death of his parents had forced him to mature beyond his years, he was still merely a 6-year-old child. The young master's kindness was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for words. "Rest assured, young master, I shall diligently cultivate and repay your kindness." Chen Nian smiled faintly and cautioned, "However, what transpired today must not be spoken of to anyone. Do you understand? Should others learn of my ability to implant special physiques, it would surely cause a stir throughout the 3,000 domains. The enhancement provided by a special physique to a warrior is simply too formidable. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, far beyond a mere 1 in 100,000. Chen Pinggan replied dutifully, "I shall obey." Chen Nian nodded with a smile. This young man was quite astute. A little guidance was all that was needed. "Very well, go and cultivate." The E-Sword Body requires profound comprehension, It is not a simple matter, understood. With that, Chen Pingan once more bowed to Chen Yan before turning to leave. Shortly after Chen Pingan departed, Lin Qingcheng entered the room. Upon seeing Chen Yan, the frost on her face eased considerably, shedding the previously aloof demeanor. After all, she genuinely admired Chen Yan. Such strength at such a young age was extraordinary. "What brings you here?" Chen Yan asked, somewhat taken aback. "Did you just experience a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Acknowledging his inquiry, Chen Yan did not conceal the truth and nodded. "A minor breakthrough." Lin Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "A minor breakthrough? You have drained nearly half of the spiritual energy within a 5-kilometer radius. This is my residence, where the spiritual energy is 2 to 3 times denser than the outside world. I cannot fathom how you cultivate so fearsomely." Lin Qingcheng found it hard to believe. Chen Yan, however, merely smiled and remained silent. Eschewing further small talk, Lin Qingcheng shifted to the main topic. The Zishou secret realm will open in 1 year. 20 individuals will be permitted entry. Besides you and me, the remaining 18 must undergo selection. The master has said that your 2 attendants can participate in the internal selection, but whether they secure a spot will depend on their strength. Chapter 76, A Year, Chen Yan's Progress. Chen Yan was somewhat surprised to hear this. It was noteworthy that the Zishou divine sect had no such precedent before. However, upon reflection, he discerned the reasoning. Firstly, Xian Xianxiu was his maternal grandfather, naturally inclined to favor Chen Yan. Secondly, the day Chen Tiandao had slain the supreme elder of the Zishou divine sect had instilled fear in the hearts of the elders, prompting them to extend this courtesy. After all, such a favor was significant enough to elicit Chen Yan's gratitude. To the elders, it was merely a couple of spots, and they would still rely on Chen Yan's subordinates to compete for them. Thus, it was simply a matter of extending a favor. However, with only a year until the Zishou secret realm opened, Chen Pingan's current strength would likely not suffice, given his tender age, though Shui Luer might be a contender. He nodded. "Please extend my thanks to grandfather." Lin Qingcheng responded affirmatively. Certainly. The two exchanged light conversation before Lin Qingcheng departed. After all, she was not one for excessive chatter, though she harbored no dislike for Chen Yan. Their interactions had always been minimal, leading to her disinterest in conversation. Time flew swiftly. A year later, Chen Yan spent his days at the Zishou divine sect either cultivating or guiding Chen Pingan and Shui Luer. Both of their cultivation levels progressed rapidly, as they both possessed the 9-star talent, excelling in both speed and aptitude. Particularly, Chen Pingan, who was already diligent in his training, experienced a significant boost in his cultivation speed due to the enhancement of the E-sword body. In his room, Chen Yan opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. His system, display my personal attribute panel, beep, retrieving data, host, Chen Yan cultivation, pinnacle of the extraordinary realm techniques, 9 transformations of the divine demon, 9 stars. Divine elephant's suppression technique, 9 stars, 70,000 particles, martial arts, flower picking finger, 9 stars, world destroying sword technique, 9 stars, illusory phantom step, 9 stars, god slaying strike, 9 stars, life and death talisman, 9 stars, physique, supreme divine demon body talent, blessing of the demon path special quality, celestial exile quality divine abilities, distance of a finger. Law of words, thunder domain, soul binding lottery chances, 30. After a year of cultivation, Chen Yan's power surged once more. Not only had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, but his massive elephant power had also reached an astonishing 70,000 particles. Amidst a multitude of colossal elephantine particles, Chen Yan, relying solely on the strength of his corporeal form, could vanquish an extraordinary realm warrior with a single strike. Such prowess is undeniably formidable. Over the span of a year, Chen Yan had engaged in numerous lotteries, most of which yielded items of mediocre quality. However, 2 treasures particularly captured his admiration. One of these was a 9-star technique known as the Life and Death Talisman. This technique involves the crystallization of water into ice shards, which can be implanted within a person's body, enabling the wielder to exert control over others. While the technique may not boast overwhelming power, it is entirely capable of subjugating individuals. Unless Chen Yan came into contact with the life and death talisman within a target's body, even a formidable Saint King would be powerless to dispel its control, underscoring its formidable influence. As for the second treasure, Chen Yan cherished it even more. It was a divine ability known as soul binding. This technique allows one to capture the souls of all beings. Upon the death of an individual, their spirit can be ensnared for the wielder's purposes, even should a Saint King perish, as long as their soul remains intact and has not dissipated entirely. Chen Yan could bind it. The power of the captured soul would likely amount to approximately 50 to 80 of its original strength, though Chen Yan had yet to test this, as his current cultivation allowed him to bind at most 3 souls. Therefore, he refrained from capturing weaker spiritual entities, opting instead to await a more opportune moment. After a year of rigorous training, Chen Yan had also experienced a growth spurt. His daily practice, combined with the nourishment from various rare delicacies, made the 7-year-old Chen Yan appear more mature than many 12 or 13-year-olds. Savoring the sensation of his own cultivation, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Enter. Xue Luer pushed the door open, announcing, "Young master, today marks the day of the Grand Tournament, and the Mystic Sect Master has summoned you. The Grand Tournament is intended to select participants for the Secret Realm 5 days hence." Aside from Chen Yan and Lin Qingcheng, all other disciples of the sect are eligible to partake in this selection. "Very well," Chen Yan replied with a nod, then inquired, "Luer, how prepared are you? Do you feel confident?" Upon hearing this, Xue Luer giggled, her enchanting visage becoming even more playful. "Rest assured, young master, I would never dare to bring you shame." With a sweet smile, Xue Luer exuded her aura, peak extraordinary, under Chen Yan's guidance. Xue Luer's strength now rivaled that of an early-stage monarch, and should she unleash her full potential, she could easily overpower a typical early-stage monarch. Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction, perceiving that Xue Luer had not slacked off over the past year. She smiled mischievously, swaying her already voluptuous figure, drawing attention to her alluring curves. Over the past year, Xue Luer had come to understand Chen Yan's temperament well enough to know that he would not become angered easily. While Chen Yan felt a bit parched, he could only smile resignedly. "Let us go." "Indeed," Xue Luer replied, trailing behind Chen Yan, and they also summoned Chen Ping'an to join them, after a year of diligent cultivation. Chen Ping'an had reached the mid-stage of the Formless Realm. Transitioning from the mid-stage of the Void Realm to the mid-stage of the Formless Realm in just a year was a remarkable achievement in speed. However, due to his age, he was still unable to participate in such battles. Though it was regrettable, there was little that could be done about it. The group mounted the back of the magnificent phoenix. Due to its bloodline, the phoenix effortlessly ascended to the peak of the extraordinary realm, nearing a breakthrough into the monarch realm. However, Chen Yan had consistently instructed it to suppress its cultivation, as rapid advancement might hinder its future potential, which was why it had not yet transitioned into the monarch realm. Nevertheless, its physique had noticeably increased in size. Xue Luer playfully patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened, even if you do not enter the secret realm. With the young master by your side, your future accomplishments may well rival mine." Observing that Chen Ping'an still appeared somewhat glum, Xue Luer continued with a smile, "How about this? Once I procure some treasures from the secret realm, I shall gift you half to lift your spirits." Chen Ping'an felt warmth in his heart at her words. Though Xue Luer often presented a flirtatious and whimsical demeanor, she genuinely cared for him, treating him like a younger brother. Moreover, despite his youth, Chen Ping'an's diligence earned her respect. Chen Ping'an, upon hearing her offer, allowed a smile to break through his earlier displeasure. "Thank you," Xue Luer chuckled, "no need for formality with me." "Dear brother," Chen Ping'an merely cast a sidelong glance at Xue Luer's chest before turning away. "Women only slow my sword's speed." Chapter 77. Xue Luer's opponent. The group soon arrived at the martial arts arena of the Zixiao Divine Sect, the designated venue for the disciples' competitions. As the phoenix circled above the arena, the disciples of the Zixiao Divine Sect showed no surprise. After all, Chen Yan had resided there for a year, and they had grown accustomed to his presence. The group dismounted from the vast back of the phoenix, and Chen Yan summoned it into his beast ring. He approached Lin Qingcheng, who, after a year of training, exuded a significantly stronger aura. Her cultivation now seemed mere moments away from reaching the sovereign realm. With her impressive talent and the pressure exerted by Chen Yan, it was impossible for Lin Qingcheng to avoid diligent effort. "Grandfather, esteemed elders," Chen Yan greeted warmly, and the elders responded with the utmost respect.